In that year, at the tender age of 18, he commanded an army of 1,000,000, sweeping across the lands, and was bestowed the title of the greatest general in the realm, his demeanor radiant and imposing. In that year, he fell victim to treachery, narrowly escaping death, encountering a beauty like none other, lamenting the endless flow of time as phoenixes and dragons parted ways. In that year, in that millennium, eons passed, and countless ages later, in the abyss of the god of burial, with white hair and clad in a green robe, he stood with a solitary silhouette, subduing the myriad of gods and demons, facing the alien races, safeguarding the heavens and all beings, severing ties with the mortal realm. On this day, his bloodline trembled. A call from flesh and blood across unfathomable distances resonated throughout the Forbidden Land. "Father, it's me, your firstborn. Please come back quickly. Mother and I are in grave danger." The mournful cry shattered Lu Chen's heart, which had remained steadfast for countless eons. "I have protected humanity for millennia, yet they conspire against my wife and daughter. Let the abyss be forsaken." As 99 forbidden divine chains shattered, he bore the weight of the god of burial's coffin and stepped forth from the realm beyond, his fury igniting the vast sky. The former princess seeks to annul the engagement. The traitor of yesteryears has become an empress. Lu Chan chuckled, but a frog at the bottom of a well gazes at the moon. A mere mayfly glimpses the vast sky. Turning back, he had already become the foremost emperor of humanity. "Hold on, I haven't even made a move. Why are you all crying?" In the abyss of the god of burial, spanning between heaven and earth, is the most formidable forbidden zone of the age, where millions of holy spirits halt. 99 forbidden divine chains extend from all directions into the depths, securing a bronze coffin. Engraved with ancient beasts, all the mountains and rivers are shrouded in the dust of time, revealing a desolate sight. Upon the bronze coffin, a tall figure sat cross-legged, with long white hair cascading down, eternally motionless. Lu Chan had long since lost track of how long he had been cultivating here. 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, perhaps even 1 billion years, he had long severed ties with the mortal world, forgetting everything. Only one person, one coffin, stood with their back to all beings, in the name of humanity, suppressing 1,000,000 frenzied gods and demons, keeping the alien races at bay from the abyss. Buzz at that moment, a sudden thunderous sound resonated within him, as the vast and surging bloodline stirred with an unexpected restlessness. "Have I encountered an issue with my cultivation?" Lu Chun murmured to himself. Given his talents, this should not be the case. Boom, boom. Just as he pondered, the blood within him surged violently, as if an invisible force was stirring across infinite plains. "Something is amiss. It is not a flaw in my cultivation, but someone is summoning me using bloodline techniques." Lu Chen's eyes flew open, a divine radiance bursting forth. "I have severed ties with the mortal realm. I am free of all constraints. Who could possibly summon me?" Moreover, such a rudimentary summoning technique could only be successfully executed by close kin. With such a vast distance, and yet my blood boils with fervor, it must be someone of profound connection to me. Who could it be? As Lu Chan was engulfed in confusion, a faint voice traversed mountains and rivers, spanning the cosmos, suddenly manifesting in his consciousness. "Father, where are you? I miss you so much." Boom. Lu Chen's entire being trembled, a chill running down his spine. "Father, I have guarded this place for countless years. Where did this daughter come from?" "Father, the Luo family is truly despicable. They have persistently bullied us and even pressured Mother to remarry. After much hardship, Mother managed to escape with me. Yet the Luo family still won't relent. They have come to our doorstep. Mother has always forbidden me from mentioning you, but we have no other choice. She said that through the art of summoning, she could find you, but it would cause immense pain. Father, I am not afraid of the initial pain. I only fear not being able to meet you." "Woo-woo. Father, I am on the verge of collapse." Mother weeps, saying you have long since left this world. "Can I seek you in the cycle of reincarnation? Wherever you are, I shall go." A series of heart-wrenching voices echoed within the sea of consciousness, akin to the sharpest swords cleaving through the heart, inflicting 1,000 cuts. "Is this truly my daughter?" Lu Chen's soul trembled. The Luo family. The Luo family. A vivid image suddenly surfaced in his mind. No, it cannot be mere coincidence. Lu Chun could scarcely believe it. Great divination technique. He immediately invoked his unparalleled divine ability, forcefully tearing apart the void before him, revealing a striking scene. Within a dilapidated, thatched hut, a young woman clad in tattered garments, her body marred with injuries, wept bitterly. As her visage came into view, Lu Chen's soul contracted sharply. A name, long buried in his memory, yet never forgotten, surged forth with startling clarity. Luo Zian. It is indeed her. Glancing aside, he beheld a little girl radiating a crimson glow, her complexion ashen. This was the cost of invoking the bloodline summoning technique. Burning her own vitality as a conduit, she sought to connect with her flesh and blood across the realms. Yet the difficulty of contacting him in the abyss of the god burial had drained her essence to a perilous extent. Initial encounter, we must cease our summoning. Luo Zian cried out. No, mother, I can still. Hold on. Before she could finish, she collapsed into Luo Zian's embrace. Mother, if father truly is no longer here, I will seek him in the cycle of reincarnation. Could you help me burn some candied hawthorn? I wish to share it with Father Lu Chen's heart twisted in agony. Without a doubt, this was his own flesh and blood. Initial encounter. Father is not dead. I am the emperor. Whatever candied hawthorn you desire, I shall procure for you, even if it means plucking the moon from the sky for you. Suddenly, as if responding to his words, initial encounter shed a stream of blood tears. Mother, I think I see a coffin in a distant place. Upon it sits a towering figure, as lofty as the heavens. With the final word, she expended all her strength, falling into a deep unconsciousness. A coffin? Luo Zian smiled bitterly. Lu Chun, your daughter merely wishes to see you. Why is this wish unfulfilled, leaving her only to gaze upon your posthumous coffin? I hate you. I despise you completely. She howled in anguish, her fingers digging into her flesh, blood oozing forth. In that moment, she felt no pain, only an overwhelming sorrow. Crack, crack. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning illuminated her despairing countenance, rendering it ghostly pale. Ziyin, I am not dead. This is not my coffin, but the god burial coffin. Lu Chan shouted with all his might. Yet, within the abyss of the buried heaven, his voice could not penetrate. He could only watch helplessly as the door was forcefully kicked open, and dozens of warriors from the Luo family stormed in. Luo Ziyin, cease your futile efforts. Still hoping to summon that wild man to rescue you? All you see is a coffin. Ha ha, how naive. The elder of the Luo family laughed maniacally, seizing Lu Chujian with a brutal grip. Don't you dare die on me. Wake up. His hand squeezed mercilessly. Crack. The small hand shattered instantly, blood gushing forth, and her already pale face turned even more ashen. You scoundrel, stop this at once. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's fury erupted like a volcano, ravaging the heavens and earth. He had guarded the god burial abyss, instilling fear in foreign tribes that dared not cross even a step, protecting 108 realms, ensuring the safety of countless lives. Yet his daughter was being so cruelly humiliated in the lower realm. Mother, hurry and leave. Chu Jian bit down on the elder, her weak voice pleading. Ah, the elder winced in pain. You wretched little brat. He yanked her hair, lifting Chu Jian off the ground. Chu Jian, Luo Ziyin cried out in agony. I will fight you all. You overestimate yourself. The elder struck with a palm. Bang. Luo Ziyin was sent flying, coughing up blood, barely clinging to life. Before she could recover, the elder stomped his foot onto her chest. Crack! Her ribs shattered instantly, and then his hand rained down upon Chujian's small face. Slap, slap! It was as if a great hammer was relentlessly falling, blood streaming from her orifices, a sight too horrific to behold. What of it if I bully this wretched child before your eyes? If you have the ability, summon her wild father. The elder shouted arrogantly. Huh! The members of the Luo family laughed maniacally. You insignificant ants, seeking your own demise. Lu Chun glared at the illusory scene, his eyes blood-red. A thick aura of murderous intent coalesced, transforming into an unparalleled divine sword, spanning the river of time, slashing toward 100,000 miles away. So cold. Everyone in Sanyue town shivered involuntarily at that moment. The Luo family members trembled in fear, feeling as if they were being targeted by a venomous snake, a chill running straight to their very souls. They had no inkling of the wrath that awaited them. Boom! In the abyss of the buried god, Lu Chun suddenly rose to his feet, an endless tide of divine beings surging forth. The master of the abyss, who has been seated for eons, has risen what could possibly have transpired to rouse this unparalleled celestial emperor. The god burial coffin. Let us march forth. Lu Chen's hand descended upon the bronze coffin, unleashing an immense force of loss. Crack, crack! 9 forbidden divine chains shattered in an instant, reverberating to the depths of the abyss. Lu Chun, you and the god burial coffin have achieved unity, having cultivated for 99,999,000 years. Just 1,000 years away from perfecting the 9th sword bone, wielding the sword to sever the mundane, and stepping into the highest realm. Do not act impulsively. A resounding voice suddenly echoed from the depths. Completion, severing of dust. Lu Chun laughed maniacally. In the name of humanity, I have guarded this place for countless eons, safeguarding the peace of all beings. Yet my wife and daughter endure relentless humiliation in the outside world, facing imminent death. With the mundane realm still entangled, how can one sever the dust? This abyss of the god of burial, let it be unguarded. With a final declaration, Lu Chun hoisted the coffin of the god of burial upon his shoulder and, in an instant, shattered the river of time, surging wildly toward the outside world. Almost at the moment Lu Chun set forth. On the other side of the abyss, within the ranks of the otherworldly, countless powerful beings opened their eyes. The forbidden divine chain is broken. The coffin of the god of burial stirs. Quickly, relay the message far and wide. The Emperor of the Abyss is on the move. Prepare for immediate retreat. No, wait. The target of the Emperor of the Abyss does not seem to be us, but rather the Celestial Phoenix Empire. What? Such a trifling place dares to provoke the Emperor of the Abyss. This is madness. Chapter 2. Do not delay me from rescuing my wife and child. Begone. At this moment, Lu Chun pushed his cultivation to the utmost, racing forward with a mind in turmoil. Once, he was the youngest general in the history of the Tianhuang Empire, commanding armies and instilling fear across the lands. However, his unparalleled achievements led to envy and betrayal, resulting in him being grievously poisoned, as if set ablaze by hellfire. In his most desperate hour, he encountered a woman of ethereal beauty and grace, who, at great personal cost, used her purine body to assist him in detoxification through dual cultivation. Afterward, to spare her from further entanglement, Lu Chun bid her a hasty farewell, retaining only the memory of her name, Luoxian. Little did he know, the woman he had once met by chance had now brought ruin to his child. The once celestial being, akin to a goddess, now lived in abject misery. Memories of the past surged forth, and the murderous intent in Lu Chun's eyes intensified. The foremost emperor of humanity? Guardian of the Tianyuan, standing against alien threats? Yet his daughter was ruthlessly tormented by those he vowed to protect. How absurd. How tragic. Were it not for the peculiar flow of time in Tianyuan, Wurians could pass differently, would have wives and children. Not even a trace of their bones would remain. With this thought, Lu Chun's fury knew no bounds. Luo family. You vile creatures, I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. Boom. In a heartbeat, Lu Chun descended upon the Tianhuang Empire. The void trembled violently, nearly fracturing the entire realm. This was dire. The god burial coffin was too formidable for such a lowly region to bear. How infuriating. He was but a mere 10,000 years away from mastery. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Chun infused his own cultivation into the god burial coffin, causing his power to plummet from the Emperor realm to the Divine Passage realm. Lu Chun? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. 2 young women, strikingly beautiful and exuding an icy aura, soared from the mountain peak. One of them, clad in green, gazed at him in astonishment. It is truly you. They said you fell in battle, yet you are alive. Fallen in battle? Lu Chun chuckled coldly. How many truly understood the circumstances? Nonetheless, there was no need for explanations. I do not know you. Stand aside. What an attitude. She is Nan Lingshuang, the princess of the Baisang Empire, a renowned prodigy. I truly wonder what I saw in you back then. You feigned your own death and hid away, pretending to be profound. It is utterly disgusting. The girl in pink interjected, her demeanor confrontational, rolling her eyes. Did they truly comprehend what he had endured? Such unfounded assertions were laughable. Nan Lingshuang. I do recall a bit about you. but your status holds no significance to me. Clear the way. Lu Chen barked again. Eager to reunite with Luo Zian and her daughter, having no time for idle chatter with them. The girl in pink was about to retort but was halted by Nanling Shuang. Then, Lu Chen shook his head slightly, disappointment etched upon his face. Lu Chen, I understand that your past few years may not have been favorable. Otherwise, you would not have chosen to hide away. Had you conducted yourself with forthrightness, perhaps I would have held you in some esteem. However, your pretense of ignorance, driven by a mere sense of pride, is wholly unnecessary. Do you think I require your respect? Lu Chen chuckled in silence. Although only a few years had passed in the outside world, he had endured countless eons within the abyss of the god of burial. It was an eternity far too long to remember every trivial being. To be candid, when we were betrothed years ago, it was your valor and promising future that drew me to you. Yet, you chose to feign your own death and live in obscurity, which has left me deeply disillusioned. I seem to recall that our engagement was also motivated by the Northern Sang Empire's need to align itself with the Tianhuang Empire. Was it not? Lu Chen mocked. Now you speak of my limitless potential, such absurdity. Such words are devoid of meaning. The tides of time have shifted, and the Northern Sang Empire has evolved beyond recognition, as has the chasm between us. Nanling Shuang remained unfazed. Today, I intended to visit the abyss of the god of burial to pay homage to its master, seeking merely a chance that would allow me to soar to great heights and ascend to the pinnacle of the dream realm. Encountering you now provides a convenient opportunity to settle our affairs. With that, she produced a sheet of white paper and inscribed several lines with her spiritual energy. Here is the divorce decree. Sign it. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback by her audacity. Where did she find such confidence? I knew you would be unwilling. The woman in the pink dress scoffed. Ling Shuang and you inhabit entirely different worlds, one in the heavens, the other in the depths. Before she could finish, Lu Chen had already taken action. With swift strokes, he inscribed a single character using his spiritual force, casting the divorce decree back towards her. Divorce? Nanling Shuang's expression turned frigid upon reading the inscription. Unwilling? My heart already belongs to another. Since this engagement exists, even if you do not seek me out, I shall pursue you. From this moment forth, let us sever all ties and do not seek me again. Moreover, you need not visit the abyss of the god of burial. I am the master of the abyss and shall grant you no opportunities. Haha. The woman in the pink dress laughed uproariously. You, the master of the abyss? How audacious. What kind of master possesses only the cultivation of the divine passage realm? Nanling Shuang's demeanor turned scornful, as if regarding a fool. To even impersonate the master of the abyss was sheer ignorance. Lu Chen, I recognize that all your actions and words stem from a desire for self-respect. Out of respect for our past, take this token. It will secure you a position within the Northern Sang royal court. She tossed a token with a sense of satisfaction. Once reliant on the Tianhuang Empire, now requesting Lu Chen to seek employment within the Northern Sang was no longer a position of superiority, but rather a deliberate humiliation. I have guarded the abyss for countless eons, and the entire dream realm is but a small domain under my protection. Your lives are mine to command. How dare you presume to assign me tasks? Go to hell. Lu Chen exploded in fury, shattering the token with a single strike. Do not delay my rescue of my wife and child. Be gone. With that thunderous roar, even in his diminished state, the aura of the emperor still reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the two women trembled, instinctively retreating as if confronted by a deity. With a dismissive huff, Lu Chen wasted no more words and swiftly departed. In comparison to Zian and Chu Jian, they were inconsequential. It was only when Lu Chen had completely vanished that the two women regained their senses. To flaunt their worth, they had fabricated tales of having a wife and child, an utterly tragic display. Nanling Shuang regarded Lu Chen's hurried exit with disdain, perceiving it as a panicked flight from confrontation. Let us proceed to pay homage to the true lord of Tianyuan. At the depths of the Lu family dungeon in Songyue town, a young man lashed a whip, cruelly striking Lu Zian, tearing flesh and drawing blood with each vicious crack. Wretched girl, do not die yet. The Lu family has yet to fully exploit you. Lu Zian struggled to open her eyes, her body feeling as though every bone had shattered, agony coursing through her. Yet, in that moment, she could think of nothing but Chu Jian. Where's Chu Jian? Return him to me. She screamed desperately. She was still haunted by thoughts of that wretched child, who had already been sent to the Tianlang sect by the Grand Elder. Boom. Lu Zian's complexion drained of color, fully aware of the fate that awaited Chu Jian. Ming Xian, as your elder sister, I implore you to spare Chu Jian's life. She is my sole hope. She cannot die. Please. Lu Zian pleaded, bowing fervently. Silence. You. A castaway from the Liu family, dare to claim kinship with me? Such an insult to my stature. Another lash struck down, rending her garments and exposing her skin. TSK. TSK, no wonder you were once hailed as the most beautiful woman in Songyue town. Since you can bear the seed of another man, why not allow me a taste as well? Lu Mingxuan's eyes glistened with desire as he lunged forward. Beast, I am your sister. Lu Ziyan cried out in anguish, her pain only fueling his malice. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated above the Liu family estate, akin to the clash of heavenly thunder, shaking Songyue town to its core. Lu Mingxian quivered in fear, still processing the shock, when a furious roar cascaded down. Who dares to lay hands on my woman? Who gave you the audacity? That domineering voice pierced through the boundless sky, creating shockwaves that shattered the void, culminating in a cataclysmic strike upon the Liu family residence, directly targeting the dungeon. Crash. The dungeon erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Lu Mingxian was sent flying, blood streaming from his orifices, landing amidst the ruins. What has transpired? The entire Liu family rushed out, astonished to find their dungeon reduced to rubble. Someone has attacked the Liu family. They are seeking death. Seeking death is you. A thunderous voice echoed down, causing the blood in the Liu family members' veins to surge as they looked up in alarm. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds when, suddenly, a fissure tore open, and from it emerged a white-haired young man. His stature was as imposing as a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to dominate the heavens and the earth. Merely the sight of his figure caused countless members of the Luo family to feel immense pressure, compelling them to prostrate themselves on the ground. Who could this person be? Why did he possess such formidable presence? The fury that had previously erupted vanished without a trace. The family head, Luo Songhai, hastily clasped his fists together and inquired, "Might I ask who you are, esteemed sir? We bear no grievances against you. Why silence? You have tormented my wife and daughter, and yet you dare speak of having no grievances?" Lu Chen roared, unwilling to engage in further meaningless dialogue. Unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Wife and daughter? The members of the Luo family exchanged bewildered glances. The prison crumbled, yet only Luo Ziyan, within a radius of 1 meter, remained unscathed. At this moment, she was still in a state of astonishment. This emperor? A woman? These words echoed repeatedly in her mind. Could it be? No, it was impossible. That heartless man had long since departed this world. She had even seen his coffin. How could, just as she fervently shook her head, a force suddenly hurled her amidst the ruins? In the blink of an eye, she was once again bathed in light. As if by some unspoken connection, her gaze bypassed the Luo family and turned skyward. That invincible figure, white hair cascading down like a celestial emperor, stood proudly. A wave of familiarity washed over her, and with a sudden tremor of her body, a spark of hope ignited in her despairing eyes. Lu Chen? She nearly whispered, trembling as she uttered his name. Chapter 3. As long as I am here, it is heaven. At last, Father has come to find you. It is I. I am sorry for the suffering you and our child have endured. Lu Chen choked on his words. The revered Lord of the Abyss and Emperor of the human race, who had tempered his heart for eons, believed he had long since severed all emotional ties and transcended the mundane world. Yet, in this moment, tears welled in his eyes. This was no illusion, nor a dream. It was truly Lu Chen, the beloved one she had awaited through countless days and nights. Luo Ziyan could no longer contain herself. Tears streaming down her cheeks, releasing years of grievances, longing, and pain all at once. Ziyan. Lu Chen felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. After eons of guarding the abyss and countless battles against alien races, he thought his heart had long since perished, yet in this instant, it melted completely. In a flash, he moved swiftly towards Luo Ziyan. Father, he is the wild man Ziyan has been waiting for, and he has injured me. Quickly, kill him. Luo Mingxian struggled to emerge from the rubble, bloodied and seething with rage. My dear son, Luo Songhai has heart ached for him. Fear not, Father will avenge you. He then fixed his gaze upon Lu Chen. Without needing Luo Mingxuan's reminder, he had already discerned Lu Chen's identity from their previous exchange. Impudent brat. If you were to perish, it would be one matter, but to dare cause a ruckus in the Luo family is to court death. Capture him alive. I shall have this pair of adulterers meet their end. Understood. A multitude of warriors from the Luo family summoned their spiritual energy and rushed toward Lu Chen in an instant. Do not harm him. Luo Ziyan exerted all her strength to charge forward. Get out of the way. An elder struck out with a palm, intending to send Luo Ziyan flying. Lu Chen's gaze darkened suddenly. Who gives you the audacity to act against her in my presence? With a swift motion, a blade of energy surged forth, piercing the elder before he could even touch Luo Ziyan. Boom. In an instant, the air erupted, and blood sprayed forth. The members of the Luo family gasped in shock. This elder, possessing an 8th-level cultivation, had been annihilated in a single blow. What level of power does this individual possess? Luo Xian was equally astonished. The man who had once been gravely wounded and on the brink of death had transformed into such a formidable figure. Little did she know, her beloved, whom she had waited for 4 years, had become the paramount emperor of humanity. If not for the need to replenish the god burial coffin, with a mere thought, he could have reduced the entire Songyue town to ashes. You wait for me for 4 years, I shall protect you for the rest of your life. Whoever harms you shall pay 100-fold. Lu Qin's voice rang out with the resounding authority of a supreme emperor, unleashing an overwhelming aura that made all present tremble in fear. The might of an emperor is not to be defied. Supreme Destruction Fist. He raised his fist and struck down with tremendous force, akin to a meteor crashing down, obliterating everything in its path. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of attacking warriors were swept away in a single blow, exploding into clouds of blood mist. My goodness! The Luo family members, including Luo Songhai, gasped in disbelief, their hearts racing. These individuals were all masters of the Luo family, yet they had been obliterated by a single punch. So weak. With my current cultivation, utilizing this forbidden fist technique, I can only unleash this level of power, Lu Qin remarked, disappointment etched on his face. Is this what you call a mere display of power? The Luo family members nearly fainted upon hearing his words. To them, such a display was already beyond comprehension. If what Lu Qin claimed was merely a fraction of his true strength, how formidable must he truly be? What arrogance! You, a young lad who has hidden for years, dare to speak of power? I will fight you, Luo Songhai declared fearlessly. Your Qi refining realm means nothing. I possess the Spirit Sea realm, which is more than sufficient to kill you. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Lu Qin's fist struck him. Luo Songhai spat blood and was sent flying. What worth does the Spirit Sea realm hold? Lu Qin retorted coldly. Although he was currently at the Divine Ability realm, he was still above the Spirit Sea realm. He had intended to kill this scoundrel outright, but that would be too lenient. He had vowed that for every harm Luo Xian suffered, he would ensure the perpetrator paid back 100-fold. Patriarch. The members of the Luo family rushed forward in alarm. Quick, activate the protective family formation, Luo Tsanga shouted, fearing that if they were even a moment too late, the entire Luo family would be doomed. Swish. In an instant, countless beams of light erupted, interweaving to form a protective barrier that secured the Luo family. Only then did Luo Songhai breathe a sigh of relief. You foolish boy. Do you think that a little strength grants you the right to defy heaven? The depth of knowledge possessed by the Luo family is beyond your imagination. This protective array for our clan was meticulously arranged from an ancient formation diagram that I acquired at great expense. You shall not set foot within even a single step. However, as soon as his words fell, Lu Qin had already clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward with unyielding force. Crack, crack. Numerous fissures appeared within the formation. To think that such a low-tier array could obstruct me is nothing but a foolish dream. After Lu Qin spoke, he took another step forward. Boom. The protective array shattered completely. In that fleeting moment of its disappearance, all members of the Luo family were cast away by the overwhelming force, erupting in a chorus of wails. Luo Mingxian's gaze turned fierce as he rushed towards Luo Xian, seizing her throat. If you do not wish for this wretched person to perish, then kneel before me and forfeit your cultivation. Wretched person, is that what you dare to call her? Lu Qin's body surged forward, conjuring a tempestuous wind. Do you wish for her demise? Luo Mingxian shouted in terror. Try to move. I dare you. Luo Mingxian was about to act when his expression suddenly changed. Why can't my body move? No, do not come any closer. He screamed in horror. Boom. In that instant, Lu Qin had already closed the distance, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Blood splattered forth as teeth flew from his mouth. Bang. The final explosive sound crashed against the ground. Before he could react, Lu Qin's foot came crashing down. Boom. The impact landed squarely on his chest, shattering his bones. You dare to call her a wretched person? I'll make you scream it. Lu Qin seized him, raining down blows that caused blood to pour from all 7 orifices. I'm sorry. I'm a wretched person. I beg you, spare me. He pleaded, his words laced with blood. You wish to defile your own sister, do you? I shall ensure you regret it. Lu Qin aimed a kick at his groin. No. Luo Mingxian held in madness. Without hesitation, Lu Qin's foot descended. Chaos ensued. Blood gushed forth. Luo Mingxian cried out in agony. You enjoy excitement, do you? Let me provide you with an experience. Lu Qin set up a small array, trapping Luo Mingxian with several fierce steeds, then used his methods to incite the horse's instincts. causing them to unleash their fervor upon Luo Mingxian. No, please. His screams echoed throughout the Luo family residence. Luo Zian turned away, unable to bear witness. The remaining members of the Luo family felt a chill in their hearts, instinctively shrinking back in fear. How ruthless. Zian, do not be afraid. I shall protect you, Lu Chen assured as he took her hand, but his expression suddenly shifted. Your meridians are damaged, and your spiritual bones are broken. What has happened? What is going on? Lu Chen pressed anxiously. The Luo family has sacrificed the integrity of their daughter's spiritual bones and meridians to elevate Luo Mingxian. Before he could finish, Lu Chen had already grasped the situation. You beasts are utterly deranged. Favoring sons over daughters, to elevate your son, you have cruelly mutilated your own daughter. He yearned to capture these individuals and throw them into the abyss of the god of death, where they would be ruthlessly tormented by the divine and demonic forces. Sensing the overwhelming and tempestuous killing intent radiating from Lu Chen, Luo Songhai and the others trembled in fear, prostrating themselves and fervently begging for forgiveness. We apologize. It is entirely our fault for acting impulsively. We should not have treated Zi Yin in such a manner. We implore you to forgive us. It was a jest. For how could they, who could not even withstand the protective formation of their clan, hope to resist him, if they did not plead for mercy soon? They would likely suffer a fate worse than Luo Mingxian. Impulsive? Zi Yin, in the initial encounter, had endured relentless torment at the hands of the Luo family. What audacity do you possess to ask for my forgiveness? Lu Chen thundered in anger. At that moment, Chu Jian suddenly regained her senses. Lu Chen, please save our daughter. She has been sent to the Heavenly Wolf sect by the Luo family, and their leader wishes to use her for nefarious cultivation. What? Lu Chen exclaimed in shock. He had believed that Chu Jian was still under the control of the Luo family, only to discover that she had been dispatched to the Heavenly Wolf sect. How swift their actions. Luo family, you scoundrels. If anything happens to my daughter, I will ensure that you have no place to rest in death, Lu Chen bellowed, ultimately stripping the Luo family of all their powers. Kneel and beg for forgiveness. You shall not rise until I permit it, he commanded directly. For to simply kill them would be too lenient on these beasts. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Songhai and the others dared not defy him, immediately kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Zi Yin, wait for me here. I will certainly bring Chu Jian back safely, Lu Chen hastily instructed before departing. At the Heavenly Wolf sect, in the vast square, a cauldron blazed with fervent flames. Suspended above the cauldron was a little girl, none other than Lu Chu Jian. Her arms drooping, the result of being crushed by the elder Luo Jioyin, blood continuously dripping down. Her small face was reddened by the searing flames. In the forefront of the square sat a man in a black robe, exuding an overwhelming presence. He was the leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Time is up. Place this girl into the cauldron for refinement. Once my 9 blood magic succeeds, I may even have the chance to break through to the divine realm. At that time, none in the entire Crimson Flame City will be my equal. Ha ha. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect laughed maniacally. Creak, creak, the iron chains loosened, and Chu Jian's body began to descend. The raging flames rendered her consciousness hazy. Father, I have come to find you. No need for you to seek me, my dear. I have come to find you. A formidable figure descended with great force, unleashing an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire Heavenly Wolf sect. What immense pressure. Who is this person? Everyone looked on in astonishment, shocked by the sight of that figure. They felt as if a divine emperor had descended upon the world. An insurmountable presence. Father? Chu Jian murmured, straining to open her eyes. Within her blurred vision was the towering figure, reminiscent of what she had seen during her summoning. Majestic as a mountain. Mother, I see Father. He has come to rescue me from the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 4. Who am I? The Emperor of the Abyss. Lu Chen. No, Chu Jian, this is not a mere cycle. Everything is genuine. With your father present, no one can harm you. Lu Chen cried out in anguish, his heart aching. The might of the Emperor surged forth. Boom. The cauldron shattered instantly, and he hurriedly cradled the unconscious Chu Jian in his arms. A sweeping scan of his divine consciousness revealed countless wounds covering her small body. Her delicate hands were even shattered, with blood coagulated into scabs. It is unimaginable how much torment her tiny form has endured. The agony. You scoundrels. Lu Chen held to the heavens, his hands trembling as he held Chu Jian. She is but a child, subjected to such cruelty. The heart he had cultivated over countless millennia was on the verge of shattering, overwhelmed by endless murderous intent. Like sharp swords piercing the very firmament, lightning crackled and fierce winds howled, enveloping the entire Heavenly Wolf sect in an apocalyptic scene. The sect leader remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. How dare you destroy the cauldron? It is the key to my 9 blood demon art. Who are you? Release this little wretch at once. Little wretch? She is the daughter of this emperor. How dare you refer to her thus? The entirety of your heavenly wolf sect is worth less than a single hair on her head. As Lu Chen's words fell, an immense aura surged forth. Puff, puff, puff. The members of the heavenly wolf sect faced an overwhelming force akin to the crushing weight of the heavens. Utterly unable to resist, their bodies were torn apart. Their souls extinguished. So, it turns out this girl is her father. The sect leader finally comprehended. Did the Luo family not claim this wretched child had no father? Truly outrageous. But it matters not. Daring to disrupt my cultivation, I shall send you both to the netherworld. The sect leader launched himself forward in an instant, summoning all his cultivation. Heavenly Wolf Fist. A punch was thrown, and an apparition of a heavenly wolf materialized, howling in midair. Great Desolation Annihilation Fist. Lu Chen embraced his daughter and countered with a punch. Boom. The collision of fists shook the mountains. The sect leader was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. His veins bursting, a look of horror etched on his face. We share the same realm of divine ability, yet how can he be so powerful? How dare you compare yourself to me? Lu Chen's pride soared to the heavens. The foremost emperor of humanity, even with his cultivation devoured by the divine burial coffin, could still look down upon the world with disdain. That scoundrel Luo family, why did they not inform me sooner? The sect leader, who had previously felt indifferent, turned and began cursing. Heavenly Wolf Transformation. He shouted, invoking the sect's premier technique, a bloodline forbidden art. Instantly, his body transformed into a massive black wolf, towering several tens of feet, exuding a malevolent aura that shook the heavens. The black wolf howled, baring rows of chilling teeth. Behold as I consume you. The sect leader's voice echoed as the wolf surged forward, rampant and ferocious. This fellow is doomed. Our sect leader has unleashed the bloodline forbidden art, manifesting the primordial form of the heavenly wolf. Prepare to meet your end. The warriors of the heavenly wolf sect spoke with a venomous tone. However, just as the words left their lips, an eerie scene unfolded before their eyes. The black celestial wolf abruptly halted, its ferocity vanishing in an instant, as its terrified eyes fixed upon Lu Chen. What was transpiring? The disciples of the celestial wolf sect stood in stunned silence. Why could I not exert control over the wolf? A sense of defiance emanated from within, and a primal fear erupted from the depths of its bloodline. Why this fear? The sect leader could not comprehend. Obey my command, devour him. Yet the wolf remained unresponsive, and at that moment, it suddenly prostrated itself upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. What, precisely, are you so afraid of? I shall tell you what it fears. I have refined a purple-blooded sacred wolf. Lu Chen spoke coldly. Almost instantaneously, a tumultuous void swirled behind him, as if the gates to an ancient primordial realm had been flung open, revealing a wolf of immense stature, stretching hundreds of feet, bathed in a violet radiance, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. The wolf's gaze surveyed the vast expanse of the heavens and earth, as if it could collapse the infinite void itself. The black wolf quaked with increasing terror, its head pressed to the ground, in comparison to the purple-blooded sacred wolf. It was not but an insignificant insect. What manner of beast is this? The disciples of the celestial wolf sect widened their eyes, utterly petrified. The purple-blooded sacred wolf. The sect leader's voice trembled, his understanding on the verge of collapse. This was the true sovereign of the wolf clan, a legendary primordial beast, the very progenitor of the black wolf. To behold it even once is an unparalleled honor. The fact that this individual had refined a purple-blooded sacred wolf was unfathomable. How could this be achieved? Impossible. With your cultivation, how could you possibly slay a purple-blooded sacred wolf? You lack even the qualification to be its servant. The sect leader was filled with disbelief. Just a mere purple-blooded sacred wolf, how insignificant. Lu Chen smiled coldly. Over the years, I have guarded the abyss, having slain beasts and celestial birds numbering in the millions. As the sect leader blurted out his disbelief, he witnessed the void behind Lu Chen's seed with energy. As various demonic beasts materialized in succession, there were colossal birds that scorched the heavens and boiled the seas. Celestial birds soaring through the skies, tearing apart the very fabric of the stars. Ferocious beasts that towered over mountains and rivers, swallowing the sun and moon. Kuanpung. Divine dragons. Qilin. The disciples of the celestial wolf sect gazed in awe at the beasts that emerged, uttering names of astonishing renown. These were creatures they had only heard of in myth, now manifesting before their very eyes. Some were so formidable that they could not even name them. Yet the overwhelming aura they exuded revealed their superiority over the purple-blooded sacred wolf. In this stark comparison, the purple-blooded sacred wolf truly seemed insignificant. Although these beasts were all slain by Lu Qin in the past, and now merely summoned through the activation of bloodline powers, the terrifying presence they commanded remained palpable. The disciples of the celestial wolf sect had already turned pale, their legs trembling. My dear heavens! The sect leader was on the brink of madness. One purple-blooded sacred wolf was already astonishing enough, and now so many legendary beasts appeared. Moreover, he claimed to have slaughtered millions? The sect leader was utterly bewildered. No, it must be an illusion, a fabrication. How could anyone possibly slay so many divine beasts? Stop dawdling. Attack him now, he shouted immediately. The cultivators of the heavenly wolf sect, at this moment, snapped back to reality. Indeed, who possesses such formidable prowess? The opponent is merely at the divine power stage. It is utterly impossible. It must be some sort of illusion. Aha, we were frightened to death. Instantly, they felt at ease. Brandishing their sharp swords as they charged toward Lu Qin. A band of fools. Lu Qin disdainfully spat, his garments billowing. He initially intended to utilize the aura of these demonic beasts to crush them outright, but suddenly changed his mind. The Great Desolation Devouring Sword Technique. He promptly unleashed a technique, and a fierce sword aura erupted from his body, transforming into a terrifying vortex. Once, he had faced death countless times. Stepping into the abyss of the god of burial, his bones nearly shattered, all due to the Great Desolation Devouring Sword Technique, which allowed thousands of sword energies to enter his body, forging 9 sword bones anew. Now, 8 of the sword bones had been completed, with only the final one remaining. It was meant to merge with the god of burial coffin, to utilize the last 10,000 years to achieve the 9th sword bone. Fully mastering the god of burial coffin and breaking through to the imperial realm. At that moment, he could obliterate all alien races. However, this early emergence had disrupted all his original plans. Since this is the case, let your worthless lives contribute to the forging of my 9th sword bone. Whoosh! In an instant, the vortex devoured the sharp swords from all directions, directly melting them into sword path energy, which integrated into his flesh. Then, with a mere thought, the god of burial coffin materialized. Do not accuse me of lacking loyalty. These corporeal forms are yours to devour. Hurry, feast upon them and restore my cultivation. Boom. The ancient, weathered god of burial coffin, upon its emergence, exuded a terrifying aura capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, shaking even the firmament and giving rise to various phenomena, such as the horror of the god of burial coffin if fully unleashed. The entire celestial phoenix empire would be unable to withstand its might, and the forces of order would swiftly collapse into nothingness. Once the god of burial coffin opened, all the cultivators of the heavenly wolf sect were drawn into it, flesh and blood splattering, bones shattering, and then everything vanished, refined to nothingness. Witnessing this scene, the leader of the heavenly wolf sect was so terrified that he reverted to his original form. You just mentioned the abyss. How could you possibly know what this place is? The Lord of the Abyss, Lu Qin. A cold voice rang out as Lu Qin raised the god of burial coffin. I, the Emperor, shall personally see you off, the Lord of the Abyss. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the heavenly wolf sect was paralyzed with fear. What a joke. This is the foremost emperor of the human race, guarding the abyss. I captured his daughter? By heavens. The leader of the heavenly wolf sect nearly lost control of himself. The Luo family, I curse you. Chapter 5. Ascending to the 9 heavens, descending to the 9 hells. Within the myriad realms, none can take your life. To deliver the daughter of the great emperor of the abyss to me for refinement? He wished nothing more than to wash the Luo family in blood. Yet, alas, there was no opportunity left. Boom. The coffin of the god of burial has descended, resembling a colossal beast from ancient times, devouring the heavens and the earth. The leader of the celestial wolf sect vanished without a trace, leaving behind but a single curse that echoed through the cosmos. Thus, every member of the celestial wolf sect was exterminated without exception. Without hesitation, Lu Qin promptly assessed the condition of Chu Jian, which had worsened significantly. She was on the brink of death. Chu Jian, hold on. With your father here. From the highest heavens to the deepest abyss, no one can take your life. Lu Qin roared, disregarding his current cultivation level as he forcefully employed forbidden techniques. A torrent of pure spiritual energy surged from all directions. Even the essence of the sun and moon from the 9 heavens cascaded down, converging into a magnificent beam of light that instantaneously penetrated Chu Jian's frail body. Were it not for Lu Qin's desperate suppression, allowing such power to run rampant would have been utterly unbearable for her diminutive frame. Yet, The consequence of Lu Qin's reckless use of forbidden arts and his audacious channeling of this immense power far exceeded what his current cultivation could sustain. With a splatter, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The human emperor, the lord of the abyss, an unparalleled existence that instilled fear across all alien races, was now spitting blood. If such a sight were to reach the eyes of those monstrous entities and supreme beings, they would undoubtedly be astounded. And all of this was merely for a little girl, because she was Lu Qin's own flesh and blood. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his life if necessary. The blood splattered onto the ground, shattering the stone slabs instantaneously. This was the blood of an emperor, imbued with supreme power, had Lu Qin's cultivation not been diminished. It could have been used to concoct unparalleled elixirs capable of reviving the dead. Nevertheless, despite Lu Qin's reckless disregard for the consequences and his attempt to channel boundless energy into Chu Jian, she remained unresponsive. Her injuries were too severe. Her internal organs and meridians were nearly obliterated, particularly her small hands, which had been brutally crushed by the elder of the Luo family. It was a miracle she had survived at all. Luo Jiuyin. Lu Qin etched this name into his memory with great intensity. It was unfortunate he had not encountered him here. He would seek him out to settle the score later. Why is it so cold? At that moment, Luo Jiuyin shuddered suddenly, much like when he had seized Luo Zian and her mother, an inexplicable chill causing his very soul to tremble. How terribly strange. Just then, upon reaching the Luo family estate, he was met with a scene of utter shock. The grand Luo family mansion lay in ruins, and everyone, including the sect leader, knelt upon the ground, bloodied and filled with terror. "Young master, what has happened to you?" He rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he was not mistaken. Luo Mingxian was being relentlessly harassed by a few wild horses, his backside emanating a chilling aura. "What on earth has transpired in our Luo family? You have finally returned." Luo Songhai saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly recounted the events that had unfolded. "That wild brat's father? Lu Qin? How audacious of him to provoke our Luo family." The elder thundered with fury. "Did you not encounter any danger upon your return?" Luo Songhai immediately inquired. "Esteemed master, all is proceeding smoothly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. That wild spawn has already been refined," Luo Jiuyin reported swiftly. Luo Songhai immediately exhaled in relief. "Truly, the heavens are aiding me. When that fellow arrives, the wolf cult leader's demonic prowess will be fully realized. And it will be akin to delivering himself to death. Ha ha." He was momentarily lost in triumphant laughter. "Luo Zian, you wretched creature. Still hoping for that fellow to come to your rescue. What a delusion. Now they are all dead. I wonder who could possibly save you. Lu Qin is formidable. He will not perish." Luo Zian refused to accept this, yet her face was etched with concern. The wolf cult has a fearsome reputation, dominating the region for hundreds of miles. Lu Qin, alone and isolated, formidable? Is he more powerful than the wolf cult? Once the cult leader's demonic arts reach fruition, he may very well transcend to the realm of carefree existence, riding the winds and wielding his sword, effortlessly eliminating Lu Qin. A day has already elapsed, and he has not returned. Do you truly believe he can survive? Luo Songhai declared emphatically. Luo Zian's complexion turned pale. "No, I must go find him. Come back to me." Luo Jiuyin seized her. "Go perish. May your family reunite in hell. Do not kill her." Luo Songhai immediately intervened, signaling the Grand Elder. "It is not yet time to utilize her fully. How can we kill her?" Luo Jiuyin finally grasped the situation, swiftly retracting his murderous intent. "Zian, my beloved daughter, in your current state, it is not only impossible to rescue Lu Qin, but even reaching him could prove a challenge. Instead, why not acquiesce to one of my requests? I will promptly send a message, urging the wolf cult to spare him." "What request?" Luo Zian was in a frenzy, completely oblivious to the trap. "Marry the heir of Qian City." Luo Songhai's gaze flickered with sinister light. Luo Zian's frail body trembled. They had long harbored this intention, and it was for this reason she had escaped the Luo family in the first place. The heir of Qian City is of profound lineage. Countless women would willingly accompany him. For him to take an interest in you is a privilege. What hesitation remains? It is far better than being with that fellow named Lu Qin. Had you obeyed earlier, we would not have reached this point. As your father, I act solely for your benefit." Luo Songhai feigned benevolence. "For my benefit?" Luo Zian found it utterly laughable. "For my benefit, you can siphon my spiritual veins. Strip her of her spiritual bones, transferring it all to Luo Mingxian? For my benefit, you can, in a bid to curry favor with the wolf cult. Send your granddaughter for refinement? For my benefit, you can coerce me into marrying the heir of Qian City? a good-for-nothing scion who has surely ruined countless women. Everything is merely for the benefit of the Luo family. Utterly hypocritical. She shouted, each word piercing the heart. Silence. Luo Songhai's countenance darkened ominously. Time is of the essence. If you do not wish for that lad to perish, decide swiftly. Lu Chun's image surfaced in her mind, and Luo Xian, heartbroken, ultimately nodded through gritted teeth. You must immediately notify the wolf cult. He is not to be harmed. She quietly closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Luchin, I apologize. I have already lost my first encounter and cannot afford to lose you again. At this moment, no one knew the turmoil that raged within her. Luo Songhai immediately broke into a grin and commanded, bring the young lady to order and notify the city lord's mansion to come for the wedding tomorrow. Although the Luo family had suffered considerable losses, currying favor with the city lord's mansion rendered such losses trivial. A mere hint of resources from the city lord's mansion could elevate the Luo family to lofty heights. Moreover, there was still the involvement of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Offering up a wild child to forge a bond of cultivation with the other party also paved the way for the Luo family. Haha. The thought of a glorious future compelled him to laugh heartily, despite the pain it caused him. That little rascal would have to pay the price. Let the Heavenly Wolf sect deal with him. As for the promise to save Luo Xian? Just a ruse. Luo Songhai had no inkling of the terrifying consequences his scheming would bring to the Luo family. Chapter 6. The Ancient Path's Fortune Teller awakens the celestial phoenix divine eye. Illuminating the vast sky at the headquarters of the Heavenly Wolf sect. After a day and night, Luchin persevered. An endless radiance enveloped his first encounter, bones reformed, hands reborn, and every meridian and organ in his body revived at that moment, as if he were newly born. This was the power of an emperor. Even without his cultivation, the techniques and spells he mastered were of an extraordinary caliber. At this moment, his entire being radiated light, akin to having forged an unparalleled sacred body. Yet, just then, Lu Chun suddenly sensed something and immediately recited an incantation. With a flash, 2 seals flew forth and landed upon the first encounter's eyes. In an instant, it was as though a seal had been unbound. With a whoosh, 2 beams of divine light shot forth, connecting the sun and moon, and a radiant arc spanned the void. The entire sky transformed into a crimson expanse, reminiscent of a divine phoenix undergoing rebirth, flames illuminating the vast realms. The celestial phoenix divine eye, Lu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. It was one of the rarest anomalous forms in the heavens, belonging to the Ancient Path's Fortune Teller. The so-called Ancient Path's Fortune refers to the ethereal essence left behind by various supreme beings who traversed the ultimate path in ancient times and subsequently transcended, imbuing the world with their essence. The first encounter was innately blessed by this Ancient Path's Fortune, capable of piercing through time and space, perceiving countless mysteries, and exhibiting extraordinary prowess. No wonder the first encounter could see the shadow of my back. It was due to the celestial phoenix divine eye. At the city lord's mansion of Qian City, a silver-haired elder gazed at the heavens, filled with elation. Young master, the red light shines upon the heavens. This is an omen of good fortune. Su Kuan beamed with pride, a smile gracing his lips. It seems marrying Luo Xian was the right choice. I have heard of her extraordinary constitution. Together, we shall surely produce a prodigious heir to carry on the Su family's legacy. Moreover, Luo Xian was the most beautiful woman in Songyue town. The thought of her graceful figure made Su Kuan's mouth water. Even after having given birth, her beauty remained astonishing, imbued with an alluring charm that only intensified his desire. Now that he was finally able to secure her, he could hardly contain his excitement and hastily ordered, "Prepare the palanquin for the wedding." At the same moment, in the Celestial Phoenix Empire, the various sects and the old masters in secluded meditation have finally opened their eyes. The Divine Phoenix has returned after 10 millennia. The long-awaited offspring of the Divine Phoenix has emerged once again. A monumental event capable of overturning the entire martial world of the Celestial Phoenix. Quickly, let us embark on a journey to seek out the Divine Phoenix's child. In an instant, all the major powers mobilized. In the imperial city of the Celestial Phoenix Empire, a resplendent palace adorned with golden walls and glazed tiles stood proudly. A strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a dragon and phoenix robe and crowned with gold, exclaimed with glee, "What fortuitous timing for the emergence of a divine phoenix child. This is truly a divine blessing. Master Wu Tian, I command you to capture this person at once." "As you wish." An elderly man nodded, swiftly transforming into a streak of light and departing in haste. "Lu Chun, I regret allowing you to escape back then. which deprived me of your innate talent. Now, with the appearance of another divine phoenix child, I am destined to ascend to greatness. It is fated that I, Nangong Hongyan, shall become the divine phoenix empress, revered by all. Meanwhile, the wolf temple remained indifferent to the commotion. With Lu Chen present, who would dare to seize the moment? Unless they wished for their demise. In a flash, he acted swiftly, and the myriad of rainbow lights dissipated, restoring the initial gaze of the young girl, who was unable to fully control the overwhelming power of the celestial phoenix's eyes. For now, he could only suppress it for her. As all phenomena faded, the girl, known as Chu Jian, awakened with her clear, large eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Upon seeing Lu Chen, her face lit up with joy. Daddy. Lu Chen's heart ached. It was unimaginable the efforts he had exerted to reverse life and death for this cherished call. Daddy, why are you crying? Don't be afraid. Chu Jian has come to accompany you in the cycle of reincarnation. Understanding her father's sorrow, Chu Jian gently wiped away his tears. The burdens of countless epochs were suddenly filled with warmth, a sensation he had never experienced before. Chu Jian, dear, these are tears of joy. This is not reincarnation. You are not dead, and neither am I. Everything is real. Really? Chu Jian exclaimed with delight, throwing herself into Lu Chen's embrace, fearful of separation once more. Daddy. It was so hard for me and Mother while you were away. We suffered greatly, and Mother is still being bullied by the Luo family. At the mention of the Luo family, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of killing intent. Would Chu Jian have endured such suffering if it weren't for them? Had he delayed even a moment longer, she would have been completely devoured. Fear not, Chu Jian, for your father has returned. From this day forth, I shall be your shield, and no one will dare to bully you again. Come, I will take you to find your mother. With that, Lu Chen lifted Chu Jian into the sky. Thunderous roars echoed as he departed, leaving the wolf temple in ruins. With his prowess, it took little time for him to return to the Luo family. In just a day and night, the Luo family had astonishingly reconstructed their splendor, adorned with festive lights and an atmosphere of jubilation. As for the members of the Luo family, they were no longer prostrated on the ground but were bustling about. And a quick glance revealed that Luo Xian was nowhere to be found. As the foremost family of Songyue town, visitors came in a steady stream to offer their congratulations, with various monsters pausing, unable to fit at the entrance. Luo Songhai, clad in a crimson robe, stood at the doorway to greet guests from all directions. Welcome, no need for formalities. Where is Xian? A voice, chilling to the bone, echoed. Luo Songhai abruptly looked up, a figure of unmatched presence materializing before his eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura. His Luo Songhai gasped sharply, nearly collapsing in shock. My heavens! Lu Chen! He could scarcely believe his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be dead? As his gaze shifted slightly, he noticed Lu Chen cradling a little girl in his arms, none other than Lu Chu Jian. Even this wretched girl was alive. It was beyond comprehension. How dare you insult my daughter? Lu Chen unleashed a powerful palm strike, akin to a boulder crashing down. Luo Songhai was sent flying. Half of his face caved in, a gruesome sight. Who is this person? How could he so violently send Luo Songhai hurtling away? The guests were left speechless. Soon, the entire Luo family trembled in response. It is Lu Chen. He has returned alive. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the eyes of the Luo family members widened in disbelief. Even more astonishing was that he had brought Lu Chu Jian back, seemingly unscathed, without a scratch. How was this possible? Boom. Luo Jiuyin soared into the sky. Why did the Heavenly Wolf sect release you? Did you offer them some sort of benefit? He questioned directly, unable to fathom how they could have escaped alive from the Heavenly Wolf sect. Release us? Lu Chen found this notion utterly laughable. A mere Heavenly Wolf sect. Did they really think I would stoop to appease them for my freedom? Even those immortal celestial emperors would not dare utter such words. I have eradicated them entirely. The declaration of the Heavenly Wolf sect's annihilation sent shockwaves through everyone present. That sect was the most formidable force within an 800-mile radius, notorious for its ruthless methods, instilling fear throughout the region. The leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect had even reached the mid-level of the Divine Tao realm. To ascend to such a level, from the foundational stages of Qi cultivation to the Spirit Sea realm, was already the pinnacle for most individuals. Luo Songhai, as the patriarch of the foremost family in Songyue town, had only just reached this realm. Above this level of Divine Tao, only a select few sect masters were qualified to attain it. The Heavenly Wolf sect's leader was not only at the Divine Tao level but was also in the mid-tier. This fellow claims to have annihilated the entire Heavenly Wolf sect. What a jest. He dares to speak of immortal celestial emperors. Does he even know what they look like? He'll likely never catch even a glimpse of a celestial emperor in his lifetime. Luo Jiuyin mocked. Do I not know what a celestial emperor looks like? Ha, ha. Lu Chen laughed maniacally. Those exalted celestial emperors you revere are but ants beneath my feet. I have trampled over countless powerful beings, their corpses piling like mountains, innumerable. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking everyone to their core and causing blood to spurt from their orifices. Luo Jiuyin nearly exploded with rage. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Chen's cold gaze, sharp as a sword, swept towards him. You are the Grand Elder of the Luo family, are you not? Chapter 7. Luo Family. You are truly playing with fire, extracting tendons and blood, within the abyss of the god of burial. The scenes revealed through the grand divination technique depicted this man humiliating the mother and daughter of Ziyun. It was also he who sent Chu Jin to the wolf cult. He is undoubtedly one of Lu Chen's most desired targets for annihilation. Indeed, I am the Grand Elder, Luo Jiuyin proclaimed with pride. If you wish to avoid my summons to the wolf cult to eliminate you, you had better kneel and confess. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen charged forward with ferocity, the aura of the heavens converging around him, as if he were invoking the very laws that govern the universe. The void could no longer withstand his movement, shattering inch by inch. The intent to kill had nearly materialized into a divine sword, piercing through all directions like a sieve. Under this cataclysmic pressure, Luo Jiuyin gasped for breath. Unable to channel his spiritual power, his blood vessels surging violently, forming grotesque bulges across his body. This was the result of being unable to bear the oppressive force, causing chaos to erupt within his very essence. In an instant, his meridians exploded completely. His body erupted like a string of firecrackers, the sound of detonations echoing amidst a shower of blood. Boom. As Lu Chen's final foot descended, an overwhelming force coalesced, akin to a celestial hammer striking down, sending Luo Jiuyin plummeting and creating a deep crater in the ground. Subsequently, Lu Chen descended like a deity, his foot crashing down upon Luo Jiuyin's chest. Crack, crack. The ribs shattered in unison. Let you experience the taste of torment, Lu Chen declared cruelly, his foot mercilessly grinding down. Bang, bang, bang. His hands, feet, even his spine, all shattered completely, blood mist swirling, a sight too horrific to behold. Up. Luo Jiuyin cried out desperately. Yet, the members of the Luo family trembled in fear, retreating incessantly. Their powers had long been rendered useless by Lu Chen. How could they dare to intervene? In utter despair, Luo Jiuyin constantly pleaded for mercy and forgiveness. But if begging for mercy were effective, who would compensate for the suffering endured by Ziyun and Chu Jian? Lu Chen, in a frenzied rage, ruthlessly ravaged his opponent. Only when Luo Jiuyin could utter no more words did he relent. Tell me, where is Ziyun? He had already scanned with his divine sense. The Luo family held not a trace of her presence. At the city lord's residence, Luo Jiuyin struggled to speak. Why at the city lord's residence? Lu Chen demanded fiercely. Because Luo Jiuyin dared not disobey, he hastily recounted everything. Boom. After listening, Lu Chen's eyes turned blood red. You threatened Ziyun to marry the young lord of Qian City with my life? You beasts are utterly despicable. Lu Chen's fury erupted. To exploit Chu Jian and then Ziyun. It was truly madness. Chu Jian, close your eyes. All right. Chu Jian obediently complied. In that fleeting moment when his eyes closed, Lu Chen unleashed a powerful kick. No. Luo Jiuyin exclaimed in horror. Bang. As the voice echoed, the physical form shattered into a crimson mist under the overwhelming force. The members of the Serlo family, along with the guests, were gripped with terror. Originally, there was no intention to eliminate you so swiftly, but since you have sought your demise, let you all descend into the abyss. In an instant, Lu Chen moved, locking onto Luo Mingxian. The man sat helplessly in his chair, rendered incapable of action. And upon witnessing Lu Chen's advance, he was so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions. Please, brother-in-law, he cried. How dare you call me brother-in-law? Lu Chen scoffed. When you humiliated Ziyun, did you not know she was your own sister? When you possessed her spiritual bones and meridians, were you unaware of their connection? Now, it is time for you to return everything. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the sword energy surged forth. Thud. It pierced through Luo Mingxuan's chest, ripping through flesh and bone. Let us see how you relish this sensation. Ah! Luo Mingxian screamed in agony. The spiritual bones and meridians belonging to Luo Ziyun were forcefully extracted from his body, causing unimaginable suffering. My dear brother-in-law, I beg you, spare me. I will do anything. Luo Mingxian pleaded desperately, but to no avail. The more he shrieked, the colder and more merciless Lu Chen became, reminded of the tragic fate that befell Xian. Thud thud. One by one, the spiritual bones and meridians were violently drawn from Luo Mingxian, leaving him in a bloodied and mangled state, ultimately rendering him unconscious. Such brutality. The onlookers were aghast, chills coursing through their veins. The members of the Luo family stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. This was nothing short of demonic, utterly terrifying. Finally, Lu Qin delivered a lethal strike, severing Luo Mingxuan's head and reducing his body to mere fragments. It's your turn now. The frigid proclamation sent shivers through the Luo family. Thud thud thud. They immediately began to prostrate themselves in fervent supplication. Lu Qin, it is all our fault. We beseech you, spare the Luo family. Lu Qin paid them no heed, instead unleashing a powerful incantation, the devouring sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blades of energy erupted, sweeping across the heavens, and then mercilessly descended upon the Luo family. Thud thud thud. A series of explosive sounds followed, as blood mist erupted throughout the Luo residence. Bodies were crushed, leaving only severed heads, all collected by Lu Qin. In the blink of an eye, only Luo Songhai remained, his complexion pale and trembling in fear. My dear son-in-law, I am Xian's father, no matter what. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Qin had no time for his ramblings. Under the onslaught of sword energy, Luo Songhai was torn asunder, blood filling the air. Only a solitary head was taken. What manner of scum are you to claim the title of father? One wonders from whence you came, you wretched soul. Chu Jian, let us go to the city lord's mansion and see who dares to marry your mother. With that, Lu Qin swiftly departed with Chu Jian. Boom. Much like the Tianlang sect, upon his departure, the entire Luo family was reduced to ruins, vanishing from Songyuid town forever. Until Lu Qin completely vanished, all the guests were only then roused from their stupor. Who was this formidable figure? Such prowess was astonishing. It seemed he was the true father of Lu Chujian. What? Has the Luo family lost their senses? They forsake such an extraordinary son-in-law and instead fawn over the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Lu Qin was racing furiously towards Qian City. For him, after enduring eons of time, the reunion was undeniable. How could he permit Xian to wed another? In other words, who would dare claim Lu Qin's woman? With a mighty sweep akin to a great rock unfurling its wings, Lu Qin swiftly arrived at Qian City. Meanwhile, every citizen in the city was engrossed in discussions of the city lord's impending nuptials. The young master Su Kuan, notorious for his lack of virtue and infamous for his libertine ways, had squandered countless innocent maidens night after night. Yet, this occasion was different. His bride was none other than the unparalleled beauty of Qian City, Luo Xian, renowned as the most gifted in Songyuid town. However, for years prior, she had borne a child with some scoundrel, her cultivation had plummeted, and she had subsequently been expelled from the Luo family. Nevertheless, her beauty remained peerless, eliciting the admiration of countless men, Su Kuan being among them, though he had yet to succeed in his pursuits. For reasons unknown, this time, Luo Xian had surprisingly acquiesced. Humph, Luo Xian had already been cast out from the Luo family. Her former talents had vanished, making her more amenable to marrying Su Kuan. After all, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she cannot resist the allure of wealth. How enviable! Such a woman must be a delight to indulge in. Yet, you insignificant insects, dare not insult Xian. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by an unparalleled force that swept through the air. In an instant, the tongues of those who spoke were pulverized beyond recognition. Chapter 8. Defying the coffin and commanding respect, I shall see who dares to marry my wife. Instantly, they looked up to behold a towering figure, cradling a young girl, standing majestically in the air. Whoever dares to speak ill of my woman shall face merciless retribution. With a chilling proclamation, Lu Qin vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. His woman? What does that mean? Is he planning to claim her? My heavens! In this world, anyone may marry for wealth, but Xian would never. If she wished to find a good family, why endure such suffering for 4 years? Every action she took was for him, Lu Qin. The Luo family exploited her, and even the city lord's mansion sought to manipulate Xian, foolishly hoping to produce a prodigy. These insects truly deserve their fate. Lu Qin's gaze turned crimson, suffused with an overwhelming aura of vengeance, as he charged towards the Su family of the city lord's mansion. At that moment in Qian City, on the 10-mile streets, hundreds of thousands of citizens felt an icy chill pierce their bones. They were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Just moments later, Lu Qin, brimming with murderous intent, approached the city lord's mansion with unwavering force. A magnificent estate, sprawling over several acres, was already teeming with guests from various powerful factions and families, all gathered in jubilant celebration. Within the confines of the bridal sedan, the weeping figure of Luo Zian, adorned in a resplendent red gown, was a sight to behold. A pang of empathy surged within Lu Chun's heart as he thought, Zian, do not fret. I am on my way. Just as Lu Chun was about to arrive, two silhouettes emerged in his line of sight. Lu Chun? What an unfortunate coincidence to encounter you again. The voice was sharp and disdainful, belonging to Nan Lingshuang. Beside her stood a woman clad in a pink dress, her expression one of utter contempt directed at Lu Chun. How is it that we keep running into you? Surely, you are not stalking us. Lu Chun could only chuckle at their audacity. What do you think you are? Am I the kind to stalk you? Ah, how bravely you speak. Caught red-handed and still unwilling to admit it. Just as Ling Shuang said, you possess no courage. Only worthy of lurking in the shadows and gazing up at those you admire. A man like you will never achieve greatness. The pink-dressed woman continued her tirade. Lu Chun deemed it a waste of breath to engage with them, and with a commanding shout, he exclaimed, Get lost. Such anger. Have I struck a nerve? Lu Chun, there is no need for such fury. We are en route to the God Burial Abyss and have recently learned that the Lord of the Abyss is absent. It appears we have arrived at the Tianwang Empire, hence our search brought us here. We were merely invited to the banquet at the city lord's residence. It's surprising you are so fixated, following us here, but we are truly incompatible. I am here to fetch my bride. This has nothing to do with you. Lu Chun asserted with authority. Aha, your bride? To preserve your pride, you have even fabricated a bride? Where is she? Let us see. The pink-dressed woman mocked. You shall not ridicule my father. My mother is the bride that the Luo family is to marry. A young girl, furious for the first time, interjected. Father? Lu Chun, your acting skills are impressive. What child have you ensnared to utter such nonsense, claiming a Luo family bride as your own? Utterly laughable. The pink-dressed woman doubled over in laughter. Seeking your own demise. Lu Chun's fury surged, readying himself for confrontation. At that moment, a booming voice reverberated through the air. The auspicious hour has arrived. Welcome the bride to the altar. Luo Zian took a deep breath, stepping forth from the sedan like the radiant full moon. Dimming all else in the realm, countless gazes fell upon her, each reflecting awe and admiration. Stunningly beautiful, clad in red, with a graceful figure. Adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing garments, her features were like a painting, captivating the hearts of all. Indeed, she was the unrivaled beauty of Qian City. Scores of men gazed with envy at Su Kuan, their eyes gleaming with desire. My beloved bride, tonight you shall be mine. Su Kuan appeared, surrounded by admirers. His small eyes fixed intently on Luo Zian, nearly drooling with anticipation. After years of longing, the woman he desired was finally within reach. Come, my lady. Allow me to escort you into the hall, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Remove your filthy hands from me. Just then, a thunderous roar swept through the heavens and earth. An unmatched aura surging forth like a mighty river, instantly engulfing the entire city lord's residence, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In the midst of a gathering of thousands, an overwhelming chill swept through the crowd, as if their very souls were being extinguished by a thunderous roar. Swiftly, eyes turned upwards, where a figure tore through the fabric of space, exuding an unmatched force. With each step, it felt as though the hammer of divine retribution descended, causing the void to tremble violently. A resounding boom echoed as an immense pressure surged forth, sending Su Kuan flying. Then, a magnificent figure descended. Zian, I have brought Chu Jin back safely, exclaimed Chu Jian with uncontainable excitement. Mother, father is truly formidable. Zian gazed at the two, her face alight with joy. It seemed that the Luo family had finally honored their promise, ensuring Lu Chen's safety and even releasing Chu Jian. Little did she comprehend the true events that had transpired. Who the hell are you to disrupt my wedding? Su Kuan bellowed in fury. He couldn't even grasp the hand he desired, only to witness this intruder tightly holding it. This was his fiancée, and with so many guests watching, it felt like a public humiliation. How infuriating. This is my woman. How dare you propose to her? Lu Chen replied coldly. Boom. His words stunned the assembly. His woman? Could it be that he is the man Luo Ziyun sought years ago? At this moment, both Nan Lingxian and the lady in the pink dress wore expressions of shock. Lu Chun was indeed married, to none other than the bride of the day. Had their previous affections been one-sided? Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Humph, he must be unable to pursue Ling Xian, resorting to deceiving a woman into bearing his child. How pathetic. He can't even protect his own wife. Let us see how he meets his end. The lady in the pink dress sneered maliciously. At that moment, Su Kuan, having grasped the entirety of the situation, revealed a cruel smile. You arrived just in time. I hereby declare that from this day forth, your woman is my wife. How dare you disrupt my grand wedding? I shall send you to your demise, and I will cherish your wife, fulfilling the void of these past years." With his words still hanging in the air, dozens of elite guards from the city lord's mansion surged forth, all possessing the cultivation of the spirit sea realm. Swiftly encircling Lu Chen, Ziyan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. "Lu Chen, Chujian, return safely. I hope no danger befalls you. Su, please," yet, before she could plead, Lu Chen gently placed a finger over her lips. "I have declared that from this moment on, I am your sky. There is no need for pleas, nor for enduring humiliation. Ziyun, did you hear that? This fool seeks death. I shall grant him that." Su Kuan declared viciously. "Kill him. No, don't kill him. I want him bound, to guard my bridal chamber tonight. Just thinking about it is thrilling." Understood. The guards charged towards Lu Chen, completely oblivious to the formidable presence they sought to eliminate. How laughable. Hiding away for years, and still daring to speak such words. The lady in the pink dress mocked. However, in the next moment, his expression drastically altered. With merely a thought, Lu Chen unleashed an eruption of sword energy. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of cultivators perished instantaneously. Hiss. At that moment, everyone gasped in astonishment. This was a gathering of formidable spirit sea realm experts, yet without even touching his body. They were annihilated by sword energy, their forms torn asunder. "Who on earth are you?" Su Xiao, the lord of the city, could no longer restrain himself and bellowed. "The harbinger of death." A chilling voice resonated. Before the crowd could comprehend, Lu Chen had summoned the coffin of the god of death. An overwhelming and profound aura instantly collapsing the void. "Is this not a celebration? Allow me to present you with a grand gift." As his words fell, the coffin opened, and hundreds of severed heads soared forth. Chapter 9. Today I return. Let me show you the meaning of invincibility. Heads, all heads. The scene erupted with exclamations of shock. A group of women shrieked in terror, frantically seeking refuge. "Luo Songhai." Su Xiao stared in disbelief at his severed head at his feet. All were members of the Luo family, exterminated completely. Luo Ziyan of the Luo family was equally astonished. Was it not the Luo family that urged the Heavenly Wolf sect to release them? How could the Heavenly Wolf sect possibly allow Lu Chen to slay them? What on earth is transpiring? The arrival of the coffin, accompanied by the presentation of 100 severed heads, stained the city lord's manor with blood, utterly trampling the dignity of the Su family, especially today, on the day of the grand wedding, with so many esteemed guests in attendance, prominent families, and sects from across the Crimson Flame City. All notable figures were present. Even important guests from distant lands had arrived, such as Princess Nan Ling Xuan of the Beisang Empire, of unparalleled noble status, who now bore witness to this humiliation. Such disgrace. "You insolent brat. My Su family has governed Crimson Flame City for centuries, and you dare to cause a ruckus here. If you wish to avoid immediate death, kneel and apologize." Su Xiao shouted furiously. "A mere city lord dares to demand my submission?" Lu Chen laughed maniacally. "This emperor stands as the guardian of humanity's front line, resisting alien forces for countless millennia, and the protectors are not but your kind of filth. Then perish." As his words resonated, he seized the coffin of the god of death. Buzz. In an instant, the coffin burst forth with unmatched might, stirring the hearts of all present. "Lu Chen, do not presume that just because I am here, you can act with impunity. Regardless of how the Su family deals with you, I shall not intervene." Nan Ling Xuan coldly warned. "Do I require your assistance? You overestimate yourself." Lu Chen retorted, a hint of sorrow evident in his tone. For millennia, he had endured countless battles, vanquishing the invasions of alien races time and again, subduing innumerable deities and demons in the abyss, all for the sake of restoring peace to the world, ensuring the safety of humanity. Pray tell, during his solitary fights, who was there to aid him? Commanding the coffin of the god of death, surveying the vast expanse of the universe, shedding the blood of his enemies. Who could possibly stand behind him? Now, to obliterate a mere city lord's manor, how could Nan Ling Frost shamelessly claim she would not assist him? For Lu Chen, there were but two words: absurd. With a grand gesture, Lu Chen unleashed a profound force from within, surging forth like an unbridled river. Whoosh! The god burial coffin surged forth in an instant. As the aura emanating from the coffin enveloped the scene, the assembled cultivators could not help but reveal expressions of astonishment. This coffin was extraordinary, akin to a supreme sacred weapon, refined by the laws of heaven and earth, possessing the power to annihilate all living things. In the realm of divine powers, Su Xiao, sensing Lu Chen's might, was taken aback. To reach such a level at such a tender age was indeed rare. Yet, he was not to be underestimated. As the Lord of the Crimson Flame City and the foremost expert therein, he wielded late-stage divine power. Merely a step away from the higher realm of freedom. In the entire Tianhuang Empire, he was considered a top-tier powerhouse, certainly capable of eliminating this youth. However, he remained blissfully unaware of the formidable being he faced. That was the Lord of the Abyss, the foremost emperor of the human race. Lu Chen's current prowess was a direct consequence of the god burial coffin's influence. Even so, slaying opponents of the same realm was akin to child's play. The Lord of the Celestial Wolf was a prime example. Despite possessing the Celestial Wolf bloodline, he was merely a novice in Lu Chen's presence. Crimson Flame Palm. Su Xiao struck forth, flames surging, enveloping an unparalleled palm imprint that sliced through the air with a howling sound, shaking the very hearts of onlookers. How formidable! It must be a mystic-level martial technique, they gasped in astonishment. Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow, the four realms of division. A mystic-level martial technique was indeed a rare treasure. This was the foundation of the City Lord's manner, truly enviable. Overestimating oneself, daring to provoke our Su family. Just wait and see how my father annihilates you. Watch how my father deals with your father. The young one shouted, fiercely protective of his father. You little brat, we shall settle this later. Su Kuan seethed in frustration. Boom. In nearly an instant, the crimson flame palm collided with the god burial coffin. At that moment, Su Xiao suddenly exclaimed, what sort of coffin is this? His hand was crushed in an instant, reduced to a mangled mess, and he was violently hurled backwards, crashing against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. The City Lord's manor could scarcely withstand the impact, shattering into chaos, dust billowing. The City Lord was actually no match. The onlookers were rendered speechless, incredulous at the spectacle before them. That was a late-stage divine power expert, unleashing a mystic-level martial technique, yet before even engaging Lu Chen. He was sent flying by a mere coffin. A look of shock crossed Nan Lingfrost's face, only moments ago. She had warned Lu Chen not to expect her assistance in any circumstance. Now, however, the Lord of Crimson Flame City had been knocked away, losing an arm in the process. That cannot be a mere artifact, could it? She gazed intently at the god burial coffin, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Lingfrost. You were right. That broken coffin must be some sort of treasure. Lu Chen is relying on this coffin, emboldening him to act so recklessly. In reality, his own cultivation is rather lacking. The young woman in the pink dress scoffed. Nan Lingshuang nodded, as this was the only explanation that made sense. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Chen could not have vanished for 4 years and become so formidable. Otherwise, why would he have remained hidden? It was likely that he had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Unbeknownst to her, the dilapidated coffin they spoke of was an ominous entity that instilled fear across all foreign tribes, possessing an intimidating background. Father. Su Kuan's heart raced with trepidation. It was utterly unexpected that his father had sustained grave injuries from a single strike. The others soon recognized that this coffin was anything but ordinary. In fact, many gazes were alight with covetousness, though none dared to take action. If even Su Xiao was no match for it, who could hope to contend with that coffin? Whoosh! The coffin of the god of burial surged forward relentlessly. You rascal, bring this wretched coffin to a halt. Su Kuan commanded loudly, facing imminent death. How dare you give me orders? What audacity! Lu Chen's voice was cold as ice, and the coffin of the god of burial drew nearer. Su Kuan's face turned pale with fear as he quickly produced a talisman and activated it. Swish! He vanished in an instant. It was a talisman of void escape. Come back here. Lu Chen, wielding immense power, extended his hand towards the void. With a rip, he shattered the space and seized a figure, slamming him down violently. Uffed! Su Kuan immediately spat blood, his bones shattered. Even the void escape talisman could not save him. You were so arrogant, weren't you? Why do you attempt to flee now? Lu Chen gripped the coffin of the god of burial and strode towards Su Kuan. Boom! With each step, the earth quaked, as if the very city of Qian were on the brink of obliteration. Father, save me! Su Kuan's face turned ashen as he rolled backwards in desperation. Yet Lu Chen had already locked onto him, advancing like a deity of death. Such overwhelming pressure shattered his mental defenses, leaving only boundless fear. Do not harm my son. Su Xiao cried out desperately. Yet it was futile. Lu Chen's murderous intent showed no signs of abating. To dare marry my empress, death is your only path. The words of slaughter echoed like thunderclaps. Su Kuan's heart raced. He was nearly in tears. Father, you must find a way to save me, or I shall perish. Su Xiao was frantic, suddenly turning to the crowd. Fellow cultivators, Who can assist me in slaying him? I offer 10 million top-grade spirit stones as a reward, along with a volume of Earth-level secret techniques. Upon hearing this, the eyes of countless cultivators sparkled with excitement. 10 million spirit stones. Top grade. It was an immense fortune, surpassing that of many sects. Furthermore, a volume of Earth-level secret techniques was most enticing. Let us join forces to slay him and rescue the young lord. Someone shouted. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of cultivators surged forth, launching a frenzied attack on Lu Chun. In this narrative, renowned sect leaders and esteemed elders from prominent families, alongside formidable rogue cultivators, gather together, their collective strength overwhelming. With hundreds joining forces, an array of divine techniques and magical arts erupts, blades and swords gleaming with lethal brilliance. Luo Xian's heart races. Lu Chen, perhaps we should retreat. Her fear is not of death, but of the peril that might befall Lu Chen. After waiting day and night for this reunion, she cannot bear the thought of separating again. Not until we have vanquished them all can we leave. Lu Chen retorts coldly, instantly unleashing the Tai Wang devouring sword technique. A tempest of sword energy surging forth. The sight before them evokes memories of past struggles, a near brush with death. Yet, for years have passed, and countless eons have flowed by, leaving only the white-haired emperor in their wake. Today, he returns to demonstrate what it means to be invincible. Chapter 10. The Demise of the City Lord's Mansion. It is you, Nanling Shuang, who is short-sighted. With a resounding whoosh, countless sword energies erupt, spreading like a celestial phenomenon, akin to thousands of shooting stars across the sky. What on earth is this divine ability? Gasps of astonishment fill the air. These cultivators, having devoted their lives to training, have never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, an inexhaustible torrent of sword energy that seems capable of piercing the heavens and bearing the intent to annihilate. Before they can comprehend it, the storm of sword energy descends mercilessly, rendering all defenses futile. The sword energy advances relentlessly, obliterating all in its path. In an instant, cultivators are pierced through, their bodies exploding into nothingness. Within the blink of an eye, the elite from Qian City are completely eradicated. All swords, treasures, and even the essence of their very beings coalesce around Lu Chun, consumed by the whirlpool of sword energy, which elevates his might to unprecedented heights. The remaining onlookers are left in stunned silence, for they have witnessed the emergence of a true demon. Hundreds of top-tier cultivators have been devoured by his overwhelming sword energy, leaving nothing behind. What manner of man is the one Luo Xian has chosen? In truth, she herself is bewildered. Having witnessed Lu Chun's might that overshadowed the Luo family and rendered Luo Songhai powerless, she had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess. The pitiful figure she encountered 4 years prior seems like a distant memory. Bang, bang, bang. Su Kuan, in a frenzy, bows repeatedly, "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have married your wife. I beg you, spare my life." As the young lord, he had been arrogant and ruthless, but in this moment, fear grips him. The Lu Chen before him is not just a killer, he is a devourer of souls. "Do you dare to call me brother?" Lu Chen's voice booms like thunder. "Father, my dear Lu father, please, have mercy on a worthless son like me. Let me live." Su Shao spits out a mouthful of blood, humiliated as his son publicly acknowledges Lu Chen as his father. Where can he hide his face? But at this moment, survival is paramount. He would even kneel and call the man father if it meant saving Su Kuan's life. To marry your daughter is an even greater act of rebellion. Who else should I slay if not you? Lu Chen remains unmoved. At this moment, Nanling Shuang suddenly spoke up. Might you consider sparing Su Kuan and the entire Su family for my sake? After all, I was invited to the wedding banquet by the city lord's manor. If I merely stand by and watch, it would tarnish my reputation. Su Shao was immediately filled with gratitude. Thank you, Princess Ling Shuang, for your intervention. In his moment of panic, he had almost forgotten this esteemed figure, the princess of the neighboring Baisang Empire, whose status was unparalleled and whose reputation resounded across the seas. As long as she interceded, Lu Chen would not dare to disregard her. What influence do you possess? Lu Chen's tone dripped with sarcasm. This woman was overly confident. The engagement had been severed with a mere signature, rendering her plea irrelevant. How could she audaciously suggest that her standing mattered? Even the foremost expert of the dreaming spirit domain would not be entitled to utter such words. Nanling Shuang's expression froze. Perhaps she was so accustomed to being revered that she had never anticipated Lu Chen's refusal in such blatant disregard. Lu Chen. This fair-skinned lady seeks to champion a cause, yet Lu Chen had already taken action. No. Su Kuan shrieked in despair. He had thought that with Nan Lingshuang's plea, there might be a glimmer of hope, but before he could even catch his breath, Lu Qin had already acted. A single palm descended from the sky, as if the weight of a mountain bore down upon him, crashing down in Su Kuan's terrified gaze. In an instant, he was reduced to a mist of blood, his life essence utterly devoured by Lu Qin. Although this meager essence offered little to Lu Qin's cultivation, it was still better than nothing. My dear Kuan. Su Zhao's heart shattered. Just moments ago, he had felt fortunate that Nan Lingshuang had come to their aid, and now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Qin had slain Su Kuan. The princess of Beiseng was of no help whatsoever. This was undoubtedly a slap in Nan Lingshuang's face, and her demeanor grew ever colder, with a hint of murderous intent glimmering in her depths. Now it is your turn. Lu Qin fixed his gaze upon Su Zhao and the others. My lord, you have killed my son. Could you not spare the Su family? Su Zhao had completely lost hope and could only plead for mercy. Had you shown this attitude from the beginning, the death of one Su Kuan would have sufficed, but you chose to kill me. So let the entire city lord's manor be destroyed. Lu Qin replied coldly, summoning the god burial coffin, which began to engulf the surroundings in a frenzied manner. Lu Qin, I have another daughter, training in the immortal sacred land. If you pursue total annihilation, you will meet your demise as well. Su Zhao threatened desperately. This was his last straw. Then let the immortal sacred land come. For every one that arrives, I shall extinguish one. Lu Qin replied indifferently, with a swift motion. The god burial coffin devoured Su Zhao, who, before meeting his end, hastily ignited a talisman. All of this was within Lu Qin's perceptive grasp, yet he remained unconcerned, eagerly awaiting the arrival of stronger foes, for after their consumption, his own cultivation would surely increase. In the blink of an eye, the god burial coffin had consumed all of Su's family, followed by a cacophony of cracking sounds. The outcome was unmistakable. The guests trembled in fear. The master could devour a person, and the coffin was equally capable of such a fate. It was a terrifying duo indeed. The divine coffin required energy to sustain itself, and his actions were motivated by a desire to reclaim his own power swiftly. Although his prowess was sufficient to confront the immediate adversaries, it was not a sustainable solution. Ziyan, all is well now, Lu Qin spoke softly. Only in the presence of his wife and daughter did the murderous intent dissipate, revealing the gentle side of a great emperor. There are formidable forces backing the city lord's mansion. Do you not fear annihilating them? Luo Ziyan expressed her concerns. Fear not, for I am here. Lu Qin reassured her. Lu Qin, you are far too arrogant, came the voice of Nan Lingshuang. The Su family stood resolute in the Crimson Flame City because Su Zhao's daughter had been accepted as a disciple by the Yaoqi sacred land years ago. This was a transcendent power with a legacy spanning over 10 millennia, boasting an immensely strong foundation beyond your imagination. 10 millennia of heritage, and you dare proclaim it strong? Lu Qin scoffed coldly. True great powers possess legacies spanning hundreds of thousands, even millions, of years. Divine beasts and celestial birds are merely their mounts. The sun, moon, and stars are but refined into lamps, all safeguarded by the Tao, enduring through the ages. Even such forces cannot be deemed immortal sacred lands, let alone the Yaoqi sacred land you speak of. The true arrogance lies with you, Nan Lingshuang. A princess of a mere nation is but a frog in a well, with a myopic perspective. Each word from Lu Qin struck like a slap, shattering Nan Lingshuang's inherent pride. Chapter 11. The Guardian of the Abyss and the Great Cause of Humanity are all nonsense. Nan Lingshuang stood frozen, taken aback by the harsh rebuke, which shattered her self-image. A force with a legacy spanning millions of years was simply terrifying, beyond her wildest imagination. It dismantled all her preconceived notions. Nonsense. The girl in the pink dress retorted sharply, as if she had witnessed such things herself. It was merely fanciful speculation. And for the sake of gaining a glance of admiration from Lingshuang, a grown man resorted to such trivial schemes. How utterly shameful. Not only have I seen such forces, but I have also eradicated countless of them. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to explain himself to an insignificant insect. All he wished was to take Ziyan and depart this place. However, his disdain for explanation only fueled the pink-dressed girl's arrogance. See, I was right. You wish to leave unscathed? Not a chance. Apologize to Lingshuang at once. Are you certain you dare to impede me? Lu Qin's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He had always dismissed engaging with the likes of her, yet she had audaciously overstepped her bounds. This was a fool's errand. At that moment, Luo Ziyan suddenly weakened and collapsed to the ground. Ziyan. Lu Qin swiftly caught her, his spiritual awareness probing urgently, and his heart sank. Having already been drained of her spiritual meridians, her body was rendered exceedingly frail, further exacerbated by the cruel treatment from the Luo family. In an effort to ensure her marriage to the city lord's mansion, they had forcibly channeled spiritual energy into her, which ultimately left her body unable to assimilate it. After enduring relentless turmoil, I found myself utterly exhausted, my complexion as pale as death, teetering on the brink of collapse. I must find a place immediately to tend to Xian's wounds. Get away from me, Lu Chen shouted vehemently, unleashing a powerful force that sent the woman in the pink dress staggering backward. Without hesitation, Lu Chen took Xian and swiftly departed from the scene. Stop right there. The woman in pink, recovering from her shock, cried out in fury. Yet, Lu Chen had already vanished from sight. Shui, let it go. Nan Ling Shuang interjected. Ling Shuang, how can we simply let this go? This scoundrel has humiliated you. He must apologize. Shui retorted, visibly displeased. Oblivious to the fact that she had narrowly escaped death moments ago, had Xian not fainted, Lu Chen would have already sent her on her way. Someone will deal with him, Nan Ling Shuang replied coldly, not out of reluctance to intervene, but rather due to the uncertainty of defeating Lu Chen. Boom. Just as she finished speaking, the Grand City Lord's mansion crumbled in an instant, clouds of dust billowing forth. Nan Ling Shuang's pupils narrowed in realization. Not intervening was indeed the wisest choice. The news spread like wildfire that very day, sending shockwaves throughout Qian City. The Su family was hosting a joyous banquet, inviting countless guests, and the entire city was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Yet, someone arrived bearing a coffin, heralding the demise of the Su family. Who could be behind such an act? Lu Chen. Soon, his name echoed through the streets and alleys, known as the true husband of Luo Xian, who had given birth to his child 4 years prior. Now, having returned with vengeance, he dared to threaten his woman, culminating in the obliteration of the city lord's mansion. Not only that, he also laid waste to the Luo family, severing over 100 heads as a grim offering. Furthermore, he ruthlessly refined the hundreds of top-tier cultivators present, leaving no one alive. How terrifying! As various accounts emerged, the citizens of Qian City, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were left in utter shock. The name Lu Chen stirred a sense of familiarity within them. Just a few years prior, in the Tianwang Empire, a young general named Lu Chen had swept across the four corners of the world, gaining fame far and wide. However, rumors later surfaced of his collusion with enemy forces, betraying Tianwang and meeting his demise on the battlefield. Could it be that this was the same individual? While news of the chaos spread throughout Qian City, thousands of miles away, in a breathtaking range of mountains suffused with spiritual energy and vibrant clouds, atop one of the peaks stood a towering stone inscribed with the characters Yao Qi, exuding an air of age and wisdom. This was the sacred ground of Yao Qi, one of the most formidable powers in the dreaming spirit domain, boasting a legacy spanning millennia, revered as a paradise for countless cultivators and the pinnacle of martial arts. To be accepted into Yao Qi for training was a privilege reserved for the most exceptional individuals, the true dragons and phoenixes among men. At that moment, a sudden exclamation echoed from the back mountains of Yao Qi. The family is in trouble. Summon me back? Who dares offend the Su family? Without a moment to ponder, a swift motion propelled a treasure tower into the air, unleashing a fierce energy that reverberated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent two-winged phoenix took flight from the sacred Yaodai, upon which stood a young woman of ethereal beauty, her skin as flawless as jade, exuding an unmatched cold elegance. Whoever dares to offend the Su family shall face certain death. Her voice was icy, radiating an unparalleled pride. At that moment, Lu Chen was oblivious to the raging tempest outside, his thoughts solely preoccupied with the well-being of Ziyan. Soon after, he arrived at the humble abode where the mother and daughter resided, a dilapidated grass hut. It was painfully shabby, with drafts seeping through every crevice and devoid of even a semblance of furniture, save for the relatively tidy interior. It was hard to fathom that they lived in such squalor. Compared to the Luo family mansion, this place resembled a doghouse. A wave of guilt surged within Lu Chen as he hastily set Ziyin down and summoned his extraordinary abilities to heal her wounds. Much like their first encounter, he forcefully employed forbidden techniques, disregarding the toll it might take on himself. His singular goal was to restore Ziyin to health, regardless of the consequences. 3 days later, Lu Chen finally ceased his efforts, and Ziyin slowly opened her eyes. Mother has awakened, Shu Jian exclaimed with joy. Mother, Ziyin gently stroked Shu Jian's head. Just then, Lu Chen unexpectedly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The continuous use of those forbidden arts over the past few days had exacted a toll on him. Lu Chen, Ziyin exclaimed, her face filled with concern, rushing to support him. I am fine. You have just recovered, so do not move about recklessly. Lu Chen quickly reassured her. I merely exhausted myself. A moment's rest will suffice. Only then did Ziyin breathe a sigh of relief, her expression shifting to one of guilt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would not have. Do not blame yourself. For the past few years, you and Chu Jian have endured so much suffering. It is I who should bear the blame for my tardy return. As long as you are not angry with me, that is all that matters. Lu Chen spoke with remorse. I am not angry. As long as you return, I care for nothing else, Ziyin replied, her tone tinged with a hint of gratitude. She had found herself in a dire predicament and had long ceased to hope for a change in her fate. Yet, Lu Chen's sudden return brought her unparalleled joy. Ziyin, thank you, Lu Chen said, his heart swelling with emotion. It was precisely because of her that he felt an even deeper sense of inadequacy. Over countless eons, he had stood vigil over the abyss, accustomed to solitude, only to realize now that there was such a woman waiting for him, steadfast and selfless. While guilt coursed through him, a warmth blossomed in his heart. I do not require your thanks. I only wish that you never leave again, Ziyin replied with a smile. I will not leave. I shall remain by your side forever, Lu Chen declared, embracing the mother and daughter. Once, his life's ambition had been to protect the entirety of humanity, yet now, his wife and child had nearly perished in the mortal realm. What mattered most to him now were Luo Ziyin and Lu Chujian. For their sake, all notions of guarding the abyss and the greater good of humanity were rendered meaningless. By the way, Lu Chen, did not the Tianlang sect release you? How then did you bring ruin upon the Luo family? What on earth transpired? Suddenly, Luo Ziyin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 12. No need for continuation. I shall assist you in reforging your bloodline and regenerating your spiritual bones. Did the Luo family truly allow the Sky Wolf sect to release their captives? Lu Chen laughed in fury, exclaiming that they were too optimistic in their assumptions about the Luo family. He then recounted the entire saga to Luo Ziyin, detailing how he saved Chu Jian, annihilated the Sky Wolf sect, and trampled upon the Luo family. So it was like this. Luo Ziyin finally comprehended everything. On one hand, she marveled at Lu Chen's prowess in vanquishing the Sky Wolf sect, while on the other, she harbored a deep-seated loathing for the Luo family, unable to fathom their shamelessness. They had clearly promised her that as long as she married Su Kuan, they would ensure the Sky Wolf sect released her, yet they had failed to uphold their word. Were it not for Lu Chen's formidable skills, her fate would have been dire. Moreover, she had been utterly deceived into marrying Su Kuan. Contemplating this, her animosity towards the Luo family intensified. I shall eradicate the Luo family, Lu Chen declared, fearing that Luo Ziyin might find this difficult to accept. Luo Ziyin shook her head, asserting, I have long severed ties with the Luo family. All their misfortunes are self-inflicted, a consequence of their own actions. Lu Chen exhaled, relieved that Ziyin was a person of reason. In hindsight, it would have been too lenient to eliminate the Luo family so swiftly. While I have reclaimed your spiritual bones and meridians, transferring them back to you will not equate to their original state, Lu Chen clarified. Those spiritual bones and meridians should simply vanish from Ziyin's life, akin to painful memories. It matters not, as long as you are by my side. I am content even if I cannot cultivate in this lifetime, Luo Ziyin reassured him. No, Lu Chen interjected, shaking his head. What I mean is, there is no need for the original bones. I can regenerate your spiritual bones and reconstruct your meridians, allowing you to be reborn. And you shall be even stronger than before. Is that truly possible? Luo Ziyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope, although she was willing to accept a life devoid of cultivation. She had once been a cultivator herself, and the prospect of cultivating again filled her with joy. Indeed, Lu Chen affirmed with a nod, however, given my current cultivation level, I will require a specific elixir to facilitate this. I recall that the Heavenly Phoenix Empire has a branch that may assist me in acquiring the necessary materials. Lu Chen, who was it that betrayed you back then? Why were you subjected to such a vicious poison? And what transpired during those 4 years? Why have you only now come to find us? Luo Ziyin was beset with questions. Lu Chen had nothing to conceal and explained his identity. He was originally a general of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, but due to his remarkable accomplishments, he was plotted against by treacherous individuals, resulting in his affliction with a deadly poison. So you are that legendary general, Luo Ziyin exclaimed, astonished, having heard of his renown. Subsequently, rumors had circulated from the imperial court, claiming that he had betrayed the Heavenly Phoenix and conspired with the Empire, which turned out to be utterly false. She could not help but feel indignant for Lu Chen, who, in his youth, had fought bravely for his homeland, only to be ensnared in such treachery and burdened with the stigma of treason. As for the subsequent 4 years, Lu Chen found it difficult to articulate. So much had transpired during that time. Nevertheless, he offered a brief introduction of his experiences. Just then, Luo Zian, having taken a sip of hot water, nearly sputtered it out. Eons of time, the foremost emperor of humanity? Well, Lu Chen, there are some matters you might find inconvenient to share with me. And that is perfectly fine. Lu Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Luo Zian had clearly misconstrued his silence, believing he was fabricating stories to avoid divulging the experiences of the past 4 years. Zian, I am not deceiving you. I truly am the foremost emperor of the human race. Lu Chen, he attempted to clarify. Luo Zian furrowed her brows. Lu Chen, I have always placed my trust in you, valuing the essence of who you are. Even if you possessed no cultivation, I would not regard you with disdain. However, regarding the events of the past 4 years, if you prefer not to elaborate, I have already stated it is not an issue. Countless eons? Even if a day in the mortal realm equates to a year in the celestial realm, that seems utterly absurd. It was not that she was unwilling to believe, but rather that the notion felt too far-fetched to accept. Lu Chen could discern that Zian was growing increasingly agitated, likely deeming him somewhat irrational. It was understandable. He was merely at the realm of divine abilities, yet claimed to be the foremost emperor of humanity. Who would take him seriously? For an ordinary person, it would be a stretch not to consider him insane. Hence, Lu Chen opted for silence. He refrained from mentioning the god burial abyss or the need to fend off foreign invaders, knowing that such revelations would only deepen her disbelief. Perhaps he would share those truths when the time was more opportune. Just then, Luo Zian's complexion paled once more. Lu Chen promptly checked her condition. She remained quite weak. It was imperative to procure the necessary materials to concoct medicinal pills without delay, to be on the safe side. Lu Chen set up defensive formations around the thatched cottage before his departure. Not even a powerful supreme realm expert could breach them. Chujian, stay at home with your mother while I am away. Do not venture outside, understand? Lu Chen instructed. Chujian obediently nodded. I will protect mother well. Good. Chujian is truly obedient. When I return, I shall buy you candied hawthorn, Lu Chen said with a faint smile, bidding farewell to Luo Zian before swiftly departing. Relying solely on his divine ability realm cultivation, his speed was limited. Thus, he employed a technique akin to a great rock soaring through the skies, rapidly traversing the expanse of heaven and earth. Half a day later, he had crossed thousands of miles and appeared above the void sky. There lay a floating island, enveloped in spiritual energy, bathed in radiant light, with various auspicious beasts soaring through the air, creating a picturesque scene. The island boasted intersecting streets and ancient buildings rising majestically, resembling a quaint town. This place was called the Suspended Island, a hub for trading various resources. Here, one could buy and sell treasures, medicinal pills, talismans, and more. In a mere moment, Lu Chen descended upon the Suspended Island. Before him stood the most magnificent edifice, a 7-story pavilion situated at the very heart of the island. This was the purpose of his visit, the Wanbao Pavilion. The Suspended Island's leader was a branch of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance established in the Tianwang Empire. The Star Sea Merchant Alliance was the most formidable commercial organization within the myriad celestial realms, reputed for having everything one could desire, even complete imperial corpses. Rich in profound heritage, shrouded in mystery, and possessing unfathomable strength, even foreign races must show a modicum of respect. The Star Sea Trade Alliance has established countless branches within the 108 domains, with the Wanbao Pavilion here being merely one among thousands. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, Lu Chen could not travel to the headquarters, as this was the nearest location. Stop! As Lu Chen approached the entrance, a well-dressed servant obstructed his path. After sizing him up with disdain, the servant asked, "Do you possess a membership card?" "No," Lu Chen replied curtly, for it was inconceivable that he would have a membership card for such a trivial establishment. "I could tell," the servant sneered derisively. Having spent so long in the Tianyuan, Lu Chen's once elegant robes were now tattered and stained with blood from his recent violent encounters. Coupled with his snow-white hair, he might have exuded an air of ethereal grace, yet his youthful appearance led the servant to dismiss him as an otherworldly sage. The Wanbao Pavilion operated on a membership basis, requiring an exclusive card for entry. Without a membership card, be gone. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed, and hierarchies were starkly evident. Even a mere doorman, backed by the authority of the Wanbao Pavilion, look down upon the common folk. Today, you've chosen the wrong person to challenge. Chapter 13. After 100,000 years, the Black Gold Order was activated, igniting fervor within the Star Sea Trade Alliance. How dare a mere gatekeeper act so arrogantly? Initially, Lu Qin had intended to engage in civil discourse, but such considerations had dissipated. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode forward. Boom! A surge of overwhelming aura erupted, sending the servant hurtling through the air. Uft! Uft! He spat blood and was left on the brink of death. Someone is causing a ruckus at the Wanbao Pavilion. A shout reverberated through the 7-story treasure tower. Swish! 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 In an instant, dozens of figures, all possessing cultivation levels above the spirit sea, rushed forward with formidable strength, far surpassing that of the city lord's manor. They encircled Lu Qin, preventing him from stepping foot into the Wanbao Pavilion. Have you any idea where you are? Do you dare to stir trouble here? Will it be your demise, or shall we take action? An elder spoke, his voice heavy with authority, embodying the pinnacle of divine abilities. Even the Star Sea Trade Alliance would not dare to speak so boldly in my presence. How can a mere branch display such arrogance? As Lu Qin's words fell, a tempest arose, his garments billowing, white hair dancing in the wind, transforming him into a blade of unparalleled sharpness. Amidst the swirling winds, the numerous cultivators within the Wanbao Pavilion struggled to maintain their footing, their internal energies rendered ineffective. Could this be the power of the loss? How is that possible? He too is at the divine level. How could he possibly wield the power of the loss? Panic ensued among the cultivators. Even the mightiest of sovereigns cannot command the laws of heaven and earth. How could a mere divine realm cultivator achieve such a feat? Begone! Lu Qin bellowed, his aura reverberating fiercely. Bang! 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 Dozens of cultivators were sent flying. Even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of the divine realm cannot withstand this pressure. It feels as though they are being crushed beneath the heavens themselves. Every organ, every meridian within me faces a violent shock. Blood erupts in torrents. My heavens! To challenge a multitude of powerful figures from the Wanbao Pavilion single-handedly. Who is this formidable entity? The onlookers are left utterly speechless. The Wanbao Pavilion, the sovereign of the floating island, stands as the foremost commercial establishment in the Tianwang Empire. Dealing in various cultivation resources, feared even by the royal family. They have an immensely powerful backing. Does this audacious individual not fear for his life by causing a ruckus here? A mere swarm of ants. Lu Qin coldly spat, instantly stepping into the Wanbao Pavilion. The entire establishment trembled, nearly on the verge of collapse. Let your pavilion master come forth to face me. A thunderous roar reverberated, echoing throughout every corner. At this moment, on the 7th floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, in a lavish chamber, a middle-aged man was intimately embracing a beautiful fox demoness. The sudden tremor startled him so much that he nearly lost control. How dare they disturb my enjoyment? Have they grown weary of life? Swiftly donning his attire, he hurriedly summoned his men to the grand hall. I am Zhu Jinhong, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. You seek me? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Qin interrupted, asserting, your presence is all that matters. I wish to procure some materials from your Wanbao Pavilion. Zhu Jinhong, infuriated yet amused, retorted, do you presume our Wanbao Pavilion is some sort of place where one can simply come to plunder? With a wave of his hand, Lu Qin dismissed the need for further dialogue, conjuring a black token and tossing it to Zhu Jinhong. You should recognize this token, yes? With it, I can command all branches of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. I merely require some materials. It should not pose a challenge, should it? Zhu Jinhong scrutinized the token, initially believing it to be of great significance, only to realize it was merely a piece of dark metal. You foolish boy. Do you think that by presenting a scrap of worthless metal, you can deceive me? You wish to take something for nothing, treating me as a fool. I could just as easily claim to be the Lord of the Abyss. Would you believe that? Haha. This declaration incited a chorus of laughter from everyone present. How ludicrous it was to assert that a mere piece of scrap metal was a token of authority. At this moment, Lu Qin felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that the founder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance had deceived him? That seemed implausible. Even if that old man possessed 1,000 lifetimes worth of courage, he would not dare to do so. For over 1,000,000 years, he had guarded the abyss, during which countless individuals with ill intentions had been apprehended and subjected to unspeakable torment. The founder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance was among them. Long ago, he had attempted to claim dominion over the abyss, only to be subdued and imprisoned for millennia before being released by Lu Qin. As a token of gratitude for being granted his life, that old man had gifted him this black card. asserting that it held the power to summon all branches of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance at his command. Lu Chen had initially dismissed it, carelessly stowing it away in his storage ring. Had it not been for the need to heal Xian, he would not have even remembered it. Is it true that the leader of the Wanbao Pavilion is so young that he does not recognize this token? Humph. To dare to stir trouble at Wanbao Pavilion, injuring so many of us, and to think a mere broken token could threaten me. Such folly. Zhu Jinhong exclaimed furiously, channeling his spiritual power to crush the black token. Yet, instead of shattering, the token erupted in a dazzling radiance. The originally dark surface now revealed intricate patterns of light, transforming into a radiant display of stars. Zhu Jinhong was taken aback. In that moment, he felt an unparalleled surge of formidable power, as if the token in his grasp had unlocked the very laws of the universe. Countless stars burst forth from the token, breaking through the Wanbao Pavilion and soaring towards the celestial heavens. Simultaneously, far beyond the endless star domains, a voice of astonishment resonated from within a grand, ancient structure. Someone has activated the black gold token. Quickly, investigate which branch it originated from. The entire headquarters of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance was thrown into chaos. The black gold token, since the inception of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, had only been issued once, a gift from the founding ancestor, who had been suppressed in the abyss of the god of death, to the Lord of the Abyss. It had been 100,000 years, and this black gold token had never been activated. Their ancestor was nearing the end of his days, yet on this day, the black gold token had finally been set in motion. It was utterly astonishing. In that moment, deep within the most secluded area of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, an extraordinarily ancient figure was moved to tears. 100,000 years had passed, and the Lord of the Abyss had actually utilized the black gold token. What an unparalleled honor. He could hardly wait for confirmation before setting off in search of Lu Chen. As the founder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, a peerless powerhouse who even dared to auction the corpse of an emperor, he felt immense pride at the prospect of personally serving Lu Chen. Such as Lu Chen's influence, the power of the rune had been traced back to the distant Tianhuang Empire. The Star Sea Merchant Alliance mobilized nearly all of its elder figures to swiftly ascertain the source. They notified all branches to establish contact with the Tianhuang Empire branch, promising to fulfill any requirements they might have. A command from the Star Sea Merchant Alliance reverberated across various realms in an instant. Meanwhile, within the Wanbao Pavilion, Zhu Jinhong was left in shock by the transformation of the black gold token. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an ancient voice erupted from the token. This is the headquarters of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. The black gold token is the only honorary token ever issued by our alliance. For the first time in 100,000 years, it has been used. All resources shall be devoted to its service. Any negligence shall be met with merciless retribution. A voice, both solemn and ancient, thundered through the Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 14. Provide every possible assistance. Those who dare oppose shall face execution without mercy. The message from headquarters left Zhu Jinhong utterly dumbfounded. For many years, he has served as the master of Wanbao Pavilion. Yet he had never even been granted access to the headquarters, the pinnacle of the pinnacle, the true locus of the Dream Realm headquarters. It was utterly unexpected that he would receive a command from the headquarters now, a sensation akin to a commoner encountering an emperor. What drove him to the brink of madness was the revelation accompanying this order. The seemingly insignificant and murky black token, which he had held in contempt, was in fact the only VIP token ever issued since the establishment of the Star Sea Commerce Alliance. Not a single soul had activated it for a staggering 100,000 years. 100,000 years, a span of time so immense that it felt otherworldly. He had not even been born during that epoch and was oblivious to its existence. Bang, bang, bang. Almost immediately after the voice from headquarters resonated, a series of talismans erupted within Wanbao Pavilion. The Dream Realm headquarters issued an edict. The black gold token had resurfaced, and all must exert their utmost efforts to assist. Those who dared defy this order would face the dissolution of the Tianhuang division and the execution of the master. Zhu Jinhong's heart sank abruptly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of voices surged forth from the Lufeng Realm headquarters, from the Qihua Realm headquarters, from the Faxian Realm headquarters, all relaying commands from various major realms. One after another, like a cacophony of firecrackers, they reverberated throughout Wanbao Pavilion. Not to mention the incessant communications from lower-tier imperial divisions, all pledging their unwavering support. The significance of the black gold token was monumental. The entire Star Sea Commerce Alliance, with its thousands of divisions, was in an uproar. If mishandled, they would all be doomed. When the clamor finally subsided, Zhu Jinhong felt as if he had been rendered numb, staring blankly at the token in his hand, its brilliance gradually dimming, yet his heart remained tumultuous. This was no longer mere tarnished metal, it was akin to a divine decree. Holding this token felt as heavy as a mountain of immeasurable weight. With a sudden thud, he knelt before Lu Chen, trembling uncontrollably. To wield the first-ever VIP token issued by the Star Sea Commerce Alliance was a testament to an identity so astonishing that it was beyond his wildest imagination. I beg your pardon. It is entirely my fault for underestimating you, esteemed senior. Please spare my life. His voice trembled, his face a mask of terror, lacking even the courage to meet Lu Chen's gaze. What a jest! Even the headquarters had been stirred. Anyone of such importance to the Star Sea Commerce Alliance could easily extinguish his life. Even if the other party chose not to kill him, the Alliance would never let him off the hook. Outside, all the guests were wide-eyed, completely unaware of the tumult within Wanbao Pavilion. In establishments such as this, where resources were traded, there existed special formations to isolate their energies. Otherwise, any random cultivator could unleash their mental prowess to probe all the treasures. For any shop, this would be catastrophic. If one could discern the techniques, what would be the point of purchasing? It would be akin to free admission. In the eyes of the guests, the current situation was nothing short of astonishing. The previously furious master of the Wanbao Pavilion now knelt on the ground, his face a mask of terror. It was as if the young man before him had transformed into a terrifying entity in an instant. What could possibly be happening? After all, he was the master of the Wanbao Pavilion, wielding authority over the most formidable commercial establishment in the Tianhuang Empire, a position of unparalleled significance. In terms of cultivation, he was also among the foremost powerhouses of the Tianhuang Empire. Yet here he was, kneeling with such alacrity. It appeared that the Star Sea Merchant Alliance had inscribed a special rune on the token, which could only be activated with spiritual energy. In my moment of haste, I had overlooked such a rudimentary means of utilization, Lu Chen reflected. However, as long as the token proved effective, that was all that mattered. Without further ado, since you acknowledge the validity of this token, let us return to the original matter. I require certain materials from you. Certainly, esteemed elder. Please let us know what you need. Zhu Jinhong responded with remarkable eagerness. With a swift motion, Lu Chen presented a pill formula. Upon glancing at it, Zhu Jinhong gasped in astonishment. The list contained over 1,000 types of materials, all exceedingly rare. Is it unattainable? Lu Chen inquired, his tone gravely serious. Zhu Jinhong felt a cold sweat break out, stammering, "Well, esteemed elder, the materials you require are quite numerous and all exceedingly rare. With the current stock of the Wanbao Pavilion, we can only gather about 1/5 of what you seek." Only 1/5? Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Time was of the essence for Xian, and he needed to procure the materials immediately to concoct the elixir. It was understandable, as he aimed to refine the supreme divine pill, and in such a lowly domain, it was challenging to assemble all the necessary ingredients at once. A wave of regret washed over him. During the abyss of the god of burial, he had slain countless formidable beings, amassing resources beyond measure, yet to him, they were utterly worthless. Now he found himself anxious over a mere handful of materials. Zhu Jinhong, terrified that Lu Chen might unleash his wrath upon him, felt paralyzed by the disappointment evident in the elder's tone. He quickly interjected, "Another branch has already indicated they can assist. I will contact them immediately to have the other materials dispatched. But how long will it take?" Zhu Jinhong stuttered. 5 days. Within 5 days, we will certainly gather all the materials. Zhu Jinhong affirmed hastily. That is too long. I shall only grant you 3 days. If you fail to collect the materials I require by then, you need not concern yourself with living. Lu Chen spoke with a chilling finality. If he were to procure the materials from a single location, he could simply go there himself. However, gathering from various branches would require him to traverse multiple places, wasting precious time. Every day that passed added to Xian's peril. Nothing was more paramount than her safety. Zhu Jinhong gasped in shock. Very well, 3 days. I will attend to this immediately. He hurried off, never having felt such urgency before. Lu Chen retrieved the black gold token and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, activating the runes inscribed upon it. The obsidian token once again radiated brilliance. To the old rascal of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, I extend my gratitude for your assistance today. I shall remember this favor and will not require any extravagant gestures in return. Such rune tokens can only accept commands from the opposing side and are utterly incapable of transmitting messages to them. Lu Chen, however, employed an unparalleled forbidden technique. Following the celestial principles, to convey this message to the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. At that moment, the founder of the alliance was rising from the Forbidden Zone, intending to visit the Heavenly Phoenix Empire. Upon hearing this message, he immediately halted in his tracks, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Lu Chen instructed him not to make a fuss, and he dared not act recklessly, promptly issuing orders that no one, from any division, was to disturb him. For the next 3 days, Lu Chen could only await in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, during this time, a formidable and fearsome beast descended upon Crimson Flame City. On the back of this beast stood an icy and alluring woman, gazing in disbelief at the ruins of the Lord's mansion beneath her, littered with bloodshed. The mansion was no more, and the entire Su family had been wiped out. Chapter 15. The saintly prodigy Su Qingwei. Lu Chen, come forth to meet your demise. How could this be? Su Qingwei stood frozen in shock. The entirety of the Su family, with hundreds of members, had been slaughtered without a single survivor. Her brother, her father, were all gone, forever separated by the veil of death. Su Qingwei howled to the heavens, an overwhelming aura of vengeance erupting from her, sweeping across the sky. Who could be responsible for this? I will ensure your demise. She roared fiercely, her voice echoing in all directions. It was Lu Chen who did this. A voice rang out. Nanling Shuang and Xue Shui suddenly appeared. Lu Chen? Su Qingwei inquired. Indeed, it is Lu Chen, the former companion of Luo Zian, who deliberately toyed with your brother's affections and orchestrated the massacre on your brother's wedding day, slaughtering your father, mother, and the entire Su family, subjecting them to a horrific death. Xue Shui exaggeratedly lamented, feigning a heartbroken expression. Poor Su Kuan, so talented and with boundless potential, what a pity. If only he hadn't been so deeply in love, he could have found any woman he desired. She added fuel to the fire, inciting further anguish within Su Qingwei. Su Qingwei's heart bled profusely. Lu Chen, I shall kill you. A chilling declaration reverberated throughout Crimson Flame City. In an instant, the beast flapped its enormous wings, summoning a tempest, swiftly carrying Su Qingwei away. Ling Shuang, Lu Chen is doomed now. The eldest lady of the Su family has returned. She is a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land, a top prodigy of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, and Lu Chen is certainly no match for her, Xue Shui proclaimed triumphantly. Had he not held such an attitude, recalling past affections, perhaps I would have aided him. This is all of his own making, Nanling Shuang coldly remarked. Do not concern yourself with him. Focus on pursuing the whereabouts of the great Emperor of the Abyss. If I can obtain even the slightest guidance, it would be an unparalleled fortune, surely aiding me in ascending to the heavens and becoming the strongest prodigy in the dreaming spirit domain. With this thought, excitement glimmered in her eyes. At this moment, Crimson Flame City was in an uproar. Did you hear that furious voice? Surely, Su Qingwei has returned. This spells doom for that wretch. Having slaughtered numerous members of the Su family and razed their estate to the ground, Su Qingwei, the sole survivor and the esteemed eldest daughter of the Su clan, will undoubtedly seek vengeance with great fervor, ensuring that Lu Chen and his family meet their end alongside her kin. As the entire city buzzed with speculation, the twin-winged spirit phoenix descended upon the outskirts. This is the place, Su Qingwei uttered coldly, summoning the beast to descend upon her foes. Its colossal form blotted out the sun, and the howling winds wreaked havoc, threatening to tear apart the dilapidated thatch of nearby huts. Lu Chen, come forth and face your demise. A furious shout reverberated through the air. Inside a room, Luo Zian's face turned pale in an instant. She realized the gravity of the situation. They were seeking Lu Chen. Stay right here. No matter what transpires, do not emerge. I shall investigate, she instructed, forcing herself outside despite her weakness. The ferocious winds nearly knocked her over, and she grasped the doorframe to steady herself. Looking up, she beheld a gigantic beast hovering in the sky, its entire body cloaked in resplendent purple fur, radiating an astonishing brilliance akin to a conflagration of fiery clouds, exuding an aura of unparalleled ferocity. Luo Zian gasped in awe. She had never witnessed such a formidable creature in her life. It far surpassed the mounts owned by the Luo family, or even those of the city lord's estate. Moreover, it was a flying beast, an exceedingly rare sight. The strength of a beast often signifies the status of its rider, and the presence of such a creature indicated that its master was of significant renown. Are you Luo Zian? A chilling voice broke through her thoughts. Only then did Luo Zian notice the icy beauty perched atop the beast. her gaze sharp and imbued with a palpable sense of lethal intent. "Yes," Luo Zian replied. "May I ask your name?" "Su Qingwei." Luo Zian's complexion shifted dramatically. The name Su Qingwei was legendary within Qian City. Renowned as a once-in-a-century prodigy, she had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, rapidly advancing in her cultivation before being taken in as a disciple by the Yaoqi sacred land, her tale becoming the stuff of myth. Luo Zian had grown up hearing tales of Su Qingwei, and in the years when Su first rose to prominence, many had drawn comparisons between them, believing Luo Zian to be the one destined to surpass Su Qingwei in the future. This led the Luo family to harbor ill intentions, transplanting her spiritual bones and veins into Luo Mingxian. When Lu Chen annihilated the Su family, Luo Zian had dreaded the return of Su Qingwei seeking retribution. And now, it had indeed come to pass. "You deceitful wretch, you deceived my brother's affections, leading to his murder at Lu Chen's hands. And you are responsible for the massacre of the rest of my family. I shall ensure that you pay dearly for this," Su Qingwei declared fiercely, her presence pulsating with overwhelming power. "I deceived your brother's affections?" Luo Zian protested, taken aback. That was not the case at all. She attempted to explain, but Su Qingwei interrupted her sharply. "Enough of your trifling excuses. Regardless of the reasons, Lu Chen has slain my family, and I demand blood for blood. Summon him forth to face his fate. This has nothing to do with Lu Chen. Let it all fall upon me," Luo Zian retorted defiantly. "Very well. Then I shall end your lives first. After all, you are all destined to perish." With these words, Su Qingwei summoned a gleaming sword that erupted with radiant light. "Do not harm my mother." Chu Jian dashed forward, bravely positioning herself in front of Luo Zian. "Such a little wretch still possesses filial piety, fear not. For I shall send your entire family to hell to reunite." Su Qingyue's tone was merciless as she furiously channeled her spiritual energy. With a swift motion, the sword descended, aiming violently at the mother and daughter pair. Luo Zian could only watch in horror as she instinctively shielded Chu Jian in her embrace. Boom! Yet, in the next instant, the formidable sword did not strike them. Instead, it was abruptly halted by an unseen force as it neared the thatched cottage. Suddenly, inscriptions began to materialize around the cottage, intertwining to form a protective barrier that secured the area. "Mother, it's the formation set by father," Chu Jian exclaimed with joy. Luo Zian was equally astonished. She was aware of Lu Chen's ability to set up formations, but she never anticipated that this particular one would be so powerful as to thwart Su Qingyue's attack. Clang! The sword collided with what felt like an impenetrable wall, producing a resounding explosion before being repelled. In that fleeting moment, Su Qingwei grasped the sword with one hand and staggered backward, her expression one of disbelief. "How could there be a formation that even my attack cannot breach?" she scoffed, her voice icy as she swiftly executed a sword technique. Ninth Heaven Thunderstrike. In an instant, a seal manifested upon the sword, and with a swift motion, a brilliant white beam shot skyward. In an instant, the heavens roared with thunder, and flashes of lightning erupted. Crack! Crack! Bolts of electricity surged forth, unleashing tremendous power. This terrifying scene caused Chu Jian to grip her mother's hand tightly. "Do not fear, Chu Jian. The formation set by father will surely protect us," Luo Zian comforted, though even she felt uncertain. The relentless sword energy and raging lightning wreaked havoc in the clouds, akin to countless ferocious beasts roaring in fury. How could a mere formation withstand such power? Her heart felt as though it were lodged in her throat at that moment. Chapter 16. Unbreakable. There is something amiss with this formation. The assailant is none other than Su Qingwei, a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land and a peerless prodigy of the Tianhuang Empire, possessing unfathomable strength. The sword technique she wielded was undoubtedly formidable, likely reaching the profound tier. To claim one was untroubled would be a lie. Yet, at this moment, there was no recourse. Hiding was futile. A mere thatched cottage could be easily destroyed by even a Qi refinement practitioner, let alone Su Qingwei. Ninth Heaven Thunder. Incinerate the 8 realms. Su Qingwei bellowed, as boundless lightning cascaded down like rampaging purple dragons, swirling through the sky, before crashing down towards the formation with her sword. In that moment, Luo Zian felt her breath nearly cease. The sword, like a divine ray, shot forth with an unstoppable force, charging relentlessly ahead. Countless divine thunders, akin to thousands of divine dragons, surged forth, shattering the very void. In the presence of such a terrifying scene, the formation laid by Lu Chen appeared utterly insignificant. Merely a thin veil akin to a shimmering curtain that seemed incapable of withstanding the onslaught. To rely on a formation for survival was a mere delusion. Su Qinghua scoffed. Boom. In an instant, the sword, accompanied by myriad thunders, crashed fiercely upon the formation, causing the entire void to tremble violently. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the formation remained unscathed, successfully blocking all attacks. All the rampant energy, lethal power, and overwhelming sword aura were thwarted beyond the formation's confines. Within the formation, tranquility reigned without the slightest ripple. Luo Xian, witnessing this for the first time, remained completely unaffected. How wonderful, mother! Look how powerful the formation set by father is. Nothing has happened. Shu Jian exclaimed joyfully. Luo Xian could hardly believe it, her heart still racing. The previous overwhelming assault, which seemed capable of annihilating everything, had been completely halted by the formation. It was utterly incredible. How could this be possible? Su Qinghua could scarcely believe her eyes. Utilizing the profound-level martial technique, the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword technique, she summoned the divine thunder from the heavens to obliterate all around, aiming for unparalleled might that would crush all before it. Shattering a formation should have been an effortless task. Yet, the result was a complete lack of damage. The seemingly unremarkable veil had successfully repelled all the divine thunders. How could Lu Qin possess the capability to set such a formidable formation? Impossible! Utterly impossible! Su Qinghua was infuriated. She had come seeking vengeance. Yet she couldn't even breach the formation, a tremendous humiliation. With the Yaoqi Wind and Cloud Sword technique and the 10-Mile Snow Sword technique, she unleashed a succession of supreme sword arts and furious combat. Bang! 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 The formation endured countless assaults without the slightest harm. While Su Qinghua's complexion grew pale from the exertion, her anger reaching its peak. Alone, she had traveled a great distance for revenge. Yet she couldn't even slay a single foe. This was utterly intolerable. Spirit Luan, charge! She commanded her beast, sending it hurtling towards the formation. Its massive form, akin to a moving mountain, crushed the void beneath it, creating a series of resounding explosions. The shadow it cast darkened the sky, causing Luo Xian to feel a sense of trepidation once more. She recalled the earlier winds whipped up by the beast, which had nearly knocked her off her feet. However, the impending collision proved her worries to be unfounded. The Spirit Luan's colossal body collided with the formation. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Yet it failed to create even a single crack in the formation. Rather, it was repelled by the formation's defenses. Su Qinghua nearly stumbled to the ground, her internal spiritual energy surging violently. She gasped, spitting a mouthful of blood that stained her snow-white gown. She had not slain a single foe, yet found herself wounded. Utterly disheveled in this moment. You wretched pair! Su Qinghua's eyes blazed crimson as she glared fiercely at Luo Xian and her daughter. Did you think that your barriers would shield you from my wrath? How naive! I shall ensure your demise is all the more excruciating. With a swift motion, she retrieved a talisman and ignited it with her spiritual energy. This is Su Qinghua. I require the assistance of the elders from the Holy Land to breach a formation. Come swiftly. In nearly an instant, at the Yaoqi Holy Land, an elderly man opened his eyes. Qinghua has reached the pinnacle of the divine passage realm. How could she not breach a mere formation? I must investigate. In the blink of an eye, a radiant figure shot forth from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Before long, a formidable presence descended upon the outskirts of Qian City, exuding a fierce aura that seemed to pressure the very heavens and earth. Master, you have arrived. Su Qinghua exclaimed with delight. The newcomer was none other than her master, Pang Qingyang, one of the esteemed elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land, a true powerhouse of the celestial wanderer realm, possessing the ability to traverse the skies with divine prowess. Those who reached this level could soar through the heavens, traveling vast distances in mere days. Thus, he arrived with remarkable swiftness from the Yaoqi Holy Land. The supreme elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land, Luo Xian, who had just relaxed her tension, felt her heart race anew. If Su Qinghua was formidable, her master would undoubtedly be even stronger. She was at a loss as to whether the formation could withstand such might. It was not that she doubted Lu Qin's abilities, but rather that his cultivation appeared to be at the divine passage realm. Surely, the formation he had established could not withstand the assault of someone at a higher level. Yet, at this moment, there was nothing to be done but silently pray. Qinghua, what is the meaning of this? With your cultivation level, how is it that you cannot breach a formation? Pang Qingyang inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Master, there is something peculiar about this formation. I have employed every means at my disposal, even directing the spirit phoenix to crash into it, yet not a single crack has appeared. Su Qinghua replied immediately, her face marred with fury. If it were not for this wretched formation, I would not have needed to summon you. I thought it was simply a matter of your insufficient cultivation. Pang Qingyang scoffed, his hands clasped behind his back as he hovered above the formation. There is not even a foundational base. Such a simple formation, I could dismantle it with a single strike. He proclaimed with confidence, then descended with an outstretched hand. Just as Luo Zian was gripped by anxiety, a muffled thud reverberated through the air. Instead of shattering, the formation repelled Pang Qingyang, sending him reeling backward in a spray of blood. She was left utterly astounded. Was Lu Qin's formation truly this powerful? Master! Su Qingwei gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Is my master outmatched? Not only had he failed to breach the formation, but he had also coughed up blood with a single blow. Stand aside, Pang Qingyang roared. His anger ignited. He had just claimed that he could dismantle it with a single strike, yet not only did the formation remain intact, but he had also been injured before his disciple. With his pride wounded, he launched another attack. Boom. With a resounding crash, he was once again forced to retreat. With a sudden gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this is impossible. Pang Qingyang was utterly enraged, disregarding everything as he unleashed a frenzied assault. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a series of explosive sounds, Pang Qingyang was forced to retreat continuously. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, unable to breach the formation. What the hell is wrong with this formation? In that fleeting moment, he swiftly retrieved a talisman and ignited it with spiritual energy. I am Pang Qingyang. I cannot break this formation. I request assistance from the sacred land. Chapter 17. The entire sacred land mobilizes, taking advantage of my absence. They dare to ambush my wife and daughter, seeking death. When the message echoed through the Yaoqi, everyone in the sacred land was astounded. What kind of formation was this that even Elder Pang could not dismantle? Let us go and test it ourselves. In an instant, 9 beams of light surged forth from the Yaoqi's sacred land, representing the other 9 elders. They arrived promptly at the scene and, after a brief assessment, dismissed the situation. Such a trivial formation cannot possibly be insurmountable. Allow us to dismantle it. The 9 elders scoffed, confidently launching their attacks. Yet moments later, they hurriedly activated the communication talismans. We cannot breach it. It is utterly ineffective. Despite their combined efforts, they were unable to overcome the formation, instead being forced to retreat, all sustaining injuries. The 9 elders, unable to dismantle the formation, called for assistance. As the message reached the Yaoqi, this sacred realm of cultivation erupted once again. Incredible! The 9 elders cannot break it? What kind of formation is this? The Yaoqi's sacred land, with its millennia of heritage and illustrious reputation, could not possibly be defeated by a mere formation. Thus, they continuously dispatched individuals to the scene. Each one vanished without a trace, with only the sound of burning talismans left behind. Immortal elders cannot breach the formation. Assistance is requested. The esteemed ones of the sacred land cannot break the formation. Assistance is requested. All personnel of Yaoqi cannot dismantle the formation. Assistance is requested. On this very day, numerous distress signals from Qiyin City filled the skies above the Yaoqi's sacred land without respite. Countless waves of powerful individuals had come and gone, nearly relocating the entire sacred land, drawing the attention of various factions. Had the Yaoqi's sacred land discovered the son of the divine phoenix? Or were they attacking some unparalleled forbidden zone? Neither. They were merely surrounding a dilapidated cottage, exasperated by a formation. At first glance, the formation set by your father seemed quite formidable. At this moment, Luo Zian appeared somewhat dazed. Renowned powerhouses and elite members of the sacred land continued to arrive, and none could breach the formation. After their attempts, they all spewed blood, faces pale, as this formation seemed to wield the very laws of heaven and earth, constructing a peerless forbidden zone that barred any living being from entering, impervious to all techniques. Now, with no one left to call upon, what could be done? Would the Yaoqi sacred land's millennia of prestige truly be reduced to dust? Despair settled over them, leaving a profound sense of gloom. Su Qingyue's countenance was ashen, and she had long been deprived of the opportunity to speak. What began as a quest for vengeance for her family had been thwarted by a formidable array. The commotion had reached such magnitude that the entire Yaoqi sacred land was mobilized, yet none could breach it. It was nothing short of astonishing. We cannot yield so easily, an indignant elder declared. However, the entirety of the sacred land had been summoned. Who else could be expected? Ancestor, the venerable of the sacred land suddenly spoke. Boom. Everyone was utterly astonished. Was it truly necessary to summon the ancestor just to contend with a mere array? At that moment, the venerable had already issued a summons. Within the forbidden zone of Yaoqi's sacred land, an elder with white hair, who had been in seclusion for millennia, opened his aged eyes. I have been in seclusion for far too long. To be summoned today, does someone intend to annihilate the Yaoqi sacred land? Yet, in the next instant, as he comprehended the situation, his deep, time-worn gaze erupted with a startling brilliance. You summoned me merely to dismantle an array? This was entirely unexpected, leaving him momentarily stunned. Only matters concerning the survival of the sacred land could rouse him from his slumber. Yet today, it was solely for an array. Very well. Let me see what kind of array could warrant my awakening. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, his ancient form surged forth, violently departing from the Yaoqi sacred land. I have successfully summoned the ancestor. He is on his way. The venerable of the sacred land exclaimed with exhilaration. Splendid. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the ancestor of the sacred land, a being who had lived for over 10,000 years, akin to a living fossil. An unparalleled powerhouse in the entire great dreaming realm. In this trivial world, he had traversed with sword in hand, on the verge of transcending to the saint realm, poised to become a formidable being towering above the heavens. You wretches, this array has already stirred our ancestor. Once he arrives, he will undoubtedly dismantle it. And that will be your demise. Be wise and summon Lu Chun back to face his fate. Su Qingwei proclaimed fiercely. The stirring of the ancestor was not to be taken lightly. It was intolerable not to exact vengeance upon the instigator, Lu Chun. Luo Xian, who had initially felt reassured, became immediately anxious upon hearing that the ancestor of Yaoqi's sacred land was coming. To her, he was a divine being, renowned throughout the great dreaming realm for millennia. No matter how formidable the array Lu Chun had set up, there must be a limit to its power. How could it possibly withstand the might of such a formidable entity? I will not allow Lu Chun to return. Let them come for me instead, she resolutely declared. Regardless of whether the array could be breached, if Lu Chun returned to face the entirety of Yaoqi's sacred land, the consequences would be unimaginable. I never anticipated you to be so infatuated. Then I shall wait until the array is dismantled to capture you and your daughter for some severe torment. I don't believe Lu Chun will refrain from coming, haha. Su Qingwei said coldly, a cruel smile spreading across the night sky. Unaware of the fate that awaited her at the moment she resolved to seek vengeance, within the confines of the treasure pavilion, Lu Chun sat in silent meditation, awaiting the culmination of all necessary materials. Surrounding his corporeal form were 8 sword scars, each signifying the successful forging of a sword bone within him. Each sword bone was a confluence of countless sword energies, embodying distinct paths of the sword. Only the 9th sword bone remained, which would allow him to master the Tai Wang devouring sword technique, ultimately attaining the complete undying burial sword body. What is the undying burial sword body? It is a force of eternal nature, transcending time and space, capable of burying all sword paths in existence, rendering its wielder immortal and indestructible. Originally, with the aid of the divine burial coffin, it would take a mere 1,000 years to cultivate the 9th sword bone. Upon success, he would gain complete mastery over the divine burial coffin. By practicing the Tai Wang devouring sword technique with 9 sword bones and the undying burial sword body, he would sweep across the heavens and the universe, becoming invincible. Any foreign race would be reduced to mere ants beneath his feet. However, in comparison to finding Xian in their initial meeting, Lu Chun was indifferent to these matters. At worst, he could forge the 9th sword bone anew in the mortal realm, treading a path that defied the heavens. Suddenly, Lu Chun sensed a disturbance. In an instant, his eyes flew open, piercing through the void to gaze directly at Qian City. Someone was tampering with the array he had set. Moreover, they had launched multiple, successive attacks. Judging by the fluctuations emanating from the formation, it was clear that no fewer than several hundred individuals were involved, ranging from spirit sea cultivators to those of the divine ability and free-spirited realms. With even supreme realm cultivators making an appearance, what force could mobilize such a multitude? Lu Chun had no time to ponder further, regardless of their origins. Those who dared to ambush his wife and daughter in his absence were courting death. With a thunderous rush, he sprang into action, a terrifying killing intent reverberating through the entire treasure pavilion. Zhu Jinhong, filled with trepidation, quickly explained, "Senior, the materials will arrive today. I cannot wait any longer." With a sudden thud, Zhu Jinhong knelt down, pleading, "Senior, I implore you for just a bit more time. Do not take my life. I have matters to attend to first, and once all materials are gathered, I will deliver them to you." After leaving behind a single phrase, Lu Chun transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the fabric of space, eager to return to Xian and her mother at once. Chapter 18. Welcoming the Ancestor? No. It is I, Lu Chen. Zhu Jihong stood in stunned silence. Was he not targeting me? Only then did he realize, as if he had narrowly escaped death. His back drenched in sweat. It was terrifying. Who was he, truly? Such thoughts were beyond his comprehension, and he dared not dwell on them. The most pressing matter was to ensure everything proceeded smoothly, or he would indeed face dire consequences. At this moment, two figures soared towards Qi City with fervor. One was the ancestor of Yao Qi, and the other was Lu Chen. Various factions and powerful beings could only marvel at the unexpected emergence of the Yao Qi ancestor, their astonishment palpable. Yet it is the venerable ancestor of the Yao Qi who has emerged from seclusion after several millennia. Who, pray tell, is the target of such a momentous return? The presence of this living relic is truly astonishing. Unbeknownst to many, another figure, Lu Chun, surpasses even the ancestor in swiftness, akin to a shooting star piercing the firmament. Reaching the outskirts of Qi City in the blink of an eye, the ancestor has arrived. All the cultivators of the Yao Qi Holy Land are engulfed in fervor. Indeed, the ancestor's speed is unmatched. In such a brief span, he has traversed from the Holy Land to this very place. The sheer force of his presence is palpable, causing hearts to race and breaths to quicken, bordering on suffocation. Behold, that is the silhouette of the ancestor. A voice resounds, akin to a divine revelation. Filled with overwhelming excitement, the atmosphere erupts in a tempestuous display, shrouding the skies and igniting the void in fervor, as a radiant figure approaches at an astonishing pace. It appears as if a deity from the ancient epics has descended, surrounded by stars, with the sun and moon as guardians, embodying the grandeur of towering pines. Imbued with an air of timelessness. Surely, the ancestor's prolonged seclusion has etched the passage of time upon him. Millennia ago, he had already reached the zenith of cultivation. On the cusp of attaining saintly status, and such an extended retreat must have granted him profound insights. That magnificent figure embodies the entire legacy of the Yao Qi Holy Land throughout history. Observe that mane of white hair, a testament to years of contemplation. Ancestor, you have endured much. Many voices exclaim, even before glimpsing his true visage, lavishing praise with tears of admiration. Yet, Luo Zian, fixated on the approaching figure, suddenly speaks. What is this? This is our Yao Qi ancestor. Su Qingwei interjects, declaring, prepare to meet your demise. This shattered formation cannot withstand the ancestor's unparalleled prowess. Luo Zian, already bracing for death, wears a perplexed expression. Familiar? Huh. How absurd. Surely, you do not claim to have encountered our ancestor before? Such folly. Grasping at straws in the face of impending doom, Su Qingwei scoffs, almost as her words hang in the air, as that unmatched figure draws near. The elders and revered masters of the Yao Qi Holy Land are left astounded. No, this seems to be a youthful individual. Surely, the ancestor has defied the ravages of time. Returning to a state of youthful vigor, a disciple exclaims with fervor. The excitement among them intensifies. To reverse the passage of time, rejuvenating from old age to youth, is a feat only a true master could achieve. Perhaps the ancestor has ascended to the realm of saints. A saint, how magnificent! The cultivators of the Yao Qi Holy Land are swept into a frenzy, especially the younger disciples. As if witnessing a myth reborn, their hearts surge with emotion. How foolish you all are. This is not our ancestor. A revered figure of the Holy Land suddenly bellows. What? Not the ancestor? The once boisterous atmosphere falls into a profound silence. Only pairs of eyes remain fixated on that approaching figure. In that instant, a towering form traverses the void. Clad in azure robes, with white hair cascading and a stern countenance. It is indeed a young man, exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a celestial being. His divine physique glows like the full moon, radiating brilliance. It is truly not the ancestor, so different from the portrait. The individuals of the Yao Qi sacred land finally recognized this and collectively gasped in astonishment. The one who traversed the void, exuding an unparalleled aura, was not the Yao Qi ancestor at all. Who, then, is he? This white-haired figure fixed his gaze upon Su Qingwei, his cold eyes akin to a peerless divine sword, nearly extinguishing her very essence. I have not only encountered her before, but we are also husband and wife. As a voice, devoid of warmth, resonated, Su Qingwei felt a jolt throughout her body, her eyes widening in disbelief. You are my father. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Lu Chun. Su Qingwei finally uttered this name, her expression one of incredulity. The Yao Qi sacred land, which everyone believed to be a sanctuary, was, in fact, the very person she had longed to kill. He is Lu Chen? The entire assembly of Yao Qi cultivators felt equally bewildered. How foolish they had been, previously filled with excitement. showering him with flattery. They had mistaken their target. Lu Chen, you must flee, Luo Zian suddenly shouted. To return now would be akin to courting death. Still wishing to escape? Not a chance. Su Qingwei immediately retorted. Block his path. The revered elders of the sacred land swiftly issued commands. A throng of individuals quickly mobilized. Encircling Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you have slain my family and ravaged the Su clan. Today, I shall ensure that you have no place to rest in death. Su Qingyue declared with ferocity, brandishing a sharp sword that radiated a chilling light. To kill him would be too merciful. This wretch has caused our Yaoqi sacred land to expend tremendous effort. Dying 100 times would not suffice. Kneel and confess where you obtained this formation. Pang Xingyang commanded with authority. It became clear that they were all from the Yaoqi sacred land. Lu Chen swiftly understood their identities. A swarm of ants dares to shout for my demise, utterly unaware of their own insignificance. Yaoqi sacred land, mere ants? How arrogant. The Yaoqi sacred land. With a legacy spanning millennia, dominating the vast dream spirit domain, possesses an unfathomable depth. Kneel now and apologize for your actions. Su Qingwei admonished. A force that has endured for 10,000 years can boast before me? Lu Chen laughed outright. What do those powers that have existed for 1,000,000 or even 10 million years amount to? Ignorant and naive, gazing at the sky from a well. How dare you demand that I kneel? Without Lu Chen lifting a finger, an overwhelming and oppressive aura surged forth, akin to 1,000 mountains crashing down. Su Qingyue could not withstand it. With a thud, her proud form collapsed to the ground. Her internal meridians and organs shattered in an instant. Blood erupted forth as she was instantaneously incapacitated by Lu Chen. The pinnacle of divine ability? Quite impressive. Lu Chen's actions revealed to all what true prowess entailed. Without even lifting a hand, simply relying on his supreme aura, he suppressed the elite of the Yaoqi sacred land, rendering them utterly powerless. Qingwei. Pang Xingyang cried out in anguish. She was his most cherished disciple, upon whom he had pinned great hopes. How could she be reduced to this? I shall kill you. With a ferocious roar, he charged at Lu Chen, a purple sword materializing in his hand, shattering the void. In the realm of carefree existence. Do you deem yourself worthy of taking my life? As Lu Chen's voice echoed, an overwhelming aura surged forth, violently striking the void. In an instant, Pang Xingyang found himself kneeling upon the ground, his kneecap shattered. Insect. Lu Chen disdainfully spat, directly invoking the Taiwan devouring sword technique. In one fell swoop, both sword and man were refined. Infinite essence, cultivation, and sword energy all coalesced to enhance his being. Those who dare to threaten my wife and daughter shall witness the entirety of the Yaoqi Holy Land reduced to ashes today. A voice of slaughter reverberated like thunder from the heavens, exploding above everyone's heads. Chapter 19. Utilizing the realm of divine powers, transcending the corporeal form, and unleashing the primal force in a devastating onslaught. The practitioners of Yaoqi Holy Land felt their eardrums throb, their blood boiling, nearly exploding from within. The sheer force of a single roar was beyond imagination. Divine realm. The venerable of the Holy Land suddenly exclaimed. Initially, they believed this individual to possess immense power. For the aura exuded was indeed terrifying, otherwise, they would not have mistaken him for an ancestral figure. Yet, it turned out he was merely in the divine realm. Fear not, I shall slay him. The venerable of the Holy Land declared, immediately summoning a sharp sword, wielding unmatched might as it viciously struck towards Lu Chen. In the great dream spiritual domain, swordsmanship is paramount, thus most practitioners wield a blade. However, it seemed he had forgotten how Pang Xingyang had met his demise. Lu Chen need not even activate the Taiwan devouring sword technique. He allowed the opponent's sword to strike him directly. Lu Chen, father! Zi Yin and Chu Jian exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with alarm. Humph, there is no need for the ancestor to arrive, without a protective formation. The venerable of the Holy Land can slaughter him like a dog. The practitioners of Yaoqi Holy Land spoke with confidence. The venerable of the Holy Land. Within the supreme Yaoqi Holy Land, stood second only to the ancestor, possessing supreme cultivation, a full realm above the slain Pang Xingyang. Surveying the vast expanse, one who reaches the pinnacle of martial arts is deemed supreme. Those who attain such cultivation are considered top-tier experts in any empire within the great dream spiritual domain, far surpassing individuals like the leader of the Tianlang sect or the lord of Qian City. Please, venerable, slay him mercilessly. Su Qingwei shrieked. Her meridians shattered under Lu Chen's oppression, her internal organs ruptured, kneeling there like a bloodied figure, filled with deep-seated hatred towards Lu Chen. Do not worry. The Supreme Realm cannot harm me, Lu Qin reassured Ziyin and her daughter. Facing certain death, dare you still speak arrogantly? Truly believing yourself to be an incarnation of a great emperor, invincible in flesh. The practitioners of Yaoqi Holy Land berated him. Clang. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the sword struck what seemed to be an unyielding wall, yet Lu Qin remained unscratched. How is this possible? To withstand the lethal strike from the Holy Venerable with mere flesh? The practitioners of Yaoqi Holy Land, who had previously mocked him, were now rendered speechless. After all, this was the Holy Venerable, possessing unrivaled supreme cultivation, wielding an earth-grade treasure, making the annihilation of someone in the divine realm seem effortless. 100 practitioners of the divine realm would hardly be a match for a single supreme powerhouse. As the sword struck the opponent, it left no mark whatsoever. How could this be? Su Qinghua felt a despair unlike any other. The intervention of the sacred land's venerable elder was, without a doubt, anticipated. Yet, the outcome was utterly incomprehensible. The most difficult truth to accept was undoubtedly that of the venerable elder himself, who began to question whether this was but an illusion. With such formidable cultivation, how could he be unable to contend with a mere practitioner of the divine passage realm? His understanding of reality was shattered. You are mistaken. I am not a reincarnation of an emperor. I am the emperor, Lu Qin proclaimed with a resonant voice akin to thunder reverberating through the heavens, forcefully shaping the void around him. Possessing the undying burial sword physique, even if his cultivation were to regress to the divine passage realm, he was not someone a mere supreme warrior could shake. Even a sage would find it impossible to affect him in the slightest. With a resounding crack, the earthly grade sword shattered, refined by Lu Qin in that very moment. He then extended his great hand, descending like the heavens themselves. The sacred land's venerable elder gazed on in horror, resolutely attempting to withstand the onslaught. Yet, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Under the weight of Lu Qin's hand, the venerable elder's legs sank deeply. The earth beneath him erupted violently, creating an immense chasm, unfathomably deep. Blood gushed from the elder's mouth as he gasped, nearly succumbing to the force of that palm. No, this cannot be. Such power belongs only to the divine passage realm. What is your true cultivation? He exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, I am of the divine passage realm, but I have temporarily transcended my physical form, borrowing a modicum of primordial power. Lu Qin replied coldly. What he infused into the god burial coffin was merely his cultivation. Yet the myriad powers and techniques he had comprehended during his time as an emperor still resided within him. At this moment, he was forcibly employing a type of primordial force that could only be wielded freely during his peak as an emperor. But now he could only exert it against the odds. While this would undoubtedly incur certain consequences, he was indifferent to them. What does this mean? The sacred land's venerable elder was utterly baffled. How could one of the divine passage realm transcend their physical form and borrow other powers? Such a notion was unheard of. Yet, he understood that if he did not act swiftly, death would be his inevitable fate. You must act quickly, the venerable elder bellowed, abruptly awakening all within the Yaoqi sacred land. They swiftly unleashed their various techniques, rushing toward Lu Qin with reckless abandon. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of swords shot forth like a rain of arrows, overwhelming in their multitude. However, as they neared Lu Qin's corporeal form, they inexplicably came to a halt. In the blink of an eye, a myriad of swords floated around Lu Qin, who stood at the center, resembling a legendary sword deity, his white hair billowing in the wind. At that moment, with an air of indifference, he uttered the great desolation sword technique, devour, with a whoosh. His body erupted in a vortex of sword energy, a grand spectacle that swept across the 9 heavens. In comparison to these sword energy whirlwinds, the halted swords surrounding him appeared feeble in the extreme. The sword energy storm, like a primordial beast, opened its maw wide. The swords detached themselves from their master's control, drawn by an overwhelming force, and were swiftly engulfed in a vortex of sword energy, devoured entirely. It appeared as though he had consumed every blade into his very being. Exclaimed an astonished immortal elder. What kind of method is this? It's utterly extraordinary. Once Lu Qin had absorbed all the swords, the tempest of sword energy immediately dissipated. Bang, bang, bang. In that moment, all the warriors of the Yaoqi Holy Land were sent sprawling, blood spraying into the void. Almost half of them perished on the spot. Lu Qin spared none, refining them entirely as though he were an unparalleled demon. The remaining individuals were left in utter shock. Refining swords, refining beings, refining all things. They were astounded. My innate cultivation is still too low. Although I can wield primordial power, My current capacity limits the extent of my control. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. Otherwise, that strike could have claimed all their lives. However, it was merely a minor inconvenience. These individuals are still fated to die. You may leave first. Lu Chen said coldly, his hand continuing to exert pressure. Crack, crack. The bones of the Holy Land's venerable elder shattered in an instant. His hands bloodied and nearly reduced to bare bones for support. Our ancestor is already on the way. If you dare to kill me, you will find no resting place for your own remains. Your wife and children shall accompany you in death. The venerable elder threatened loudly. Your ancestor's arrival will not spare you from my wrath. Lu Chen scoffed. To still dare threaten him with Xian and Chu Jin at this moment was to provoke a fatal response. Boom. Just as Lu Chen was about to deliver the fatal blow, a thunderous sound echoed from afar as a figure rushed forth, radiating immense power, violently disturbing the void with its fierce approach. It was the ancestor. The ancestor had arrived. The practitioners of the Yaoqi Holy Land erupted in excitement, fervently animated. With the ancestor's descent, who could oppose them? Just him, Lu Chen? A mere featherweight. He wasn't even worthy of carrying their ancestors' shoes. This was a formidable being on the brink of transcending to sainthood. Lu Chen was insignificant. It was likely that he had only mastered some forbidden techniques to be so powerful. Ultimately, he remained merely at the level of divine abilities. Before their ancestor, he was as inconsequential as an ant. Ha! You insolent brat. Our ancestor is here. Let us see how you continue your killing spree. The venerable elder had scarcely finished his boast when Lu Chen unleashed unmatched power, delivering a crushing blow. With a muffled thud, the elder's corporeal form shattered. And thus he passed from this world. Chapter 20. You did not summon me to break the formation, but rather to deliver your own demise. Death through excessive words. Lu Chen's expression was frigid. The vital essence and energy from the lives that had been obliterated were not wasted. He devoured them all. His cultivation had finally seen a slight increase, yet compared to his peak, it was but a drop in the ocean. Boom. As all present beheld this scene, their minds swelled with astonishment. The ancestor had descended, and in a shocking display, he swiftly eliminated the esteemed elder, an affront to the ancestor himself. How audacious! You dare to slay our Yaoqi elder? What audacity! The voice of the Yaoqi ancestor thundered forth, laced with unbridled rage. He had just arrived and, before he could even steady himself, witnessed the murder of the sacred land's only elder. This was the representative he had appointed to oversee all matters of the Yaoqi sacred land, possessing formidable supreme cultivation, yet he was effortlessly struck down. His very life essence refined away. How utterly intolerable! I shall not only slay your elder, but every soul present from the Yaoqi sacred land today, including you. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Chen exhibited no fear. Instead, he boldly provoked. In a flash, he moved, piercing through the void, leaving a trail of dazzling light as he surged towards the Yaoqi ancestor, while countless onlookers stood in stunned silence. Has he lost his senses? A practitioner of the divine passage realm daring to strike at the ancestor? Who bestowed upon him such audacity? The entirety of the Yaoqi cultivators were enraged. This was an affront far greater than the death of their elder. The ancestor represented the ultimate belief in their hearts, and now someone dared to challenge this faith. An utter humiliation for the Yaoqi sacred land. Please, ancestor, eradicate this wretch. Please, ancestor, eradicate this wretch. Please, ancestor, eradicate this wretch. Cries for vengeance resonated through the heavens. Though I have been in seclusion for 3,000 years, I remain the foremost among the heavens. Today, let me vanquish this impudent child. So he understands that the Yaoqi sacred land is not to be trifled with. Such empty words, perish. As the ancestor postured, Lu Chen had already made his move, unleashing a powerful punch. In an instant, the sun and moon blazed, celestial beings danced, and the very stars trembled. The might of this punch seemed capable of sweeping across the primordial worlds, shattering the cycles of reincarnation, as if intending to obliterate the very heavens and earth. What kind of martial technique is this? The ancestor exclaimed in shock. As a practitioner of the ascendant realm, he could feel the immense power behind this strike. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. A resounding clang echoed amidst a blinding brilliance as the unparalleled fist descended upon the Yaoqi ancestor. It was not that he refrained from retaliating. Rather, under the oppressive force of this punch, he was rendered incapable of any counterattack, as if his entire being had been immobilized. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. Shattering the ancestor's physical form, his bones splintered, meridians ruptured, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. His chest was nearly pierced through, a sight too horrific to behold. Ultimately, he was sent hurtling thousands of feet away, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Gasp. In that moment, every eye within the Yaoqi sacred land was nearly bulging from their sockets. The ancestor was defeated. My heavens! Is this real? They all descended into madness. That was the ancestor, a practitioner of the ascendant realm, the one among the dreaming spirit domain closest to becoming a saint, after being secluded for millennia, emerging into the world only to be sent flying by a single punch. How utterly astonishing! In this moment, the ancestor of Yaohai wished to curse the heavens. These wretched beings summoned me, under the pretense of breaking a formation, only to lead me to my doom. I shall curse you, you celestial imbeciles. Upon realizing this, he recognized he was cursing himself, causing him to cough up even more blood. Boom. Lu Chen glided through the air as if traversing solid ground. With his hands behind his back, long hair flowing and garments billowing, moving as if propelled by an unseen wind, he radiated an unparalleled might, gazing down upon the heavens. With each step, he resonated with the earth, generating shockwaves that relentlessly struck the ancestor of Yaohai. Blood sprayed forth, and as Lu Chen drew nearer, terror filled the ancestor's eyes. Who are you? Why do you target the sacred land of Yaohai? Target the sacred land of Yaohai. Lu Chen laughed maniacally. It is you, the sacred land of Yaohai, that seeks your own demise. As for my name, remember it well. I am Lu Chen, father of Lu Chu Jian. At this moment, he was no longer the Lord of the Abyss, nor the foremost emperor of humanity. He was merely a father. Whoever dares to harm his child shall face death. With a thunderous roar, he surged towards the ancestor of Yaohai, whose complexion grew increasingly pale. Since you wish to eradicate me, do not blame me for disregarding everything. The Yaohai sacred king cauldron. With a low shout, radiant light erupted from the void, and a three-legged bronze cauldron appeared, exuding an aura of ancient antiquity. It was adorned with carvings of auspicious clouds and celestial birds, so lifelike they seemed ready to spring to life. This is our flawless sacred artifact of the sacred land of Yaohai. The onlookers were left agape. This treasure was the clan's most prized possession. More significant than even the ancestor, forged by the first sacred master of the Yaohai sacred land, imprinted with the sacred runes of the Great Path. Nurtured by the maternal essence of Yaohai, it became an unparalleled sacred artifact, ranking among the top 3 on the renowned list of the dreaming spirit domain. The ancestor had resorted to summoning the Yaohai sacred king cauldron to confront this foe. He was truly desperate. However, with the activation of this flawless artifact, the fate of that individual was sealed. Death. How could a mortal body withstand such a flawless sacred artifact? Yet, just as these thoughts crossed their minds, Lu Chen had already planted his foot upon the Yaohai sacred king cauldron. Is this truly the foremost treasure of your sacred land? Boom. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Mouths agape as if they could fit a chamber pot inside. This was the flawless sacred artifact left by the progenitor of the sacred land. Imprinted with the sacred runes of the Great Path, possessing immense power, and yet, before it could unleash its destructive force, it was crushed beneath Lu Chen's foot. The crowd was rendered speechless in shock. The ancestor of Yaohai was dumbfounded. This was his final trump card, the sacred treasure of the sacred land, which he had just activated, only to be suppressed by his opponent's foot. How infuriating! Sacred King Cauldron, suppress. The ancestor of Yaohai frantically chanted incantations. The sacred King Cauldron rapidly erupted with brilliance, the sacred runes upon it igniting, as if countless symbols shimmered, emanating an overwhelming and potent aura. It is merely a mark of the sacred, utterly disconnected from the true path, Lu Chen remarked with indifference. The genuine path lies in comprehending the laws of the heavens, the mechanisms of all things, and the essence of the universe. One must then transmute these insights into one's unique principles of the path. What the sages grasp is but the surface. It is impossible for them to master the true path, let alone refine it. They merely leave behind a few imprints using their sacred powers, which amount to nothing more than a pseudopath. With a sudden thought, Lu Chen forcefully stamped his foot. Boom. He emanated the authentic aura of the path, transcending mere power. The sacred patterns radiating from the sacred king of the Yaoqi disintegrated in an instant, all light suppressed. The elder of Yaoqi was violently thrown back, nearly gasping for breath. If this is all you've got, you all might as well perish, Lu Chen declared coldly. Father, hurry. Mother. At that moment, a voice pierced through the chaos. Chapter 21. The ancestor has arrived, and the ancestor kneels. Lu Chen's heart raced as he turned to see Xian. Her eyes tightly shut, struggling to support her small frame to prevent herself from collapsing, tears streaming down her face in profound worry. Xian. Lu Chen's heart seized with urgency. He could not afford to deal with the elder of Yaoqi any longer and instantly entered the formation. He sensed her condition immediately. She was far too weak. After days of effort to awaken Xian, this turmoil had caused her to faint once more due to emotional agitation. There was nothing to be done. She had sacrificed her cultivation to detoxify him years ago, reducing herself to a mere mortal. Later, she suffered at the hands of the Luo family. And her survival until now was nothing short of miraculous. Because of the trouble instigated by the sacred land of Yaoqi, Xian had been plunged into fear once again, leading to her current state of unconsciousness. You wretched insects, if anything happens to Xian, I shall annihilate each and every one of you and your entire kin. And it will not quench my fury. Lu Chun roared, his wrath so intense it threatened to rend the very fabric of the void, extending into the heavens above, summoning thunderous divine retribution. Everyone from the sacred land of Yaoqi trembled in terror, their souls quaking in fear. Never had they encountered such an overwhelming aura of murderous intent in a single individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun employed his supreme divine powers to channel vast amounts of life essence into Xian, disregarding his own well-being. After transferring countless essences, Lu Chun's complexion grew pale. He had already exhausted his strength by tapping into the source energy reserved for the Imperial realm, and now, supplying Xian with life force had taken a severe toll on him. Were it not for his imperial physique, he would not have withstood such strain. It could be said that Luo Xian was on the brink of death, and he was defying fate to extend her life. However, despite his efforts, there were no signs of Xian awakening. At that moment, the elder of Yaoqi seemed to glimpse hope. With a fierce determination in his gaze, he suddenly charged forward, wielding the sacred King Ding, and aimed a devastating strike at the formation. If he could shatter the formation, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to eliminate Lu Chun. Boom. In almost an instant, the Holy King Cauldron, propelled by immense power, struck fiercely against the formation. However, the next moment left the ancestor of Yaoqi utterly dumbfounded. Not a single hair was harmed. With his cultivation at the Ascendant Realm, even the flawless sacred artifact could not breach it. Goodness, this formation is truly formidable. He had initially come to dismantle the formation, but now he was thoroughly disheartened. It was utterly unshakable. With a swift motion, Lu Chun's cold gaze swept across, emanating a chilling aura. If one dared to launch a sneak attack, they were clearly courting death. Despite being drained of vitality and physically exhausted, who was he? Lu Chun, a true sovereign of the Imperial realm. Even with just a breath left, he was not someone these insignificant beings could provoke. Were it not for these rascals, Xian would not be in such a predicament. Thus, Lu Chun directed all his murderous intent towards the people of Yaoqi's sacred land. Flee. The ancestor of Yaoqi was the first to make a hasty retreat. The others, realizing the dire situation, also unleashed various means in frantic escape. What a joke. If even the ancestor was unable to contend and could not even breach the formation, if they did not escape promptly, death awaited them. However, even if they managed to flee in time, the next scene would remain unchanged. The god burial coffin. Lu Chun roared, stepping out of the formation in an instant. Boom. The god burial coffin surged through the void, carrying an unparalleled might that left the cultivators of Yaoqi's sacred land pale with terror. How could a mere coffin emit such a dreadful aura, as if it sought to devour the heavens themselves? Their hearts quaked with fear. Even if they were unaware of the origins of the god burial coffin, they understood that this coffin was far from ordinary. Devour, Lu Chun bellowed. As the god burial coffin transcended the boundaries of space, swiftly approaching a group of sacred land cultivators. Without any surprise, burying heaven, burying earth, burying all living beings. These insignificant ant-like cultivators were utterly incapable of resistance, instantly engulfed by the god burial coffin. The remaining individuals paled in shock. Dozens of them, including an immortal elder, had no means to retaliate and were swallowed in an instant, leaving only a miasma of blood. Undoubtedly, they were all dead. As they stood in a daze, the god burial coffin continued its relentless consumption. Whoosh. One figure after another was drawn within, leaving only a series of muffled thuds, with nothing remaining. Could this be an unparalleled celestial artifact? The ancestor of Yaoqi trembled uncontrollably. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Little did he know, it was not merely an unparalleled celestial artifact. It transcended even the most extreme imperial weapons, representing an existence that surpassed all of this. As he watched the god burial coffin engulfing one sacred land cultivator after another, it was soon his turn. The ancestor of Yaoqi, in a moment of desperation, produced an ancient, yellowed talisman, the age of which was beyond reckoning. Yet for him, this talisman was more precious than anything else, for it was left behind by the first-generation progenitor, containing a lingering fragment of willpower. This was his only hope. He fervently prayed for divine intervention. He silently chanted in his heart, then bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood upon it, causing the talisman to ignite rapidly. At that very moment, Lu Chen had already set his sights on him. As death approached, the Grand Elder of the Yao Pool felt a knot tighten in his throat, his expression fraught with urgency. Please, manifest your power swiftly. Almost as the divine coffin surged forward, a thunderous roar erupted, shattering the heavens, torn apart by an overwhelming force. Then, an unparalleled figure descended with authority. The manifestation had indeed occurred. It was the ancestor. The ancestor had returned. Ha ha. The Grand Elder of the Yao Pool rejoiced like a child. He had summoned none other than the creator of the Yao Pool's sacred land, the foremost sovereign of the sacred ground, the one and only ancestor. The elder had successfully called forth the ancestor. The disciples of the sacred land, who bore faces of despair, suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope and halted their steps. This was the only saint ever produced by the Yao Pool sacred land, which is why they dared to call it a sacred land, for it had once basked in glory. However, after ascending to sainthood, the ancestor had departed to a higher realm, and a full 10,000 years had passed without a whisper. Who could have imagined that today he would return? Ancestor, you have finally appeared. Otherwise, the Yao Pool sacred land would have faced annihilation. The elder cried out, kneeling in the void. He implored the ancestor to take action. The practitioners of the sacred land knelt in unison, calling out fervently, Fear not, for I have returned to vanquish all foes. A figure of unmatched might descended in an instant from the heavens, radiant with resplendent light, transforming into a pathway of stars that stretched from beyond the realms, resembling a divine bridge, shimmering brilliantly. This was the grandeur of the ancestor. A saint a millennium ago, he was undoubtedly even stronger now, as that invincible figure, hands clasped behind his back, strode forth upon the celestial bridge. The people of the Yao Pool sacred land gazed upon him with the utmost reverence. The ancestor had spoken. Upon this return, he would slay all enemies. Lu Chen, do not hesitate to kneel and welcome our ancestor. An elder bellowed. Lu Chen remained silent, his gaze indifferent. It was only when that figure approached from the ethereal expanse and suddenly halted, fixing his unwavering stare on Lu Chen, that the atmosphere shifted. First came confusion, followed by astonishment, and then an overwhelming dread. A chilling sensation swept through every part of Lu Chen's being. Lu Chen, he stammered, teeth chattering uncontrollably, his scalp prickling with terror, nearly causing him to lose his wits. You wretched beings, you summoned me to confront the Lord of the Abyss? How dare you? Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly knelt down. The surrounding radiance vanished, and the celestial bridge dissolved into nothingness. What a jest! Before such an entity, he dared not emit the faintest aura. Like a firefly competing with the bright moon, he was destined to fade into obscurity. Chapter 22. The one we seek to slay is the human emperor? The sky has collapsed. Boom. Witnessing this scene, the practitioners of the Yao Pool were left dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What was happening? After much effort to summon the ancestor, who had just declared his intention to eradicate all enemies, he now knelt upon seeing Lu Chen. It must be an illusion. It was surely an illusion. Everyone rubbed their eyes vigorously. However, it was no illusion. The revered ancestor of the Yao Pool, once invincible in their hearts, truly knelt upon the ground, trembling in fear, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Ancestor, you are in shock, they stammered. It is your fault for summoning me without cause. Do you even know who he is? He is the Lord of the Abyss, the foremost emperor of the human race. Fall to your knees at once. The ancestor of the Yao Pool unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke. What? The Lord of the Abyss? Upon hearing this title, the members of the Yao Pool felt a chilling dread surge through them, as if their hearts were about to cease beating. As a prominent sacred ground, how could they be unaware of the Lord of the Abyss, who guards the god-burial abyss, repelling the incursions of alien races? He is the emperor of the human race, possessing boundless power, dominating the heavens. The very person they sought to kill was none other than the Lord of the Abyss? Good heavens! At this realization, they were all reduced to tears, genuinely weeping. The once proud prodigies and esteemed elders of the sacred ground were now stricken with horror, their faces awash with dread and tears streaming down. The mere mention of the Lord of the Abyss was enough to instill terror across the myriad realms, for he is a taboo existence within the realm of cultivation. To behold him even once in a lifetime would be an unparalleled honor. Yet, they not only encountered him, but also sought to slay him. even aiming to annihilate his wife and children. Su Qingwei. In an instant, all gazes were fixed upon the bloodied figure, filled with murderous intent. They had dragged the entire sacred ground into this conflict against the Lord of the Abyss. Truly, what a filial disciple. For Su Qingwei, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. She could never have fathomed that the person the Su family had provoked was the Lord of the Abyss, the foremost emperor of the human race. Even the destruction of the entire dreaming realm would pale in comparison. How foolish she had been to incessantly taunt, urging Lu Chun to come out and meet his demise. The one deserving of death was none other than she, Su Qingwei. No wonder the formation could not be breached. Who could contend with the formations laid by the Lord of the Abyss? Realization dawned upon them too late. Have you seen me? Lu Chun spoke coldly. Esteemed Emperor. How could I, a mere junior, claim to have seen you? Perhaps a millennium ago. I had the fortune to acquire a portrait rumored to be crafted by a mighty figure. Although it merely depicted a silhouette, it contained boundless profundity. I studied the portrait to successfully break through to the late Saint realm. However, that silhouette was soon destroyed, as the ordinary spirit paper could not withstand your presence and was obliterated by the power of the great Tao. A silhouette alone allowed the ancestor to break through? This is truly unfathomable. The cultivators of the Yao pool were left speechless. Even more astonishing was the fact that the portrait could not be preserved, obliterated by the power of the great Tao. To what extent had he ascended? Beyond the rules of heaven and earth? All things bowing in submission? Terrifying. So it was thus. Lu Chun began to understand. However, over the eons, he had slain countless foes and could not recall which old fool had emerged from the abyss to paint his silhouette. It must have been a mere scheme for profit. As the ancestor of the Yao pool had stated, ordinary spirit paper could not endure his image. At the pinnacle of his cultivation, all laws of the heavens lay beneath his feet. Even a mere shadow of his true self could invoke the power of the heavenly Tao. It was not an uncommon occurrence for someone to attempt to capture his likeness, only to be obliterated by the very rules of the cosmos. However, the ancestor of the Yao Qi was indeed a remarkable individual. Having observed his portrait for cultivation, he even achieved a breakthrough. Senior, it is the fault of the descendants of Yao Qi. How dare they provoke you? I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Yao Qi ancestor. Yes, it is we who deserve punishment. The people of Yao Qi bowed in unison. If that is the case, let us embark on this journey together, Lu Chun declared coldly. No. The expressions of the Yao Qi disciples changed dramatically. They had merely followed suit in their apologies. They had no intention of truly perishing. Senior, I have gathered the medicinal materials for you. At that moment, Zhu Jinhong rushed in, piloting a spirit vessel at full speed, not daring to spare a moment, and swiftly arrived before Lu Chun. Just in time, within the 3-day limit. He sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, thankful to have salvaged his life. Your timing is impeccable. Lu Chun's eyes gleamed with intensity. The body of Xian could no longer afford to delay. Treatment was imperative. Just one more alchemical furnace is needed, and you shall suffice. Lu Chun extended his hand, summoning the sacred king cauldron with immediacy. Then, recalling something, he addressed everyone from the Yao Qi Holy Land. If you wish to avoid immediate demise, you will become my alchemical servants. Boom. The countenance of the Yao Qi disciples darkened. The so-called alchemical servants were those who, during the refinement of supreme elixirs, would share their essence and protect the formation of the pills due to the overwhelming power of the concoction. By doing so, they risked losing their own will and even their life force. Reluctant? No matter. I can send you all to the afterlife right now, Lu Chun proclaimed with overwhelming dominance. Disinterested in wasting time. Even without these individuals as his alchemical servants, he could still produce elixirs with minimal effort. We are willing. To serve as your alchemical servants is an honor for the Yao Qi Holy Land. The ancestor of Yao Qi hastily replied. The Yao Qi Holy Land? Zhu Jinhong was utterly astonished. They hailed from the Yao Qi Holy Land. To voluntarily become alchemical servants? Who exactly was this young man standing beside him? The implications were staggering. First, the Star Sea Merchant Alliance treated him with utmost caution, and now the entire Yao Qi Holy Land submitted to him. Bring forth the materials. Lu Chun's booming voice startled Zhu Jinhong, prompting him to snap back to reality and swiftly present a storage ring. Lu Chun's consciousness swept through it, and he comprehended everything at once. He dared not delay further and immediately ignited the primordial flames. Whoosh! The void was searing, nearly melting away. The onlookers were filled with trepidation, feeling as though they might be incinerated at any moment. Without uttering another word, Lu Chun summoned the Emperor Fire, setting the sacred king cauldron ablaze. which instantly turned a brilliant crimson, the heat radiating fiercely. The expressions of the Yaoqi disciples were complex. Their treasured artifact had now become an alchemical furnace. Upon reflection, this was indeed for the Lord of the Abyss, and thus I found solace. When the time was ripe, Luchin opened his storage ring, and 1,000 materials soared forth, all cascading into the sacred king cauldron. Each ingredient was of exquisite quality, worth its weight in gold. Having emptied the Wanbao Pavilion and various branches of the dream realm, blood phoenix lotus, dragon's saliva mushroom, reincarnation grass, blood spirit essence, such a plethora of materials. All rare treasures of the highest order. My heavens, what kind of elixir is the Lord of the Abyss attempting to concoct? The crowd was aflame with excitement. As the myriad materials entered the sacred king cauldron, they were instantly transformed into pure energy under the emperor's flames. The cauldron radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, the air shimmering with ethereal mists, making the void appear as a celestial paradise, divine and extraordinary. Luchin remained silent, fervently refining the elixir. Ziyin, wait for me. Once the emperor's elixir is complete, I shall restore your form and grant you rebirth. Chapter 23. The heavens roared, and the purple clouds surged. The emperor-grade elixir was nearing completion. Just as Luchin was fervently working, two figures were rushing towards the outskirts of Qian City from hundreds of miles away. It was Nanling Shuang and Xue Xue, the latter expressing disbelief. Is the Lord of the Abyss truly in Qian City? We just departed from there. I just received intel that the Shanghai Merchant Alliance's branches throughout the Dream Realm have suddenly mobilized in the past 3 days, gathering an abundance of rare treasures, all directed towards the Tianwang Empire. Moreover, the head of Wanbao Pavilion, not long ago, was seen transporting all premium materials towards Qian City. Simultaneously, the Yaoqi sacred ground was rallying all its forces towards Qian City, with even the ancestor emerging from seclusion. This must be connected to the Lord of the Abyss. Whether by gathering materials or the ancestor's involvement, it all serves to curry favor with him. Therefore, we must hasten our pace to avoid missing this opportunity. Nanling Shuang's tone bore urgency. I can't help but wonder what the Lord of the Abyss looks like. He must be incredibly handsome, Xue Xue mused dreamily. The two accelerated their pace. At this moment, Luchin had pushed the Emperor's flames to their limits, the sacred king cauldron glowing crimson, nearly melting. As the surrounding heat transformed into roaring flames, a torrent of radiant light erupted from within, growing ever more brilliant, reminiscent of refining celestial fruits. With a faint aroma wafting through the air. Concentrate. At a certain moment, Luchin suddenly bellowed. As the energy from the thousands of herbs frantically coalesced within the sacred king cauldron, the elixir was rapidly taking shape. Boom! The heavens suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning tearing through the dark clouds, akin to a dragon's roar, shattering the vast expanse. It was the alchemical tribulation. The crowd gasped in astonishment, wondering what elixir was being forged that would summon such a calamity. It was so extraordinary that divine thunder descended upon it. My goodness! The legendary alchemical tribulation has appeared. Zhu Jinhong gasped, his heart racing. As the head of Wanbao Pavilion, he was well acquainted with various cultivation resources and possessed extensive knowledge of elixirs. The commonly recognized 4 levels of the elixirs suggest that even the most formidable heavenly grade pills would not provoke a medicinal tribulation. Could it be the fabled holy elixir? A shudder coursed through him, startled by the thought. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as divine lightning rent the heavens asunder, descending with the ferocity of a colossal serpent, creating a scene of sheer terror. Yet, amidst the onslaught of countless bolts of lightning, Luchin suddenly reached out, capturing the myriad of electric forces and channeling them into the sacred king cauldron. What sorcery is this? What was intended to be a tribulation, a divine thunderstorm aimed at obliterating the elixir, had been seized by Luchin and directly infused into the sacred king cauldron. This defiance of natural order was astonishing. Harnessing the power of lightning to refine elixirs, Zhu Jinhong exclaimed in disbelief. This was a forbidden technique inscribed in ancient alchemical texts, long lost to the annals of time. And yet, he witnessed its revival in his lifetime. His throat ran dry. This formidable individual, irrespective of his prowess, wielded alchemical skills that could command respect throughout the realm of cultivation. The black gold token bestowed by the Merchant Alliance was utterly justified. As the relentless lightning surged into the sacred king cauldron, it strained under the overwhelming force, cracking ominously, on the verge of shattering. This cauldron is simply too feeble, Luchin lamented. The disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land stood in stunned silence, To utilize their treasured artifact for alchemy was already a transgressive act. Yet it could hardly withstand the might of the elixir. Now it is your turn to contribute, Lu Chen declared instantaneously. Then, the onlookers felt their inner willpower and vital essence being siphoned away, coalescing into surging energy storms, all rushing towards the sacred king cauldron. To offer oneself for the sake of the elixir. This was the essence of being a Dan slave, a ruthlessly demanding alchemical technique mastered by very few. Lu Chen remained impassive. It was the folly of the Yaoqi disciples that led to Xian's unconsciousness. Allowing them to linger a moment longer was already a show of mercy. As all the vital essence entered the sacred king cauldron, the elixir approached its final form. Boom. At that moment, the sacred king cauldron could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted violently. In an instant, a beam of light attempted to escape. Return to me. Lu Chen grasped it firmly. Though merely a nascent energy, it had yet to fully take shape, but it had already birthed a Dan's spirit, eager to flee. A testament to its miraculous nature. Today, I shall succeed in crafting this elixir. Lu Chen bellowed fiercely, channeling the power of the Tao to compress the radiant light with fervor. Blood spurted from his mouth, his visage paling. Father, Chu Jian cried out from afar, her voice laden with concern. I'm fine, keep an eye on your mother. Lu Chen replied while concentrating on gathering the light. At a certain moment, he finally succeeded in condensing it into a radiant elixir, shimmering with 7 colors. Imperial elixir, complete. Lu Chen proclaimed with resounding clarity. Imperial elixir? The crowd gasped, their hearts racing wildly. It is not merely a celestial great elixir, nor a sanctified great elixir. It does not even reach the level of an immortal great elixir. Instead, it is the legendary imperial great elixir. I am utterly astonished to have witnessed the successful refinement of an imperial great elixir. Today, Zhu Jinhong has truly opened his eyes to the extraordinary. This marks the first instance in the history of the Tianwang Empire where such a grade of elixir has been successfully crafted. No, it transcends even the realm of the entire great dreaming domain. There has been no predecessor, nor will there be a successor. Almost at the very moment the imperial grade elixir was successfully concocted, the fragrance it emitted transformed into an essence that dispersed throughout the Tianhuang Empire. Plants that came into contact with it immediately radiated brilliance, becoming immortal divine medicines. The spirits of the deceased, during their funerals, suddenly arose from their coffins. Invigorated and full of vitality, kicking aside the old ox and plowing 100 acres, a once rejected and deemed useless youth suddenly opened his meridians, leaping forth as a genius. On this day, countless extraordinary events transpired throughout the Tianwang Empire. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the outskirts of Qian City, a beam of light fell upon Nanling Shuang. After a brief pause, her face lit up with joy. Shue, it seems I have received a trace of fortune. My cultivation has suddenly advanced to the realm of carefree transcendence, and I have comprehended the essence of the sword path. With a thought, a sharp sword materialized around her, exuding a chilling radiance. I understand now. It must be the Lord of the Abyss, who has been observing you in secret, recognizing your sincerity, and thus rewarding you with this opportunity. Shue exclaimed with excitement. The stars do not disappoint those who journey onward. The Lord of the Abyss has kept me from meeting him, which is surely a form of trial. Nanling Shuang was equally elated, immediately clasping her fists in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. Shue, let us continue our search for the Lord of the Abyss. There must be further considerations awaiting me, and the moment we finally meet will be the pinnacle of our rewards. Oblivious to the absurdity of her actions, she naively believed that her fortune was more than just the residual essence from Lu Chen's imperial elixir. Chapter 24. The Moonlit Sacred Body, 3 Monstrous Prodigies. Each more powerful than the last. At this moment, Lu Chen grasped the elixir firmly and swiftly approached the grass hut, gently placing the invaluable imperial elixir into Xian's mouth. Zhu Jinhong and the others looked on with envy. Once this imperial elixir was consumed, it would undoubtedly bestow miraculous transformations. With a whoosh, as the imperial elixir entered her abdomen, a thunderous sound resonated from within Xian, as the potent essence of the elixir unleashed its power, coursing through her myriad meridians. Lu Chen immediately executed his techniques to regenerate her spiritual bones and reconstruct her meridians. There was no need to reattach the spiritual bones and meridians that had been taken from her. Lu Chen possessed the ability to recreate everything for her, ensuring she would be even stronger than before. Her frail body underwent a metamorphosis under the cleansing of the imperial elixir. Every aspect, from muscles and skin to internal organs, was transformed. Her precious body glowed, pure and flawless. One could visibly see her meridians rejuvenating, akin to withered trees in spring, sprouting anew and radiating brilliance. Her spiritual bones, nourished by her vital essence, grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after rain. In the realm of celestial wonders, the Lord of the Abyss appeared to be reconstituting his wife's corporeal form, granting her a fiery rebirth. The spectators were astounded, as if they were witnessing the birth of a miracle. For long years had passed since you sacrificed all your cultivation for my sake, casting a shadow over your brilliance. Today, I shall return to you a radiant future, allowing your name to resonate throughout the heavens and the earth, Lucian declared with fervor, determined not only to help Yin reconstruct her spiritual bones and meridians, but also to enable her to rise anew from the flames. As all the meridians and spiritual bones successfully regenerated, the celestial radiance of the sun and moon descended from the heavens, enveloping Luo Yin in its embrace. Lucian was profoundly shaken and quickly confirmed his realization. Indeed, the moonlight's sacred body, to cultivate by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, is regarded as one of the most extraordinary physiques from ancient times to the present. With unrestrained laughter, Lucian exclaimed, "Heavens, you have not treated me poorly." Upon awakening the heavenly phoenix divine eye, Yin has acquired the sacred body of moonlight. What a trio of prodigies, each more formidable than the last. My heavens, it is indeed the moonlight's sacred body. The ancestor of Yao Qi was utterly astonished. He had heard tales of such a physique, known for its unparalleled speed and cultivation, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon at a rate several times greater than others, while simultaneously wielding the powers of the sun and moon. Merely possessing this ability is already immensely powerful, not to mention the potential to manifest myriad divine abilities through the forces of the sun and moon, which is truly terrifying. Historical records indicate that this physique had only appeared once before. At that moment, an elder from the Yao Qi sacred ground suddenly erupted, disintegrating into nothingness. One after another, more individuals followed suit, vanishing without warning. It is because our mental energies, life essence, and more have long been absorbed by the Emperor Dan, leading to our demise. The Yao Qi progenitor calmly stated, "In the end, it is a path to death. I had foreseen this outcome. How could one provoke the Lord of the Abyss and expect to survive? I am fortunate to have contributed to the emergence of the Emperor Dan, and to have witnessed the birth of the moonlight sacred body. I am already content." Just as his words fell, his body exploded. Even a formidable being of the sacred realm could not evade death. In fact, Lucian had not even laid a hand upon him, yet he was dispatched to the underworld. The remaining cultivators of the Yao Qi sacred ground were engulfed in despair. If the progenitor had calmly accepted death, how could they hope to survive? "No, I do not wish to die," some cried out, struggling to flee into the distance. However, the moment they moved, their bodies quietly crumbled into fragments, with a series of ominous sounds in the blink of an eye. Over 1,000 cultivators from the sacred ground perished, leaving not a trace behind, as if they had never existed. Zhu Jinhong was filled with dread. These were all-powerful beings of Yao Qi, yet they had been completely erased. But there remained one, Su Qinghua. During the refinement of the Emperor Dan, despite her grievously injured state, she had contributed nothing, thus she still clung to a breath of life. However, at this moment, she was already paralyzed with terror. Not long ago, the sacred land was a bastion of grandeur, brimming with an indomitable spirit, returning with a fierce desire for vengeance. Yet, not only did the retribution fail to materialize, but it also ensnared the entire sacred land in its tumult. From the 9 esteemed elders to the revered ones of the sacred land, and even to the ancestors, culminating with the primordial founder, all were obliterated. With a singular force, he laid to rest the entire Yao Qi sacred land. The resolve of the Tao had crumbled. Lucian, in his desperation, unleashed a flick of his finger, instantly obliterating Su Qinghua. There was no chance for mercy. The lives of his wife and daughter were his forbidden zones. Who dared to encroach upon them would meet their demise. After dispatching all adversaries, Lucian felt a sudden tremor within himself. This battle had drained him more than any previous encounter. He promptly sealed his cultivation, plunging his body into a state of annihilation. Should he draw upon his primordial power, the backlash would shatter his meridians. However, this decision meant he could not wield any power temporarily, rendering him akin to a mere mortal. Yet Lucian paid no mind. It was but a fleeting condition. With his capabilities, a few days of recuperation would suffice for a complete recovery. The paramount concern was that Yin remained unharmed. At that moment, She gradually awakened. "Where are Lu Qin and the others?" she inquired, her voice laced with worry. Upon surveying her surroundings, she saw only Zhu Jinhong, with no sign of anyone else. "I have dealt with everyone. No one can harm you now. You have just regained consciousness, so do not let your emotions run high." Lu Qin reassured her. "All dealt with." Luo Zian expressed her astonishment. While she had been unconscious, Lu Chun was embroiled in a fierce battle with the ancestor of Yao Qi. Completely unaware of the events that had transpired, including the arrival of the primordial founder, Lu Chun refrained from elaborating further, knowing Zian's temperament. It would only lead to unnecessary thoughts. "Zhu Jihong," Lu Chun suddenly called out. "Here." Zhu Jihong promptly rushed over, bowing slightly and clasping his fists. "What can I assist you with, esteemed senior?" "Arrange for me a residence, one that is quiet and comfortable," Lu Chun commanded. "This thatched hut is utterly uninhabitable. It is far too shabby." Zhu Jinhong, relieved to have clarity, immediately pledged, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall handle it." He then swiftly departed. Indeed, Zhu Jinhong was remarkably swift. Within half a day's time, everything was arranged. Upon arriving at their new abode, Lu Qin and his companions were greeted by a magnificent mansion, situated in the most opulent section of Qian City, surpassing even the city lord's residence in grandeur. "Wow, we have a splendid house now," Chu Jian exclaimed with delight. A smile graced Luo Zian's face as well. The years spent with Chu Jian, constantly fleeing and hiding, had been exceedingly arduous. The previous dilapidated hut had been considered a decent refuge at the very least. Suddenly possessing a grand mansion, their exhilaration was palpable. "Welcome, esteemed master." As the grand doors swung open, over 100 servants stood in formation, bowing slightly with expressions of utmost respect. "Esteemed senior, these are the attendants I arranged specifically to serve you," Zhu Jinhong elucidated. "Might it be somewhat ostentatious?" Luo Zian felt a twinge of surprise. Lu Chun understood her implication and replied coolly, "Have you forgotten what I said earlier about keeping things subdued?" The sudden chill that enveloped Jinghong was undeniable. It was entirely her fault for acting presumptuously. "Let us disperse everyone and ensure a generous recompense," she suggested. Lu Qin, disinterested in further discourse, simply acknowledged her. "Understood," Zhu Jinhong promptly affirmed. With a wave of his hand, all present departed. Only then did Luo Zian feel a sense of relief. Lu Qin, too, preferred solitude, desiring only the company of family without disturbances. He took a moment to survey the residence, where a quaint bridge spanned a gentle stream, and elegant pavilions complemented the picturesque scenery. Observing the joyful countenance of the mother and daughter, Lu Qin felt a mix of contentment and profound disquietude. Were it not for him, Zian would not have endured such hardships. "Luo Zian, in the years to come, you shall no longer face the tribulations we once encountered. Everything I owe you from those 4 years, I shall repay you 100-fold, he vowed silently. Chapter 25, Imperial-Level Martial Arts, The Eternal Green Lotus Technique. In the subsequent days, the family resided together in harmony. Lu Qin devoted quality time to his loved ones, despite the dissolution of his corporeal form. He was untroubled by the threat of adversaries. Thus, he felt at ease. Luo Zian had largely recovered. Her complexion markedly improved, exuding a vitality that starkly contrasted with her previous state. On this day, curiosity struck her as she remarked, "Lu Chun, I feel as though I need not cultivate. A mysterious force from the cosmos seems to be flowing into me, rapidly enhancing my cultivation." "Silly girl, of course. You are now the Moonlight Sacred Body." Lu Chun couldn't help but smile. "The Moonlight Sacred Body? What does that mean?" Luo Zian inquired, puzzled, having never heard of such a physique. "It is one of the most formidable physiques since time immemorial, capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, allowing for automatic cultivation growth. It has not manifested for millions of years." Lu Qin elucidated. "Is the mere regeneration of spiritual bones truly so formidable? To cultivate without effort?" Luo Zian gasped in astonishment. "It is more than just the regeneration of spiritual bones. I utilized an imperial-grade elixir to cleanse your form and employed supreme divine abilities to refine your sinews. With such enhancements, you have transcended the realm of the ordinary. As for the Moonlight Sacred Body, it was innate to you, merely awakening after your rebirth." Lu Qin clarified. "Imperial-grade elixir? What rank does that hold?" Luo Zian was taken aback. Before she could fully digest this revelation, Lu Qin, with a mere thought, conjured a radiant light that descended upon her forehead. "What is this?" She felt an influx of knowledge flooding her mind. "Imperial-level martial arts, the Eternal Green Lotus Technique," Lu Qin articulated slowly. Conceived by the eternal celestial emperor, it nourishes itself with primordial power, transforming chaos into a green lotus, perfectly attuned to your moonlight's sacred body. By cultivating with the essence of the sun and moon, you shall one day bloom into a green lotus that can govern the rise and fall of countless stars. Yet again, imperial grade. Though Luo Xian was uncertain of its true prowess, the name alone resonated with extraordinary significance, especially upon gaining a slight understanding of the information within the sea of consciousness. One discovers that the eternal green lotus technique is profoundly mysterious, far surpassing any martial arts previously encountered in terms of depth and enigma. There is simply no comparison. Luqian, I shall commence my cultivation, Luo Xian declared immediately. Why the haste? Luqian inquired, wishing to linger a little longer. You have destroyed the Yaoqi sacred land, which will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. There may be those who seek to kill and plunder. You currently lack cultivation, do you not? I must hasten my training, just in case. Luo Xian responded earnestly. What other reason could there be? Is it just this? Luqian couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Xian, do not worry. With me around, no one dares to trouble you. As for my cultivation, it will be restored in a few days. Luo Xian was deeply touched. Luqian, you have already done so much for me. You have sacrificed all your cultivation to annihilate the Yaoqi sacred land. Even if you can recover, it is unlikely you will regain those forbidden techniques. Therefore, I must become stronger, not just for you, but also for our initial encounter. Only then did Luqian realize that Xian seemed to misunderstand. Believing that his destruction of the Yaoqi sacred land involved the use of irreplaceable trump cards. Little did she know that utilizing that bit of primordial power was hardly a secret weapon, merely a trifling matter. Xian, you truly need not worry excessively. Trust my words. Now that I have returned, I will ensure you no longer suffer. Do not speak of the Yaoqi sacred land, even if the immortal ancient clan or celestial sects come. I shall deal with them without hesitation. Luqian, Luo Xian's tone suddenly grew intense. I am aware that you have past experiences that are inconvenient for you to share with me, yet at this juncture, you still utter such grandiose words. I understand that you do it for us, mother and daughter, but we cannot always rely on luck. Thus, I must swiftly enhance my cultivation. Luqian felt a sense of helplessness. It was not that he was unwilling to recount his experiences, but rather that Xian did not believe him. What he said was not mere bravado. He genuinely possessed that strength. He even withheld much for fear of frightening her. The destruction of the Yaoqi sacred land had nothing to do with luck. However, explaining too much at this time would likely lead Xian to think he was only saying so to protect them, leaving him no choice but to allow her to cultivate. This foolish girl, Luqian shook his head. She appeared naive and simple-minded, but in truth, all her actions were aimed at alleviating his burdens. Had she not fainted at that time and learned of his identity from the Yaoqi ancestor, perhaps the situation would not have been so troublesome. In any case, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and Luqian did not dwell on it too much. Just then, Zhu Jinhong approached cautiously, bowing slightly. Is there something on your mind? Luqian asked directly. Senior, I wish to. Spare me the pleasantries. Just speak. Luqian interrupted impatiently. Zhu Jinhong was startled and quickly explained. Because I previously failed to recognize your greatness and showed you disrespect, I have prepared wine and a banquet to offer my apologies. Is this trivial matter worth such hesitation? Luqian remarked, bemused. And no, inviting you to a banquet is a significant affair. For someone like me, it is of utmost importance. Zhu Jinhong insisted fervently. He is indeed a bearer of the Star Black Gold token, the foremost VIP of the entire Star Sea Merchant Alliance. The headquarters has already instructed that he must be treated with utmost respect. Any dissatisfaction could lead to the immediate forfeiture of his position or even a merciless demise. How could he dare to serve poorly? Time and place. Without much contemplation, Luqian spoke up. Initially, he had no intention of attending. But considering he had no pressing matters these days, it was a perfect opportunity to take Chu Jin out for some delightful experiences. Zhu Jinhong was instantly elated, not expecting Luqian to agree so readily. Tonight at Hongxing Restaurant, I will come to pick you up. No need. I can go on my own. Luqian replied nonchalantly. All right. Everything shall be as per your esteemed guidance. I shall take my leave now. Zhu Jinhong nodded respectfully and walked back a few steps before turning to leave, immediately beginning his preparations. Luqian spent the day frolicking with Chu Jin until dusk. Noticing the time, he decided it was time to set off. Come, Chu Jin. Father will take you to enjoy some delicious food. Hooray! Chu Jin exclaimed with delight. Her spirits high as she had forgotten all past sufferings during their recent escapades. Lu Chen initially intended to bring Xian along as well, but as she was in seclusion, he decided against it. At the moment Lu Chen was leaving, two figures hastily arrived at Hongxing Restaurant. This is the place. Nan Lingshuang looked up. Based on the information they had gathered, Zhu Jinghong, the head of Wanao Pavilion, had reserved the entire venue to host a significant guest. It must be the Lord of Tianyuan. They had gathered so many exquisite materials, and they had succeeded. Lingshuang, what do those materials signify? You have received the opportunity granted by the Lord of Tianyuan. Perhaps he accepted the invitation just to await our arrival. Everything is within the Lord's foresight, Xue remarked self-importantly. Perhaps, Nan Lingshuang mused, her heart fluttering. Just as the two were about to enter the restaurant, they were stopped by two cultivators from Wanbao Pavilion. This place is reserved. No unauthorized personnel may enter. Chapter 26. He is the esteemed guest I invited. Xue's expression soured immediately as she arrogantly declared, Do you know who she is? She is the disciple of today's honored guest. Let us pass. Never heard of her. The guarding cultivator's demeanor remained indifferent. You dare to block the disciple of such a formidable guest? Are you not afraid of the consequences? She threatened. Without any relevant orders, no one is allowed in. Do not cause trouble here. The Wanbao Pavilion cultivator warned, unperturbed by her threats. The head has commanded that only the bearer of the black gold token is invited today. No one else may enter. Any failure in this duty will result in merciless consequences. No one dares to let their guard down. Any random woman claiming to be the disciple of such a powerful figure, who would believe that? Threats proved futile, and Nan Lingshuang furrowed her brow, ultimately revealing her identity. I am the royal princess of the Beising Empire and command you to stand aside. Unfortunately, this was the heavenly emperor's empire, where not everyone regarded her with reverence. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly emerged. How audacious to insult our Lingshuang. With a swift motion, both women turned their heads. And upon recognizing the speaker, their faces turned pale with disbelief. Lu Chen? The incredulity in their tone was palpable, as if they had seen a ghost. Aren't you supposed to be dead? How are you still alive? Xue exclaimed in shock. Nan Lingshuang was equally astonished. Su Qingyue, the prodigy of the sacred land, had been dispatched to eliminate him, and logically, he should have perished. How is he still in one piece? My father would never die. He is incredibly formidable. And those villains are no match for him. Before Lu Chen could utter a word, Chu Jin, filled with indignation, spoke up, casting hostile glances at the two women, who had often mocked her father. Those villains? Surely, you don't mean everyone from the Yaoqi sacred land? What a joke. They are on a quest to find the Lord of the Abyss. Your father must have narrowly escaped death. What sheer luck. Xue retorted coldly. Chu Jian, initially frustrated, attempted to argue, but Lu Chen gently grasped her small hand, imparting a lesson. Do not waste your breath on fools. They have their own struggles. Indeed, it is not easy for them. They cannot even enter the tavern. Chu Jian nodded in agreement. While not intended as sarcasm, her words struck deeply. The two women gritted their teeth in anger. Who says we cannot enter? We are merely waiting a moment, unlike you, who speak as if you could easily waltz in. Xue scoffed. Of course we can enter because today's honored guest is me. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. You are the guest invited by Wanbao Pavilion? Huh. That's utterly laughable. After just a few days, your talent for boasting has reached new heights. Do you even know who they invited? The Lord of the Abyss. In 100 lifetimes. You could never glimpse even a shadow of such a supreme existence. Surely, the Lord of the Abyss cannot be you? Xue regarded Lu Chen with the utmost disdain. As if he were a fool, Lu Chen felt no anger, only amusement. Yet, one thing was not mistaken. He was indeed the Lord of the Abyss. In his search, he remained oblivious to the fact that the one he truly sought was right before him. Ignorant fool. Nan Lingshuang interjected. This is not a place for you. There is no need to put on airs before me, for some individuals cannot be trifled with. You should depart before the Lord of the Abyss grows angry. Her words were a well-meaning warning, intended to expose Lu Chen's pretense. If he were to act as she suggested, it would undoubtedly confirm all accusations and bring him great shame. This subtle, yet piercing behavior was far more malicious than Xue's blatant mockery. However, she soon realized that Lu Chen did not respond at all, not even casting a glance in her direction. He ignored her completely, simply taking Chu Jian's hand and walking calmly toward the Hongxing Tavern. This is more painful than killing her. The illustrious princess of Beisang, who once considered herself to be of unparalleled nobility, is now being treated with such disdain. Very well, since you refuse to heed my advice. Let me witness how you intend to enter, she said coldly. Do you enjoy putting on airs? Then let us see how far you can carry it. And who will truly be embarrassed? Nan Lingshuang and Xue exchanged glances, eager for the spectacle. Why impersonate anyone else when you choose to masquerade as the Lord of Tianyuan? Is that not a recipe for disaster? If they cannot gain entry, what chance does he have? In an instant, Lu Qin had already led Chu Jian to the entrance. The two disciples of Wanbao Pavilion immediately expressed their respect, bowing in unison. Welcome, esteemed elder. Please enter. What? Nan Lingshuang and Xue gasped in astonishment. The anticipated humiliation did not unfold. Instead, the opponents greeted Lu Qin with utmost reverence, inviting him inside. The mockery they had exchanged now echoed in their ears. And the truly embarrassed ones were they? No, this cannot be. Surely you have mistaken the identity of this individual. Today's banquet is for the Lord of Tianyuan. He is merely a useless general, a doomed man who will soon be slain by the sacred land of Yaoqi. Why on earth would you allow him to enter? Nan Lingshuang was losing her composure, unable to accept this outcome. Do not be disrespectful to the esteemed elder. The gatekeeper rebuked sharply. The sacred land of Yaoqi has already been annihilated by the one before you. No, he is not the Lord of Tianyuan. You must have made an error. Quickly inform Master Zhu. We cannot allow this scoundrel to deceive us. Xue exclaimed urgently, her distress palpable as she witnessed Lu Chun being welcomed inside, more unbearable than if someone had defecated upon her face. No need to notify anyone. I have arrived. At that moment, Zhu Jinhong strode forth. Master Zhu, you have come at an opportune moment. This individual is impersonating the Lord of Tianyuan and seeks to infiltrate. You must expose him swiftly. Xue implored impatiently. Lu Chun, I know you have long desired to assert yourself before me, but there is truly no need for this. You have now drawn the attention of the master of Wanbao Pavilion. The consequences are yours to bear. Nan Lingshuang shook her head, her eyes filled with disdain. You too may have made an error. This is precisely the distinguished guest I invited. I trust you will speak with due respect, lest you provoke my ire. Zhu Jinhong interjected suddenly. What? Lu Chun is truly a distinguished guest of Wanbao Pavilion? Nan Lingshuang and Xue were left awestruck by his declaration. They had assumed that Zhu Jinhong had arrived to confront Lu Qin, but that was far from the truth. While they were still reeling from the shock, Zhu Jinhong had already approached Lu Qin, clasping his hands in salute and bowing at a 90-degree angle. I humbly welcome your esteemed presence. I was preoccupied within and failed to greet you in a timely manner. I ask for your forgiveness. Not only did he personally extend a welcome, but he also publicly acknowledged his mistake, delivering a profound impact upon Nan Lingshuang and Xue. This was none other than the master of Wanbao Pavilion, whose cultivation may not be the strongest in the Tianhuang Empire, but whose status is undoubtedly comparable to that of the leaders of top-tier sections. The Wanbao Pavilion is backed by the Star Sea Commerce Alliance, a vast commercial force that spans the heavens. Thus, every branch master wields immense influence, and none dare provoke them. Many a time, those formidable figures, sovereigns of nations, and reclusive sages seek the assistance of the esteemed master of the Wanbao Pavilion for various resources. It is no exaggeration to say that even the illustrious Nan Lingshuang and the Northern Princess would not dare to act presumptuously in the presence of such a significant figure. To witness such a person bowing in apology, trembling before Lu Chun, is truly astonishing. One could scarcely believe it without witnessing it firsthand. What could possibly be the reason for this? Could it be that the gatekeeper misidentified someone? Is it conceivable that Zhu Jinhong, personally hosting this individual, could also be mistaken? Could he be the Lord of Tianyuan? Suddenly, a thought struck Nan Lingshuang and Xue, akin to the explosive force of divine thunder, leaving them utterly shaken. Chapter 27. The Eternal Life Sect. Greetings to the son of the Divine Phoenix. It is inconceivable. He is the so-called waste general Lu Qin, who has hidden away for 4 years without daring to reveal himself. How could he possibly be the Lord of Tianyuan? Even if he were a reincarnated celestial prodigy, how could he achieve the status of Tianyuan Emperor in such a brief span of 4 years? Little did they know. The passage of time in Tianyuan is entirely different from that of the outside world. While 4 years have elapsed in the mortal realm, Lu Chun has experienced the passage of countless eons. However, Lu Chun saw no need to explain, merely responding coldly, apologies, but we must enter to dine. Are you not the self-important northern princess, with a status beyond compare, and unmatched pride? Sometimes, a mere word of disdain is more effective in inflicting discomfort upon such individuals than direct confrontation. Zhu Jinhong sighed in relief, thankful that the elder did not hold a grudge against him. Otherwise, his life would be in peril. At this moment, Nan Lingshuang felt utterly humiliated upon hearing Lu Qin's words. The so-called waste, the one destined for death, is now being hailed as the Lord of Tianyuan, entering the tavern accompanied by the various dignitaries of Wanbao Pavilion. It was, without a doubt, a striking slap to her face. "Stop!" she suddenly exclaimed. Zhu Jinhong turned to her. "What is it, my lady?" "Zhu Pavilion Master, I am the Northern Princess. And I assure you by my reputation that he is definitely not the Lord of Tianyuan. There must be some issue with his identity. Even if you are the Northern Princess, you shall not disrespect Elder Lu." Zhu Jinhong offered no concession. What does it matter if one is a princess? The individuals standing beside him hold the Black Gold Order, esteemed figures revered throughout the Star Sea Commerce Alliance. Moreover, what of his power? He is the fierce warrior who obliterated the entire Yaoqi sacred land, and even the Yaoqi ancestor, upon being summoned back, knelt before Lu Qin at first sight. As for your claims of him being the Lord of Tianyuan, Zhu Jinhong hesitated. On that day, Lu Qin unleashed a massacre, exuding an overwhelming aura. And after the Yaoqi ancestor was summoned back, all dialogue was beyond his comprehension due to his cultivation level. Thus, he remained unaware that Lu Qin is indeed the Lord of Tianyuan. As he pondered his response, Lu Qin suddenly turned, coldly fixing his gaze upon Nan Lingshuang. "How can you be so certain that I am not the Lord of Tianyuan? Have these two exceptional women not been humiliated enough? How could they remain so self-assured? The true sovereign of the abyss, presiding over the most forbidden domain of all eternity, stands as a bulwark against foreign invasions, possessing the cultivation of an emperor. Yet you, a mere traitorous general, dare to challenge the Lord of the Abyss?" Nan Lingshuang exclaimed with fervor. "Is it precisely because of this that I am not?" Lu Qin responded with a hearty laugh, mocking Nan Lingshuang's ignorance. To focus solely on the pinnacle moment while disregarding the arduous journey behind it? Such reasoning is utterly foolish. Moreover, I have already acquired a boon from the Lord of the Abyss, as I am the one he has personally chosen for this opportunity. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Nan Lingshuang released a surge of sword energy that shot skyward, instantly transforming into a colossal purple sword, swirling above her head. Radiating a dazzling light that cast her as an unparalleled sword immortal, her proud visage held high, her chest erect with determination. In that moment, it seemed she had become the successor to the Lord of the Abyss. Yet, Zhu Jinhong and the others remained unperturbed, having witnessed Lu Qin's prowess. Such displays no longer captivated their attention. Lu Qin himself could not help but chuckle. The so-called opportunity that Nan Lingshuang grasped was merely a fragment of medicinal power he had emanated during his alchemical endeavors, which she had then interpreted as sword intent. How audacious of her to flaunt it before him. Behold, this is the chance bestowed upon Lingshuang by the Lord of the Abyss. Do you still dare to impersonate him? Truly, you are overestimating your capabilities. Shui Shui jeered. Old man, am I truly that aged? Lu Qin found the remark amusing. As he stood right before them, yet they had the audacity to misuse his title. What are you laughing at? Nan Lingshuang frowned. I laugh at your egregious ignorance. You shall spend your life deprived of even a mere 4 dishes. With that parting remark, Lu Qin grew weary of further conversation and directly led Chu Jian into the tavern. Lu Qin, you are nothing but a fraud. Daring to impersonate the Lord of the Abyss, you shall surely meet your demise. Shui Shui shouted angrily from behind. Ladies, I have warned you multiple times. Should you continue to act disrespectfully, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Zhu Jinhong warned with a grave demeanor. Seeing them fall silent, Zhu Jinhong waved his sleeve and departed. Ensure the area is secure. With that command, the disciples of Wanbao Pavilion once again barred the entrance, permitting no one to enter. Lu Qin paid no mind to such trivialities. Today was meant for revelry with Chu Jian, and he desired neither disruption nor bloodshed. Welcome, esteemed guest. The tavern owner, accompanied by a retinue of numerous attendants, awaited with great respect. Upon the arrival of Lu Qin and his daughter, they bowed in unison to greet them. As the largest and most opulent tavern in Qian City, they had hosted various dignitaries. Yet none could compare to the master of Wanbao Pavilion. Even for such an esteemed presence, today was merely a banquet. They would spend the entire day within the tavern, meticulously overseeing every detail with utmost caution. What kind of guests were they expecting? It was beyond imagination, fearing that Lu Qin might take offense. Zhu Jinhong allowed the servants to greet them, but quickly signaled for them to leave. Esteemed guest, the meal is prepared. Please follow me, he urged, leading the way. A grand table adorned with an array of mountain delicacies, exquisite seafood, rare spiritual fruits, and a variety of wines and teas awaited them. Well, Upon first encountering a pair of sparkling, luminous eyes, one is struck by their brilliance. An abundance of food and drink lay before them, even more lavish than during festive celebrations. Lu Chun could already hear the sound of saliva being swallowed in anticipation. Yet, despite such a feast, the young girl did not step forward. She merely clung tightly to his arm, gazing intently at the spread before them. "Why don't you go eat?" Lu Chun inquired. His mother had taught her that seizing food and drink without permission was a grave breach of etiquette. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of gratification and silently mused, "Xian, thank you for teaching her to be so considerate." He then gently patted the girl's small head, saying, "You are absolutely correct, but all this food today is for you. Go ahead and indulge." "All right," the girl exclaimed joyfully, yet she still did not venture forth alone. Instead, she tugged Lu Chun along with her. "With such a daughter, my life is complete," Lu Chun thought inwardly. Zhu Jinhong accompanied them throughout, serving tea and pouring drinks. The owner of the restaurant and his associates were utterly astonished. The esteemed master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not even permitted to sit down for a meal. Who was this young man, truly? Outside, Nan Lingshuang and Xue remained, unwilling to depart. They were filled with dissatisfaction. When the true master of the abyss arrived, Lu Chun would surely meet his demise. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, not a single figure appeared. Just as despair began to settle in, a radiant light emerged on the horizon, exuding an unmatched aura. "The master of the abyss has arrived," Xue exclaimed in delight. Nan Lingshuang was equally exhilarated. "Is it finally here? Lu Chun, your end is nigh." In an instant, an elder descended with formidable presence, brimming with an overwhelming energy. Hardly had he touched the ground when he clasped his fists towards the direction of the restaurant and proclaimed, "Li Chunhua of the Eternal Life sect has come to pay his respects." His voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the establishment. Chapter 28. Cease your quarrels. "I possess a sword to escort you all to your demise." Indeed, it appeared that their presence had been uncovered, Lu Chun murmured to himself. On the day when the girl awakened her divine phoenix eyes, illuminating the heavens, it was bound to attract attention. However, he had not revealed her identity then. Nor would he now. With his esteemed father, the emperor, in the picture, no one would dare to lay a hand on her. Outside, Nan Lingshuang and Xue, who had initially worn expressions of excitement, were suddenly engulfed in disappointment. It was not the master of the abyss, but rather the esteemed leader of the Eternal Life sect. Li Chunhua. This was a paramount force within the Phoenix Empire, though not on par with the transcendent entities like the Yaoqi Sacred Land and the Dreaming Spirit Domain. Its influence remained formidable, boasting a legacy spanning thousands of years, with supreme beings in command. What surprised them further was Li Chunhua's purpose for visiting. Was he here to pay respects to the son of the Divine Phoenix? What did this imply? Could it be that Lu Chujin was the one in question? Within the entire restaurant, she was the sole child. Or perhaps they had misjudged. The invitation from the 10 Treasures Pavilion was indeed not for the Master of the Abyss, but for Lu Chun, as he was the son of the Divine Phoenix. Just as they were lost in their speculations, a flurry of radiant lights appeared from all directions, converging upon the scene in an instant. In the realm of the Divine Martial Sword sect, the Sword of Return to Ruins, emissaries from various eminent factions gathered to pay their respects to the son of the Divine Phoenix. Among them were Mu Yunxiu from the Kind Cloud Sword Pavilion and Qin Patian from the Great Sun Sword sect, all converging upon the bustling tavern. The air was thick with anticipation, as nearly every prominent sect within the Celestial Phoenix Empire, regardless of their moral alignment, had arrived. Since the day the presence of the son of the Divine Phoenix was sensed, fervent efforts had been made to locate him, culminating in this collective rush to Qian City. They had pinpointed that the son was within the tavern but hesitated to enter, opting instead to call out from outside. Nan Lingshuang and Xue stood aghast, unable to close their mouths in astonishment. Such formidable powers had assembled solely for the son of the Divine Phoenix. Had they perhaps overlooked something significant? Inside the tavern, the leader of the Wandao Pavilion was drenched in nervous sweat, dreading the timing of their visit, particularly while he was hosting Lu Chun. Fortunately, Lu Chun did not hold it against him. He merely instructed that no one should disturb his meal. Thus, Zhu Jinhong rushed outside, pleading earnestly, almost bowing down in reverence, to silence the clamoring crowd. Though the shouting ceased, a steady stream of figures continued to arrive, ancient powerhouses and formidable beings from various factions within the Celestial Phoenix Empire, some of whom had not been seen for years and were believed to have perished, had all emerged today, drawn by the allure of the son of the Divine Phoenix. Finally, at a certain moment, Chu Jian, having indulged to his fill, beamed with innocence and exclaimed, "Father, I am full." "Very well. Let us venture out and see who is calling," Lu Chen replied with a smile, leading Chu Jian outside. As the tavern doors swung open, Lu Chen and Chu Jian appeared simultaneously. A flurry of gazes converged upon them. "We pay homage to the son of the divine phoenix." The crowd echoed in unison, the atmosphere electrifying. Startled, Chu Jian nestled closer to Lu Chen. The sheer number of attendees was overwhelming. Lu Chen scanned the throng, noting thousands of cultivators blocking the entrance. A veritable sea of heads. They were leaders of major factions, clan heads, and even some solitary cultivators, with entire families present, a spectacle of utmost grandeur. Is the son of the divine phoenix truly Chu Jian? Nanling Shuang and Xue Xue finally grasped the truth, their faces etched with shock. "I understand your intentions for coming here. I kindly ask you to leave. I do not wish for Chu Jian to be disturbed," Lu Chen declared firmly. "Hold on." An aged figure advanced. It was Li Chunhua, the head of the Eternal Life Immortal sect. "You must be the father of the son of the divine phoenix, correct? Your daughter possesses the rare divine phoenix physique, destined to soar through the heavens and radiate unparalleled brilliance. Given your circumstances, it may be challenging for you to guide her cultivation. Why not entrust her to me? I shall ensure she receives the finest training." "Unnecessary." Lu Chen dismissed the suggestion with indifference, unwilling to entertain further discourse. Did the elder presume to understand his conditions? With the Lord of the Abyss as her father, did he truly fear any hindrance to Chu Jian's potential? Li Chunhua's expression faltered, taken aback by the outright refusal. "Your Excellency, while I comprehend your deep affection for your daughter, I must express my astonishment at your lack of cultivation. Why squander the potential of such a promising talent? The son of the divine phoenix is not inferior to the most supreme prodigies. With even the slightest guidance, his future will be nothing short of resplendent, bringing honor to you as a father." The esteemed master of the divine sword sect, Jian Guishu, spoke up. "Lack of cultivation?" The two women, Nanling Shuang and her companion, were taken aback upon hearing this. Wasn't he quite formidable when he annihilated the city lord's manor that day? "I see, Ling Shuang," the other remarked. "It must be that Lu Chen possesses some secret technique to wield such power, but now he is merely a wasted talent." "It must be so," she scoffed with disdain. Lu Chen paid no heed to their words. His cultivation had not vanished, but rather he had suppressed it to facilitate his recovery, unconcerned with being perceived as weak. For he possessed myriad abilities. He regarded Jian Guishu's remarks as short-sighted. Upon their first encounter, he certainly would not appear inferior to those supreme prodigies. For he was not merely the divine phoenix's vessel but the awakened celestial phoenix's eye. There was only one such being. His extraordinary nature led him to seal it with a spell. Otherwise, should the celestial phoenix's eye awaken uncontrollably, the resulting chaos would devastate the entire divine phoenix empire and its denizens. Before Lu Chen could respond, others began to speak in succession. "Your Excellency, if you allow me to take your daughter, the Blood Demon Sacred Mountain will reward you with a volume of the 9 Blood Demon Technique, a formidable earth-grade skill," boasted a representative of the Blood Demon Sacred Mountain, displaying a sense of pride. Fools from the Divine Sword sect and the Everlasting Immortal Gate still believe they can claim the son of the Divine Phoenix based on reputation. Can't they see the obvious? They merely seek to profit. Hand over the son of the Divine Phoenix, and the Tsiyun Sword Pavilion will provide you with an earth-grade spirit sword, far more suitable than the wicked techniques of the Blood Demon Sacred Mountain. A mere mortal, ignorant of cultivation, what use are these to him? Our Radiant Sun Sword sect offers you 10 million spirit stones, enough to ensure your comfort for 10 lifetimes. I shall offer 50 million spirit stones, along with various beauties and a mansion. The scene erupted into chaos as a throng of cultivators clamored to outbid one another, creating a tumult akin to a market. How dare they treat my daughter as a mere item for auction? Lu Chen's face darkened, a chilling aura emanating from his eyes. It was over. He was filled with murderous intent. Zhu Jinhong had been closely observing Lu Chen, fearing that these individuals might provoke him, knowing he could unleash a massacre without leaving a single survivor. Yet, he continued to plead, but the others remained undeterred, still bidding as if whoever offered the highest could take away the maiden. They treated Lu Chen as if he were selling his daughter. Is there no need for bidding? Lu Chen suddenly interjected. In that instant, the thousands present fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him, intrigued by his words. But the very next moment, a cold voice drifted through the air. "I possess a sword. How about I send you all to your deaths?" The chilling tone hung like a sharp blade above the heads of the assembly, instilling a profound sense of dread and a palpable aura of impending doom. All gazes were filled with astonishment. How could someone with seemingly no cultivation exude such a formidable aura of menace? Esteemed guest, we have extended our goodwill, and your lack of appreciation is truly disheartening. A cultivator exclaimed, immediately channeling his spiritual energy, prepared to suppress Lu Chen. Then let it begin with you. Lu Chen's voice was frigid. He had intended to wait until his body was fully restored, but since someone sought death, there was no need for restraint any longer. You dare to lay a hand on my husband? Suddenly, a figure swooped in from afar, her flowing dress billowing and hair dancing in the wind. Mother! Chu Jian cried out. The newcomer was none other than Luo Zian, appearing like a celestial being descending from the heavens, arriving in an instant. She then activated her technique. The essence of the sun and moon enveloping her, radiating a resplendent glow. Behind her exquisite form, chaotic energy swirled, and a verdant lotus could be faintly discerned. Rooted in the void, shimmering with brilliance and showering down strands of radiant light. Lu Chun was taken aback. In just half a day, Zian not only grasped the eternal green lotus technique, but also utilized the essence of the sun and moon to evolve chaos, nurturing a green lotus. This lotus, akin to a soul, once fully blossomed, would bestow upon Luo Zian an unfathomable power. Truly, the three of them were prodigies, each surpassing the other. Such talent left Lu Chun in awe. The transformation of the void into chaos, accompanied by the emergence of the green lotus, was a celestial phenomenon. The onlookers gasped in amazement. Is she truly the mother of the Phoenix Sun? No wonder she bore such a formidable daughter. With a swift motion, Luo Zian's jade-like hand sliced toward the cultivator. The man, equally startled, could only attempt to defend himself. With a resounding impact, as Luo Zian's palm met him, an overwhelming force erupted, sending the cultivator hurtling away. He coughed up blood, severely injured. Simultaneously, Luo Zian stumbled back, her chaotic energy boiling fiercely. The green lotus swayed, dimming amidst the surging brilliance, on the verge of vanishing. This is troubling. Although Zian has comprehended the eternal green lotus technique, her own cultivation has yet to catch up. Remaining at the spirit sea realm, Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he rushed to Zian's side. Are you unharmed? I'm fine, as long as you are safe. Luo Zian replied with a smile. What she had demonstrated seemed to be the fabled eternal green lotus technique. The Grand Master of the Longevity Immortal Sect, Li Chunhua, spoke with immense gravity. He had seen accounts of it in ancient texts, recalling that in the distant era of Tai Wang, an unparalleled powerhouse known as the Eternal Emperor comprehended the creation of the heavens and earth, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, wielding the supreme path to cultivate chaotic energy and manifest a green lotus. This was the eternal green lotus technique. It was indeed an unparalleled imperial-level art. Boom. The crowd was left astounded by his words. Even if they were unaware of the origins of the eternal green lotus technique, they understood fully what the term imperial-level art signified. It was the legendary imperial scripture. It was far beyond what any celestial-level technique could aspire to, transcending the realm of human comprehension regarding cultivation methods. Such an imperial scripture imprinted the marks of the Tao, even without gazing upon it. Merely touching it could yield boundless opportunities and transformations. How could she possess an imperial-level cultivation technique? Both Nan Lingfang and Shui Shui were equally astonished. Could it be that Lu Chen's survival from the clutches of the Yaoqi sacred land was somehow tied to his wife? No, despite her possessing such a formidable technique, her cultivation was merely at the spirit sea realm. Someone abruptly pointed out this critical flaw. It was indeed fatal. Bearing treasures, yet lacking the strength to protect them, would inevitably attract covetous eyes. As anticipated, once that person voiced their thoughts, the gazes of all present became fervent with desire. Ladies and gentlemen, I advise you against reckless actions, for the consequences will be yours to bear. Zhu Jinhong cautioned in a frigid tone. My dear lady, given your low cultivation, it seems somewhat wasteful to wield such a technique. Allow me to assess whether it truly is an imperial scripture, someone interjected. Even with Zhu Jinhong's intervention, the crowd remained unsatisfied, merely refraining from overt aggression for the moment. An imperial-level cultivation technique was simply too significant. In any realm, it would incite bloodshed and strife. Even the most exalted sage or unparalleled celestial monarch would vie for it. Indeed, your cultivation is insufficient. Even if you were to refuse us, you would lack the means to safeguard it. It would be wiser to surrender it willingly. More voices chimed in, pressing closer. Fear not, for I shall handle everything, Lu Chen declared. Zhu Jinhong had already granted these individuals an opportunity. Their refusal to heed it would lead them to their doom. However, before he could act, Luo Zian frowned and interjected, Lu Qin, this is not the time for impulsiveness. You have lost all your cultivation. It would be prudent to stay behind me as you did when we first met. Having exhausted all his trump cards to vanquish the Yaoqi sacred land, how could he now confront these powers? Lu Qin felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet explaining himself to Luo Zian at this juncture seemed futile. Regardless, once he eliminated these individuals, they would understand everything. But just as he was about to make his move, a voice unexpectedly resounded. How audacious you are! Do you know who she is? She is the fated one of the Lord of Tianyuan, and the imperial-level technique was bestowed upon her by him. To dare to lay a hand on her is to court death. The speaker was none other than Nan Lingfang, her expression frigid. Lingfang, why are you defending Lu Qin's wife? Xue, standing beside her, stared at her in astonishment, bewildered by her unexpected allegiance. The Lord of Tianyuan? Upon hearing this, the assembly was struck with sheer astonishment, their faces frozen in shock. Who among the world did not recognize the name of the Lord of Tianyuan? A figure of immense power, revered across all realms, the current supreme emperor of humankind. To think this young woman was the fated one of the Lord of Tianyuan was utterly explosive. It was as if a divine thunderclap had reverberated through the crowd, sending chills down their spines, leaving them trembling. You must have heard that the Yaoqi sacred land mobilized its entire sect to the Tianwang Empire, even summoning their ancestors. The master of the Wanbao Pavilion has also appeared here. All of us are in search of the Lord of Tianyuan's whereabouts. Nan Lingfang continued, gasping in terror. The crowd became increasingly hesitant to voice their doubts. Indeed, while seeking the divine son of the phoenix, they had heard of the Yaoqi sacred land's unusual movements. Speculation abounded regarding whether they had uncovered some treasure or were preparing to attack a forbidden zone. Such a grand display was unprecedented. The outcome is not what we seek. It is to pursue the footsteps of the Lord of the Abyss. No wonder Luo Zian possesses such modest cultivation yet has grasped imperial-level techniques. She must be a fated individual of the Lord of the Abyss. My heavens, the one we must confront is indeed connected to the Lord of the Abyss. The leaders of various factions and clans were all paralyzed with fear, cold sweat pouring down their brows. In an instant, they clasped their fists in apology, exclaiming, We are truly blind to your greatness, esteemed elder, we beseech your forgiveness. Luo Zian was bewildered. This technique was bestowed upon her by Lu Qin. What connection could it possibly have with the Lord of the Abyss? She glanced at Nan Lingshuang, who harbored grievances against Lu Qin. Why would she extend her assistance? Then her gaze shifted back to Lu Qin. Was there some secret he had yet to reveal? What was truly unfolding here? Chapter 30. Should anyone dare to lay a hand upon my daughter, regardless of who they may be, they will be cast into the depths of hell. Lu Qin's eyes narrowed, a hint of surprise flickering within. Though he was indeed the Lord of the Abyss, who had granted Zian her techniques, this was indisputable. Yet, why would Nan Lingshuang, unaware of the truth, choose to assist? He was convinced that her sudden benevolence must harbor ulterior motives. However, at this moment, the representatives of the major factions were too intimidated to act. Inundating the air with apologies, their faces pale with horror. In light of this, Lu Qin refrained from further aggression, coldly stating, I shall spare you today. However, should you dare to target my daughter again, regardless of who you are, you will be sent into reincarnation. His warning sent tremors through all present. Thank you for your mercy, they expressed in unison, as though they had been granted a second chance at life, filled with relief. Luo Zian wished to express her gratitude to Nan Lingshuang, but was halted by Lu Qin's icy gaze. He fixed his stare upon them, declaring, I care not for your intentions. It would be prudent to conceal your schemes, lest you find yourselves unable to stand before me again. These two women had stirred his heart more than once, yet for various reasons, he had refrained from eliminating them. This time was no different, after all. They had provided him with a means of escape. Though it was unnecessary, it would have been inappropriate to take their lives. You have misunderstood. It is merely out of regard for past ties, Nan Lingshuang replied coolly, revealing no hint of ulterior motives. Past ties? Lu Qin scoffed. He and she shared no such connection. Tread carefully. With that, he left the scene with Zian. You were fortunate. Zhu Jinhong shook his head at the others and promptly followed Lu Qin. To all present, this only reinforced their belief in Nan Lingshuang's words. Luo Zian must surely be connected to the Lord of the Abyss, or else why would the leader of the Wanbao Pavilion be so solicitous? Not only was his daughter the child of the divine phoenix, but her mother was also a fated individual of the Lord of the Abyss, necessitating the pursuit of closer ties. Everyone began to depart, their thoughts racing. It was only then that Xue could no longer restrain her curiosity, asking, Ling Shuang, why did you choose to aid them? She possesses imperial-level techniques. If we do not take action, shall we allow these individuals to claim them? Our strength is insufficient to compete. Nan Lingshuang replied coldly. Are you also after the imperial-level techniques? However, the other party would not simply grant us that. Shui Shui remained perplexed. Nin Lingshuang then whispered softly in her ear, Ling Shuang, you are exceedingly clever. Shui Shui's expression transformed into one of enlightenment, filled with admiration. On the way back, Luo Zian expressed her confusion. Lu Chen, why did you not allow me to thank her? After all, she acted with good intentions. Without her, we would have been in quite the predicament. Good intentions? Lu Chen scoffed. Zian, your kindness is commendable, but you are too generous. Nan Ling Shuang is far from the simple person you perceive her to be. Why do you say that? Luo Zian inquired with curiosity. Previously, Lu Chen had not elaborated on his past encounters with Nan Ling Shuang. He then proceeded to explain. So you had an engagement? Luo Zian exclaimed in astonishment, quickly adopting a mischievous grin. No wonder she offered assistance. Perhaps she still harbors feelings from the past, which compelled her to intervene. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Nan Ling Shuang possesses an inflated sense of self-worth, believing herself to be the princess of Beisang, looking down upon everyone. You are mistaken in your generous view of her. As for old feelings, we were never truly together. Even without you, I would have torn up that engagement. Is that all? Luo Zian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Those are not the primary reasons. Ultimately, my heart belongs solely to you. Other women are mere ephemeral distractions, Lu Chen asserted with fervor. Luo Zian giggled, covering her mouth in amusement. Such smooth talk. But why did you bring Chu Jian to the tavern? And what is the story behind those other individuals? Lu Chun recounted the sequence of events. Chu Jian is the child of the divine phoenix? Luo Zian was utterly shocked. Actually, she is not the child of the divine phoenix, but rather has awakened the heavenly phoenix divine eyes. Lu Chen clarified. He had forgotten to mention this detail to Zian earlier, so he took the opportunity to explain. What an impressive innate divine ability. Luo Zian continued to be astonished. It is even more extraordinary than being the child of the divine phoenix. No wonder, during the bloodline summoning technique, she shed tears of blood and was able to see your figure. It must be due to the heavenly phoenix divine eyes. While the heavenly phoenix divine eyes are indeed formidable, Chu Jian currently lacks the ability to control them, which is why I have temporarily sealed them. However, the celestial phenomenon that occurred during her awakening was so powerful, with blood radiance illuminating the heavens, reminiscent of the divine phoenix soaring through the sky, that it garnered the attention of many. Such audacity, to attempt to take her away and then resort to violence. Lu Chen's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. If not for your timely arrival, I would have ceased my discourse at this moment. Otherwise, Zian would accuse me of boasting. Is danger already upon us? Not at all. I would go to great lengths to protect you. My foolish wife, what I meant to say is that had you not appeared, I would have already sent them to their demise. Lu Chen thought to himself, bitterly amused. He could only blame his inadequacy for not having fully comprehended the eternal lotus scripture. Luo Zian appeared remorseful. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun could no longer contain himself. In a mere half-day's time, he had grasped the essence of an imperial scripture and cultivated it to the point of refining the essence of the sun and moon. A single chaotic blue lotus, in the grand tapestry of history, was indeed a remarkable feat. Even the most talented individuals, it is estimated, might not grasp the profound mysteries even after 3 to 5 years, let alone directly cultivate the chaotic azure lotus. Such thoughts are scarcely entertained. Remarkably, an ordinary mortal has managed to break through the 10th level of chi refinement in succession, subsequently reaching the spirit sea realm. Although this level of cultivation may not be deemed particularly formidable, accomplishing it in merely half a day is indeed extraordinary. Lu Chen has also gained insight into the formidable prowess of the moonlight sacred body. Without the need for conscious cultivation, the physical body continuously absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, and once cultivation begins, the rate of breakthroughs will undoubtedly accelerate. Especially while comprehending the eternal azure lotus technique, his cultivation ascends at an astonishing pace. Lu Chen finds himself under a bit of pressure. Will he be surpassed by Zian in the future? Glancing at the innocent and untainted Chu Jian, his emotions become even more complex. After offering a few words of comfort to Zian, the group returns to their residence. Senior, today Zhu Jinhong spoke with trepidation. He remarked, "It has nothing to do with you. It is those individuals who lack foresight." Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. In the ensuing days, I shall likely enter seclusion for cultivation. Please keep an eye on the various factions, particularly on Nan Lingshuang and Xue Xue. Inform me of any developments immediately. Understood. Zhu Jinhong responded promptly. These two women are not so benevolent. They must be watched closely for any ulterior motives. Xian, for the next 2 days, I need you to take care of Chu Jian. I will be in seclusion, striving to restore my cultivation level. Lu Chen stated. The various factions were shaken today. Yet one cannot guarantee that there are no reckless individuals seeking their own demise, especially given Xian's current cultivation level is insufficient. Moreover, he stepped out of the abyss to protect the mother and daughter. How could he remain hidden in the shadows, across the myriad realms and the vast heavens? Regardless of the dangers present, he shall confront them all. After arranging everything, Lu Chen promptly entered seclusion. Initially, he intended to wait for his body to gradually recover. But time was of the essence. He must hasten his cultivation to repair the damage caused by his primal essence as swiftly as possible and restore his original power. However, it need not necessarily be the divine power realm. Perhaps a higher level awaits. Everything depends on the god burial coffin. With a mere thought, the god burial coffin materialized in an instant. Ancient and imposing, emanating an unmatched aura. Fortunately, under the influence of his imperial might, the laws of the void resonated naturally, suppressing the aura emitted by the god burial coffin. Otherwise, the mere force of its presence could have devastated the entire Crimson Flame City. During this period, Xian entertained Chu Jian, playing within the confines of the estate. Lu Chen had instructed that they should not venture outside until his return. However, as Chu Jian played, Luo Xian was consumed with worry. With Lu Chen's cultivation rendered null, how much could he truly recover in just a few days of seclusion? The means to annihilate the sacred Yu pool would likely no longer be at his disposal. Although his reputation as the Lord of the Abyss may have instilled fear in the powerful factions, it was merely a fade. Once exposed, they would be in peril. Contemplating this, Luo Xian's anxiety deepened, completely unaware that the true Lord of the Abyss not only had a connection to her but was, in fact, her husband. Chapter 31. Fury, who dares to threaten my wife? 1 day later, Lu Chen sat cross-legged atop the divine coffin, diligently striving to reclaim his lost cultivation. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air from outside. Senior Lu, I have urgent news to report. The tone was fraught with urgency, as if something momentous had transpired. What is it? Lu Chen's voice emerged indifferently. He had previously instructed that he would enter seclusion for cultivation, assigning Zhu Jinhong to monitor Nanling Shuang and her companions. What could have possibly happened? Otherwise, even with 100-fold courage, one would not dare to disturb him. Senior, Miss Xian has been invited to Qixia Villa. Who extended the invitation? Lu Chen inquired instantly. According to reports from my subordinates, it appears to be Nanling Shuang. Zhu Jinhong replied. Boom. Lu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He had anticipated that Nanling Shuang harbored ill intentions. Her invitation to Xian at this juncture undoubtedly signaled trouble. With a resounding crash, he burst through the door and emerged outside. Why was she not stopped? He had feared that during his seclusion, trouble might arise, which was precisely why he had instructed Zhu Jinhong to keep a watchful eye. Yet, calamity had still befallen them. Miss Xian insisted on going. I was powerless to stop her. Zhu Jinhong trembled with fear. Lu Chen was tempted to unleash his wrath, but, upon seeing Zhu Jinhong's horrified countenance, he restrained himself. From his perspective, it was indeed a daunting task to obstruct her. One could not resort to force. This was not the time to dwell on such matters. He immediately inquired, when did she depart? Approximately half a stick of incense ago. Half a stick of incense? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. Why was he only being informed now? Thud. Zhu Jinhong, terrified, fell to his knees. I beg your forgiveness, senior. I feared I might disturb your cultivation. So I first sent someone to covertly protect Miss Xian. It was only upon discovering that it was Nanling Shuang who had invited her that I... His voice trembled. Lu Chen inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his murderous intent. Zhu Jinhong, you fool. If even a hint of danger befalls Xian, 100 deaths would not suffice to atone for your failure. Please, senior, spare my life. Zhu Jinhong's face turned ashen with fear. Ensure that Chu Jian is well protected. Should there be any further missteps, I shall personally see your head severed from your shoulders. Lu Chen commanded sternly. Yes, yes. Zhu Jinhong nodded repeatedly. In a flash, Lu Chen tore through the fabric of space, a feat akin to instantaneous movement, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hiss. Zhu Jinhong gasped in astonishment. Wasn't his cultivation lost? How did he appear even more formidable than the sacred land of Miayao? At Qixia Villa, Luo Xian wore a worried expression. Will the various factions truly take action again? Of course. The other day, I merely fabricated lies to protect you. The major factions have already commenced their investigations. Once they ascertain that you are not connected to the Lord of Tianyuan, they will undoubtedly strike. At that point, not only will your daughter be taken, but both you and Lu Qin shall meet your demise. Nanling Shuang stated deliberately. Upon hearing Chu Jian and Lu Qin were in peril, Luo Zian felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. You summoned me here, claiming to have a solution. Pray tell, what is this remedy? It was for this very reason that she had agreed to the meeting. Her thoughts were consumed with Lu Qin and Chu Jian. The trap had been set. A faint smile graced Nanling Shuang's lips. In light of my acquaintance with Lu Qin, I sincerely wish for your well-being. However, this solution necessitates a sacrifice on your part. What kind of sacrifice? Luo Zian responded immediately. The imperial-level martial arts manual you possess. Nanling Shuang's eyes sparkled with intensity. The eternal blue lotus technique? Luo Zian hesitated momentarily. Indeed, relinquish this manual to me, and I assure you, no harm shall come to you. For you, this manual is a double-edged sword. Entrust it to me, and I shall bear all the risks, thus ensuring your safety. Is this truly the solution you propose? Luo Zian frowned. It would be no different than offering it to a mere passerby. The risk would be transferred just the same. I regret to inform you. This is a gift from Lu Qin, and I cannot bestow it upon anyone else. She declared resolutely, having sensed the gravity of the situation. Luo Zian, we have extended considerable courtesy by inviting you here. If you are unwilling to meet this modest request, then you and your loved ones must resign yourselves to your fate. Consider your child and husband. Shui spoke with chilling indifference. Forgive my intrusion. I shall take my leave. Luo Zian rose to depart. Should you take even a single step beyond this threshold, I will immediately alert all the factions, proclaiming you are unworthy of being the Lord of Tianyuan. Can you fathom their response? Nanling Shuang's voice rang out. Luo Zian halted abruptly, her expression icy as she glared at Nanling Shuang. The threat was unmistakable, and the facade of subtlety had been discarded. The repercussions of alerting those powerful factions were all too clear. They would undoubtedly act without hesitation. You summoned me not out of respect for Lu Qin, but purely to scheme against me. The art of war is steeped in deception. Will you surrender the imperial-level manual, or choose death? The choice lies with you, Nanling Shuang replied coldly. Luo Zian inhaled deeply, finally grasping the truth in Lu Qin's words. She had been overly optimistic about their intentions. Make your decision swiftly. My time is limited, urged Nanling Shuang. Imagine your beloved child being taken from you, left all alone in despair, and your husband, who has just begun to share his life with you, facing an untimely separation. How tragic. Shui interjected, fanning the flames of the situation. With a deep breath, Nanling Shuang steeled herself. If she were alone, she would fear not death. However, for Lu Qin, especially after their initial encounter, she could not bear the thought of even the slightest danger. Very well, I shall acquiesce. She gritted her teeth in agreement. At least you possess some sense. Nanling Shuang smiled, her expression triumphant. Just as Luo Zian was about to hand over the manual, a thunderous crash resounded as the door was violently shattered by an overwhelming force, revealing a figure of unmatched presence, as if a deity had descended. Exuding an aura of lethal intent. Nanling Shuang, who dares to threaten my wife? The booming voice echoed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the estate. Nanling Shuang and Shui felt their blood boil, their eardrums ringing painfully. Lu Qin, they stared in disbelief at the entrance. Luo Zian, too, was taken aback, astonished that Lu Qin had come to their aid. Lu Qin, since you have arrived, I shall speak plainly. Compel Luo Zian to surrender the imperial-level cultivation technique. Or with but a word from me, the formidable forces shall surely bring about your demise. Nanling Shuang stated coldly. I knew your intentions were far from benevolent. It is indeed for the imperial-level technique that you dare to threaten with those formidable powers. Such folly is beyond comprehension. Had you not spoken, I would have had ample reason to eliminate them. Lu Qin declared with conviction. How foolish of these two to invoke those individuals when, in my eyes, they are all mere ants. So, you are unwilling to relinquish it? Nanling Shuang inquired, her voice icy. What are you to threaten me? Lu Qin strode forward, his aura erupting with ferocity. Despite not having completed his secluded training, he had regained a fragment of his cultivation through the god burial coffin, restoring him to the realm of freedom. I warned you previously that should you engage in any schemes, I would ensure your swift disappearance from my sight. Now I shall send you to hell. A cacophony of murderous intent surged forth, mingling with an overwhelming aura, crashing violently outward. Boom, boom, boom. The entire estate. Every table and chair, every object, shattered in that instant. The realm of freedom. Ling Shuang and Xue Shui were utterly astonished. Luo Zian, originally intent on protecting Lu Chun, now bore a visage of shock. Lu Chun had restored his cultivation and reached the realm of freedom. This was simply unbelievable. Humph. Even if you have attained the realm of freedom, I too am at that same level, and I possess the opportunity granted by the Lord of the Abyss. Let me show you the might of my sword intent. Upon finishing her words, a sharp sword materialized above her head, radiating chilling brilliance. Kill! With a cold shout, the long sword sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lu Chun with ferocity. Who gave you the audacity to confront me with the sword intent derived from my alchemical prowess? Lu Chun stood tall, hands clasped behind his back. Crack! In an instant, the long sword shattered. Uft! Ling Shuang was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth. How can you be so powerful, even in the realm of freedom? She exclaimed in disbelief. What was even more shocking was the implication that her own opportunity stemmed from his alchemical strength. Could it be, indeed, I am the true Lord of the Abyss? The very one you have been seeking, Lu Chun proclaimed with resolute fervor. Chapter 32. What? Captured upon first encounter? Negong Hong In, your demise is nigh. Boom. Ling Shuang and Xue Shui's faces contorted in horror. Heavens, Lu Chun is the Lord of the Abyss? This revelation was staggering. Like a heavy hammer striking their minds and stirring up tumultuous waves. Reflecting on past events, everything began to align with reason. No, it cannot be. You are the traitorous General Lu Chun, a coward who has hidden for 4 long years. How could you possibly be the Lord of the Abyss? Ling Shuai shook her head violently, unwilling to accept this truth. Just then, a sudden grip seized Luo Zian. With her cultivation merely at the Spirit Sea realm, she could not withstand it. By the time she realized, she had already become a hostage. Lu Chun, I warn you not to come any closer, or I shall take her life, leaving you to endure a lifetime of sorrow over your lost wife. Ling Shuang declared fiercely. To threaten me? You consider yourself the most formidable under the heavens, yet you are merely courting death. Lu Chun replied, his voice resonating with an overwhelming force that reverberated through the void. Boom. Ling Shuang was sent flying once more, spewing blood. Dare you lay a hand on my woman? The thunderous roar surged forth, causing Ling Shuang's body to tremble relentlessly. Her internal organs and meridians suffered severe turmoil, staining her garments with crimson. Once so proud, she now found herself utterly disheveled. In a flash, Lu Chun appeared before Luo Zian, shielding her protectively. Ling Shuang, and you, wretched creature. He turned his gaze upon Xue Shui. I had no desire to concern myself with mere ants, but your reckless actions leave me no choice. You shall all meet your end. Please, do not kill us. Xue Shui exclaimed in terror. Ling Shuang is the princess of Beisang. Should you take her life, the entire Tianwang Empire will face annihilation. The princess of Beisang is nothing but a trifling matter. If I so wished, I could level the entire Beisang Empire with a mere thought. Lu Chun proclaimed with authority. His words, though seemingly outrageous, were no exaggeration given his stature. It is crucial to note that within the 108 domains, countless lives were under his protection. Even the Grand Dream Realm appeared as nothing more than a speck in his eyes, easily extinguished. With a swift motion, Lu Chun raised his hand, exuding unmatched prowess. As he prepared to deliver death to Ling Shuang and Xue Shui, the terror in the eyes of the two women was unmistakable. Lu Chun had lost his sanity. Showing no regard for their status. Lu Chun, cannot you spare us, considering our past? Perhaps I would reconsider our relationship, Ling Shuang implored. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun erupted into laughter. Even at the brink of death, you remained so confident. Who do you think you are? A goddess of the heavens? There is nothing to reconsider between us. In my heart, there exists only Zian, and you are of no consequence. His words cut deep, and he raised his hand high. Just then, he received a transmission from a talisman sent by Zhu Jinhong. What? Lu Chun's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the message. Without uttering another word, he swiftly took Zian and departed. As for Ling Shuang and Xue Shui, he didn't spare them a glance. Compared to what Zhu Jinhong had conveyed, their deaths would merely be a waste of time. Lu Chun, what is happening? Luo Zian inquired, perplexed. Someone has captured Chu Jian. Lu Chun replied urgently, not daring to slow his pace, as he tore through space, returning at the utmost speed. Someone has captured Chu Jian? Upon hearing this, Luo Zian's heart sank. No wonder Lu Chun was so anxious. Even sparing Ling Shuang was inconsequential when weighed against Chu Jian's safety. Were those from the powerful factions behind this? Had they discovered that the Lord of Tianyuan had no ties to her, prompting their actions? she immediately suspected. At this moment, regardless of the reason, the heart is consumed by thoughts of the first encounter. One must not entertain any notions of danger. At the Qixiao Mountain Villa, Nanling Shuang, Xue, remains in a daze, initially believing that death was imminent, only for Lu Chun to suddenly relent. Ah, Ling Shuang, he is indeed reluctant to part with you. It must be that upon hearing those words, he felt there was still a chance to win you back, hence his retreat, though with Luo Zian present. He could not afford to act too overtly, thus he hastily departed. Xue speculated, her eyes brimming with disdain. Yet, I have no affection for you, Lu Chun. Today, you have spared my life, but the opportunity has vanished. Nanling Shuang spoke coldly, having never endured such humiliation in her life, harboring intense hatred for Lu Chen. In that fleeting moment, a piece of news emerged. Luo Zian has no connection to the Lord of the Abyss. The Imperial-level techniques were not bestowed by him. Instantly, the news spread throughout the entire Qian city, prompting all factions stationed there to spring into action. Since there was no association with the Lord of the Abyss, what was there to hesitate about? Hurry and seize the Imperial-level techniques, and the Divine Phoenix's offspring must also be captured. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of martial artists rushed madly towards Lu Chen's residence, unbeknownst to Lu Chen, who was solely preoccupied with thoughts of the first encounter. He swiftly returned to his abode with Luo Zian. Upon arrival, a scene of devastation lay before them, remnants of a fierce battle lingering in the air. Saturated with the scent of blood, several corpses, all belonging to members of the Wanbao Pavilion, lay scattered on the ground. A figure was seen struggling to move, weakly calling out. It was Zhu Jinhong. Severely wounded, he was barely clinging to life. Where's the young mistress? Lu Chen demanded loudly as he approached. The young mistress, Zhu Jinhong gasped. Speak. Lu Chen bellowed. The young mistress has been taken by Wu Muqi. Wu Muqi? Upon hearing that name, a fierce murderous intent erupted in Lu Chen's eyes. The foremost national advisor of the Tianwang Empire, assisting the current empress, Nangong Hongyan. It was this woman who had poisoned him and cast upon him the label of a traitor. It must be Nangong Hongyan's orders. Lu Chen deduced immediately. Otherwise, Wu Muqi would not dare to act recklessly. Nangong Hongyan. Nangong Hongyan. Lu Chen murmured repeatedly, wishing to tear this name to shreds. Years ago, you deceived me. Had it not been for Zian, I would have perished on the battlefield. Now, you come to seize my daughter. Very well. Let us reckon old grievances and new ones together. Lu Chen roared fiercely, causing the heavens to tremble and rumble in response. Lu Chen, who is Wu Muqi? And Nangong Hongyan, is she not the empress of Tianwang? Why would she capture the young mistress? Luo Zian inquired urgently. Zian, there is no time for explanation. Their capture of the young mistress surely bodes ill, likely connected to the Tianwang Divine Eye. I must hasten to rescue her. Otherwise, it could be disastrous. Lu Chen stated hastily. Before departing, he shot a fierce glare at Zhu Jinhong. You nearly put Zian in danger and allowed the young mistress to be taken, Zhu Jinhong. I will settle the score with you later. Were it not for his own grievous injuries, Lu Chen would have been inclined to eliminate him on the spot. Such incompetence. However, just as Lu Chen was about to depart, an array of luminous beams emerged from all directions, converging upon the estate of Qian City. Individuals from various powerful factions stood in formation, exuding an aura of murderous intent. They had come to seize the Imperial-level cultivation techniques. Chapter 33. Since you refuse to leave, then perish. Annihilate them all. Clearly having no ties to the Lord of the Abyss, yet you nearly deceived us. Hand over the Imperial-level techniques. And your daughter as well. You lack the qualifications to possess such power. The leader of the Blood Demon's sacred mountain hovered in the void, his tone sharp as a blade. The others regarded Lu Chen and Luo Zian with cold indifference, their eyes glinting with fervor. The Imperial-level techniques and the son of the Divine Phoenix, either one is tantalizing. It must be Nanling Shuang. Luo Zian exclaimed furiously. These vile wretches dare to disrupt us while clinging to their wretched lives. Lu Chen's murderous intent surged. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Surveying the multitude, he bellowed, if you wish to live, then immediately, at once, get out of my way. His roar reverberated throughout the heavens. The uncertainty of life and death could not afford the slightest delay. You, a mere cripple devoid of any cultivation, dare to threaten us? How utterly foolish. Li Chunhua, the leader of the Eternal Life Immortal sect, scoffed. Since you refuse to retreat, then face annihilation. Lu Chen shouted to the heavens, unleashing a tempestuous aura that stirred the very laws of the universe. The entire Qian city, home to hundreds of thousands, felt an impending sense of death, their souls trembling in fear. "Let me show you that I am far from powerless." With those words, Lu Chen activated the Ta Huang devouring sword technique, unleashing a terrifying sword energy that spiraled around him like a tornado, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. My goodness, what manner of sword technique is this? It is utterly terrifying. The 1,000 cultivators present were left in awe, as the fierce sword energy tore through the void, transforming it into a realm of chaos. Amidst the maelstrom of chaotic sword energy, Lu Chen appeared as a deity wielding the laws of the universe, his towering figure resembling a colossal mountain, imposing beyond measure. By heavens, is this what it means to lack any cultivation? The crowd was stunned, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. What is there to fear? I cultivate the bloodline's secret arts and see that he possesses merely the cultivation of the carefree realm. We are many. Yet, before the leader of the blood demon sacred mountain could finish, the laws of the void surged forth like a tidal wave of death. With a muffled sound, he was instantly obliterated, leaving not a fragment behind. Even the blood mist was refined by the power of the laws, as if it had never existed. The remaining individuals gasped in shock, feeling a chill shoot up from their feet to the crown of their heads. Heavens! That was the leader of the blood demon sacred mountain, a formidable figure at the late stage of the carefree realm, just a step away from supremacy. And yet he perished without a trace. And you lot, perish as well. Lu Chen's cold voice resonated as the swirling storm of sword energy reached its zenith, only to be unleashed in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cataclysmic slaughter unfolded across the sky. The cultivators from various factions of the Tianhuang Empire widened their eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be the prowess of a transcendent realm? What then could be said of our own transcendent realm? The difference was akin to that of a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. With a thunderous crack, countless strands of sword energy, imbued with the power of the laws, pierced through the air. No defense could withstand it. Protective talismans, enchanted armors, all were shattered beneath the onslaught of the sword energy. Following this, the physical bodies crumbled as easily as tofu, unable to withstand a single blow. Elders, prodigious disciples, and powerful rogue cultivators all succumbed to the Taiwan devouring sword technique. Death was the only outcome. Once their bodies disintegrated, all essence of life, cultivation, and even magical artifacts vanished without a trace. No, they did not merely dissipate, they were all refined by him. The master of the Tsiyun Sword Pavilion, Mu Yunxiu, cried out in alarm. This was a demon. Not only did he refine the people, but he also consumed their magical artifacts, more fearsome than those of the demonic path. Panic ensued among the crowd, each heart laden with regret for having provoked him. They cursed those who had spread tales of his supposed disconnection from the Lord of Tianyuan. They had essentially been led to their doom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the remaining individuals fled in a frenzy, employing every means at their disposal, wishing for wings to escape. Even the leaders of the supreme factions, such as the Chashing Immortal Sect, the Divine Martial Sword Sect, and the Great Sun Sword Sect, dared not retaliate and hastily retreated. What folly! The sword energy ravaged the skies, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds had perished, including the master of the blood demon's sacred mountain, who fell in an instant. No matter how powerful they were, what could they truly achieve? If they did not flee promptly, they would become the next victims. Yet, even in flight, death awaited them. The Taiwan devouring sword technique was a supreme, unparalleled martial art, far beyond the imperial level, belonging to the realm of the ancient and indestructible. Even though Lu Chun could not unleash its full might at his current cultivation level, the mere exertion of a fraction of its lethality was insurmountable for these individuals. With a dull thud, the master of the Divine Martial Sword Sect, Jian Guishu, fell. The foremost swordsman of the Tianhuang Empire, who had mastered the Divine Martial Sword technique to an extraordinary degree, found himself pierced by the sword energy. With not a shred of resistance, half a lifetime of glory vanished alongside his death, dissipating like smoke. Another thud echoed as the master of the Great Sun Sword Sect met his demise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, legendary swordsmen, ageless anomalies, martial arts titans fell in succession. No matter how strong or renowned one had been, or how many legendary tales they had woven within the Tianhuang Empire, today, before Lu Chun, they all crumbled. This was the might of a generation's emperor. Even when trapped in the depths of despair, he was not to be provoked. Across billions of years, he had vanquished countless masters. What celestial beings and ancient sovereigns have fallen beneath his feet? Countless formidable entities. The venerable leader of the everlasting immortal sect no longer fled. kneeling in midair. "It is I who was blind. I should not have sought trouble. I beseech you, senior. Spare my life." Li Chunhua, a monumental figure in the cultivation realm of the Tianhuang Empire, stood above millions, wielding the brilliance of the nine heavens, ethereal and extraordinary. Yet in this moment, he knelt before Lu Chen. He was utterly subdued, completely capitulated. In his lifetime of cultivation, encountering countless individuals, he had never witnessed such a defiant figure. A single sword technique had slaughtered the myriad factions of the Tianhuang Empire, deserving of a place in the annals of history. "Who divulged this information to you?" Lu Chen demanded imperiously, his voice chillingly cold. "The woman who aided you that day, it was her presence that emboldened us to strike. Otherwise, not even 1,000 lives would have compelled us." The leader of the everlasting immortal sect was on the verge of tears, seething with hatred towards the woman. Blaming her entirely, without her interference, he would not be facing death. If he were to survive, his first act would be to eliminate those two women. Indeed, it was her, Nan Lingshuang. Lu Chen's gaze turned frigid. Had it not been for the initial danger, he would have already sent her to the netherworld. After barely salvaging his life, she returned to seek demise. Ultimately, all blame lay with Nan Lingshuang. Had she not schemed, Xian would not have gone to Qixia Mountain Manor. He would not have abandoned the initial encounter, and thus no peril would have arisen. That vile woman, should anything happen to the initial encounter, I will ensure that the entire Basing Empire pays in blood. Lu Chun roared fiercely. At that moment, in a certain inn of Qian City, Nan Lingshuang's heart suddenly jolted. Shiwe, did you hear that voice? It sounded like Lu Chun was raging. Lu Chen? Lingshuang, you must be mistaken. All the formidable beings in Qian City have likely gone to slay them, and perhaps they are already dead, Shiwe replied dismissively. Perhaps, Nan Lingshuang nodded. Yet an inexplicable unease lingered within her. Chapter 34. All the old acquaintances, I, Lu Chun, have returned. At this moment, having confirmed Nan Lingshuang's treachery, Lu Chen showed no mercy. I offered you a chance. It is your own choice to remain. Now face your demise. His voice was devoid of warmth, causing Li Chunhua to tremble. In a flash, without uttering another word, he decisively activated a talisman, tearing through the fabric of space to escape. However, in an instant, a blade of sword energy pierced through the void, followed by a spray of blood, as Li Chunhua was slain on the spot. Who could escape the wrath of Lu Chen? All life essence, cultivation, and more were devoured by Lu Chen. By this time, the thousands of individuals from various factions had all perished, leaving only the pervasive scent of blood in the air. Swiftly, Lu Chen established a formation, akin to the one set around the thatched cottage on that fateful day, but now, enhanced by his present cultivation, it bore even greater defensive strength. Xian, wait for me here. Remember, no matter what happens, do not take a single step away. I will go to rescue Chu Jian, and I promise to bring her back. In a hurried moment, Lu Chen vanished without a trace, leaving Luo Xian in a state of bewilderment. Those were the formidable powers of the first-rate forces of the Tianhuang Empire, and in the blink of an eye, they had all been annihilated. She had once thought that Lu Chen's cultivation would be exceedingly difficult to restore, and that he would be unable to employ the means to contend with the Yaoqi Holy Land again. Yet at this very moment, all her assumptions were shattered. Lu Chun not only regained his cultivation, but had become even more formidable than before. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xian suppressed all her astonishment. At this moment, only one thought occupied her mind: to pray for Chu Jian's safety. Lu Chun pushed his speed to the utmost limit. However, along the way, he found no trace of Wumeki, nor any sign of Chu Jian. As the foremost national teacher of Tianhuang, Wumeki excelled in the ways of the five elements. He must have employed some secret technique to obscure his aura, possibly utilizing spatial talismans or teleportation arrays. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lu Chen to lose his trail. It was infuriating how the various powers had delayed him even a moment longer. Fury surged within Lu Chen as he tore through the fabric of space itself, utilizing the undying burial sword body to withstand the spatial compression. Forcefully traversing towards the Tianhuang Imperial Palace. Having tempered himself in the abyss for countless eons, Lu Chen had long since become indifferent to the worldly affairs, including the likes of Nagong Hongyan, whom he had cast aside completely. Given his status, how many truly merited remembrance? Yet this time, Nagong Hongyan had touched his reverse scale. I had sought to remain detached from the mundane, desiring only peace for my wife and daughter, yet there are always those who seek death. If that is the case, then I shall slaughter to the end. Once under my protection, all beings lived in peace. Now, I shall bring forth their annihilation. As Lu Chen advanced, A torrent of murderous intent surged towards the Tianhuang imperial palace. Wherever he passed, a rift in space and time appeared, as if the heavens themselves had torn, inciting countless gasps of astonishment. In Chiwa City, Nanling Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of unease, as if something dire was about to unfold. At that moment, she finally received a message. Not a single one of the cultivators sent to slay Lu Qin had returned. Boom. Nanling Shuang's heart raced, nearly choking her. Not a single one returned. How could this be? They had gathered all the strongest warriors from the various powers of the Tianhuang Empire, numbering over 1,000, including supreme experts. Could they all have perished? No. That was far too unrealistic. Luo Xian? Although she wielded imperial-level techniques, she was merely at the Spirit Sea realm. How could she possibly kill Lu Qin? Even less likely, having lost all his cultivation, and on that day outside the tavern. He had required the protection of his own wife. How could he possibly contend with so many? It had to be false news. However, not long after, new intelligence arrived. Eyewitnesses reported that over 1,000 cultivators had descended upon the residence, only to be obliterated by a torrent of sword energy, leaving no trace behind. Nan Lingshuang's complexion turned ashen. Over 1,000 cultivators, not a single one left? On a serene night, under the shimmering canopy of countless stars, the heavenly phoenix imperial city stood majestically, reminiscent of a slumbering dragon, exuding an aura of grandeur. Within the bustling tea houses and pleasure boats, people came and went, engaging in lively conversations and revelry, painting a picture of a prosperous era. At the city's end, an opulent structure rose with its golden walls and glazed tiles, the very palace of the emperor. Inside the imperial hall, the lights blazed brightly. Nangong Hongyan, adorned in a dragon and phoenix robe, possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, captivating enough to topple nations, yet her demeanor was imbued with an icy chill. An air of supremacy enveloped her, yet her brows were furrowed, a sign of her inner turmoil as she paced restlessly within the hall. At that moment, a streak of light traversed the imperial city, swiftly reaching the palace. He has returned. A glimmer ignited in Nangong Hongyan's eyes, almost as the thought crossed her mind. A figure materialized before her, cloaked in a black robe, shrouded in an aura of mystery. This individual was none other than Wumyuki, the foremost national advisor of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, renowned as one of its most formidable experts, possessing the cultivation of the Supreme Realm. Your Majesty, I have successfully brought the person back, Wumyuki announced, bowing slightly, his hands weaving an ethereal net that ensnared a terrified figure within. Is this the child of the Divine Phoenix? Nangong Hongyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I consume them, I shall possess the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix. And then I will truly become the Phoenix Empress, the unrivaled sovereign of ages. The thought intensified her fervor, akin to discovering a delectable treasure. The captured child struggled in fear, shouting, "You villains, let me go. Otherwise, my father will surely kill you all." Aha, kill us? Pray tell. Who within the Heavenly Phoenix Empire could dare to do so? Nangong Hongyan laughed, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Your Majesty, when I captured this girl, Zhu Jinhong, the master of the treasure pavilion, was present as well. He is likely also after the child of the Divine Phoenix, Wumyuki informed her. The master of the treasure pavilion? Nangong Hongyan's expression turned serious. I never anticipated their involvement. They haven't revealed her identity, have they? The treasure pavilion is backed by the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, a force the Heavenly Phoenix Empire cannot afford to offend. To openly seize the child of the Divine Phoenix would mean declaring war. Zhu Jinhong has discovered this, Wumyuki said. Indeed? Nangong Hongyan's face darkened. However, I have already eliminated them all, Wumyuki continued. Upon hearing this, Nangong Hongyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was for the best, this way. No traces would remain. Once I ascend as the true Phoenix Empress, I shall fear nothing. Wumyuki, I command you to commence the awakening ritual immediately. At dawn, as the purple aura rises from the east, I shall formally receive the baptism of the Divine Phoenix bloodline. And let the entire imperial city witness the birth of the new Phoenix Empress. Nangong Hongyan declared resolutely. At your command. Wumyuki responded promptly. The once quiet imperial palace buzzed with activity throughout the night. An hour later, all preparations were complete. In the grand imperial square, a sacrificial altar stood tall, comprising 999 steps, resembling a sacred mountain. From its heights, one could overlook the entirety of the imperial city. Awakening here, at that moment, countless commoners shall witness everything with clarity. Surrounding the altar, runes sprawled in intricate patterns, extending towards the zenith. The master of the Wu clan was making the final preparations. The horizon had begun to brighten, and in but a moment, the awakening ceremony would commence. Unbeknownst to all, a figure was violently tearing through the fabric of space. Imbued with an overwhelming aura of malice, drawing ever closer to the imperial palace. After 4 years in the mortal realm, in the imperial city, Nangwahongyan. All my former acquaintances, I, Lu Qin, have returned. Chapter 35, The Divine Phoenix Awakening Ceremony. In almost no time, a glimmer of dawn broke on the horizon. Precisely the duration of a tea brew. The awakening ceremony commenced. An innumerable crowd had gathered outside the city gates, their eyes lifted in anticipation. The altar, towering 999 layers high, loomed within the imperial palace like a celestial mountain. Today, the Empress of Nangwa would officially awaken the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, heralding the emergence of the second Divine Phoenix Empress in the annals of the Tianhuang Empire. She would undoubtedly lead the Tianhuang Empire to restore its former glory and rise anew in the Great Dream spiritual realm. A wave of excitement surged through the masses, their gazes ablaze with fervor. In its heyday, the Tianhuang Empire was one of the most formidable empires within the Great Dream spiritual realm. The inaugural Divine Phoenix Empress, with unparalleled cultivation, commanded awe across the seas and lands, revered by millions. The grandeur of that era could still be felt vibrantly, even through the pages of history. It was indeed the pinnacle of the Tianhuang Empire. Nations came to pay homage, the populace lived in peace and prosperity. And the realm of cultivation flourished with prodigies and heroes emerging from every corner. Yet, as time passed, the influence of the Tianhuang Empire waned. And over the course of 10 millennia, it fell from a once great power to a mere minor nation. Even the neighboring Beijing Empire, once reliant on the Tianhuang for survival, had risen robustly, now dominating over the Tianhuang. As for the realm of cultivation, it had been centuries, if not millennia, since any outstanding talents had emerged. The fate of the nation and its spiritual path were intertwined. When one faltered, the other inevitably dimmed. Reflecting on the past, the people sighed with regret. It was all Lu Qin's fault. Someone gritted their teeth. If it weren't for this traitorous betrayal of the Tianhuang Empire, at the very least, we would not have hit rock bottom. Even the Beisang would not have overshadowed us. Indeed, it is all due to that traitor who sold his country for personal gain. His demise was far too merciful. You should be subjected to 1,000 tortures. The crowd vehemently cursed and scorned. Lu Qin, that name, had become a taboo in today's Tianhuang Empire. Whenever mentioned, it was met with intense loathing. Thank the Empress of Nangwa, for after Lu Qin's treachery, surrounded by enemies, she hastily seized the imperial throne and quelled the chaos. Otherwise, the Tianhuang would have faced dire peril. After cursing Lu Qin, the people began to extol Nangwahongyan. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was orchestrated by Nangwahongyan herself. The masses were mere pawns in her grand game, manipulated at her will. Boom! At this moment, Wumyuki's enormous hand grasped, and a bronze cauldron from the 3 clans descended onto the altar with a thunderous weight. What could that be? It appears to be a miraculous elixir, specifically designed to aid the Empress in awakening her Divine Phoenix bloodline, as onlookers speculate. Little do they know, this so-called elixir is none other than a living, breathing little girl. Let me out, she cries incessantly. It proves utterly futile. The bronze cauldron is exceedingly solid, impervious to swords and blades, rendering her voice incapable of escape. Wu Myuki, aware of the situation within the cauldron, displays not a flicker of emotion on his face, only a shadow of gloom. To offer one's body to achieve the glory of the Divine Phoenix Empress, what an honor! If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed towards the very existence of this world. Let the Empress ascend the stage and receive the baptism of the Divine Phoenix. With this command, Nangwahongyan, unable to contain her anticipation, ascends the sacrificial platform amidst a throng of ministers and guards, akin to stars surrounding the moon. Clad in a resplendent crimson phoenix robe, adorned with a purple gold crown and trailing a lengthy ceremonial sash, she embodies the majesty and dignity of a bygone empress, radiating an ethereal brilliance akin to a celestial goddess. As she makes her appearance, the crowd erupts in fervor. We pay homage to the empress. Thousands kneel in unison, their expressions filled with deep reverence, venerating her as a deity. In this moment, Nangwahongyan is indeed divine, basking in the adulation of the populace, her heart swelling with profound satisfaction as she gracefully ascends the sacrificial platform. Empress, all preparations are complete. We await your command to activate the formation and summon the power of the Divine Phoenix. Wumyuki slightly bows in report. Activate. Nagong Hongin commands directly. Yes. Wumyuki acknowledges, immediately reciting the incantation, an eerie aura emanating from him. In an instant, the towering sacrificial platform, reaching 999 levels, suddenly bursts forth with crimson radiance, ascending the steps and converging at the pinnacle, all rushing towards the bronze cauldron. At that very moment, Shujian feels as if a certain power within her has been unleashed. Suddenly, the heavens above darken with ominous clouds, thunder and lightning crackling, a terrifying force gathering. The power of the Divine Phoenix is upon us. Wumyuki exclaims in astonishment, exhilarated by his first interaction with the Divine Phoenix's power. Millennia ago, the Divine Phoenix Empress traversed the seas and realms in her divine form, forging an unparalleled path. As she ascended to the heavens, she left behind the Divine Phoenix's essence, scattered across the world. By finding the son of the Divine Phoenix and employing the appropriate secret arts, this power can be summoned, allowing Nangong Hongyan to inherit it. Divine Phoenix power, I have awaited you for so long. Nangong Hongyan's eyes blaze with fervor. Once she refines the son of the Divine Phoenix and inherits its power, she shall become the second Divine Phoenix Empress. At that time, she will once again be an object of reverence for millions. Look. It appears to be a Divine Phoenix soaring. The crowd gazes upward, witnessing a colossal figure swirling amidst the dark clouds, obscuring the sun, an awe-inspiring sight. It must be the profound power left behind by the original Empress of the Divine Phoenix, akin to the very essence of the Divine Phoenix. We are indeed fortunate to witness the traces left by the once revered Empress of the Divine Phoenix. What an extraordinary blessing. Countless individuals were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they fell to their knees in fervent reverence. Wumyuki continued to chant incantations, his speed accelerating until he ultimately unleashed a spell seal that soared into the heavens. The power of the Divine Phoenix descended. With a commanding shout, a thunderous roar erupted from the skies above, as the colossal form of the Divine Phoenix surged forth, refusing to land. Wumyuki's expression shifted dramatically. O Divine Phoenix of the Nine Heavens, we, your subjects, beseech your return to the mortal realm. Yet there was no response. Instead, the fury intensified, showing no signs of dissent. Wumyuki, what is happening? Nangong Hongyan inquired immediately. Do not blame the Empress. It must be that the power of the Divine Phoenix is too formidable, and the array's activation is insufficient, preventing the artifact within the cauldron from summoning it down. Wumyuki swiftly reported, preparing to continue his forbidden arts. The runes etched upon the altar were pushed to their utmost limits, radiating a blinding brilliance. The shimmering light of the runes converged toward the pinnacle of the altar, ultimately merging into the copper cauldron. At that moment, the initial sensation of a force within surging intensified, gravitating toward her eyes as if attempting to break free from some seal, evoking an uncontrollable feeling. Wumyuki relentlessly executed the spell seals, beams of light shooting towards the heavens, striving to draw the Divine Phoenix down. Yet still, there was no response. Sweat beaded on his forehead. How could this be? The son of the Divine Phoenix had arrived, and the Divine Phoenix of the Nine Heavens had manifested. Everything should be in order. Why, then, would the Divine Phoenix not descend? As if incompatible with the son of the Divine Phoenix? Yet little did they know, the Divine Phoenix of the Nine Heavens was not refusing to descend. It was fearful. Chapter 36. My daughter, the unparalleled celestial Phoenix Eye. Wumyuki, should you dare to fail me, I shall be the first to sever your head. Nangong Hongyan declared coldly. Wumyuki was instantly engulfed in dread. Having long served by the Empress's side, he understood her capabilities. She appeared nurturing, yet her ruthlessness was unparalleled, instilling fear even in him. Without further ado, he fervently urged the formation. The cauldron grew increasingly heated, and the initial gaze seemed to blaze with fire as boundless power violently surged against her pupils. It truly felt as though it could no longer be suppressed. Summon the Divine Phoenix of the Nine Heavens down. Wumyuki suddenly bellowed, pushing his techniques to their zenith. As countless blood-red rays of light from the runes engulfed the entire altar, the shadow of the Divine Phoenix, transformed by its power, continued to roll across the firmament, still refusing to descend even a fraction. In that very moment, the initial gaze could no longer contain it. A deafening roar erupted as the seal over her eyes was completely shattered, unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying force that erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, rampaging wildly. The initial gaze opened wide, unleashing a frenzied scream. Bang! The copper cauldron shattered in an instant. With a resounding crack, both Wu Muqi and Nangong Hongyan were sent flying, spewing blood in their wake. Within the cauldron lay a small girl, her presence shocking the multitude of citizens in the imperial city. Was it not said that divine medicine resided within? How could it be a mere child? She appeared to be no older than 3 or 4. Her entire body drenched in blood, as if scorched by fierce flames. Tears of blood flowed from her eyes, as if she had unlocked the gates of primordial chaos, unleashing an ancient power of unimaginable magnitude. The celestial phoenix above, typically a figure of grandeur, now lay prostrate, seemingly awed by its master. Was the divine phoenix trembling? The onlookers found this sight utterly incredulous. Wu Muqi stood frozen, perceiving a reaction from the divine phoenix fear. Could this be the reason for its unwillingness to descend? But was she not the child of the phoenix? Why would the power left by the empress of the phoenix instill fear in her? Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the horizon, akin to a clap of thunder, echoing across the imperial city. Millions were shaken to their core, their eardrums bleeding from the sheer force. The structures within the imperial palace could not withstand the onslaught. A series of explosive sounds erupted, claiming countless lives. Good heavens! To unleash such power with mere words was utterly terrifying. Wu Muqi and Nangong Hongyan were equally awestruck. The words spoken were equally shocking. If she was not the child of the divine phoenix, then what could she be? For my daughter possesses the unparalleled, the transcendent. The divine phoenix's celestial eyes. Another roar struck like a hammer. Wu Muqi and Nangong Hongyan trembled, their hearts racing. If she was not the child of the divine phoenix, but rather the possessor of the celestial eyes, could she truly be his daughter? They cast glances at Lu Chujian, recalling her earlier words about her father's immense power. Dismissive at the time, they now found it impossible to laugh. In that very moment, an unparalleled figure tore through the fabric of space, forcefully appearing above the imperial city. He was like a deity, like an immortal, like a towering mountain, unattainable and exuding an overwhelming aura. Clad in a flowing azure robe, his white hair shone like snow, untouched by dust, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, casting an endless radiance upon the world. As he manifested above the imperial city, millions gazed upwards in awe, their eyes devoid of anything but this singular figure, standing tall and unyielding, unmatched by any. What manner of being was this? Countless hearts raced with trepidation. One figure overshadowed the heavens, proclaiming invincibility amidst the mundane world. Some needed not to lift a finger, merely by standing there. The aura they exuded spoke volumes, invincible. Wu Muqi and Nangong Hongyan stared in disbelief, equally shaken by the sight. Yet, in Nangong Hongyan's eyes, a flicker of doubt remained. Why does this figure evoke such a sense of familiarity within me? Could it be an old acquaintance, someone I have crossed paths with before? Boom, boom. Lu Chen recklessly traversed the void. Each step he took caused the intangible space to shatter, transforming into gaping chasms that spread in all directions. Do not be afraid, my dear, for Father has come to rescue you. Father? Upon hearing this voice, a look of grievance suddenly appeared on the blood-streaked face of Chu Jian. In that instant, Lu Chen had already crossed the imperial city, arriving before the imperial palace. At that very moment, Nangong Hongyan finally discerned the visage of the figure, her eyes widening in shock as if she had seen a ghost. Lu Chen. She let out a piercing scream, her voice distorted, devoid of any semblance of grace or elegance. No wonder it felt familiar, for this was the once renowned young general of the Heavenly Phoenix. The very person she had orchestrated to death, recognizable even in ashes. What? Lu Chen? In an instant, the entire imperial city was thrown into turmoil. Could it be that he, who had perished several years ago, was still alive? However, as countless gazes finally settled upon that figure, horror swept through them. It was indeed him, the treasonous General Lu Chen. How could he still be alive? How dare he appear here? The city erupted in uproar. Treason? Upon hearing these speculations, Lu Chen merely revealed a sorrowful smile. He had fought valiantly on the battlefield, shedding blood for his country, enduring countless injuries, only to be betrayed by treacherous individuals, emerging from near death, yet merely receiving the label of a traitor. How absurd, how tragic. However, this visit was not for such matters. Nangong Hongyan, thank you for still remembering me. Lu Chen's cold gaze fell upon her, having initially anticipated a desire to rend her into pieces. Yet, upon their actual meeting, his look was imbued with nothing but disdain. The meticulously plotted schemes leading to this reunion rendered her nothing more than an insignificant insect in his presence. To eliminate her, a mere thought would suffice. Lu Chen, I never expected you to be alive, hiding away to start a family, and even having a child. How dare you, a traitor? Return to the imperial city without hastening to kneel in mortal apology. Nangong Hongyan commanded, emanating an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Initially, she had presumed him to be a formidable adversary, only to find it was merely Lu Qin, thus dispelling any fear. A traitor? Lu Qin burst into wild laughter. Surely, Nangong Hongyan, of all people, understood the reasons behind everything, did she not? For her own selfish gain, wielding power over the court, she had poisoned him. Attempting to refine his flesh to remedy her own inferior constitution, then spreading rumors that he had betrayed the heavenly phoenix, seeking glory through treachery, this was all her ruthless plotting. Little did she expect that he not only survived, but returned after 4 years. They would settle the scores of the past, piece by piece. Chapter 37. This embodies righteous spirit, extinguishing all darkness throughout the heavens. As Lu Qin's resonant words echoed, they reverberated across the entire imperial city. Millions of citizens stood in astonishment. Lu Qin was deceived. The one responsible was none other than the current empress, Nangong Hongyan. This revelation struck like thunder, shocking everyone. Nonsense. How could I harm you? It was your own insatiable desire for wealth and power that led you to ally with the empire. Thankfully, I discovered your treachery in time. Otherwise, the heavenly phoenix would have perished. Nangong Hongyan vehemently denied it. The persona she had meticulously crafted over several years was on the verge of collapse. How would the countless citizens present perceive her today? Unless they were utterly foolish. Regardless, I am not here to seek your justification, rather. I have come to send you to your demise. Lu Qin was indifferent to whether Nangong Hongyan acknowledged the truth. For him, it was no longer necessary. After enduring eons, he had long ceased to care for mere explanations or answers. All he sought was a resolution. With a swift motion, Lu Qin unleashed an overwhelming radiance, akin to a legendary sword cleaving through the void, charging directly towards Nangong Hongyan. Gasping, Nangong Hongyan felt a chill run down her spine. How could Lu Qin have grown so formidable in just 4 years? She was utterly astounded. Divine Phoenix Ascendant. She bellowed, her body radiating a dazzling light. A divine phoenix erupted from her back, soaring towards Lu Qin's outstretched hand to suppress him. Although she had not awakened her divine phoenix bloodline, she had mastered the ancient techniques left by the first divine phoenix empress, and the divine phoenix Ascendant was among the most potent of these arts. Supreme Realm. Lu Qin discerned her cultivation level with a mere glance, slightly surprised. In just 4 years, Nangong Hongyan had reached the Supreme Realm. While this level was trivial to him, it placed her among the elite in the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, comparable to the leaders of the Eternal Life sect. It's too late for you to realize this now. With my Supreme Realm prowess, vanquishing you is as simple as crushing an ant. Nangong Hongyan sneered, initially intimidated by Lu Qin's imposing presence. She felt no pressure upon recognizing him. The person who had once faced death was now merely a shadow of his former self. In just 4 years, how much stronger could he truly become? She could see it clearly. He was merely at the tranquil realm, a significant tier below her, like an insurmountable chasm. Boom. At that moment, a resounding explosion occurred as Lu Qin's hand shattered the divine phoenix. How could this be? Nangong Hongyan was left in shock. Just moments ago, she had reveled in her supreme realm status, believing herself to be a tier above Lu Qin. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Qin had obliterated her divine phoenix. This was a technique passed down by the first divine phoenix empress, and it crumbled effortlessly beneath his grasp. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Qin's hand descended. Bang! Nangong Hongyan was hurled off the altar, landing hundreds of feet away. Uffed! She spat out blood. Her armor shattered, her internal organs and meridians suffering unimaginable damage, teetering on the brink of death, with only a single breath left. The empress has fallen. At this moment, despair washed over the faces of countless citizens in the imperial city. In their eyes, Nangong Hongyan is the second divine phoenix empress, destined to lead the heavenly phoenix empire towards a resurgence of glory, revered as a deity by the masses. Yet, at this moment, she was unexpectedly gravely injured by Lu Qin, plummeting from the lofty altar of 999 tiers, falling from her divine status. Traitor Lu Qin, you sought personal gain at the expense of your nation, nearly reducing the heavenly phoenix empire to a vassal state. It was only thanks to Empress Nangong that the tide was turned. How dare you inflict harm upon her, you wretched creature? The crowd erupted in fury, their collective condemnation palpable. I will not allow you to insult my father. He is no traitor, but the finest father in the world. Shu Jian cried out vehemently. Your father is indeed a traitor, a criminal of the entire heavenly phoenix empire. That he still lives is a wonder. And yet he fathered such a wretched offspring as you. Your entire family is despicable. The crowd's anger intensified. unleashing a torrent of invective that not only targeted Lu Qin but also ensnared Chu Jian. Wretched offspring? Upon hearing those words, Lu Qin's gaze shifted from indifference to a crimson fury. His wife and daughter were forever his Achilles heel. It was acceptable to insult Lu Qin, the esteemed emperor of humanity, who would not deign to quarrel with a swarm of insects. But to insult his family, such insolence warranted death. With a mere thought, Lu Qin unleashed a torrent of sword energy, piercing through each and every one who dared to curse. The air was filled with a series of dull thuds as blood mist erupted throughout the streets. Those who had insulted Chu Jian met their demise. The remaining onlookers were left in utter shock. Lu Qin's daughter was beyond reproach. A profound silence fell upon the crowd, none daring to utter a sound. In the face of impending death, fear gripped them all. A bunch of fools. Lu Qin scoffed, reflecting on the millennia he had spent alone in the abyss, safeguarding these worthless beings, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. When he annihilated the Luo family, he had already lost faith in the so-called righteousness of humanity and the protection of the populace. It was all mere nonsense. Yet today, his disappointment deepened as he witnessed Nangong Hongyan manipulate the situation, with the masses foolishly rallying around her. Amuki, eliminate him. At that moment, Nangong Hongyan commanded. Purgatory's soul-devouring array. Amuki chanted a spell. The altar, originally summoning the power of bloodlines, was suddenly engulfed in crimson light, as if countless demons were clawing and shrieking within, sending chills down one's spine. Such sorcery, derived from the demonic arts, dared to call itself the foremost national master of the heavenly phoenix. Lu Qin scoffed disdainfully as he faced the onslaught of arcane symbols. A mighty force erupted forth, bathing the scene in a golden radiance, as if countless sacred beings and celestial sovereigns were seated in the void, channeling righteous law to suppress the myriad demons. This was the aura of righteousness, exterminating all darkness across the heavens, Lu Qin declared with a resounding voice, as innumerable demons shrieked in terror, their anguish cries echoing before they instantaneously vanished from sight, and all the crimson light retreated in an instant. Without the need for direct action, Lu Qin merely needed to exert his will, and the righteous energy he radiated was sufficient to suppress all malevolent sorcery. This energy, a manifestation of the celestial order, was formidable indeed. How could one of your meager stature, merely at the Shaoao realm, possibly wield such power? Wu Muqi was struck with terror, his understanding shattered, gazing at Lu Qin as if he were an unparalleled prodigy. My accomplishments are beyond the comprehension of mere ants like you, Lu Qin declared coldly. Taking a decisive step forward, the void trembled violently. With a sudden eruption, Wu Muqi coughed forth blood, his complexion paling. At that moment, he let out a piercing cry, 9 underworld demon banner. Instantly, a demonic banner materialized in the air, and as Wu Muqi unleashed a mouthful of blood upon it, the banner surged to an imposing height of over 100 feet, resembling a colossal mountain that blotted out the sun, a chilling wind swirling violently, threatening to extinguish the entire imperial city. Countless individuals were unable to maintain their footing, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 38, The Fall from Grace, Nangong Hongyan. It is time to settle our accounts. Lu Qin, you have chosen your demise. This is the most powerful demonic artifact of the heavenly phoenix, capable of refining billions of malevolent spirits from the underworld. Allow me to demonstrate its might. Wu Muqi bellowed, frantically waving the banner. In an instant, the chilling winds intensified. Dark clouds roared above. Even the shadow of the 9 heavens divine phoenix was obscured, as if the gates of hell had been flung open, drawing forth countless malevolent spirits from all directions. A cacophony of wails echoed through the air as countless phantoms roamed, numbering in the millions, beyond reckoning. It was no wonder that during my campaigns, having slain so many, you would invariably intervene. It was all for the purpose of refining this banner, Lu Qin now comprehended, his previous doubts resolved. I should express my gratitude to you. Otherwise, this banner would not have attained such a formidable state, having reached the celestial level. Truly a supreme treasure. Wu Muqi's tone brimmed with pride. Prepare to meet your end. Once I refine you, your righteous energy will be devoured by countless malevolent spirits, and the power of my banner will surely amplify, Wu Muqi proclaimed loudly. In an almost instantaneous moment, innumerable malevolent spirits surged forth, transforming the imperial palace into a hellish landscape, shrouded beneath the veil of phantoms. Chu Jian trembled in fear. Yet at that very moment, a calm voice resonated. Fear not, Chu Jian, for your father is here. Even the divine and demonic will retreat. Upon uttering these words, Lu Qin stood resolutely, hands clasped behind his back, continuing to channel the righteous energy. His white hair billowed as boundless righteousness erupted from within him, with the righteous energy cultivated over countless millennia. I shall purge all evil spirits from this realm. As the multitude of malevolent spirits approached, they were like reeds consumed by ravenous flames, vanishing into nothingness in droves. With a sweeping force, they were obliterated from every direction, and in the blink of an eye, the countless spirits dissipated entirely. The skies above the imperial city returning to brilliance. In that very instant, the massive demonic banner shattered with a thunderous crack. As the last inch of the banner pole shattered, Wumyuki's spirit was utterly obliterated. With a sudden burst, a blood hole appeared on his forehead, and his mental energy surged uncontrollably. All the myriad techniques he had mastered relied upon his mental prowess when the demonic banner shattered. The sea of his thoughts could not withstand the overwhelming pressure of righteous energy, bursting apart in an instant. How could your righteous energy be so formidable? Wumyuki found it hard to believe. Because my righteous energy has once crushed countless deities and demons, Luchin proclaimed with unwavering resolve. Wumyuki fell into complete despair, immediately making a desperate move towards Chujian, intending to seize her as a hostage. However, before his hand could even graze her, a sword aura cleaved through the air, severing his arm in an instant. Wumyuki held in agony. With me here, no one can harm her, for she is my daughter, Lu Chun declared with authority, as if announcing to the heavens and all living beings. At that moment, a sharp sword loomed above Wumyuki, emanating a chilling radiance. With but a single thought from Lu Chun, it could end his life. Wumyuki trembled uncontrollably, his mental defenses collapsing entirely. Please, do not kill me. It was all the doing of Nangong Hongyan. I had no part in it. Lu Chun chuckled coldly. Wumyuki had volunteered this information without him even having to press for it. That poison that nearly claimed my life years ago, you provided it, did you not? Yes, it was I. Wumyuki did not dare to withhold the truth, having realized that no one could contend with Lu Chun today. He was far too powerful. Regardless of the level of cultivation, possessing righteous energy equated to being invincible. Indeed, Lu Chun nodded, understanding that only Wumyuki could wield such vile concoctions. He had been the chief sycophant beside Nangong Hongyan all along, but all of this was orchestrated by Nangong Hongyan. You are the greatest obstacle on her path to dominance, and she needed to eliminate you to bolster her own reputation. Moreover, she required your bloodline to enhance her physical form, ultimately seeking to ruin you completely by claiming you betrayed the Tian Huang and had been captured and executed. Desperate to survive, Wumyuki revealed the entire conspiracy without Lu Chun needing to pry further. How could this be? The citizens of the imperial city were left dumbfounded. The very individual they had vilified, Lu Chun, was actually the victim of a scheme, having never betrayed his nation, but rather having been ensnared by Nangong Hongyan. While he fought valiantly on the battlefield, she had covertly poisoned him, intending to bring about his demise. Not only did she aim to eliminate him, but she also coveted his bloodline to enhance herself. No, the Empress would never engage in such treachery. It must be Wumyuki who betrayed her, having been bought off by Lu Chun in advance. The people were reluctant to accept this truth, speculating various possibilities. Lu Chun had initially intended to simply end Wumyuki's life, not seeking any explanations from him. Yet, upon witnessing the reactions of the countless citizens, he found it absurd. Very well, you do not believe? Then let me make you believe. Today, he would force these ignorant souls to confront reality, to recognize just how ludicrous their perceptions truly were. Confess everything you know, he commanded bluntly. Amuki, do not speak recklessly. Nangong Hongyan interjected loudly. If the truth comes to light, all the painstakingly crafted personas of these years will be in ruins. I merely wish to survive. Wumyuki shrieked, disregarding Nangong Hongyan's orders, revealing all the deeds he had committed alongside her over the years. This included capturing Chujian, which was meant to refine her, thereby enabling him to become the true divine Phoenix Empress. Upon the conclusion of Wumyuki's revelations, the assembled populace stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. The nefarious actions of Nangong Hongyan throughout the years were utterly appalling. Not only had she plotted against Lu Chun, but she had also abducted his daughter, intending to refine her directly. Moreover, her other malevolent actions were equally ruthless, all aimed at consolidating her own authority. It dawned upon us that we had been deceived. The world had finally awakened. At that moment, Nangong Hongyan's complexion turned ashen, her meticulously laid plans crumbling to naught. Elder, I beg you for mercy. I have divulged all that I know. Wumyuki pleaded for his life. Lu Chun inhaled sharply. The confessions were even more atrocious than he had anticipated. revealing that even the former emperor had been slain. An image of an elderly figure flashed in his mind. This venerable man had saved his life. Without him, Lu Xun would have perished long ago. Yet, due to an obstruction, he had been killed by Nagong Hongyan, with Yumiak as the executioner. You have treated the former emperor with such disdain, yet you dare to call yourselves human. Lu Xun roared, striking down with tremendous force. No, Yumiak exclaimed in horror. It was all Nagong Hongyan's doing. Before he could finish his words, he was obliterated by a single blow, leaving not a trace behind. The foremost national master of the Divine Phoenix fell in this manner. Lu Xun scanned the surroundings, his gaze locking on to a disheveled figure in the distance. Nagong Hongyan. It is time to settle our accounts. Chapter 39. 18 Patriarchs of a Nation. Those who obstruct me shall be annihilated. Nagong Hongyan felt a jolt of fear. Merely being targeted by Lu Xun sent shivers through her very soul. The foremost national master of the Divine Phoenix, at mid-level of the Supreme Realm, surpassed her by a significant margin. Yet, he had struck down Yumiak with ease. Utilizing the devilish banner, with countless malevolent spirits as his army, they surged forth to attack. Yet they could not even touch Lu Xun. Instead, they were suppressed by his righteous aura, causing the banner, which refined millions of malevolent spirits, to shatter instantaneously. This was no mere realm of carefree existence, it was more terrifying than the Ascendant Realm. You conspired against me, harmed the former emperor, and seized my daughter. Tell me, how will you, Nagong Hongyan, atone for these heinous crimes? Lu Xun's words were like swords, piercing with chilling severity. He had intended to kill her outright. But that would be too lenient for Nagong Hongyan. The malevolence she had perpetrated over the years must exact a grievous toll. Nagong Hongyan suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Now I understand why you have survived. It must be that Wumeki colluded with you and spared your life. You have hidden in the shadows, placing Wumeki beside me, all for this very day? Am I correct? From the very beginning. It has been a meticulously crafted deception aimed solely at me. Yet, I did not anticipate your ruthlessness, Lu Xun, to ensure the world believes your facade. You even murdered Wumeki, how malicious. With an air of righteous indignation, she took the moral high ground and reproached Lu Xun loudly. Yes, it must be so. The national master has long been bought off by Lu Xun. No wonder he has survived, lurking for 4 years only to prevent the Empress from awakening her Divine Phoenix bloodline. Such effort expended to thwart the Empress, and even Wumeki met his demise. The crowd began to voice their accusations against Lu Xun once more. Ignorant, naive, ridiculous. Lu Xun felt a profound disappointment. Even if Nagong Hongyan were to kneel and repent for her actions, these people would likely remain unconvinced. In that case, before your very eyes, I shall slay the unparalleled Empress that resides in your hearts. Lu Xun declared with a chilling edge to his voice. Regardless of whether you lie or whether the populace believes you, I am indifferent to whom I choose to kill. Nagong Hongyan's expression darkened. She initially sought to sway public opinion to intimidate Lu Xun. Futile. Lu Xun, as long as you willingly submit to me, I can overlook everything and appoint you as the Grand General of the Heavenly Phoenix, concurrently holding the position of National Master, she exclaimed. Yet, she was unaware of how utterly laughable her words sounded to Lu Xun. The esteemed Lord of Tianyuan required an official title from her? Let it be known that the countless citizens of the great dreaming realm exist in peace only under his protection. A mere Nagong Hongyan dared to flaunt her authority before him. What audacity! For countless years, numerous formidable beings from other races have failed to make me bow. Do you presume to demand my submission? Hearing the term other races, Nagong Hongyan's expression shifted to one of shock. At that very moment, Lu Xun unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing the surrounding void to tremble. There was no need for further trivialities. Eliminating Nagong Hongyan was all that mattered. You cannot harm her. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, a series of resounding noises erupted from deep within the imperial palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, ancient figures appeared, exuding unmatched vigor as they swiftly descended upon the scene. 18 individuals, all clad in ancient robes, their hair and beards white, seemingly ageless. They were the ancestors, and they had emerged from their seclusion. Nagong Hongyan felt a surge of hope and was immensely exhilarated. These 18 individuals were the guardians of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, having lived for over 1,000 years. Akin to living fossils, this was the ultimate force that rendered the Heavenly Phoenix Empire formidable. For the sake of a single Nagong Hongyan, even 18 esteemed ancestors have emerged. Lu Xun coldly remarked. They have lived for far too long, reaching a state of exhaustion akin to a dying flame. Only when faced with the imminent threat of national extinction do these ancient relics emerge. Yet today, in the name of Nangong Hongyan, all 18 venerable ancestors have appeared. The traitor Lu Chun, Nangong Hongyan, a legendary empress, represents the future hope of the Tianwang Empire. With our presence, you shall not lay a finger on her. Upon their emergence, the ancestors immediately directed their words toward Lu Qin. Am I a rebel? Lu Qin's lips curled into a sneer upon hearing their remarks. While the common folk may be ignorant, how could you, as the guardians of the nation, be so foolish? Did you fail to heed the words of Wumyuki? Have you grown so frail that you cannot hear a single word? Now you come forth to protect this woman. There is no need for politeness. Nangong Hongyan has committed numerous atrocities, and if these ancient ones do not intervene, only to jump in at the moment he seeks to kill her. It is obvious that something is amiss. The 18 ancestors, taken aback by Lu Qin's audacity and his utter disregard for them, were left speechless. You, traitor, are exceedingly bold to show such disrespect to us, the guardians of the state. This is tantamount to courting death. I see it as you courting death. Unable to even assess the situation correctly, you have lived your life like a dog. As Lu Qin's voice faded, the murderous intent that was once directed at Nangong Hongyan surged towards the speaker, coalescing into a colossal sword of 100 zhong, descending with ferocity. Should he, the Lord of Tianyuan, show reverence to these enablers of tyranny? He must be cautious of his lifespan. If the formidable beings of other races were to witness this, they would surely admire their audacity. The elder gasped, hastily raising a hand to defend himself. In an instant, the attempt was futile. The massive sword severed his hand and then obliterated his corporeal form, leaving behind nothing but a mist of blood. My heavens! He dared to slay a guardian of the nation on the spot. All present were left dumbfounded, shock etched upon their faces. This was a guardian of the nation. A being who had lived for millennia, the strongest existence of the Tianwang Empire, possessing supreme cultivation, just a step away from transcending to the heavens. Yet Lu Qin had vanquished him with a single sword strike, without any ability to retaliate. The remaining 17 ancestors trembled, a chill racing through them. How could this young man, merely possessing the cultivation of the Shaoao realm, be so formidable? It was utterly inconceivable. They had no inkling of Lu Qin's true identity. As the Lord of Tianyuan and Emperor of the human race, even with his cultivation devoured by the divine burial coffin, his mastery of techniques allowed him to slay foes across several realms with ease. To say that the scorpion-hearted woman, whom even the former emperor dared to kill, represents the future hope of Tianwang, how brazen of you ancient ones to utter such words. Lu Qin remarked coldly. In that instant, a profound aura swept forth. As if 1,000 mountains were pressing down, the 17 ancestors were instantly propelled backward, blood splattering through the air. They could not withstand it. Their supreme cultivation was rendered insignificant before him. At this moment, Nangong Hongyan was utterly despaired. If even a group of venerable ancestors could not stand against Lu Qin, one must ponder who within the imperial palace might impede him. Chapter 40. The Art of Soul Rebirth. This emperor decrees your revival. Even Yama would not dare intervene. Today, I shall eliminate Nangong Hongyan, and none shall stand in my way. If you wish to perish, I would not mind accompanying you to the afterlife. Lu Qin threatened with unwavering resolve. The remaining 17 ancestors could not suppress a shiver of fear. It was terrifying. This individual was nothing short of a prodigy, rendering them powerless before his overwhelming presence, as if tossed aside by a tempest. Could it be that the realm of carefree existence was merely a facade? Was his true cultivation far beyond this? However, there was no time for conjecture. One elder promptly spoke up. Lu Qin, you misunderstand. The late emperor was not slain by Nangong Hongyan. He passed away suddenly, leaving behind a hasty last wish for Nangong Hongyan to ascend as emperor and govern the entire Tianwang Empire. At this juncture, to still utter such blatant lies, did they truly believe Lu Qin to be but a child? Were they taking advantage of the deceased's silence? Very well. Today I shall strip the faces off these ancient fools, Lu Qin declared with fury. Let us proceed to the mausoleum. With that, he departed from the scene. The 17 venerable ancestors exchanged glances, perplexed. What could this mean? The late emperor had been dead for years. Could they confront him directly? Humph. Let us see what tricks he intends to play. In an instant, all present soared towards the mausoleum. The late emperor had been deceased for several years. What purpose did Lu Qin have in seeking him? Did he intend to kneel before the grave in supplication? The countless citizens of the imperial city were equally bewildered. With a blink, Lu Qin arrived at the mausoleum, situated beneath a picturesque peak. Nestled beside water and mountains, it was indeed a prime location, gathering the essence of the dragon vein, forming a unique sanctuary. This was the royal mausoleum of Tianwang, designated for those of the imperial palace. All past emperors rested here, the late emperor included. Lu Chen gaze fixated on a solitary grave, a mere mound of earth, rather shabby compared to the other tombs. Were it not for its location within the royal mausoleum, it would scarcely rival the graves of ordinary noble families. Before this earthen grave stood only a solitary stone tablet, the grave of Huaguan, marking the resting place of the late emperor. After serving the nation and its people for decades, the late emperor's remains were reduced to a mere mound of earth, a single tablet, lacking even the inscription of his title, let alone the name of any descendants. Even outside the mound, several skeletal remains lay exposed, pecked up by birds. Upon Lu Chen's arrival, he unleashed his aura, shattering them to pieces. A wave of sorrow washed over Lu Chen. This burial site was not merely the resting place of the late emperor, but also that of his savior. Without this benevolent soul, he would have perished in the frigid wilderness long ago. And yet, this kind-hearted individual met such a fate. Was this truly the treatment afforded to Huang Yuan after his death? Lu Chen inquired with a voice steeped in indignation. Nangong Hongyan's expression shifted dramatically, leaving her speechless. Why has it come to this? She is more aware than anyone else, were it not for the concerns regarding the lack of unification in the court at that time. The remains would have been discarded by the roadside to feed the dogs. Lu Chen, having been raised by the late Emperor Huang Yuan, should be well acquainted with his temperament. He detested extravagance, thus it was only fitting to honor his wishes with a simple burial. An elder remarked, "Is this wastefulness?" It is an utter disregard for him. Lu Chen, we empathize with your feelings. However, the reality remains that, indeed, the late Emperor Huang Yuan bequeathed the throne to Nangong Hongyan before his demise. Otherwise, we, the old guardians, would not have intervened to support her. We hope you will cease this uproar. Since you survived, return and join us in rebuilding the heavenly phoenix. Another elder spoke. Recognizing Lu Chen's formidable presence and understanding that they were no match for him, they began to play the emotional card, knowing there were no witnesses to his demise. It would be prudent to stabilize him. Perhaps he could become a sharp blade for their cause. Enough with the trivialities. The truth of the matter shall be revealed when the late Emperor Huang Yuan himself speaks. Lu Chen retorted coldly, utterly unconvinced by their tactics. Have Huang Yuan speak? Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The man has been dead for years. How could he speak? Surely he cannot return as a ghost. You are correct. He shall return as a ghost, Lu Chen suddenly declared. What nonsense! A person cannot be resurrected. Their soul has long dissipated into the cosmos. Likely already entered the cycle of reincarnation. How can you bring him back? The elders regarded Lu Chen as mad. No matter how powerful one's cultivation, this is simply not feasible. What if he is in the cycle of reincarnation? I shall pull him back from it, Lu Chen declared resolutely, dismissing their concerns as he began to chant an incantation. The soul rebirth technique. This is a forbidden art that can reassemble the souls of the deceased from the cosmos. Although it cannot resurrect them, achieving what Lu Chen spoke of is sufficient. As Lu Chen practiced this art, it seemed as if he were momentarily connecting with the underworld, drawing together the scattered energies of souls at that instant. The grave exuded a brilliant radiance, resembling the emergence of a celestial treasure, with streaks of light transforming into liquid, surging through the void. I command your rebirth. Even reincarnation dares not obstruct me, Lu Chen proclaimed forcefully, his own body glowing as if his primordial spirit were departing to retrieve the late Emperor Huang Yuan from the cycle, gradually opening a profound portal in the void. A figure was slowly coalescing. It was the silhouette of the late Emperor Huang Yuan. The 17 guardians of the nation, along with Nangong Hongyan, watched this scene in astonished silence, their mouths agape. It was utterly unbelievable. A man who had been dead for years was, under Lu Chen's control, reuniting his soul and reappearing. What kind of power is this? It is truly beyond comprehension. They considered themselves to have reached the pinnacle of supremacy, well-versed in the ways of the world, yet at this moment, they stood frozen, trembling in awe. Gather the bones and harmonize. The 3 souls and 7 spirits converge. With a thunderous roar, Lu Chen unleashed a powerful shout, and suddenly, a radiant light erupted from the grave, soaring into the heavens and merging with the shadows, thus forming a distinct figure. It was none other than the late Emperor Huang Yuan. He had returned to life. The venerable ancestors of the nation and Nangong Hongyan gasped in disbelief, gazing at the apparition with a mix of astonishment and fear. Lu Chen, having encountered the emperor before, clasped his hands in reverence. In the vast expanse of the myriad realms, few could elicit such respect from the illustrious master of the abyss. and Huang Yuan was certainly among them. Lu Qin's gesture was one of utmost respect. "Greetings, Emperor Huang Yuan. Were it not for you, my father would have perished long ago." Lu Qin's voice was filled with sincerity as he addressed the emperor. At that moment, the ancient figure of Huang Yuan, upon hearing the call, paused in surprise, taking a few steps forward to discern the situation. "Lu Qin?" His voice trembled with excitement, almost incredulous at the sight before him. "It is I, come to see you." Lu Qin replied, his voice choked with emotion. In this world, few held a place in his heart like Huang Yuan did. "Wonderful! You are still alive. Is this your daughter?" The elderly emperor exclaimed with joy, his frail form quivering slightly. "I thought you were long gone. To think we could meet again." However, as he reached out to pat Lu Qin's shoulder, he realized his hand passed through without contact. Chapter 41. You do not merely misunderstand. You are aware of your imminent demise. "Forgive me, Emperor. I merely utilized a soul reunion technique to temporarily gather your essence." "So you have not truly returned?" Lu Qin promptly clarified. "I had forgotten. I am already deceased, my soul scattered," Huang Yuan replied, his expression shifting to one of gratitude. "Thank you, Lu Qin, for granting me the opportunity to witness this world once more. Your kindness is acknowledged, Emperor. Had you not intervened in my time of peril, I would have perished amidst the frozen wasteland. Alas, I regret not being able to save you in time. I have come to ascertain the circumstances surrounding your demise," Lu Qin stated, shifting the conversation to the pressing matter at hand. Though he had managed to reunite Huang Yuan's essence, the unnatural act could not be sustained for long. He needed to uncover the truth without delay. A sense of dread washed over Nangong Hongyan. Before Huang Yuan could speak, she rushed forward. "Lu Qin, the late emperor has long since passed. How dare you disturb his peace for your own selfish desires? You are deserving of the gravest punishment." She seized the initiative, casting a damning accusation against Lu Qin. "Venerable ancestors, grant the late emperor eternal rest," she commanded, determined to prevent Huang Yuan from speaking further, lest the situation spiral into chaos. Indeed, the 17 venerable ancestors responded in unison. It was preposterous that these ancient beings, who had lived for millennia, should be swayed by a mere mortal like Nangong Hongyan. If she wielded such power, it was evident that she had the backing of these individuals. With swift movements, the 17 ancestors prepared to act. "Emperor, you have suffered enough. May you soon embark on your journey of reincarnation." Though you claim to grant him peace, in truth, you merely silenced the late emperor, depriving him of any further opportunity to speak. "With my presence, do you dare to act recklessly?" Lu Qin bellowed with formidable authority. With a mere gesture, a colossal palm imprint materialized in the air, shrouding the heavens and earth, descending in an instant. The 17 venerable ancestors turned pale, beads of cold sweat pouring down their faces. Crack, crack. The bones in their bodies shattered completely, unable to withstand the force. "Kneel before me." With Lu Qin's thunderous command, all 17 ancestral guardians were compelled to submit, their knees crashing against the ground, utterly incapacitated, left with but a breath of life. Nangong Hongyan was taken aback. Just as she intended to flee, a frigid voice pierced through the air. "Without my command, should you dare to move a single step, I shall send you to accompany the late emperor in death." Nangong Hongyan's body trembled, and she dared not stir an inch. "Speak freely, late emperor, with my presence. None shall dare to disturb," Lu Qin declared. "It was all Nangong Hongyan's doing. Upon hearing of your treason and demise, I harbored no belief in it. Determined to investigate thoroughly, under the guise of a visit, Nangong Hongyan sought to conspire against me." The late Emperor Huang Yuan spoke with indignation. "Nangong Hongyan, do you have any final words?" Lu Qin demanded ominously. Nangong Hongyan's face turned ashen. "I beg your forgiveness, late Emperor. It is all my fault. I implore you, spare my life. You have committed heinous crimes. How could I possibly grant you mercy? Although the daughter of a noble, I had always regarded you as my own daughter, considering your father's early departure. Yet, you have shown no gratitude, instead harboring ambition, sowing chaos in the court, nearly bringing ruin to the entire Tianwang Empire." Huang Yuan lamented bitterly. "And you, guardians of the realm, whose duty is to protect the imperial palace and safeguard the world, have foolishly placed your hopes upon Nangong Hongyan to extend your own lifespans, anticipating her to inherit the divine phoenix bloodline. Such ignorance. The divine phoenix physique is innate. Only in this manner can one inherit the ancestral powers, yet Nangong Hongyan is not capable of this." Huang Yuan expressed his profound sorrow and condemnation. "So it is. Lu Chen finally understood why these ancestral guardians were so willing to obey Nangong Hongyan. It was because their lifespans were nearing their end, exhausted and dimming. In their desperation to cling to life, they looked to Nangong Hongyan to awaken the divine phoenix bloodline. As the late Emperor Huang Yuan stated, it is utterly laughable. The divine phoenix physique is innate, impossible to awaken through later efforts. Nangong Hongyan's ambition to refine the initial manifestation to summon the divine phoenix power is a grave misstep, for the initial manifestation is the heavenly phoenix divine eye, far surpassing the mere divine phoenix physique. Late Emperor, we were mistaken. We beseech you for another chance. We shall diligently protect the Tian Wang and never again dare to assist tyranny. The ancestors pleaded in unison, their voices tinged with desperation. Lu Chen, I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault for a moment of folly. I should not have plotted against you, nor should I have slain the late emperor. I confess to all my transgressions. Please grant me my life. Nangong Hongyan spoke with sincerity. You do not recognize your error. You recognize your impending death. Lu Chen replied coldly. Upon hearing the word death, panic ensued among the crowd, leading them to bow incessantly. Please, esteemed former emperor, show us mercy and spare us from Lu Chen's wrath. They implored. To bring about one's own demise is unforgivable. Huang Yuan shook his head, declaring. Their fate lies in your hands, Lu Chen. Very well, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a soldier galloped into the imperial city, rushing towards the palace and kneeling before the empress with a thud. Your Majesty, I bear urgent news. The Northern Sang Empire has amassed a 1,000,000-strong army and is advancing relentlessly towards our homeland, vowing to obliterate the Tian Wang Empire. We beseech your swift command. As he finished his report, he was taken aback to see the empress on the ground, drenched in blood. What could have transpired? 1,000,000 troops marching on Tian Wang? Nangong Hongyan trembled, and the atmosphere grew tense, with all present turning pale. Given the current state of the Tian Wang Empire, it seemed nearly impossible to withstand the Northern Sang's invasion. Who would have thought that the Tian Wang Empire would one day face such an existential crisis? Nangong Hongyan, this is all you're doing. You must bear the blame. Huang Yuan lamented, sorrowfully wishing he were more than just a lingering spirit, powerless to intervene. The former emperor need not worry. As long as I am here, the Tian Wang will be safe, Lu Chen proclaimed. You? Huang Yuan gazed intently at Lu Chen. How can one man stand against an entire empire? They are no longer the Northern Sang of old. Perhaps it was merely a consolation. Yet, at this moment, who else could they turn to? Lu Chen, I place my faith in you, he earnestly declared, pinning all hope on Lu Chen. Just then, his spirit began to dissipate. Feeling a pang of urgency, Lu Chen called out, Former Emperor, I have one more question regarding my heritage. When I discovered you in that icy desolation, there was but a single phrase inscribed on the ground. Kangming Realm. Kangming Realm? Lu Chen had always guarded Tian Yuan and had never heard of such a place, which was not among the 108 realms. Lu Chen, I must depart now. The safety and well-being of the countless citizens of the Tian Wang Empire lie in your hands. Huang Yuan's voice gradually faded until the last word was spoken, and the radiant sky dimmed, finally at peace. Farewell on your journey. Lu Chen spoke bitterly. The great human emperor? The master of Tian Yuan? Huh. He chuckled at the irony, knowing that such titles would not aid in reviving the fallen. After such an extended period of death, the corporeal form had long since decayed. To reassemble a soul from the essence of the universe was a feat that defied the natural order. At this moment, Lu Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart, unable to suppress a howl that echoed across the vast heavens, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The heavens wept, and in an instant, torrential rain poured down, with large droplets splattering against him, his white hair disheveled. Standing tall, he felt an added weight of solitude. Towards Xian, he felt guilt and sorrow. Towards Huang Yuan, he felt regret and sadness. You saved my life once, and now, despite my unparalleled powers, I can only remain separated from you by the veil of life and death. Helpless. In that moment, Lu Chen experienced a profound blow to his spirit. Eons have passed, and countless souls have perished beneath him, their remains forming mountains of bones. Yet at this moment, as one of the most significant individuals in his life has departed for eternity, his ancient, unyielding heart finds itself wavering. Rage surges, hair billowing. Chapter 42. Very well, I shall not kill. Let us see how your empress contends with this tempest. At this juncture, Nangong Hongyan, along with 17 esteemed ancestors, sensed the tumultuous and violent aura emanating from Lu Chen, rendering them utterly speechless. It felt as though, with merely a thought, Lu Qin could annihilate the heavens and the earth. Their apprehensions were not unfounded. Had it not been for Lu Qin's cultivation being devoured by the coffin of the buried god, the sheer ferocity of his emotional upheaval could have obliterated the entire imperial city. "Father, you still have me and mother," Chu Jian said, tugging at Lu Qin's sleeve with a cherubic face, her understanding demeanor shining through. Lu Qin's heart trembled slightly. He fought back tears and gently caressed Chu Jian's small head. "Father is fine, merely a bit emotional." Were it not for Chu Jian's comforting words, he might have succumbed to madness. Report. The Northern Sang army approaches with great ferocity. Merely 100 miles from the border. Report. The Northern Sang army continues to swell, now numbering 3 million. Report. The Northern Sang imperial forces have clashed with our border. A barrage of urgent messages flooded into the imperial city, heralding an impending storm. It seemed the Tianhuang Empire was on the brink of annihilation. Who can save the multitude of common folk? Who can stave off the impending collapse of the Great Xia? Nangong Empress. For years prior, she averted the crisis of Lu Qin's treason. Now, she must once again rise to the occasion and save the billions of Tianhuang citizens. "Lu Qin, you traitor. Release our empress. Only she can save us." In an instant, the entire populace of the imperial city surged into the palace, a sea of humanity, fervently calling out, "Lu Qin, your disruption caused the empress's awakening to fail, allowing the Northern Sang Empire to seize the opportunity to invade. Now, you wish to kill the empress, which would spell doom for the citizens of the Fist Empire. You have been overly idealistic in your regard for him. He must have colluded with the Northern Sang Empire in advance, likely intending to cause chaos today while the Northern Sang receives intelligence and launches a full-scale assault." The people speculated wildly, utterly convinced of their theories, vehemently denouncing Lu Qin as if he had condemned all of humanity to ruin. Witnessing the throng of citizens rallying around Nangong Hongyan, Lu Qin felt a profound sorrow. Previously, Wu Muqi had revealed the entire truth, yet these citizens remained incredulous, seeking excuses to absolve Nangong Hongyan of all blame. Observing the entire nation defend a treacherous individual, Lu Qin experienced not only sorrow but sheer disappointment. Did such a populace, such a nation, truly merit his aid? Unaware of how Huang Yuan would feel upon witnessing this scene, he resolved, "Very well, if you expect Nangong Hongyan to assist you, I shall spare her life. Let us see how she intends to turn the tide." Lu Qin declared suddenly. He had ample time. If he were to slay Nangong Hongyan now, would he not then bear the burden of the Tianhuang's downfall? As the common folk wished, let Nangong Hongyan assist them. However, remember this, Nangong Hongyan, along with the 17 venerable ancestors, the fact that you are not being slain today is not due to fear, but rather a lack of desire. From this moment forth, you shall kneel for 3 days in penance, mourning for the celestial emperor. Within this span of 3 days, regardless of whether the heavens should fall, if any of you dare to move even an inch, I shall show no mercy in my wrath. After 3 days, I eagerly await to see how you will protect the celestial phoenix. Do not come to me in desperation then," Lu Qin declared coldly. Raising his gaze to the 9 heavens where the divine phoenix continued its majestic flight, casting a celestial glow upon the earth. "You have troubled my daughter. Consider this a moment of atonement." With a swift motion, he reached out as if to grasp the heavens themselves. The power of the divine phoenix, sensing its master, was immediately subdued and obediently descended. In an instant, it merged with Chu Jian's being before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Once the power of the divine phoenix entered her body, Chu Jian underwent a transformative rebirth, her meridians and sinews refined anew, radiating with a resplendent brilliance, as if she had transcended to a higher realm. Simultaneously, Chen Bufan utilized the divine phoenix's strength to seal Chu Jian's celestial phoenix eye once more. Had he not arrived in time, the ignorant minions of Wumaki would have been oblivious to the calamity they had invited upon themselves. In the complete eruption of the celestial phoenix eye's power, it would have been capable of annihilating the entire celestial phoenix empire, bringing ruin upon countless souls. The divine phoenix's essence is not something one can awaken through mere effort, is it? How could she possibly compare? The celestial phoenix eye, a taboo entity that traverses the ages, is one of the most extraordinary forms in existence, far surpassing the mere divine phoenix essence. For my daughter to absorb, it is a testament to the worth of the divine phoenix itself. Lu Qin spoke with a chilling tone, then, disregarding the reactions of the world, took Chu Jian by the hand and departed. No one dared to obstruct them. The citizens in the imperial palace could only engage in idle chatter. When confronted with Lu Qin, they were rendered utterly impotent, until Lu Qin had departed. Nangong Hongyin and the 17 guardians of the realm dared not move a muscle. Who would defy Lu Qin's command? To slay Wumiki and the venerable ancestors was a trivial task. Even employing forbidden techniques to reunite the spirit of the former emperor was within his grasp. As he effortlessly channeled the divine phoenix's power directly into his daughter's being, such methods were nothing short of astonishing, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Only after Lu Qin was no longer visible did the citizens unleash their scornful mockery. Bluster, they claimed. What is this celestial phoenix they had never heard of? Our empress is unparalleled. Once we conquer the Baisang Empire, we shall see what Lu Qin has to say. And to believe he thinks we would plead with him, what arrogance! Does he fancy himself the master of the abyss? Ha! Amidst the cacophony of boastful voices, Nangong Hongyan's previously pale countenance regained a semblance of pride. Lu Qin, you should not have granted me 3 days. After this period, I shall reclaim everything, and you will find yourself regretting it too late. Little did she realize that Lu Qin's actions were akin to placing her upon a fiery pyre. I need not slay you. The will of the people shall drive you to your doom. At the earliest opportunity, Lu Qin brought Chu Jian back to Qian City. Xian was likely in a state of anxiety, and it was imperative not to keep her waiting for too long. A day later, as Lu Qin leisurely returned to his residence, he discovered a large crowd gathered at the entrance, pointing and hurling eggs and rotten vegetables. The family of the traitor Lu Qin resided here, and it was because of him that the Tianwang Empire nearly faced utter destruction. He had colluded with Wumiki to disrupt the empress's inheritance of the divine phoenix power, and now, with the Northern Sang Empire conspiring alongside him, 300,000 troops had suddenly amassed at the borders, placing the Tianwang Empire in grave peril. The citizens of Qian City were vociferously denouncing him, and the once grand and imposing gate of the residence lay in disarray. Enough. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Luo Xian appeared outside. My husband is not a traitor. He has been framed by Nangong Hongyan. As for any connection to the Northern Sang Empire, it is all mere slander. He went to the imperial city solely to rescue our daughter. Nonsense. You are his woman. Of course you would speak in his defense. You are all cut from the same cloth, and the Su family of the city lord's residence has suffered because of you, you deceitful vixen. The local populace refused to listen, hurling a torrent of insults and projectiles. Boldly, Zhu Jinhong bellowed, immediately positioning himself in front of Luo Xian. I am from the Wanbao Pavilion. The crowd, disregarding his presence, continued to pelt the residents with their belongings. Zhu Jinhong soon found himself besmirched with rotten eggs and vegetable leaves, even having excrement atop his head, nearly choking on his rage. Miss Xian, it is futile to reason with these ignorant people. Please retreat inside, he urged, protecting Luo Xian as they moved further into the residence. Do not let them in. Kill this vixen. The crowd surged forward, driven mad with fury. Zhu Jinhong, still recovering from his injuries, found it miraculous to be alive, yet was trampled by the mob, spitting blood. Even so, he steadfastly blocked their path, refusing to allow them to touch Luo Xian. This was Lu Qin's command. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qin felt his blood boil with indignation. How dare these ignorant fools block his home? Although there were protective formations in place, Xian could not endure the slander directed at him, which compelled her to step outside and clarify matters. Yet, reasoning with these individuals was futile. It was as if the entire nation had been brainwashed by Nangong Hongyan. Get away from me, Lu Qin thundered, with a resounding crash. All those causing the disturbance were sent flying. Chapter 43. What do I care for 300,000 troops at the borders? Close the door and live my own life. Lu Qin, Chu Jian. Luo Xian looked up, instantly filled with joy. Mother, we have returned safely with father. Chu Jian waved her little hand. What? Lu Qin. The rioters were suddenly struck with terror, their hearts pounding with fear. Wasn't this traitor supposed to be dead in the imperial city? How could he still be alive? Traitor? Lu Qin's gaze swept over the crowd, locking onto one individual. The latter felt a chill run down his spine, but quickly regained his bravado. What? Do you intend to silence me? You are correct. As Lu Qin's voice faded, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted in the void. In an instant, it pierced through a man, resulting in his immediate demise. A chill swept through the surrounding crowd, rendering them paralyzed with fear. Kneel and apologize, Lu Qin commanded. Thud, thud. Who dared to defy? Groups of individuals promptly sank to their knees. We are sorry. We should not have come here to cause trouble. They intended to depart swiftly. Have I permitted your departure? Came the cold voice. We have already apologized. What more do you want? Weren't you all intent on killing my wife? Then let you all meet your end. With Lu Qin's declaration, an overwhelming force surged forth, akin to a sword wreaking havoc. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, not a single one of the hundreds present remained alive. There was no point in reasoning with these people. They had to be eliminated. It may seem heartless, yet it was a necessary course of action. These individuals had sought to harm Xian, and had it not been for a timely return, she could have been trampled to death. Regardless of how the world perceived him, Lu Chen cared little. Even if he were deemed a demon, so be it. Anyone who dared to threaten his wife and daughter would face death. Nangong Hongyan was no exception. From the moment she was captured, her fate was sealed. It was merely a matter of when Lu Chen would decide her demise. Soon after, Lu Chen, accompanied by Chu Jian, arrived at the estate. I have met the esteemed senior. It is my fault for not providing adequate protection, nearly putting Miss Xian in danger again. Zhu Jinhong prostrated himself on the ground. A look of remorse etched on his face. Lu Chen cast a glance at him. You are fortunate. Under different circumstances, a lesser man would have perished by now. Yet you still live. However, your failures in protection are not a one-time occurrence. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinhong trembled slightly, then responded with resignation. My inability to protect Miss Xian and the young master warrants my death as atonement. I awaited your return, so my final task could be deemed complete. I shall end my life now. With that, he seized a dagger and swiftly moved to slice his neck, showing no hesitation. Resolute to the extreme, the Star Sea Merchant Alliance had already declared that he must serve the bearer of the Black Gold Order well, or face death. As a result of his incompetence, even if Lu Chen spared him, the Star Sea Merchant Alliance would still demand his life. Bang! Just as the dagger was about to touch his neck, an unseen force crushed it to powder. Zhu Jinhong was taken aback. It was Nongling Shuang and Nangong Hongyan who were too ruthless. It has little to do with you. Be more careful in the future. After Lu Chen uttered these words, a surge of vital energy entered Zhu Jinhong's body, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. He was filled with uncontainable joy. Thank you, esteemed senior, for sparing my life. He immediately bowed his head in gratitude. At that moment, Lu Chen had already entered the estate with Xian and Chu Jian, where he recounted all that had transpired in the imperial city. I never imagined the world to be so foolish, sighed Luo Xian, upon hearing his words. Nangong Hongyan has committed numerous atrocities. Before his demise, Wumyuki had divulged everything, yet people still refused to believe him, instead slandering both you and Wumyuki, as well as accusing you of colluding with the Northern Sang Empire. It is evident to anyone with a modicum of thought that such an alliance is impossible. Thus, I refrained from taking Nangong Hongyan's life, allowing the world to witness how their revered empress would endeavor to save humanity. Lu Chen spoke icily. With an army of 3 million bearing down, even if one were willing to act, the task would be fraught with difficulty. Luo Xian shook her head. It was not that she doubted Lu Chen, but rather that the prospect of standing against Northern Sang single-handedly was akin to scaling the heavens. Lu Chen offered little explanation. For now, such considerations were unnecessary. One should simply focus on living their life. Indeed, Luo Xian did not ponder further. Her heart was willing, yet her strength was lacking. Even with Lu Chen's assistance, the situation was dire. Moreover, the citizens of the Tianhuang Empire did not require his help. Thus it was futile to seek unnecessary troubles. As long as Chen Ping returned safely, that was sufficient. On that day, Lu Chen sought out Zhu Jinhong to inquire about the situations regarding Nanling Shuang and Xue Xue. Respected elder, after your departure to the imperial city, they inquired relentlessly for news within the Red Flame City, seemingly unable to fathom that the major factions had been vanquished by you. And then they hastily departed from this place. Zhu Jinhong replied. What a pity. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. He had initially intended to eliminate them upon his return, but they had fled prematurely. Nevertheless, it mattered not. They would inevitably cross paths again. The Northern Sang Empire's sudden offensive likely related to their humiliation. Thus, it was only a matter of time before they would return to seek him out. When they met again, it would be to escort them to their graves. Old Zhu, keep a vigilant watch on the situation and report to me at all times, Lu Chen commanded. To be addressed as Old Zhu by the elder left him astonished, far more delighted than receiving accolades from the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. Yes, I shall comply immediately, he replied with eagerness and vigor. The news of the Northern Sang Empire amassing 3 million troops spread throughout the Tianhuang Empire in the following days, inciting unprecedented uproar. The once young general, Lu Chen, re-emerged after 4 years, single-handedly infiltrating the imperial city and publicly executing the first national master Wumyuki. He suppressed Nangong Hongyan, causing her awakening to fail. As these tidings converged, they ignited the entire Tianhuang Empire, with towns and cities abuzz with speculation, without exception. They arrived at a singular conclusion. Lu Qin must have conspired with Wu Muqi to avoid death years ago, and now, in collusion with the Northern Sang Empire. They were working in tandem to strike at Nangong Hongyan. Alas, the once great empress was on the verge of a successful awakening, only to be thwarted by the traitor, Lu Qin. Why did the empress not suppress him? Such a person deserves to descend into hell. It was as if the 18 revered ancestors had intervened, leading to a confrontation at the royal mausoleum, even awakening the spirit of the former emperor. Ultimately, out of respect for the former sovereign, the empress spared Lu Qin. Otherwise, how could he have escaped the imperial city alive? So that was the case. Truly, the empress possesses a magnanimous heart, disdaining to quarrel with such a villain. Later, the divine phoenix's power that floated above descended upon the imperial palace. Undoubtedly under the empress's command, the mandate of heaven is upon her. Despite the interference from Lu Qin, the Empress Nangong awakened the divine phoenix physique. With her presence, she will undoubtedly repel the invasion of the Baisang Empire, and the heavenly phoenix shall once again bask in its former glory. When Ju Jihong relayed this news to Lu Qin, he could not help but smile. It was he who had subdued Nangong Hongyan and the ancient ancestors. Yet it was twisted into a narrative where he was the one being suppressed. Out of respect for the former emperor, they had spared him, which was utterly ridiculous. It was also he who guided the divine phoenix to descend and merge with Chu Jian's body, leading to the eventual awakening of the divine phoenix physique within the Empress Nangong. There was no doubt that Nangong Hongyan had sealed her lips. Yet, astonishingly, the populace seemed to believe this tale. Did they not know that he had already subdued Nangong Hongyan and slain an ancestor in front of countless citizens on that fateful day? No. It was simply their unwillingness to accept the truth. With a slight application of his divination techniques, Lu Qin could discern the royal mausoleum. Nangong Hongyan and 17 ancient ancestors remained motionless, obediently kneeling on the ground. They were surprisingly compliant. Lu Qin withdrew his divination. For the next 2 days, he refrained from venturing outside, instead enjoying familial bliss with Xian and Chu Jian. The turmoil of the outside world and the fate of the common folk were of no concern to him. He had chosen his own path. Chapter 44. The Supreme Emperor Weapon, the Great Wilderness Divine Bow. At this moment, within the imperial palace, Nangong Hongyan swiftly issued orders to assemble the entire Heavenly Phoenix army to rush to the borders, vowing to staunchly resist the Baisong's advance. She understood well that if the Heavenly Phoenix were breached, even if Lu Qin spared her life, her fate would be sealed. The war horn sounded, and the first wave of 1 million Heavenly Phoenix troops surged towards the frontier. The border was akin to her doorstep. Once breached, the enemy's long spears would pierce through, igniting flames of war across the land of the Heavenly Phoenix. At that point, resistance would be futile. At the border, amidst the vast expanse of land, 300,000 soldiers of Baising stood in an orderly formation, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter that soared into the heavens. Among them, 2 figures stood out prominently, Nongling Xue and Xue Xue. Mounted on a formidable beast, they gazed towards the Heavenly Phoenix continent, their eyes icy with resolve. Lu Qin, wait for me to breach the Heavenly Phoenix. That will be your demise. The memories of the events in Qi-In City surged within her, intensifying her murderous intent. Throughout her life, Nongling Xue had never endured such humiliation. Lu Qin, what does it matter if you have slain so many leaders of powerful factions? The true master of the abyss has already spoken. As long as Baisang extinguishes the Heavenly Phoenix and ends your life, I shall officially take you as my disciple. And to aid my success in the trials, a supreme treasure has been bestowed upon me. In an instant, a bow and arrow materialized in Nongling Xue's hand, radiating golden light, dazzling and resplendent, as if forged from the primordial path itself, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. The Supreme Emperor Weapon. The Great Wilderness Divine Bow. With a delicate pull of her slender fingers, the bow hummed with power. The Great Wilderness Divine Bow suddenly emanated an astonishing force, sweeping in all directions, causing the void to collapse into vast expanses of nothingness. Above the 9 heavens, thunderous wrath erupted, raging wildly amidst the clouds. In this moment, 300,000 soldiers felt their souls trembling in fear. Such power. Nan Lingshuang's blood surged, her expression filled with indescribable excitement. Lu Qin, how dare you impersonate the true Lord of the Abyss? Surely you have provoked the wrath of the real Abyss Emperor, who has sent me to eliminate you. Let us see how you withstand this. Ha ha. With a haughty laugh, Nan Lingshuang immediately commanded, 300,000 troops, heed my call. Attack. Kill. 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 A chorus of furious shouts erupted, converging to shake the heavens and earth. The once quiet soldiers surged forth in an instant, galloping fiercely, dust and stones flying in their wake. The enemy was advancing. The Tianhuang army felt a wave of dread at that moment. Facing 300,000 foes, they were outnumbered several times over and thoroughly prepared. Their cavalry consisted entirely of elite steeds, clad in adamantine armor, wielding yellow-grade artifacts, far superior to ordinary blades and swords. In recent years, the northern Seng kingdom had thrived, continuously expanding its military strength, both in numbers and weaponry, surpassing that of the Tianhuang. Furthermore, this attack came as a complete surprise. Even though Nangong Hongyan had gathered 1 million troops in record time, they were still no match for the enemy. Before a true clash could occur, the Tianhuang soldiers had already begun to falter, a grave military taboo. Throughout history, countless battles have been won by sheer morale, driven by the spirit and courage of the troops. If fear takes hold, how can one fight? The commander of the Tianhuang army, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to lead his 1 million troops to defend the borders. Nan Lingshuang stood tall in the sky, drawing the great wilderness divine bow as if channeling the power of the sun, moon, and stars into her arrow. As she released it, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, soaring like a fire dragon in the air. Where it passed, the void collapsed entirely, leaving behind an astounding chasm, as though a peerless sword had cleaved the world in two, sweeping through and directly into the Tianhuang army. In an instant, tens of thousands perished, exploding into clouds of blood mist, their bodies obliterated without a trace. My goodness! The remaining Tianhuang soldiers were left dumbfounded, having lost tens of thousands before even engaging in true combat. Under the onslaught of the arrow's light, not a single bone remained. How could they continue to fight? Flee. The remaining troops, devoid of any fighting spirit, instantly crumbled and fled in panic. Lingshuang, this bow is formidable. Wielding it, one could challenge the entirety of the dreaming spirit realm. Shui Shui's heart surged with passion. The imperial weapon of the extreme path is indeed as legendary as its reputation. A true treasure that only a genuine emperor could forge, imprinted with supreme Tao patterns. Once unleashed, the powers of heaven and earth tremble in response. The Lord of the Abyss cautioned that the might of the imperial weapon is too great. With my current strength, I cannot fully unleash its power, lest I destroy the entire Tianhuang empire. Upon seeing you, Lu Qin will undoubtedly kneel in submission. Shui Shui crossed her arms, a smug expression gracing her face, as if she could already envision Lu Qin begging for mercy. Kill them, leave no one behind, commanded Nan Lingshuang with ruthless intensity. It was not merely these soldiers she sought to eliminate. The entire Tianhuang empire must be cleansed, not a soul spared. Boom, boom, boom. 300,000 troops, riding fierce steeds, breached the borders and relentlessly pursued the fleeing adversaries. The air was filled with piercing cries, the atmosphere thick with the scent of blood, resembling a scene from hell itself. At this moment, far beyond the endless star realms, within the other races, several profound gazes seemed capable of penetrating infinite dimensions, capturing the state of affairs in Tianhuang. That foolish girl has already led her forces into battle, with the imperial weapons we provided. She should be able to annihilate Lu Qin, right? We must not grow complacent. After countless eons, our numerous offensives have been thwarted by Lu Qin alone. Countless formidable warriors have perished at his hands. To deceive a mere mortal princess from an inferior world into slaying him feels far from certain success. Having departed from Tianyuan, Lu Qin has awakened his Tao heart. In the Tianhuang Empire, he has infused his cultivation into the god-burying coffin. With only the cultivation of the free and unfettered realm, he can surely eliminate him. Should he forcibly employ his powers, the Tianhuang Empire will face utter destruction. What do you suppose Lu Qin will do? What a clever scheme. Haha. The sinister laughter echoed within the other races, and all conversations gradually subsided. At this moment, Nan Lingshuang remained blissfully unaware of being manipulated. Lost in a fervor of excitement, grasping the supreme imperial weapon, she felt as though she possessed the entire world, surveying the vast seas and wilderness with unparalleled supremacy. Imperial Palace, Royal Mausoleum. Nangong Hongyan remained kneeling, her impatience mounting. Just one more day, merely one final day left. As long as I can hold off the Beisang Empire, the peoples shall be mine to command. Even if I do not inherit the divine phoenix's body, my achievements will be unprecedented, and when the time comes, my call will summon a multitude. Lu Qin, you shall die, if not by fate, then by my hand, she declared fiercely, her expression twisted with malice. Report. What of the 1 million troops of Tianhuang? Nangong Hongyin demanded assertively. Your Majesty, our 1,000,000 troops have been defeated. A soldier knelt trembling, delivering the grim news. Boom. Nangong Hongyin shuddered. What nonsense are you spouting? Did not our 1,000,000 troops just arrive at the borders? How could they be vanquished in less than half a day? They are up against the Baisang troops, not divine generals. Your Majesty, it is all true. Before the battle even commenced, the enemy shot an arrow, claiming the lives of over 100,000 of our soldiers. The remainder fled in disarray. An arrow that killed over 100,000 men? Nangong Hongyin completely lost her composure. The 17 national elders nearly collapsed at the revelation. How dare you speak such folly? What arrow possesses such might? Nangong Hongyin roared, incredulous at the suggestion that they were being deceived. It seems to be a supreme imperial weapon. The soldier stammered. Chapter 45. The Sinful One, Nangong Hongyin, comes to confess. What? Nangong Hongyin was nearly breathless with fear. After multiple confirmations regarding the 4 words spoken by the other party, she could hardly believe it. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon. Good heavens. This was the unparalleled treasure that only celestial emperors could forge, a singular imperial weapon capable of sweeping across the myriad realms, a truly forbidden artifact. What of the 4 esteemed grades of weapons, the sacred artifacts, or the celestial tools? In the presence of an imperial weapon, they were but mere ephemera, utterly insignificant. How could the Baisang Empire possess an extreme Dao imperial weapon? Nangong Hongyin found it incomprehensible. Although their nation had flourished in recent years, surpassing the Tianwang, it was not to such an absurd degree. Otherwise, how could she dare to hope for victory against the Baisang invasion? Yet now, with the emergence of the extreme Dao imperial weapon, how could they possibly resist? A soldier hurriedly rushed in, kneeling with a thud on the ground. Your Majesty, I report that the border has been breached. 1,000,000 troops have been annihilated without a single survivor. The enemy is now advancing unimpeded towards the imperial palace, leaving devastation in their wake, vowing to slaughter every soul in Tianwang. Nangong Hongyin gasped in horror. 300,000 troops, with the imperial weapon leading the charge. Their target was the imperial palace. If they did not flee immediately, death would be their fate. Ancestors, protect my escape, Nangong Hongyin exclaimed, rising abruptly. There was no time for kneeling when death was imminent. If any of you dare stand before the 3 days are up, I shall show no mercy. In that instant, a chilling voice resonated from the void. Nangong Hongyin's body froze. I refuse to believe it. You are not even in the imperial city. How can you kill us? A resolute ancestor of the nation declared. However, in that moment of defiance, death was upon him. A cold voice, devoid of warmth, echoed, as if the heavens themselves had decreed his fate. The air crackled with murderous intent, sweeping through invisibly. With a horrifying sound, the ancestor was crushed in an instant, leaving only a mist of blood in his wake. Such was the promise kept. Anyone who dared to rise would be met with death. Though absent from the imperial city, Lu Qin had already harnessed the forces of heaven and earth, locking onto Nangong Hongyin and the others, regardless of their location, with a mere thought. He could summon the powers of the universe to eradicate them. It could be said that while he did not slay them, their lives were already at Lu Qin's mercy. With a series of thuds, Nangong Hongyin and the remaining ancestors, without a word, knelt down again, feeling an overwhelming chill envelop them. It was terrifying. Even away from the imperial city, he could still kill them at will. What are you fleeing from? Did you not intend to turn the tide? Lu Qin's mocking voice resonated. Nangong Hongyin, I admit my fault. I beg you, spare me this once. If we do not leave now, when the Baisang army arrives, everyone will perish, including you. Nangong Hongyin pleaded. What are you, to think yourself my equal? Lu Qin scoffed disdainfully. The 3-day deadline has not yet passed. Continue kneeling. After the sound resonated, no matter how fervently Nangong Hongyin called out, there was no response. Yet, she was acutely aware that if she failed to adhere to the agreement and recklessly rose, her fate would mirror that of the previous ancestor, death. There remained but one recourse, to issue the Divine Phoenix Edict, summoning the various forces of the Tianwang to resist the foreign invaders. A millennium ago, when the Divine Phoenix Empress ascended, she left behind the Divine Phoenix Edict, which could be invoked in times of crisis to rally all prominent powers of the Tianhuang Empire for the nation's defense. Almost immediately after the edict was issued, the leaders of the Chaoxing Immortal Gate, the Divine Martial Sword Sect, the Tsiyun Sword Pavilion, and the Great Sun Sword Sect had all been slain by Lu Qin, rendering them incapable of battle. The Blood Demon Sacred Mountain was likewise incapacitated. As each grim report returned from the major forces of Tianwang, the imperial palace erupted in chaos. The foremost powers of Tianwang, comprising all leaders and elders, had been wiped out by Lu Qin, leaving them powerless to intervene. Nagong Hongyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, lost in despair. One individual had extinguished the entire martial realm of Tianwang. Her last hope had been shattered. Just as the Northern Sang army charged forth to slaughter the populace, the citizens of Tianwang finally sensed the gravity of their predicament. The Northern Sang army was on the brink of besieging the city. Why had our illustrious empress not yet made her appearance? What could she be waiting for? Surely, she had a plan. The insignificant Northern Sang army posed no real threat. The people clung to their support for her, blaming the traitor Lu Chen. Had it not been for him, the Northern Sang Empire would not dare to attack at this moment. Yes, it was all Lu Chen's fault. He nearly led us to ruin. Countless voices continued to vilify him without realizing that, with the deadline approaching, Nagong Hongyan had risen with utmost urgency. Flying straight to Qian City. Only one person could save Tianwang, Lu Chen. The empress was on the move. The millions of citizens in the imperial city erupted in thunderous cheers, as though they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Their excitement was palpable. With the empress's intervention, victory against the Northern Sang army was assured. Yet, soon a troubling realization dawned upon some. Why was the empress not advancing toward the Northern Sang army, but instead heading toward Qian City? What was the meaning of this? It became clear to them. Lu Chun and his family resided in Qian City. The empress must have intended to capture Lu Chun to compel the Northern Sang to withdraw. Truly, the empress was formidable, so astute in her strategy. In that moment, countless voices rose in adulation, all eyes fixed on the empress's actions. Nagong Hongyan had nearly exhausted all her strength, propelling herself to Qian City with unwavering determination. All hail the empress. Many citizens of Qian City, having received news in advance, had eagerly awaited her arrival, kneeling in reverence to behold the majesty of their empress. Nagong Hongyan paid no heed. Her expression fraught with urgency as she hurried to the residence of Lu Chen. The latest news had reached her. The empress had come personally, and Lu Chen was doomed. Destined to pay with the blood of his family for the lives lost in the service of the celestial phoenix. The entire Qian City was in an uproar. Hundreds of thousands of citizens, previously intimidated by Lu Chen's formidable presence, now saw the empress herself coming to seize him, and what fear remained? The traitor Lu Chen should emerge and meet his demise without delay. Silence. Do not speak disrespectfully of General Lu Chen. Nagong Hongyan suddenly admonished. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Momentarily taken aback, they could hardly comprehend the sight before them. The revered empress had knelt at the entrance of the manor. I, the sinner Nagong Hongyan, come to confess my crimes. Heavens, what was happening? The onlookers were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The empress of the celestial phoenix was not there to execute Lu Chen, but to kneel in atonement. Oh my goodness! The news spread like wildfire through the communication talismans, reaching every corner of the city and beyond. While the millions in the imperial city awaited the capture of the traitor Lu Chen, they were suddenly met with the shocking revelation. The vast ancient city fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The empress had come to Qian City not to confront Lu Chen, but to kneel and admit her wrongs. The entire city was astounded, with only the sound of collective gasps echoing through the streets. Chapter 46. Let us depart. The safety of the celestial phoenix and the fate of the world are of no concern to me. Within the manor of Qian City, Lu Chen remained unfazed. Fully aware of the tumult outside, 3 days prior, he had declared, "Do not come to me for aid. I am merely a traitor, not a general. And I have not been one for 4 years." Nagong Hongyan's face burned with shame. "Forgive me, it was all my doing. I allowed Wu Muqi to poison you, bribed all your subordinates to hunt you down, all to obtain your blood and attain my extraordinary physique. I was the one who killed the former emperor and used the authority of the 18 esteemed ancestors to usurp the throne. Moreover, I sent Wu Muqi to abduct your daughter, intending to refine her alive to inherit the power of the divine phoenix. In that moment, she confessed to all her transgressions. Her loyalty laid bare in repentance. Is it truly so?" The spectators stood in stunned silence, their minds unraveling, leaving only confusion in their wake. As the news spread throughout the celestial phoenix, disbelief engulfed everyone. It turned out that all of this had been orchestrated by Nagong Hongyan. All had been blinded by her deceit, ensnared in her web of manipulation. How tragic that General Lu Chen, who had fought valiantly for the celestial phoenix, was vilified while we defended the treacherous. Truly, we deserve condemnation. From the imperial city to Qian City, and beyond to other towns. Thud, thud. Everyone fell to their knees. "You foolish citizens are guilty. Please forgive General Lu Chen." An extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Millions bowed in the celestial phoenix, solely to offer their contrition to Lu Chen. As Lu Qin heard the voices of apology resounding across the entire celestial Phoenix Empire, a tremor shook the heavens. Yet he remained unmoved, his expression one of cold indifference. Had it not been for the assault from Beisang, would Nangong Hongyan have acknowledged her errors? If not for her personal confession, would the populace have believed her? Certainly not. On that fateful day in the imperial city, Lu Qin's heart was irrevocably shattered. Let it all go. The safety of Tian Wang and the fate of the world are no longer my concern. Lu Qin's words echoed, and thereafter, silence reigned. Outside, Nangong Hongyan's face was ashen. It was too late. Some matters, once missed, cannot be remedied merely by an apology. Nangong Hongyan, you treacherous viper. It is all due to you that General Lu Qin's heart has grown cold. The citizens of Qian City expressed their outrage vehemently. Everything mirrored what Lu Qin had faced mere days ago, albeit with a different individual at the center. The state of human sentiment. Lu Qin shook his head, feeling that all aspirations had lost their significance. In this lifetime, he merely wished to cherish the company of those close to him. Xian, let us retreat into seclusion. He suddenly declared, this place is no longer suitable for habitation. Over the next 2 days, throngs continued to come forth, seeking forgiveness. From the hundreds of thousands in Qian City to millions beyond, an endless procession of individuals knelt from within the city to the outskirts, stretching for miles. Yet, Lu Qin had long departed, taking Xian to a secluded paradise untouched by worldly strife. With babbling brooks and fragrant blossoms, they were blissfully separated from the tumult of war and the entanglements of the mortal realm. Only Luo Xian appeared somewhat distracted, beneath the setting sun. The afterglow enveloped her as her long dress danced in the breeze. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and could not help but inquire, Lu Qin, do we truly not intend to take action? There are many innocent souls among the billions of Tian Wang. In that moment of avalanche, not a single soul was innocent. If the world requires no protection from me, then I shall dedicate my remaining days solely to safeguarding my family, Lu Qin replied calmly, devoid of any intention to engage. Zhu Jinhong continued to report daily. Esteemed elder, the Beisang army, 3 million strong, is ruthlessly slaughtering without distinction between young and old, leaving devastation and corpses in their wake. As Zhu Jinhong relayed this grim news, he could not help but shake his head. It was a horrific scene, nearly unbearable to witness. The greatest suffering in war undoubtedly befalls the common people. Lu Qin remained unresponsive, instructing Zhu Jinhong to keep a vigilant watch on the situation. On the 5th day of war, the Beisang army, under the leadership of Nan Lingfang, had approached the imperial city, proclaiming their intent to demand your presence. Lu Qin sat cross-legged on a patch of grass at the door, leaning against a wild Bodhi tree, a majestic and ancient being that had flourished for millennia, its leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Since yesterday, when Zhu Jinhong had informed him of the dire plight of the Tianwang populace, he had adopted this meditative state. Seemingly a monk detached from all earthly affairs, Nan Lingfang boldly declared that upon entering the imperial city, she expected to see him kneeling at the city gates in welcome. Otherwise, she would bind his wife and daughter, parading them before the 3 million troops, and subsequently execute them, hanging their bodies at the city gates for all to scorn. That despicable woman truly knows no balance. After Zhu Jinhong finished speaking, he couldn't help but launch into a tirade of insults. It was evident that he was still brooding over the events that transpired in Qian City and sought revenge at the opportune moment. Previously, Lu Qin would have erupted in fury, yet now he remained in a constant state of tranquility, neither sorrowful nor joyful, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This left Zhu Jinhong bewildered. Let him be. Luo Xian appeared, casting a profound glance at Lu Qin. She was uncertain of his current condition but sensed that he seemed to be enveloped in a peculiar state, as if immersed in some form of cultivation. On the 6th day of the war, Nan Ling Shuang led a 1,000,000-strong army into the imperial city. Nan Gong Hong Yin, without deploying a single soldier, voluntarily opened the city gates to personally welcome her, surrendering to Beisang in order to save her life and willingly relinquishing the Tianhuang. Upon the announcement, despair swept across the entire Tianhuang Empire. The once revered empress, anticipated by the people to turn the tide, was now revealed to lack even the courage to resist, willingly inviting the enemy into the city. The humiliation was unbearable. If only Lu Qin were present, such a fate could have been averted. At this moment, countless citizens recalled the unparalleled figure who once swept through the lands, bringing peace to the world. Meanwhile, Nan Ling Shuang, surrounded by her 3 million troops, rode a majestic beast, parading above the imperial city. In this instant, she embodied the true empress, unmatched and resplendent, basking in the glory of admiration. Yet, Nan Ling Shuang felt discontent, for she did not see Lu Qin. She had proclaimed that upon her entry into the imperial city, she expected to see Lu Chen kneeling in welcome, but that was not the case. Lu Chen, do you think you can hide? I will ensure you bow your head before me, Nan Ling Shuang declared with a voice filled with hatred. Your Highness, I am at your service. I shall send someone to capture Lu Chen. Nan Gong Hong Yin knelt on the ground, her expression one of sincere devotion. Those who are astute recognize that. Having relinquished the Tian Huang Empire, it would be wise to acknowledge Nan Ling Shuang as their sovereign at this juncture. What a disgrace! An emperor of a nation, reduced to kneeling in submission. The citizens of the imperial city gritted their teeth in rage, wishing to rend Nan Gong Hong Yin limb from limb. Her kneeling tarnished the reputation of the entire Tian Huang Empire. Humph! Nan Ling Shuang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Nan Gong Hong Yin. The once exalted empress of Tian Huang now bowed before her, swelling her heart with triumph. There is no need for a search. I demand Lu Chen to present himself within 10 days. Should he fail to appear, I will slaughter 100,000 in the imperial city each day, until 10 days have passed, and I will annihilate the entire population of 1 million. If he still does not show himself, it will mark the day of the Tian Huang Empire's demise. Boom. The decree of slaughter reverberated, casting a pall of despair across the vast territories. Lu Chen, having been deeply wounded, was long gone from Qian City. Where could he be found now? It is over. Everything is lost. If Lu Chen does not appear, we shall all perish. He is the sole hope for the entire Tian Huang. Countless citizens lamented, collapsing to the ground in anguish. General Lu Chen, we truly erred. We beseech you to reveal yourself. Chapter 47. 3 days later, if I have not returned, forget the name Luozian. When Zhu Jinhong reported all the news to Lu Chen, the latter remained unmoved. Only Luozian furrowed her brow. It was either to kneel before Nan Ling Shuang or to slaughter the nation. The fate of the entire Tian Huang Empire, with its billions of souls, rested solely upon Lu Chen's shoulders. How ruthless! Yet, it was the people of the Tian Huang Empire who chose Nan Gong Hong Yin. Even if Lu Chen refrained from intervening, who could lay blame upon him? Furthermore, with 300,000 troops from Beisang, how could Lu Chen, with his solitary strength, withstand such a force? Venturing to the imperial city was a path to death. In her heart, she wished for Lu Chen's safety. However, after the first day, Nan Ling Shuang issued a decree. The slaughter commenced. The imperial city transformed into a hellish realm, with no distinction made between the old, the weak, women, or children. All perished beneath the merciless blades of the Beisang army. On that day, cries of despair echoed through every street and alley. There was no escape. The city gates were shut, and the imperial city became a prison, with countless citizens reduced to mere fodder for the slaughter. In a single day, 1 million lives were tragically lost, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses, blood staining the entirety of the imperial city. The remaining 9 million citizens knelt and howled in anguish. General Lu Chen, we were truly in the wrong. We beseech you to come quickly. We bow in apology. When Zhu Jinhong brought this news, Luo Xian's heart trembled slightly. She did not wish for Lu Chen's demise, yet she also could not bear to see innocent lives lost. So many children and elders, how could Nan Ling Shuang bear to act so cruelly? Nevertheless, it was Nan Gong Hong Yin who orchestrated this horrific scene. As for Nan Ling Shuang, she was merely using these lies to compel Lu Chen to appear. Regardless of whether he came or not, the enemy would surely annihilate the Tian Huang Empire. It was Lu Chen who was most blameless in this situation. The next day, Lu Chen still did not show himself. Slaughter. The third day, Lu Chen remained absent. Slaughter. Give me a thorough slaughter. As long as Lu Chen did not appear, 100 citizens would be killed for each passing day. Until the 10th day, when not a single citizen of the imperial city remained, and then the entirety of the Tian Huang Empire would be eradicated. By then, it would not be merely millions, but billions of lives. After 7 consecutive days, no matter how Zhu Jinhong reported, Lu Chen remained unresponsive, clad in a blue robe, with white hair cascading over his shoulders. He was accompanied only by an ancient Bodhi tree, as if nothing could disturb him. Even if the heavens were to fall, he would remain indifferent. The only difference from 7 days prior was that the branches and leaves of the Bodhi tree swayed with a radiant glow, exuding a resplendent aura. It seemed as though it had been reborn, merging with the principles of heaven and earth, now possessing a spiritual essence. What was happening? Tian Huang was his homeland. How could Lu Chen remain unresponsive in the face of the enemy's massacre of his fellow countrymen? Beyond the endless skies, in the land of foreign tribes, a voice of suspicion arose. All of Nan Ling Shuang's actions were under the control of these foreign entities, masquerading as the Lord of Tianyuan. issuing commands with the sole purpose of shattering Lu Qin's resolve. When the heart of Tao is extinguished, killing him becomes as effortless as turning one's hand. Otherwise, relying solely on a supreme imperial weapon still carries immense risk. Yet, even with the lives of countless souls at stake, Lu Qin remains unmoved, absorbed in his cultivation. Patience is warranted. The inhabitants of the imperial city have yet to be completely annihilated. After years of guarding Tianyuan, Lu Qin, devoted to the protection of humanity, will surely take action. An ancient voice reverberated, plunging the void into silence once more. On the 9th day, the imperial city was engulfed in slaughter. 9 million lives had already perished, their corpses heaped like mountains. The northern Sang army rampantly plundered, igniting bonfires within the city and indulging in feasting and revelry, their raucous laughter echoing through the night. The once serene riverside boats had been overtaken by the northern Sang forces, who forced young maidens to perform for their amusement. Their beastly instincts unleashed, publicly humiliating them. Such atrocities unfolded daily in the city, acts of barbarism that were utterly inhumane. No one stood in opposition. With merely 1 million souls remaining, they had long succumbed to numbness and despair. With only 1 day left, Lu Qin's appearance seemed a distant hope, leaving all in despair. In that moment, there were no curses, no blame, only regret. Had they not treated Lu Qin so poorly, with his unwavering sincerity as a general, would he not have emerged? This fate was self-inflicted. Thus, they deserved it. Only through such suffering could their sins be atoned. As the starlight faded and the dawn broke, the 10th day arrived, leading into the sunset. The last 1 million souls of the imperial city awaited a figure that never came, only to be met with slaughter. Millions perished utterly. Lu Qin, you are ruthless. Nanling Shuang stood at the highest point of the city gate, surveying the devastation below. Corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like rivers. There was no trace of mercy, only cold brutality. For this method had failed to draw out Lu Qin. An unyielding command was issued. 300,000 northern Sang troops commenced a systematic massacre within the Tianwang Empire, burning, killing, and plundering without restraint. Countless citizens fell. Those who once revered Nagong Hongyan ultimately perishing because of her. As reports of atrocities flooded in from Zhujinhong, Luo Zian could no longer remain composed. She heard of countless children being tortured to death, and her thoughts turned to Chu. Could she truly bear witness to the death of billions in Tianwang? A deep breath escaped her lips. She was a being of flesh and blood. This was unacceptable. After entrusting Chu to Zhu Jinhong, she cast one last glance at the Bodhi tree. Lu Qin, even if we hide here, Nanling Shuang will eventually come for us. She will not let us go. Therefore, I shall go to meet her in your stead. Take care. With that, she turned and departed. Thud. Zhu Jinhong fell to his knees. Miss Xian, you cannot go. The imperial city is a realm of death. If any danger befalls you, how can I explain it to Elder Lu? If I do not leave, when the entirety of Tianhuang is annihilated, we too shall perish among the countless souls. However, dear Zhu, I am aware of your good intentions. Yet I must command you to step aside. You heed Lu Qin, and naturally, you must heed me as well. Luo Zian declared resolutely. Mother, I do not wish for you to leave. Chu Jian cried out loudly. Chu Jian, remember your mother's teachings. You must behave and refrain from crying. Luo Zian admonished sternly. Chu Jian immediately quelled her emotions, tears welling in her eyes, determined not to let them fall, but gazing intently at that figure. But mother, Chu Jian simply desires not to part from you. I wish for our family to be together. Luo Zian's heart ached suddenly. She understood. Yet there were many children like Chu Jian who also yearned not to be separated from their parents. Old Zhu, if I do not return within 3 days, awaken Lu Qin and let him take Chu Jian away to live well, forgetting the name Luo Zian. With those parting words, Luo Zian departed resolutely. Let us bid farewell to Miss Xian. Zhu Jinhong prostrated himself. The esteemed master of the Wandao Pavilion, known for his charm and elegance, could not contain his tears at that moment. I, Zhu Jinhong, would offer my life in sacrifice, beseeching the heavens to ensure Miss Xian's safety. He knelt in supplication. Regardless of his ties to Lu Qin, he was wholly moved by Luo Zian's noble intentions. Without Lu Qin's permission, he dared not speak of the Black Gold Order. For a single word from the Shanghai Merchant Alliance would suffice to protect Lu Qin and his family. Elder, what are you truly contemplating? Zhu Jinhong looked back, overwhelmed with sorrow. Chapter 48. I comprehend the path of mortals, transforming into a Bodhi tree, illuminating the universe. Just a day later, Luo Zian, solitary and resolute, traversed her path, vanquishing countless soldiers of the Baisang army. As the evening fell, bloodied and armed with a single sword, she arrived before the imperial city. Faced with 3 million troops, she exhibited no semblance of fear, only unwavering courage. Nanling Shuang, is it not vengeance you seek against Lu Chen? Now I stand in his stead. Any grievances you harbor should be directed towards me. Luo Zian lifted her gaze, her eyes resolute. She beheld a breathtaking figure atop the city wall, none other than Nanling Shuang, exuding the true essence of an empress. The dreams of Nangong Hongyan had been realized. Beneath her, the masses bowed in submission. She was no longer merely the princess of Baisang, but the supreme ruler commanding the vast territories of Tianwang. It was not Lu Chen, but his wife, Nanling Shuang, who laughed triumphantly. With a wild and mocking laughter, she proclaimed, "Lu Chen, you cowardly turtle. You dare not face me yourself, instead sending your wife to her doom. As a man standing 7 feet tall, you have achieved unparalleled disgrace." She reveled in her derision. Knowing this day would come, why did you provoke us, Ling Shuang? Ultimately, you realize you are but a buffoon, unworthy even to meet Ling Shuang. She continued, her mockery unabated. With Lu Chen absent, all humiliation was directed at Luo Zian. Lu Chen, do not blame me. It is your own heartlessness that has brought this upon you. I merely wish to survive. Meanwhile, Nangong Hongyan observed the scene coldly. The despair she once felt had vanished, replaced by a brooding countenance. You are you. And Lu Chen is Lu Chen. If you wish to stand in for him, then first kneel and admit your fault, commanded Nanling Shuang. Almost instantaneously upon her utterance, a thunderous roar erupted. In that fleeting moment, the heavens above trembled with thunder, as if celestial beings were beating drums, shaking the vast expanse of the sky and stirring up immense waves. What transpired? At this moment, within the heavenly phoenix realm, countless beings gazed upwards in astonishment at the heavens. In the realm of paradise, Xu Jinhong was taken aback, for the extraordinary celestial phenomena arose from a single tree. Indeed, it was the Bodhi tree standing beside Lu Chen. Suddenly, in that instant, it burst forth with a blinding radiance, growing wildly. Soaring to a height of 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, it continued to ascend. 1,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang, like a sharp sword. It pierced through the clouds, reaching the 9 heavens, until its end was inscrutable, as if it had grown into the celestial palace of the 9 heavens. Shattering the rules of existence, breaking through into the vast starry domains, transcending the 6 paths, as it unfurled its branches and leaves. Each leaf and twig transformed into myriad pathways, showering countless divine rays across the starry realms. At this moment, the grand dream realm was unveiled. No, it was the entirety of the 108 domains. Thousands of empires, billions of beings, all witnessed this astonishing spectacle. A single Bodhi tree had grown to the heavens, resembling a celestial ladder that connected the realms, even breaching the barriers of space, extending into the higher worlds. In various mysterious forbidden lands and superior planes, countless powerful beings simultaneously opened their eyes in astonishment. Initially, they believed the origin of heaven and earth was in turmoil, only to realize in the end that it was merely a Bodhi tree, breaking through the confines of spatial rules, having grown from the lower realm. What? Just a Bodhi tree? Innumerable divine races from the upper realms and the ancient fossils of various forbidden lands were left speechless at that moment. What Bodhi trees had they not seen? Even the ancestral Bodhi tree that had lived for 1,000,000 years, imbued with the sacred light of Buddhism and evolving into immortal patterns, would not possess such power. Moreover, how could a Bodhi tree from the lower realm, lacking the corresponding environment, manifest such phenomena? This Bodhi tree seemed to have transcended. When a voice of terror erupted from an unparalleled forbidden land, it immediately stirred the various realms. Divine races, immortal legacies, and countless powerful beings were all in an uproar. Transcendence? Did this not imply that this Bodhi tree had already evolved into the supreme path, transcending all categories of celestial trees and divine saplings, becoming a strand of the great path, comparable to an immortal being? No one doubted the words of the one who made the judgment. For that individual had once consumed a leaf from the 1,000,000-year ancestral Bodhi tree of Buddhism, thus breaking their shackles and advancing further, able to continue their dominance in the forbidden zone, instilling across the 4 seas in 8 directions. No, not merely a strand. This Bodhi tree was transforming into myriad paths. Soon, an even more ancient voice emerged from an immortal divine race, rumored to be in existence that had witnessed the genesis of heaven and earth and the evolution of chaos over several epochs. The revelation that the individual in question is still alive has left countless people astonished. Many believed that this figure had perished countless ages ago. To their disbelief, he has awakened today, stirred by a mere Bodhi tree from the lower realms. How utterly incredible! Even more astonishing are the words he uttered. Could it be that a single Bodhi tree possesses the power to reshape an entire world? What, then, is this Bodhi tree? Merely a tree? Or perhaps the reincarnation of an ancient, formidable being who has awakened? No. It appears that someone in the lower world has grasped the path of the mundane through myriad worldly phenomena, using the Bodhi tree as the heart to comprehend the essence of the universe, a voice emanating from a supreme divine race that has endured through several epochs, resounds once more. To grasp the path of the mundane through the myriad of worldly phenomena, and then, with the Bodhi tree as the heart, to break through the confines of space and comprehend the primordial source of the universe. How terrifying! What kind of extraordinary warrior has achieved such a transformation within the confines of a diminutive lower world, amidst the chaos of the mundane? It is crucial to understand that the lower world is deemed inferior not because the practitioners are feeble, but due to the restrictions imposed by the laws of heaven and earth. Much like an ant trapped within a bottle, no matter how hard it strives, it can only ascend to a certain height, constrained by the ceiling above. Throughout the ages, there has been no transcendent path or superior cultivation resources available for use. Thus, cultivators in the lower world are fundamentally incapable of progressing too far, unable to break through the barriers of heaven and earth, as their limits are already predetermined. Yet now, an ant within a bottle has managed to grasp the path through worldly phenomena, and with the Bodhi tree as its heart, has transcended the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth, extending into the celestial realms. This is not merely defiance against heaven, but a radical disruption of the cultivation system established over countless epochs. The Bodhi tree is inherently without form. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing. Where then does the dust settle? Utilizing the Bodhi as the heart, one can illuminate the heavens. This Bodhi tree represents not just a tree, but the essence of the individual's character. Through the Bodhi tree, they are comprehending the primordial source of the heavens. Who, then, possesses such terrifying prowess? I must meet this individual. In that fleeting moment, innumerable forces from the upper realms, undying forbidden lands, and powerful beings from the epical divine races surged forth towards the roots of the Bodhi tree. However, none realized that the catalyst for all this was merely a white-haired figure, Lu Chun, in the span of 11 days, with the Bodhi as the heart. Reflecting upon the heavens, at the abyss of the heavens, the elder revealed to me that when the divine coffin of the harmonious path succeeds, it would allow for the severance of all mundane ties, propelling one to a higher realm. Now, I need not sever the mundane. Instead, I shall grasp the path of the mundane through the myriad worldly phenomena. Thus, the ninth sword bone is the sword of the mundane. With a thought, the Bodhi tree instantly transformed into a stream of light descending from the 9 heavens, ultimately manifesting as a resplendent sword hovering above my head. Chapter 49. When someone brings me a beam of light, I shall return to you a fragment of brightness. In those dire straits, even though Luoxian saved his life, the fierce poison burned like flames, shattering every bone and vein within his body. Upon entering the abyss, he diligently practiced the Tai Huang devouring sword technique, absorbing myriad sword energies from the heavens and constructing 9 sword bones. After countless eons, 8 sword bones had been successfully cultivated. Only the final millennium remained. Once he fully mastered the God-burying coffin, the 9th sword bone would also reach fruition. However, upon stepping out of the abyss and forsaking the last 1,000 years, all his prior efforts would be rendered null and void. The old man's obstruction was rooted in a sense of regret. Nevertheless, Lu Chun resolutely prioritized his wife and daughter above all else. Unexpectedly, due to this very commitment, he achieved the 9th sword bone ahead of schedule today, completing his undying burial sword body. The ultimate sword path pursued by all sword cultivators throughout the world is the unity of man and sword. Lu Chun had transformed himself into a sword, unparalleled throughout history. Congratulations, Senior Lu, on your breakthrough, Zhu Jinhong exclaimed, kneeling in reverence. It was evident to any observer that Lu Chun had transcended certain limitations and made significant gains. Lu Chun offered no response, his gaze distant. On the ground appeared a throng of people, elderly, women, and children, all bearing the scars of hardship. They were refugees drawn by the allure of the Bodhi divine tree. Hastening to his side, it seems to be General Lu. Someone recognized him, and tears flowed freely. We finally found him. Cheers erupted, as if they had glimpsed hope, their excitement palpable. Suddenly, they all knelt in unison. It is our fault that General Lu's forces faltered, deceived by Nangong Hongyan. Now, the people of Tianwang suffer at the hands of the Beisang army, enduring unimaginable devastation. Our entire town was trampled just yesterday, apart from us. The rest of the population perished, cried an elderly man, despair etched upon his face. I, once part of a family of 8, am now left all alone. My wife, pregnant for 7 months, was beheaded by the enemy for being unable to flee. I am left empty-handed, powerless to resist, lamented a middle-aged man, digging his fingers into the earth until they bled. He loathed his own survival, consumed by a desire for vengeance. Yet, how could he confront the Baisang army with his meager abilities? One by one, they shared their harrowing tales, each more tragic than the last. Even among them were children, orphaned, their faces dirty and gaunt, unaware of the countless hardships endured to arrive at this moment. Gazing at Lu Chun, they wore expressions of utter confusion. We do not seek to save our own lives. We only implore General Lu to take action and save the world as populace. They cried in unison. Lu Chun felt a tumult of emotions. There is often a trace of resentment within the most pitiable of souls. However, many of these children and elders were blameless, merely seeking to lead ordinary lives, devoid of the capacity or inclination to meddle in political affairs. At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair appeared, leaning heavily on a staff, leaving a trail of blood with each painstaking step, nearly crawling. Is it truly to compel me into action that you endure such suffering? Lu Chun inquired gravely. No. The elderly man with white hair shook his head, lamenting the overwhelming force of 3 million troops from the northern Sang, declaring the imperial city in ruins, with no one left to impede their advance. He, a mere woodcutter, felt he had long been destined for death, yet clung to life solely for one purpose, to find you and convey a message. Do not engage, depart swiftly, preserving a flicker of hope for the Tianwang Empire. Lu Chen's body trembled violently. While all others implored him to act, it was this frail elder, despite his injuries, who urged him to leave. What profound conviction was this? Even witnessing the entire empire kneeling in repentance could not compare to the old man's words, for they revealed that within the Tianwang Empire, there still existed individuals of true conscience. Even if but one remained, the nation would not perish. With a thunderous crash, the elder could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground, having held on just long enough to fulfill his mission. A simple old man, oblivious to the deceptions and conflicts of the world, understood only that in the face of national calamity, a glimmer of hope must be preserved. Such an apparent truth, yet how few truly comprehend it. Should someone illuminate my path, I shall return the favor with a beacon of light. Upon uttering these words, Lu Chun summoned the ethereal light of Bodhi from the heavens, which descended upon the elder. He then grasped the small hand of Chu Jian, exclaiming, "Let us go find your mother." Zhu Jinhong, upon hearing this, immediately bowed in apology. "I am sorry, elder. It was my failure to protect her." Miss Xian insisted on going to the imperial city. "It matters not," Lu Chun reassured, confident in his grasp of the situation. "Let us see who dares compel your mother to kneel." With those words, a rift appeared in the void, and Lu Chun, accompanied by Chu Jian, stepped through it, vanishing in an instant. To the late emperor, I come to fulfill my promise. With me, the Tianhuang shall not falter through the ages. A lone voice echoed into the void. My heavens! Zhu Jinhong was utterly astonished. Is this the fabled art of teleportation? Just as Lu Chun departed, the deceased white-haired elder was miraculously revived. I am alive? He questioned in disbelief. Not only that, but his legs were restored, vitality coursing through him. Yet as he grasped his cane, it suddenly shattered with a loud crack, startling him to his core. Not merely revived, but his life had been reversed, transforming him into a cultivator. My injuries have healed. So have mine. Came the chorus of astonished exclamations from those who had been kneeling. All wounds were mended, their vitality restored, spirits invigorated, as though they had consumed an elixir of immortality. They lightly swung their fists, and the air crackled with energy. The surprises did not cease there. In the distance, figures began to materialize upon the earth. Those who had perished, now risen from the dead. My children, cried the solitary elder, tears streaming down his cheeks. Father, mother, the bewildered children finally broke into smiles. My beloved, you are unharmed? Splendid. The grief-stricken man was overwhelmed with joy as his deceased wife returned, her belly round and vitality radiant, leaving him speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere, once steeped in despair, transformed into one of joyous laughter and celebration. Having recently endured the agony of parting, the reunion felt like a dream, with each individual cherishing the moment deeply. It must be General Lu Chun, for he is our savior. As the crowd regained their senses, they fell to their knees, hands raised high in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Lu Chun. Such a scene unfolded simultaneously across every corner of the Tianwang Empire. The Bodhi tree dissipated from the heavens, showering myriad rays of light upon the earth, reviving all those who had perished. Even those whose bodies were in tatters were restored at this moment, their life force returning, transforming in the blink of an eye into living beings, akin to waking from a dream. The North Sang army, in the midst of slaughter, was left utterly astounded. What is happening? Are we witnessing ghosts in broad daylight? The very souls they had slain moments ago stood again, untouched, as if nothing had occurred. Even more astonishing, an elderly man, whose head had just been severed, miraculously regrew it. Is this sorcery? An illusion? It must be a figment of their imagination. The North Sang soldiers shook their heads in disbelief, brandishing their broadswords in a frenzy. The elder, taken aback, instinctively raised his hand. With a resounding crash, the broadsword shattered in an instant, its formidable energy surging forth, striking the North Sang army. The explosion scattered, enveloping the air in a mist of blood. My heavens! A comrade trembled, a chill racing down his spine. This was a septuagenarian, who could barely walk, now resurrected in the blink of an eye, effortlessly shattering a broadsword and annihilating a soldier. What on earth is happening? It is General Lu Chun who has intervened. News spread like wildfire, from the secluded paradise to all directions, echoing across vast territories. General Lu Chun has attained enlightenment and saved the common folk. One man bears the weight of a nation. He has finally emerged. Thank you, General Lu Chun. Countless voices cried out in unison. In this moment, gratitude reverberated throughout the Tianwang Empire, shaking the very heavens. The name of Lu Chun resounded through the cosmos. In the imperial city of Tianwang, atop the towering walls, Nanling Shuang remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The spectacle in the sky must have been the Lord of Tianyuan observing the situation. Her confidence surged. She bellowed. Luo Zian, you wretched woman, do you not see? The Lord of Tianyuan is furious. If you wish for your husband to live, you had better kneel. The Lord of Tianyuan has been provoked. Luo Zian inhaled deeply, for this was an unfathomable being. For Lu Chun, she could accept anything, bending her knees to the ground. She cared not for humiliation or death. Her sole concern was for Lu Chun, to see him well upon their first meeting and again upon their parting. Yet, at that moment, an unseen force lifted her knees, preventing her from kneeling, and instead, she began to rise slowly. My one true love shall not kneel before anyone. A resounding voice suddenly echoed, causing Luo Zian's heart to tremble. With a thunderous crash, a rift abruptly appeared in the void before the imperial city. In the next moment, an unparalleled figure stepped forth with great authority. Clad in a flowing azure robe, his white hair billowed like the wings of a celestial being, exuding an aura of supreme transcendence as he descended upon the world. In his grasp, he held a young girl, her raven locks cascading like a waterfall, and her large, luminous eyes sparkled with the essence of purity. Her fair, plump face resembled a ripe peach, exuding an endearing innocence. Mother, father, and I have come to find you. Our family shall never be separated. The initial sight moved Luo Zian profoundly. Yet, in the next instant, anxiety gripped her. Lu Chun, quickly take Chu Jian away. This place is perilous. Do not fret. Everything is under my control, Lu Chun replied calmly. Lu Chun, you coward. After hiding for so long, you finally reveal yourself. Nanling Shuang's crimson eyes blazed with fury, her exquisite beauty twisted into a ghastly countenance, resembling a vengeful specter eager to rend him into pieces. You cannot escape. With our current strength, even if you had not shown yourself, you would ultimately meet your doom. You are not worthy of Nanling Shuang seeking you. You should come crawling to beg for mercy, Xue Xue declared haughtily. The humiliation endured by both Nanling Shuang and himself in Qiyan City must be reckoned with. Hide. Lu Chun laughed heartily. I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. If I had not escaped in time last time, I would have already vanquished you all. Mentioning the past was akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Nanling Shuang's eyes turned icy, her murderous intent boiling over. Unfortunately, you have no chance left. I have received the orders from the Lord of Tianyuan to level Tianwang and slay you. Lu Chun, after so long. Nanling Shuang has become an existence you can no longer aspire to. Once I complete the task assigned by the Lord of Tianyuan, I shall become his closed-door disciple. Reigning supreme over the vast dream spirit domain is the true scion of heaven. You, Lu Chun, will forever be like a mere insect beneath her, destined to look up in admiration. I assume you have come here seeking mercy after witnessing the previous celestial phenomena? With that, Shui Shui crossed her arms, adopting an air of superiority. Aha! Lu Chen could no longer contain himself and laughed uproariously. What is so amusing? Shui Shui fumed. I laugh at your ignorance. You speak of the Lord of Tianyuan's decree, yet the true Lord of Tianyuan stands before you. The celestial phenomena are merely the result of my enlightenment. He, Lu Chen, you are truly foolish. You are merely here to plead for mercy out of fear of the Lord of Tianyuan's wrath. Nan Ling Shuang was abruptly silenced. For at that moment, Lu Chen raised his hand, and boundless rays of light erupted, connecting to the vast firmament, as if unveiling a chaotic realm. A Bodhi tree grew amidst the radiance, towering majestically. Each branch and leaf radiated resplendent brilliance, manifesting the paths of the universe throughout the heavens. Indeed, the celestial phenomenon from before has reappeared. How could it be that Nan Ling Shuang and Shui Shui at this moment? All the people of Beisang were left in shock, speechless, their faces filled with astonishment. They believed this spectacle was wrought by the Lord of Tianyuan. Yet it was not. It was Lu Chen. A frog at the bottom of a well gazes at the moon. A mayfly glimpses the vast sky. Today, you shall understand who the true Lord of Tianyuan is. As Lu Chen's voice resounded, thunder erupted, and the Bodhi tree instantaneously transformed into boundless rays of radiance, cascading wildly towards the imperial city. The once desolate ancient city was, at that moment, suffused with brilliance, resembling a celestial palace in the ninth heaven. Shrouded in clouds and mist, dreamlike and ethereal, with a vibrant essence of life permeating the air. All the slaughtered citizens were resurrected in that instant. Until millions stood once more. Nan Ling Shuang, Shui Shui, and Nan Gong Hong Yin, along with countless soldiers of Beisang, were utterly dumbfounded. The light of the Bodhi fell, and millions were reborn. The impact was overwhelming. How was this achieved? How could it be done? By perceiving the mundane world and transforming the heart into Bodhi, the life essence of all those who perished is under my command. Thus, with a single thought, all things are born, and countless souls return. Lu Chen proclaimed with resounding clarity. Observing the death of sentient beings, comprehending the path of the mundane, upon its success, I shall grant them another life. Consider it an act of benevolence. Otherwise, do you think I remained hidden for more than 10 days? It was to borrow from your slaughter, to see through the myriad forms of the world, and to take the ultimate step. This step is called the extreme of the emperor. The resounding echoes of his voice erupted like thunder. At this moment, not only had his cultivation returned to its zenith, but it also reached the realm of the emperor's extreme. The true emperor of Tianyuan has returned. Boom. Nan Ling Shuang and Shui Shui, once proud, now wore pallid expressions, trembling under the overwhelming might of the emperor. Is Lu Chen truly the emperor of Tianyuan? The one they had long sought was right before their eyes. My heavens. Chapter 51. Unleashing the Imperial Weapon. It was as if the sky had fallen, utterly unfathomable. At this instant, the millions of citizens in the imperial city regained their senses, their eyes drawn to that unparalleled figure. Initially astonished, their faces soon lit up with excitement. It is Lu Chen. General Lu Chen has arrived. Cheers erupted, resounding through the heavens. Surely, it must be General Lu Chen's intervention that has saved us. Truly a divine being. Everyone was overwhelmed with elation. On that day, when Lu Chen appeared in the imperial city, it was solely to seek justice, yet they had blindly placed their faith in Nan Gong Hong Yin, casting scorn and humiliation upon Lu Chen. And now, General Lu Chen not only bore no grudge, but also employed miraculous means to bring us back from the brink of death, leaving us filled with guilt. These citizens, unable to face the truth, shed tears of regret. It was at this moment that Nan Ling Shuang received a transmission. Your Highness Princess Ling Shuang, I must inform you that all the individuals of the Heavenly Phoenix whom our Northern Sang army has slain have now been resurrected. Even those whose remains have long since vanished have returned to life. They have undergone a remarkable transformation, possessing formidable strength, and are now retaliating fiercely. The situation has become untenable. A bolt from the blue. Princess Nan Ling Shuang's hands turned even paler. Undoubtedly, all of this is the doing of Lu Chen. It is not merely the citizens of the imperial city who have been revived. The entire Heavenly Phoenix Empire, every innocent life lost, has been restored. It seems only the true Lord of the Abyss possesses such power. She fixed her gaze intently on Lu Chen, who stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm, as if he held dominion over all affairs of the heavens. She scrutinized him carefully from head to toe. Indeed, it was he, Lu Chen, the former general of the Heavenly Phoenix, who had concealed himself for 4 long years, seemingly beyond the reach of the Lord of the Abyss. Lu Chen, even if you play your role convincingly and deceive the world, you cannot deceive me, for I possess the supreme imperial weapon bestowed by the Lord of the Abyss." Princess Nan Ling Shuang roared fiercely, her hand reaching out as if to grasp the very air. In an instant, the void trembled violently, and the great wilderness divine bow materialized, emanating a terrifying aura capable of annihilating the heavens. The great wilderness divine bow. Lu Qin recognized it immediately. It appeared the other races had truly spared no expense in their efforts against him, though he had been in seclusion. He was aware of all that transpired within the heavenly phoenix. How pitiable, to be so used yet remain oblivious. He scoffed. Used? What a joke. It is you who is envious. Princess Nan Ling Shuang regained her haughty demeanor, utterly disbelieving that Lu Qin was the Lord of the Abyss. I have come with the imperial weapon solely to slay you. Let us see how you withstand this. As she spoke, she summoned her spiritual power with great force. Boom. The great wilderness divine bow erupted in a dazzling radiance, akin to the sun and moon colliding in the sky, resplendent and unmatched. Do not harm General Lu Qin. In that fleeting moment, millions of citizens surged forth from the city gates, all kneeling upon the ground. General Lu Qin, we are guilty, our deaths would be no loss. Please, depart and leave behind a glimmer of hope for the future of the heavenly phoenix. The very citizens who had once mocked him now knelt in supplication, willing to sacrifice their lives to buy him time against Nan Ling Shuang. Observing the millions before the city gates, all earnest and kneeling, a ripple of emotion stirred within Lu Qin's profound eyes. Just like that aged elder, it was no longer a matter of his own life, but rather the fate of the entire heavenly phoenix empire. Thus, as long as I, Lu Qin, remain, the heavenly phoenix shall not perish. A voice resonating like the tolling of a great bell reverberated through the heavens, deafeningly clear. Nan Ling Shuang, your time has come. Lu Qin strode forward, clad in azure robes, moving as if propelled by an unseen wind, the aura of an unparalleled emperor erupting in full force at that moment. With but a silhouette, he exerted pressure upon the heavens. I wield the supreme imperial weapon. How can you kill me? It is I who shall take your life. Lu Qin. In an instant, Nan Ling Shuang drew the great wilderness divine bow, transforming it into a resplendent full moon. The golden radiance emanating from the bow surged like divine flames, igniting the very fabric of the void. Within the realm of heaven and earth, it seemed as though only this bow and Nan Ling Shuang's solitary, proud figure remained. This was the might of the extreme Tao imperial weapon, the pinnacle of all treasures since time immemorial. The essence of the Tao, the weapon of the emperor. Surveying the universe, it commanded reverence through the ages. Grasping the extreme Tao imperial weapon, Nan Ling Shuang felt as if she held the entirety of heaven and earth in her hands. Her confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. Lu Qin, perishing beneath the imperial weapon. You have every reason to be proud. As her declaration echoed, Nan Ling Shuang released her grip. With a whoosh, the great wilderness divine bow resonated, coalescing an unparalleled divine radiance in the void, a manifestation of the power of rules. Driven by the force of resonance, the divine radiance surged forth, piercing through the heavens and earth, racing towards Lu Qin with a ferocity that tore open a colossal rift in the void, akin to an unfathomable abyss. In this moment, countless citizens felt their hearts leap into their throats. Luo Xian, witnessing this for the first time, was gripped with anxiety. Having heard tales of the extreme Tao imperial weapon, she understood its supreme nature. Such a treasure wielded could allow one to traverse the world with ease. Slaying various sages and celestial sovereigns was as simple as crushing ants. Lu Qin, unarmed, boldly stepped forward. How could he possibly withstand such might? All eyes were upon him. In a flash of lightning, the unparalleled divine radiance was upon Lu Qin. Shui Shui and Nagong Hongyan were expressions of fierce determination. It was all but certain that Lu Qin would be obliterated in the next heartbeat. Yet, at that moment, Lu Qin suddenly opened his mouth. Annihilate. A chilling command erupted, reverberating like a cataclysmic quake, unleashing a vast power that exploded in the air. Boom. The unparalleled divine radiance shattered instantly, dispersing into countless fragments of rule power. What? He shattered the attack of the extreme Tao imperial weapon? Shui Shui exclaimed in shock. The others mirrored her disbelief, their faces awash with incredulity. The extreme Tao imperial weapon. The strongest treasure in existence since antiquity. The essence of the Tao, the weapon of the emperor, invincible across the universe. Yet now, the divine radiance released by Nan Ling Shuang's great wilderness divine bow was obliterated by a single utterance from Lu Qin. How absurd. As the Lord of Tianyuan, throughout countless eons, I have vanquished imperial weapons beyond counting. What is a mere great wilderness divine bow? Lu Qin declared resolutely. In that instant, he approached Nan Ling Shuang, akin to a transcendent deity descending upon the mortal realm. The supreme pressure radiating from him nearly crushed Nan Ling Shuang. No, this is impossible, she cried, shaking her head in desperation. This was the extreme Tao imperial weapon. A single strike could annihilate hundreds of thousands of troops. With full power drawn, coalescing the forces of the heavens, how could you, a mere mortal, withstand it? A mortal form can still defy the heavens. All great beings throughout history have emerged from the mundane. Lu Qin replied indifferently as he emanated a sacred radiance. In a fleeting moment, the light of Bodhi illuminated the myriad forms of the mortal realm, all manifesting in cycles of existence. That was the path from whence one came. Regardless of one's current level of cultivation, it remains an integral part of the journey beneath one's feet. A thunderous impact resounded within Nan Ling Shuang's heart as a simple phrase from Lu Qin seemed to unveil a mysterious door within her consciousness, granting her insight into an entirely new realm of cultivation. At that moment, she found herself in a state of profound contemplation. What significance did possessing the supreme imperial weapon hold when compared to the understanding of cultivation that Lu Qin possessed? They were worlds apart. Chapter 52. This emperor may no longer guard the abyss of heaven, yet it does not imply that I shall allow you to trample upon my dignity. No. This is a manifestation of my inner demons. Nan Ling Shuang abruptly came to her senses. How could a single utterance from him destabilize my Tao heart and give rise to inner turmoil? What an astonishing influence. It is utterly terrifying. Lu Qin, may you meet your demise, she cried fiercely, once again drawing the great wilderness divine bow, channeling all her strength as the power of the laws converged, transforming into an unparalleled divine radiance that stretched for thousands of zhang, spanning the heavens like a cascading galaxy, illuminating the entire world. In that fleeting instant, an unparalleled divine light surged forth, carrying an overwhelming momentum akin to 1,000 troops galloping forth. The void erupted into chaos, a frenzy of tumult. Annihilate. Lu Qin's response remained a singular word. The divine arrow shattered. All present stared in astonishment at this scene, including the millions of citizens pleading for Lu Qin to depart, who were equally shocked. If the first instance of shattering an attack was a fluke, what of the second? General Lu Qin is invincible. The masses erupted in fervent cries. Their spirits ignited. Even Luo Xian was swept up in the fervor, joining the chorus of cheers. Father, go? The young girl waved her little hand, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The supreme imperial weapon shall not fail. You shall surely perish. I shall shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Nan Ling Shuang, in a frenzy, relentlessly drew the bow. Waves of divine radiance pierced forth. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, all the divine beams shattered before Lu Qin. The 9 supreme sword bones achieving perfection, the immortal burial sword body completed, a force unparalleled throughout history, unmatched by any. Despair enveloped Nan Ling Shuang, her Tao heart shattered. The supreme imperial weapon truly could not kill Lu Qin. I have stated, the so-called supreme imperial weapon is, in my eyes, nothing but refuse. With those words, Lu Qin seized the great wilderness divine bow and exerted a tremendous force. Crack. The unparalleled imperial weapon was instantly reduced to dust. Boom. A formidable power surged forth, sending Nan Ling Shuang flying, crashing violently to the ground. Spurt, spurt. She coughed up a torrent of blood. You who are so full of yourself, believing yourself to be the princess of Beisang, yet in my presence, you have always been but a mere clown. Initially, I had no desire to quibble with you, but you have repeatedly sought trouble, courting your own demise. Last time in Qian City, due to unforeseen circumstances, I spared your life, but you, instead of cherishing it, gathered 300,000 troops to attack Beisang, truly seeking your own end. The so-called Lord of the Abyss you claim to have found is merely a pawn used by the alien races to incite your destruction, yet you remain blissfully ignorant, basking in your own delusion. How utterly tragic. Lu Qin's commanding voice resonated like a barrage of swords, shattering Nan Ling Shuang's pride into a million fragments. I made a promise to the late emperor to ensure the safety of the Tianhuang. Thus, all of you from Beisang must perish. With Lu Qin's final declaration, the very fabric of the Tianhuang Empire's power responded to his will. In an instant, the thousands of soldiers guarding the imperial city fell lifeless to the ground. Simultaneously, within the realm of Tianhuang, every single soldier of Beisang met the same fate, without exception, all slain by the very rules governing this land. In a heartbeat, 300,000 troops vanished from the Tianhuang realm. This is the true might of an emperor. With a mere thought, 300,000 soldiers were extinguished as if they were nothing at all. If he so desired, the entire dream spirit domain could be reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Am I truly being used by the alien races? How is that possible? Nan Ling Shuang murmured, still unwilling to accept the reality. Little did she know, the ally she thought she had was, in fact, the alien stronghold far beyond the nine heavens, now in an uproar. After a wait of over 10 days, Lu Chen finally revealed himself, yet his resolve remained unbroken. In fact, his power had only intensified. He even obliterated the great wilderness divine Bao. I have come to understand. He is not merely biding his time, but instead harnessing the invasion of the Tianwang Empire to comprehend the myriad facets of the mortal realm and refine his own path. We have all been deceived by him. An enraged roar echoed throughout the alien domain. There can be no delay. He must be eliminated immediately. This is our final chance. In that moment, several terrifying presences erupted from the alien domain. With the abyss now compromised, there was no one to obstruct their path. They could dispatch their most formidable warriors to descend upon the Tianwang Empire and ensnare Lu Chen once and for all. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that all their actions were firmly under Lu Chen's control. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the celestial expanse, his eyes shimmering with divine radiance. Piercing through the void to behold the alien homeland. Even you cannot remain steadfast. Just because I have ceased to guard the abyss does not mean I will allow you to bully me. As these words fell from his lips, a glimmering sword materialized in the air before him. The sword of the mortal realm that I have just comprehended shall serve as my practice against your alien kind. With a decisive grasp, Lu Chen seized the sword, and in an instant, his imposing aura surged, becoming razor-sharp, transforming into an unparalleled blade. Its boundless sword energy soaring toward the heavens. Around Lu Chen, a tempest of sword energy erupted, forming an independent realm of chaos, dreaming back to the abyss. Amidst the vastness of the world, a lone figure clad in azure stood against the alien races, turning his back to all living beings. With a swift motion, the sword of the mortal realm transformed into a beam of light, cleaving through the void, shattering the firmament, traversing endless dimensions, and heading straight for the alien homeland. The Tianwang Empire, the Dream Spirit Domain, and over 107 other realms. At this moment, everyone beheld the sword, surpassing the radiance of the sun and moon, soaring toward the heavens. What manner of swordsman could wield such a formidable blade? Countless spectators marveled, gazing in awe at the divine brilliance of that celestial swordlight. Meanwhile, beyond the starry realms, formidable beings from exalted worlds hastened their journey. Suddenly, the void before them was pierced by a surge of sword energy, compelling them to a halt. Overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the sword energy, they were left in utter shock. What a powerful sword technique this is. It transcends mere swordsmanship. It seems to embody the very essence of the great Tao. One ancient figure exclaimed, astonishing the others. To be precise, this sword itself is the great Tao, he elaborated. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from those nearby. To think that even a sword possesses its own Tao, how terrifying. The supreme imperial weapons are merely treasures refined by those who comprehend the Tao. Yet this sword is the Tao itself. There is no comparison. It appears to have originated from a lower world. The ancient powers were even more astounded. First, there was a Bodhi tree that pierced the heavens, growing into the vast starry expanse, allowing others to grasp the celestial Tao. Now, another surge of sword energy pierces through heaven and earth, racing toward the outer realms. Is this lower world transforming into a land of immortals? How else can such extraordinary events occur? No one dared to touch this sword energy. They all accompanied it with their gazes as it surged toward the endless dimensions. Where it passed, the void transformed into chaos, and chaos into the mundane world. This sword, a manifestation of Lu Chen's understanding of the mortal path, is thus the sword of the mundane, piercing through the realms and illuminating the myriad worldly affairs throughout history. If we were to trace back through time, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years ago, as long as humanity existed in this realm, one could witness a sword energy piercing the heavens in their respective eras. It truly achieved the remarkable feat of transcending time, allowing beings from both past and present to simultaneously witness the might of this sword. Almost in the blink of an eye, the sword of the mundane penetrated countless dimensions, reaching the homeland of the other races. Other races? Your Emperor Lu Chen has come to pay his respects. Chapter 53. A sword breaks the ancient stronghold, sending 1,000,000 cultivators to their end. Like a thunderclap that reverberated across the entire realm. Lu Chen? Just the name alone sent waves of excitement through the foreign lands. Over countless years, he has thwarted the invasions of other races time and again, slaying countless formidable adversaries. The name Lu Chen has been deeply imprinted in the bloodlines of the other races. passed down through generations, becoming a nightmare for all. We have yet to hunt down Lu Qin, and he has come slaying from the heavenly phoenix empire to our very kin. The ancient ones of the other races were filled with astonishment and fury. They had devised their plan, determined not to grant Lu Qin any opportunity. They must act swiftly to entrap him within the confines of the Tianwang Empire. Yet, unbeknownst to them, everything was under Lu Qin's control. Before they could strike, their adversaries surged forth. A sword cleaved the heavens, soaring toward the cosmic river. Gazing upwards, that astonishing sword pierced through the barriers of their realm as if slicing through tofu, causing the very rules of domain to shatter violently into countless fragments that scattered into the void. Lu Qin, you are overly arrogant. Do you truly believe you still reign supreme in Tianyuan, invincible? A rising star, a middle-aged man who had emerged over the course of a millennium, ascended into the sky. His vitality surged, a fully fledged saint. With one foot poised on the threshold of immortality, he was among the most formidable prodigies in the history of the alien races. Should he completely transcend to the realm of immortals, he would shatter records, becoming the swiftest to achieve such a feat throughout history. In these twilight years, the alien races dared not provoke the human race. This individual seized the moment to rise, having only heard of Lu Qin's name, yet never having engaged him in true combat. To him, Lu Qin, in the Tianwang Empire, was merely a sword or a descending, no matter how powerful. It could not be excessively outrageous. As long as he could intercept it, his renown within his kin would surely soar. Return. The ancient beings of the alien races cried out in unison. Did they not realize the horror of Lu Qin? One man guarded Tianyuan, instilling dread in the alien races for millennia. From ancient times to the present, none had ever defeated Lu Qin. It was all too late. At that moment, as the voices echoed, the middle-aged prodigy had already met the sword of the mortal realm. Yet, before he could make a move, he suddenly froze. He beheld countless images, all depicting his past, from childhood to adulthood, every phase of his life. Many memories, long forgotten, unfolded before him in the void, forming a complete tableau. Bang, bang, bang. The sword of the mortal realm struck, shattering those images one after another. With each broken fragment, the middle-aged prodigy felt a tremor in his heart. It was as though he had lost that segment of his life, as if the essence of his thoughts had been shattered, obliterating the self he had been in those bygone days. Thousands of images dissolved, fracturing the path of his ascendance. When the final image extinguished, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. My Tao heart is shattered. His body trembled. In that instant, he seemed to grasp something profound. This sword had severed his past. Boom. At that moment, his body disintegrated, vanishing amidst the gazes of countless alien onlookers in the skies above. The strongest rising star of 1,000 years had perished. Terror. The alien races, countless cultivators, erupted in a frenzy. Those ancient powers gasped in disbelief, feeling a chill wash over them. They knew he could not withstand the onslaught and would surely meet his demise. Yet, they never anticipated he would perish in such a manner. As the sword descended, shattering the past, it was akin to wielding the essence of time itself, defying the heavens. Time is of the essence. Everyone, heed my call and activate the protective array of our clan. A white-haired elder shouted frantically, a formidable being from the alien race. The so-called imperial realm is equivalent to the emperor realm of the human race. However, they take pride in their imperial status and disdain to share the same realm with humans. Yet, throughout countless years, the number of imperial realm beings who have perished at the hands of Lu Qin is immeasurable. At the command, across the vast expanse of the alien territory, stretching millions of miles, billions of alien cultivators began to chant their incantations in unison. A golden light soared into the heavens, resembling a multitude of stars illuminating the entire sky. Swiftly converging, it transformed into a sea of gold. The ancient wilderness 10,000 stars formation, one of the most powerful formations in the universe, amalgamates the strength of the Buddhist faith with the power of each alien being. Coalescing into the 10,000 stars array that envelopes the entire domain, its golden radiance dazzling and illuminating the cosmos. From the distant Tianwang Empire, one could witness a sudden eruption of a golden light from the depths of a far-off star domain, akin to a celestial body exploding. In that moment, a blazing white light fiercely penetrated the golden point of light. It was a sword. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. As the sword of mundanity descended, the unmatched ancient wilderness 10,000 stars formation trembled violently, akin to boiling water. Break! A booming voice echoed from the distant Tianhuan continent. As the sword of mundanity descended like the hammer of the heavenly Tao, the formation shattered instantly, An endless cascade of golden light surged forth, engulfing the entire starry sky. In that instant, the sword of mundanity thoroughly swept away the alien beings. Countless cultivators perished, including numerous saints and celestial sovereigns, all meeting their demise in that moment. The elder of the imperial realm was no exception, crushed by a single stroke of the sword. Just before his death, he suddenly shattered a seal, calling upon the ancestors of the alien race to emerge and annihilate Lu Qin. As his voice echoed, the imperial realm powerhouse dissipated completely. What an extraordinary spectacle! A single sword pierced through the heavens, reaching the very heart of the alien homeland, annihilating over 1 million cultivators, even slaying an imperial realm powerhouse. This was truly an act defying the heavens. The terror that Lu Qin had instilled for countless years once again engulfed the alien continent. Having eliminated one imperial realm elder, it seemed that the others had all hidden away. Lu Qin felt a tinge of disappointment. To have vanquished an existence of the imperial realm, Nanling Shuang and Xue Xue were momentarily taken aback. The beings of the imperial realm stand on par with the emperor realm. Since ancient times, there has been no definitive answer to the question of who prevails in the struggle between emperors, but it is indisputable that they exist within the same tier. Representing the pinnacle of the cultivation path, there are unparalleled emperors who traverse the ancient ways, commanding the cosmos. With a mere thought capable of shattering rivers of stars and collapsing the universe, pushing magical techniques and cultivation to the utmost limits, transforming their physical forms into treasures impervious to heavenly tribulations. Within the 3 realms and 6 paths, only the emperor remains undefeated. In the ancient era of the Great Desolation, there existed a human emperor who tirelessly sought the path of cultivation, ultimately forging his own grand way and devising unparalleled techniques of extraordinary merit. With the supreme scriptures, he shattered the cycle of reincarnation, transcended life and death, quelled the dark turmoil, and instilled fear in the divine and demonic beings beyond the realms. He was revered by future generations as the emperor, leaving a legacy that endures to this day. Whether referred to as emperor or sovereign, he embodies an unparalleled existence capable of subduing the heavens. Now, it is astonishing that Lu Qin, with a single sword, could traverse the vast starry expanse and slay a master at the imperial realm, an almost dreamlike feat, difficult to fathom. If he were not the lord of Tianyuan, how could he possibly possess such might? The doubts of Nanling Shuang and Xue Xue have completely crumbled. Chapter 54. The grand confrontation between emperor and sovereign reveals who is stronger. Boom. At this moment, a multitude of terrifying auras erupted from the alien race. In an instant, 10 figures appeared, each ancient beyond compare, exuding a fearsome presence. These were the slumbering ancestors of the alien race, their cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the imperial realm. They were embodiments of ancient emperors, far more formidable than the white-haired elder who had just been slain. For so many years, they failed to conquer Tianyuan. But that does not imply Lu Qin could breach their domain. Today marks the first time in history that Lu Qin, with the might of a single sword, has shattered the boundaries of the alien realm, slaying 1 million cultivators and massacring countless saints and immortals. An imperial master has lost his life. This is an unimaginable humiliation. Utterly unforgivable. If they do not retaliate, where lies the dignity of the alien race? Let the 10 ancient ancestors descend upon Lu Qin, avenging our fallen 1 million compatriots. Countless alien cultivators knelt and roared. We shall take action, and we will surely slay Lu Qin. The 10 ancient emperors sprang into motion, tearing through space and almost instantaneously appearing outside the Tianhuang Empire. Upon their arrival, the aura emanating from them caused the space of the Tianhuang Empire to compress violently, nearly shattering. Yet, as Lu Qin's momentum surged, the space instantaneously restored itself, leaving all present unscathed. Alien beings, 10 ancient emperors, I never imagined you still clung to life. Lu Qin glanced at them disdainfully. 1 million years ago, during the last invasion of the alien race, they amassed their strongest forces in history, only to be forcefully repelled by him. These 10 ancient emperors suffered severe injuries and fled Tianyuan in disarray. It was from that moment onward that the alien race ceased their chaos. It appears these 10 ancient emperors have used this time to recuperate. 10 ancient emperors? My goodness! Nanling Shuang, Xue Xue, and Nan Gonghong Yin were nearly paralyzed with fear. 1 ancient emperor is already astonishing enough. Now, there are 10. It is over. Not only will Lu Qin perish, but we will all meet our doom. For years, it has been the Lord of Tianyuan who safeguarded against the alien race. And now that he is absent, the 10 ancient emperors of the alien race fear nothing and have directly descended into the realm of humanity. Who can stand against them? Lu Qin? Whether he is the Lord of Tianyuan remains uncertain. Lu Qin, after 1,000,000 years, we finally meet again. However, this time, your demise is assured. Over the years, we have not only healed our wounds, but have also ascended to unprecedented heights, having reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. You no longer guard the heavenly abyss, and it is likely that even the god burial coffin is beyond your complete control. How can you withstand us? A cold voice echoed from an ancient emperor. Wait, no longer guarding the heavenly abyss? At that moment, Nanling Shuang and Shuai trembled, staring at Lu Qin in shock. What was once mere suspicion was now confirmed without a doubt. He, Lu Qin, is indeed the sovereign of the heavenly abyss. Thus, our first encounter coincided with Lu Qin's departure from the heavenly abyss, explaining why we found no one upon our arrival. It was also because of him that Luo Zian acquired the imperial-level cultivation techniques. All questions were now elucidated. It was because Lu Qin was the lord of the heavenly abyss that he possessed such formidable power. All the inconsistencies suddenly made sense. The person I had long sought was already before my eyes, a former betrothed who once belonged to me. Nanling Shuang chuckled foolishly, mocking herself for her own naivety. How foolish she had been to boast before Lu Qin, believing she had gained a boon from the Lord of the Heavenly Abyss, when in reality, it was merely a trace of medicinal potency that had escaped during his alchemical endeavors. Ha ha, Nanling Shuang, you are truly a fool. The one I had continuously ridiculed turned out to be the sovereign of the Heavenly Abyss? Shuai nearly fainted from the shock. Nan Gong Hong Yin fared little better. Gazing blankly at that figure, her mind awash with regret. If only she had not schemed against Lu Qin, if only she had not captured his daughter. If only she had recognized her mistakes in time, alas, there were no ifs. At that moment, Lu Qin did not cast a glance in their direction. He simply stood with his hands clasped behind his back and ascended with a single step. Even if I do not guard the heavenly abyss, it does not mean you may descend upon the human realm. As his voice resonated, an overwhelming aura surged forth, and countless divine beings emerged, all of whom he had once slain, creating a sea of corpses and blood that resembled an infernal abyss, saturating the heavens in a crimson hue. Lu Qin traversed the void paved with bodies, advancing steadily. A solitary figure, yet exuding an unparalleled grandeur as if the very heavens lay beneath his feet. A foreboding sensation arose within the hearts of the 10 ancient emperors. Lu Qin's presence felt exceedingly perilous. Attack! One cried swiftly, unleashing a palm strike towards Lu Qin. As the Emperor Realm powerhouse made his move, the laws of the universe shattered, an inexhaustible force roiling through the celestial expanse, akin to a primordial beast roaring, fracturing the stars above. Luo Zian felt a pang of anxiety for Lu Qin. The might of an Emperor Realm warrior was indeed formidable. With a single strike, the heavens trembled, and the entire Tianwang Empire was rendered as fragile as a flurry of snowflakes, easily obliterated. At that moment, she understood what true strength entailed. After 1,000,000 years of seclusion, as he only made such minimal progress, Lu Qin's voice was calm, tinged with disdain. As long as I am here, none of you shall dare to taint this place even a fraction. With that proclamation, he unleashed a fist, intercepting the opponent's palm well beyond the borders of the Tianwang Empire. Boom! The clash of emperors, fists, and palms collided, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The ancient sovereign's palm shattered beneath Lu Qin's fist. With a muffled thud, it disintegrated instantaneously. Ah! The ancient sovereign exclaimed in astonishment, his face a mask of horror. Have you broken through that threshold? The incredulity in his voice was palpable. No. Lu Qin shook his head defiantly. The pinnacle of the emperor is sufficient to annihilate you. With that declaration, he soared beyond the phoenix of heaven, unleashing the 6 paths reincarnation fist once more. Raising his fist, he executed an imperial-level divine art that swept through the void, causing the heavens to tremble. Stop him! The ancient sovereign cried out, sensing the aura of death closing in. Lu Qin, do not be so arrogant. Without crossing that threshold, you cannot kill any of us. In that moment, the other 9 ancient sovereigns sprang into action, unleashing a myriad of formidable divine techniques, all of which possessed apocalyptic might. Yet, as these assaults collided with Lu Qin's fist, they were obliterated in an instant. Cannot kill? Then I shall demonstrate by slaying one of you. His punch, truly transcendent, surpassed the 6 paths of reincarnation. No attack could hinder it. After annihilating all incoming strikes, it relentlessly crashed into the ancient sovereign. No, the ancient sovereign screamed. In the next heartbeat, his physical form shattered, unable to escape even the grasp of his soul. Vanquished utterly, the remaining 9 ancient sovereigns gasped, feeling a chill creep from their feet to the crown of their heads. One punch had obliterated an ancient sovereign. How could Lu Qin have become so powerful? Over 1,000,000 years, they believed themselves formidable, yet Lu Chen stood above them. The pinnacle of royalty cannot contend with the pinnacle of emperors. Throughout history, the debate over the two immortal realms had been settled at this moment. As Lu Chen demonstrated who truly reigns supreme, not only shall he die, but Yunnan shall perish as well. As Lu Chen's voice echoed, he swung his fist once more, unleashing the full might of the emperor's realm. Today, he vowed to single-handedly eradicate all ancient sovereigns of the alien races. Chapter 55, The Supreme Nine Swords. One man annihilates 10 sovereigns, the pinnacle of emperors, unmatched. The Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. The true imperial fist technique, primarily targeting unparalleled brutality. One punch swept through the void, as if opening the 6 paths of reincarnation, sending all enemies to their demise. Lu Chen, your bravado is excessive. Merely by chance have you slain one ancient sovereign. Regardless, we nine shall not grant you another opportunity. An ancient sovereign bellowed, simultaneously launching an unparalleled divine art that swept across the heavens, causing the void to collapse instantaneously. This was an ancient sovereign, the epitome of royal existence, having reached the zenith where any one of them possessed the power to obliterate humanity itself. Now, with all 9 sovereigns attacking simultaneously, the intensity was unimaginable. The people of the Phoenix Empire could no longer discern the heavens with their naked eyes. Only an overwhelming surge of brilliance remained. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the firmament, reminiscent of stars exploding, as the previously concentrated light erupted in all directions. In the next moment, 8 figures soared forth simultaneously. They were the ancient sovereigns of a foreign race, all severely wounded, their faces pale and their auras unstable. Why only 8? As the crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, an immense radiance expanded, revealing an invincible silhouette standing majestically in the firmament, shrouded in a haze of blood. The second one. Lu Chen spoke coldly. Boom. Countless spectators gasped in astonishment. Was there any need for further explanation? The missing ancient sovereign had also fallen to Lu Chen's might. In this moment, the contest between ancient emperors and sovereigns was irrevocably settled, finally affirming who the true strongest was. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had dispatched 2 ancient sovereigns with lethal precision. Their strength was beyond measure. How infuriating! The remaining 8 ancient sovereigns were in utter despair. The fallen were ancient sovereigns, the mightiest cultivators of their race, who had honed their skills over millions of years, only to be slain upon their emergence by Lu Chen. Their faces flushed with humiliation as they mobilized 10 ancient sovereigns, yet not only could they not contend with Lu Chen, but he had also sent 2 of them to their demise, thoroughly grinding their pride into the dust. The annihilating world fist. Lu Chen wasted no words, unleashing another imperial-level fist technique, unyielding and fierce, a force that rivaled the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, imbued with a cataclysmic killing intent. Kill. The remaining 8 ancient sovereigns launched another ferocious assault, yet their attacks were utterly impotent against Lu Chen's fists. So powerful, like the heavens themselves were bearing down, unmatched. Boom. Another ancient sovereign was struck in the chest, his corporeal form obliterated under the overwhelming force, blood erupting forth. Whoosh. A soul swiftly broke free. Yet before it could travel far, Lu Chen's will surged forth, ensnaring it with the laws of the void. The soul was instantly annihilated. The third one. Lu Chen remained composed. Each uttered word resonated like thunder, creating tumultuous waves of shock. 3 down. Lu Chen had now slain 3 ancient sovereigns. Preposterous. The ancient sovereigns, who were supposed to be on par with emperors, could not fathom such a disparity in strength. The remaining 7 ancient sovereigns were utterly confounded. Because you are not on my level, Lu Chen mocked, relentlessly unleashing his devastating techniques. The 8 Desolations Demon Finger, the immovable underworld seal, the thunderous wrath of the dragon. One strike after another, all imperial-level methods, fiercely unmatched. The void itself erupted, boiling with chaos. Puff, puff, puff. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th. Lu Chen continued to announce. Each declaration signified another ancient sovereign's demise. In a mere instant, 7 ancient sovereigns had perished. The crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing up at the sky, where the legendary, invincible sovereigns of the realm, whose corporeal forms were said to be eternal, were being shattered by Lu Chen's relentless blows. 1 strike for each, they fell too swiftly, without any means of defense. Is this the might of the Emperor's ultimate power? The crowd surged with fervor, their blood boiling, eyes ablaze with intensity. That is General Lu Chen, the young commander who once dominated the battlefield 4 years ago, now capable of vanquishing the ancient emperors. Remarkable. Countless voices erupted, revering Lu Qin as if he were a deity, their gazes filled with profound devotion. In stark contrast, Nan Lingfrost, Xue Shuel, and Nan Gonghongyan wore ashen expressions, having succumbed to utter despair. The overwhelming strength of Lu Qin rendered them unable to lift their heads. The unparalleled figure against the heavens shattered not only the ancient emperor but also their resolve. How can we possibly fight back? The three ancient emperors had already crumbled. Lu Qin, do you believe you can annihilate us this way? Naive. One ancient emperor roared defiantly towards the sky. Just as everyone thought the three would fight to the death, they simultaneously turned and fled the scene. The crowd was taken aback. The illustrious ancient emperors, reduced to retreating in disgrace. What a historic spectacle. Embarrassing. I declared complete annihilation. Not a single one can escape. Lu Qin declared with ruthless conviction. The great desolation devouring sword technique. With a thunderous cry, 9 sharp swords emerged, the culmination of his countless years of devotion, each a supreme sword. The sword of slaughtering immortals. The sword of gods and demons. The invincible sword. The sword of carnage. The sword of heaven and earth. The sword of thunder. The sword of reincarnation. The indestructible sword. Slaughtering immortals and demons. Invincible carnage. Heaven and earth as thunder. Reincarnation and indestructibility. 8 swords soared towards the heavens, each representing a supreme sword path. And then came the final sword, the mortal sword. 9 swords ascended, radiating like 9 brilliant rainbows, exuding an aura capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. Merely gazing upon them could obliterate one's soul. Under the intimidation of these 9 swords, the laws of the universe shattered into dark fissures, ultimately transforming into a chaotic void, with only Lu Qin and his 9 swords standing proudly. Compared to these 9 swords, the great desolation divine bow wielded by Nan Lingfrost was mere refuse. This is the true supreme imperial weapon, and it is of the utmost caliber. It is said that above the supreme imperial weapons lies an even more formidable existence, known as the supreme imperial weapon. Its power has reached its zenith. Moreover, these are 9 supreme imperial weapons. Their combined might is unimaginable. My goodness, are those 9 supreme imperial weapons? The 3 ancient emperors of the alien race, sensing the terrifying aura behind them, turned to gaze in horror. Weren't you only mastering 8 swords at Tianyuan? How did you suddenly acquire 9? Thank you for using Nan Lingfrost to slaughter the heavenly phoenix, placing the lives of billions upon my shoulders, which instead forged my comprehension of the myriad forms of the mortal world, allowing me to master the mortal sword. Lu Qin proclaimed resolutely. Kill. In a fleeting moment, 9 swords soared through the air, instantaneously striking down. The 3 ancient emperors were utterly astonished. It turned out that Lu Qin had long foreseen their intentions and seized the opportunity to break through, rendering all their schemes a catastrophic failure. As the 9 swords descended, shattering the void, they bore down upon the 3. They hastily produced their imperial-grade treasures, a wooden boat, which, in an instant, swelled against the winds. It was claimed to be capable of traversing the realms of reincarnation. Yet, with a resounding crash, it was instantly obliterated by the 9 swords. The 3 ancient emperors were swiftly pierced through. A series of muffled thuds echoed, followed by the shattering of bones, leaving only a mist of blood in their wake. This exemplified the might of the 9 supreme swords, effortlessly slaying 3 sovereigns. A total of 10 sovereigns fell before Lu Qin's hand. The heavens and earth fell silent, with astonished gazes turned towards the ethereal figure with white hair beyond the skies. Lu Qin, the unrivaled emperor. In that fleeting instant, the Tianyuan continent erupted with cheers. One man annihilates 10 sovereigns. Who dares to claim that an emperor is inferior to a sovereign? Before Lu Qin, who would dare to proclaim invincibility? Who would dare to assert undefeated status? The human race has but one emperor, and this emperor has vanquished 10 sovereigns. The long-debated discourse on strength and weakness, spanning countless millennia, was finally concluded by Lu Qin with a definitive statement. The pinnacle of emperors, unmatched by any. Chapter 56, Slaying in the Land of the Other Races. I, Lu Qin, shall tread upon this ground. The people rejoiced, fervently exulting. What they witnessed was not merely an unparalleled battle of emperors, but also a glimpse of their future path and cultivation. Who claims this is an age of fallen emperors and celestial demise? For countless millennia, there have been no immortals, no great emperors. Moreover, none have transcended their shackles to ascend beyond the realm of saints. Lu Qin, through living example, proclaimed to the world, my fate is not dictated by heaven. All is filled with hope. In 4 years, returning from what was thought to be a tragic demise as a youthful general, he had become the master of the abyss. Bow before Emperor Lu Qin. Countless commoners knelt in worship, moved to tears. Particularly, those from the imperial city felt a whirlwind of emotions. Once, they had slandered Lu Qin. Now, he had cast them into the depths of despair. My husband, the abyssal emperor, Luo Xian, was somewhat bewildered. Lu Qin had once confided these truths to her. Yet she had not believed. Now, all was proven, and Lu Qin had spoken no falsehoods. With a whoosh, Lu Qin descended from the heavens, his unparalleled aura pressuring the entire Tianwang. In that moment, he appeared as a celestial being to all. Thud, thud, thud. 3 figures simultaneously knelt. My lord, the master of the abyss, I beg your forgiveness. It was I who was in the wrong. I implore you, do not hold a grudge against a mere mortal. Grant me mercy, would you? Shue Shue pleaded fervently, trembling all over. Aren't you the one who loves to mock? Lu Qin asked indifferently. It was all my foolish tongue. I shall slap myself. Shue Shue frantically struck her own face, quickly transforming into a swollen visage. I should not have ridiculed you. All blame lies with Nanling Shuang. She suddenly gritted her teeth, consumed by indignation. It was her arrogance, believing herself to be the princess of Beisang, that led her to disregard you, even going so far as to break off the engagement. Truly, she is utterly oblivious to her own worth. A woman of her caliber is unworthy of the esteemed emperor of Tianyuan. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you day and night. Ready to toil like a beast. Nanling Shuang's face was filled with sorrow as her closest confidant ultimately shifted the blame onto her. Luo Xian felt no jealousy. She understood the nature of Lu Qin, only feeling pity for him, who had forsaken all dignity to preserve his own life. Nanling Shuang is unworthy. And you are even less so. Lu Qin spoke coldly, his thoughts shifting. With a swift motion, the snowflake shattered, leading to her demise. There was nothing more to discuss with such a woman. Nanling Shuang trembled. Lu Qin, can you spare me, considering we once had a marriage pact? Now, you speak of feelings, yet when it came to plotting against my wife, you showed no regard. Lu Qin found it laughable. At this juncture, she still tried to play such games with him. Did she truly believe that he was still pining for her? A grave mistake. In my heart, there has always been only Xian. In almost an instant, unparalleled power surged forth, and Nanling Shuang met her end. With a sweep of his gaze, Lu Qin settled upon the last person present. Nan Gong Hongyan's heart sank, a cold sweat pouring down her brow. Lu Qin, I this time. Lu Qin did not grant her the opportunity to speak. What do you mean? Just kill her. Last time he arrived in the imperial city, Nan Gong Hongyan should have perished, and she had lived only to experience despair. Thank you, Emperor of Tianyuan, for your intervention, Luo Xian expressed as she approached. Lu Qin, exasperated, replied, please, spare me your jesting. I would never dare. Yet you, on the other hand, have put me through such trials, she countered. Lu Qin smiled helplessly. That was your own disbelief. You nearly turned against me. Is it not incredulous that the Emperor of Tianyuan would not seek out his own wife and child, and yet possesses such formidable powers? Luo Xian debated. Ultimately, it is all my fault, I assent it. Lu Qin lamented, feeling a headache coming on, realizing that reasoning with women was a futile endeavor. No, it is my fault for not believing in you wholeheartedly, Luo Xian quickly conceded, her demeanor earnest. Very well. Dearest parents, you both share the blame. How about treating Chu Jian to some candied hawthorns? Chu Jian chimed in, rushing forward with an innocent face, resembling a playful kitten. You little rascal, Luo Xian said, pinching her cheek affectionately. All right, mother promises you, let this be a celebration. Xian, take Chu Jian to buy some treats. I have matters to attend to, Lu Qin suddenly declared. The enemy forces have been vanquished. What more could there be? Luo Xian inquired. The foreign tribes, Lu Qin asserted. For countless millennia, we have guarded Tianyuan, awaiting the perfection of the 9 sword bones. Since they have become restless once more, I intend to seize this opportunity to annihilate them completely, leaving no trace of threat behind. Annihilate the foreign tribes? Luo Xian's expression turned grave. For countless millennia, the alien threat has loomed over humanity, with only the human race treading cautiously. Who would dare to proclaim the annihilation of these foreign beings? Do you feel secure alone? Rest assured, my intentions are pure. First, allow me to escort Chu Jian back, Lu Qin declared, and in an instant, he tore through the fabric of space. Stepping into the void, just as he departed, a grand voice resonated. From this day forth, the Beisang Empire shall be eradicated and shall submit to the dominion of the celestial phoenix. Any dissenters shall be met with unsparing death. As the roar of thunder echoed across Beisang, countless souls perished within the imperial palace. Emperors, ministers, and ancestors all fell beneath Lu Qin's singular decree, leaving only trembling commoners in their wake. With astonishing speed, Lu Chen, wielding the pinnacle of imperial cultivation, shattered all barriers of space before him, hurtling forth like a streak of light towards the alien realm. In that very moment, the news reached the aliens. All 10 ancient emperors had perished in battle. The earth trembled as if struck by celestial thunder, a tempest sweeping across 1,000,000 miles. The 10 ancient emperors of our clan, supreme beings who survived the offensive against the abyss 1,000,000 years ago, had secluded themselves for countless ages and attained the level of ancient emperor. The mere appearance of any one of them could have leveled humanity. Yet now, all 10 had emerged, and even Lu Chen, the master of the abyss, would struggle to withstand them. Moreover, having left the abyss for the lower realms, the ancient emperors deduced that Lu Chen's aura had diminished from its zenith. They anticipated news of his demise, yet instead, they were met with the complete annihilation of their 10 ancient emperors. The alien realm had crumbled. Billions of cultivators cried out in despair, their fury igniting the heavens. How could the 10 ancient emperors fall so easily? Who was responsible? It was I, thundered a voice of thunderous might. Countless gazes turned skyward to witness a young man descending from beyond the alien realm, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a divine monarch, unrivaled among the heavens. The sight of the white-haired youth in azure garb triggered a profound recognition in the minds of the onlookers. "Who are you?" a trembling cultivator dared to inquire. "Lu Chen." As the white-haired youth spoke, the name reverberated through the void, echoing across the entire alien continent, igniting shock and dread within every heart. It was indeed Lu Chen, daring to invade their homeland for the first time in billions of years. In that instant, they grasped the gravity of the situation. All 10 ancient emperors have been vanquished by me. Today, I, Lu Chen, have descended to obliterate all of you demonic cultivators. As Lu Chen's proclamation rang out, it detonated like divine thunder within the alien domain. Indeed, it was he, Lu Chen, who had wrought this devastation. Chapter 57. No matter your status, those who stand in my way shall perish. My heavens, did Lu Chen single-handedly annihilate our 10 ancient emperors? The alien denizens wailed in horror, unable to fathom the reality. It is rumored that at the pinnacle of his cultivation, he was merely at the emperor realm, for he presided over the celestial abyss, a place unlike any other. Moreover, there exists a forbidden weapon of immense power, the god burial coffin. For billions of years, no foreign race has ever conquered the celestial abyss, nor has Lu Chen possessed the ability to step beyond its bounds and wreak havoc upon their homeland. The last great assault occurred 1,000,000 years ago, when the foreign races gathered all their might, a multitude of cultivators surging toward the celestial abyss. Lu Chen single-handedly annihilated every foe, causing the heavens to weep blood. Ultimately, only 10 returned, dragging their battered forms. They declared that should they not emerge henceforth, none shall dare to trespass upon the celestial abyss. They left behind but a single phrase before retreating into seclusion. After the passage of 1,000,000 years, those 10 re-emerged, now unparalleled ancient sovereigns, forging their path through the imperial road to reach the zenith. At this juncture, Lu Chen had already departed the celestial abyss. Employing the heavenly mechanisms to deduce the future, his prowess no longer at its zenith. The mobilization of 10 ancient sovereigns would render his defeat as effortless as a mere flick. Yet, the current circumstances unfolded in an unexpected manner. Gazing towards the heavens, the sight of that celestial figure instilled profound terror in the hearts of the entire foreign race. This is the weighty significance of the Lord of the Celestial Abyss. Terrifying indeed. For eons, you have harbored the audacious desire to encroach upon the realm of humanity. Today, it is time to bring an end to this. Lu Chen's voice thundered as he raised his hand, fingers clenched tightly, as though grasping the very heavens. Before his fist could fully descend, the explosive aura surged, reverberating throughout the sky. In that moment, the foreign cultivators wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Above them loomed the specter of death. You cannot harm the foreign race. Suddenly, the void was torn asunder. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a primordial beast had shattered the ages, unleashing an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. In an instant, hundreds of figures materialized in the air. Among them was a venerable elder with flowing white hair, clad in archaic garb, though hunched, emanating an aura that eclipsed all others. As if he had trampled upon the very laws of heaven and earth, transcending the river of time, sovereign of the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were also young men and women adorned in feathered garments, their long hair cascading over their shoulders, strikingly beautiful, enveloped in radiant light, descending like divine beings, exuding an air of nobility. With a mere glance, Lu Chen recognized their extraordinary origins and discerned the unfathomable depth of the elder's cultivation. Are these the allies sought by the foreign race? Luchin inquired coldly. No. An elder with white hair responded, from a lower realm, where hearts transform into Bodhi. Flourishing beyond the heavens. We have come to witness who is responsible for this. We happened upon a sword aura that pierced through the heavens, and thus we pursued. It was you who struck it down, was it not? They remain unaware that it was Lu Chun who unleashed that earth-shattering sword. The heart-transforming Bodhi practitioner is also Lu Chun. However, there is no need for Lu Chun to elucidate this, upon grasping their intentions. He stated directly, since you are not the foreign race's allies, on what grounds do you demand I refrain from acting against them? Step aside. Who grants you the audacity to speak to our elder in such a manner? A young man beside the elder in white furiously rebuked, clad in feathered garments. He stood tall, his countenance frigid. Not only he, but everyone else wore a solemn expression. How audacious! He commanded them to step aside, displaying not an ounce of respect. Who granted you the audacity to obstruct my path to slaughter? Lu Chun questioned with a resounding voice. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? The young man in feathered attire glared at Lu Chun with a frigid glint in his eyes, adopting a condescending stance. I care not for your identity. Anyone who dares to impede my extermination of the alien race shall meet their demise. Lu Chun's demeanor was assertive, showing no fear of the numerous formidable opponents before him. I shall see you seek your own death. The young man radiated a formidable aura. However, before he could act, the white-haired elder interjected, Young friend, regardless of your grievances with the alien race, you must not cause destruction here. It is a long-standing rule, unbroken for countless millennia. Do you presume to impose rules upon me? Lu Chun laughed maniacally. For eons, I have guarded the abyss, repelling countless incursions by the alien race. Now, as I seek to raise this place, you suddenly emerge, proclaiming that I cannot touch the aliens. To hell with you. With a thunderous roar, Lu Chun's already raised fist was hurled toward the alien domain. You insignificant insect, our elders have decreed that the aliens must not be harmed. I see you are courting death. The young man, infuriated, raised his hand to defend, unleashing a burst of celestial light aimed directly at Lu Chun's fist. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Lu Chun shattered the celestial radiance and collided his fist with the young man's palm. Bang. Another explosive sound reverberated as the void trembled violently. Pht, pht. The young man's hand was instantly obliterated. He gasped in shock, terror etched across his face. How could it be that he could not subdue Lu Chun and instead had his hand destroyed? Impossible. The other cultivators gasped in disbelief. The one who struck was a prodigy of the divine race, already possessing celestial cultivation at such a young age. A true immortal. And yet he was vanquished by a single punch. Boom. At that moment, Lu Chun's fist descended upon the young man. No. I hail from the upper realm of the divine race. The young man cried out, desperately hoping to intimidate Lu Chun. I care not for your status. I have already declared, those who obstruct me shall die. Lu Chun surged forward, his fist descending amidst the gazes of all present. Boom. It was as if 100,000 mountains were crushing down. The brilliant light radiating from the young man was instantly suppressed, and his entire being shattered, spirit extinguished. So swift. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired elder had no chance to intervene. The young man was already dead. To kill a prodigy of the divine race in public was a blow to their pride, igniting their collective fury. You wretched brat. How dare you annihilate my primordial divine race? Boom. Before the white-haired elder could finish, Lu Chun struck again. Enough with your endless prattling. What of the primordial divine race? Today, I shall eradicate the alien race, and no one shall stop me. The voice of wrath reverberated through the heavens, and Lu Chun radiated a luminous aura, akin to a divine fire surging forth as the patterns of the great Tao spread across the void. The upper realm. The divine clan, he paid them no heed whatsoever. As he had proclaimed, no matter who dared to intervene today, they would be powerless to stop him from annihilating the alien races. The elderly man with white hair could not suppress a shudder. This madman actually dared to take the initiative against him. I am of the imperial realm. Do you truly believe you can kill me? The elder exclaimed, immediately channeling the power of the great Tao to manifest a seal in the void, nearly encompassing the entire sky as it descended heavily upon Lu Chun. An impeccable imperial realm dares to act arrogant before me? I have just vanquished 10 sovereigns of the alien races. What are you, but a mere insect? Lu Chun scoffed disdainfully. The impeccable imperial realm, while representing a level above the average imperial realm, still paled in comparison to the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. Boom. In an instant, his unmatched fist collided with the seal, shaking the heavens and earth, as the void was instantaneously obliterated, transforming into a chaotic expanse. The pinnacle of the emperor's realm. The white-haired elder gasped in astonishment. This young man possessed the cultivation of the emperor's pinnacle, surpassing him in strength. How is this possible? How could an emperor emerge from a lower realm? This defies reason. Indeed, even a lower realm can harbor emperors. I am Lu Qin, the great emperor of Tianyuan. Lu Qin bellowed, his fist pressing forward relentlessly, akin to a scythe cleaving through wood. Bang, bang, bang. The seal shattered from top to bottom. And the final punch landed upon the white-haired elder. Boom. Another resounding explosion sounded as the elder's flesh was obliterated, sending him to his demise. The slaughter of a divine clan elder. Lu Qin's actions were undoubtedly earth-shattering. The rest of the visitors from the upper realm stood dumbfounded. With ferocity, he dispatched one after another, swiftly eliminating 2 cultivators from the mixed Yuan divine clan, one large and one small. Chapter 58. Do you dare command this, Emperor? With a single sword, I can slay the mightiest. The great emperor of Tianyuan. Lu Qin's words echoed in their minds, as astonishment blossomed in their eyes. So, he is the master of Tianyuan. No wonder. The realization dawned upon them. The name of the master of Tianyuan spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Known to all, from the mortal realm to the alien races and within the boundless star domains. However, the inhabitants of the upper realm generally refrained from meddling in the affairs of the lower realm. Thus they had never encountered the true form of the master of Tianyuan. Now, everything fell into place. It was due to his status as the master of Tianyuan that he possessed the cultivation of the emperor's pinnacle, making him the sole emperor of humanity at present. Yet, even so, he could not slay their upper realm denizens. Master of Tianyuan, your duty is to guard the Tianyuan. To intrude upon the alien's domain is to overstep your bounds. A resonant voice emerged, and an elder appeared in the void, equally white-haired, yet exuding a far more terrifying aura than the recently deceased elder. This figure radiated a sense of returning to simplicity, as if he had transcended the world. Standing above all existence, you inhabitants of the upper realm dare to descend to the lower realm? Is that not an even greater transgression? Lu Qin retorted with a chuckle. A single word has determined everything. When we say you cannot touch the other races, it is a command. The elder's voice was calm, yet it bore an undeniable authority. The previous speaker merely referred to it as a rule, but he declared it as a command. A command? In this vast world, among the myriad of beings, I heed the commands of only 2 individuals, my child and my beloved. Do you wish to command me? Do you aspire to be my grandson? Boom. As soon as Lu Qin's words fell, every person present was left speechless. This fellow was truly insane, daring to insult such a being. Did he understand the magnitude of his existence? You truly do not comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Do you believe that by guarding the abyss and assuming the title of its sovereign, you can look down upon all others? Before us, you are but an ant. Upon finishing his words, the elder suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, Lu Qin found himself isolated from the surrounding world. The space within a 10-meter radius around him was forcibly sealed, trapping him as if he were confined within a cage. A prison drawn by the earth. Lu Qin coldly remarked. This was a form of forbidden divine ability, one not grasped by ordinary minds. It was not merely an effect achieved through a certain technique, but rather a manipulation of the laws of space, wielded at will. He had already transcended the limits of an emperor. Lu Qin suddenly locked his gaze upon the elder, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Indeed, it is the dust transformation. The elder spoke blandly. Above the emperor and the sovereign lies the realm of dust transformation. To achieve it, one must undergo 9 cycles of rebirth, covering every aspect of mind, soul, and body. Each rebirth equates to retracing the path of cultivation. Hence the name dust transformation. Though the name may sound unremarkable, those who attain this realm have transcended the confines of the world. 9 rebirths of dust transformation signify 9 tribulations. Each time one completes a rebirth, it is akin to starting anew from the most humble beginnings. Once again striving for the pinnacle of emperorhood. One can only imagine the terror of this realm. Lu Qin had only heard of the dust transformation realm from the elder of the abyss. It was the very goal he had been striving for. After 10,000 years, once he had fully mastered the god-bearing coffin, he could sever all worldly ties and enter the realm of dust transformation with a renewed form, facilitating a more profound rebirth. To attempt rebirth without severing worldly ties would present significant obstacles, akin to refining a treasure. It is far superior to refine with a flawless essence rather than one tainted with impurities. However, fate is unpredictable. It is precisely because of his departure from the abyss that Lu Chun was able to comprehend the path of the mundane amidst the mortal realm. There is no need to sever earthly ties. Even while immersed in the mundane, one can forge an invincible path. The cultivation system, all its realms, and everything within it have been traversed by the great predecessors. They too can be transcended. I, Lu Chun, in this lifetime, shall walk a unique path that belongs solely to me. Boom. In an instant, a sharp sword materialized before Lu Chun. It was none other than the sword of the mundane. With the sword of the mundane, I shall break through all celestial laws. Whoosh. With a single stroke, he unleashed the sword. Bang. In an instant, the surrounding space shattered, and before Lu Chun, a radiant path adorned with intricate patterns materialized. This was the path he had comprehended. With the mundane sword in hand, he surged forth, directly attacking the elder from the dust transformation realm. As the sword arced through the air, countless images emerged, revealing the elder's past. Under the might of the mundane sword, all memories were obliterated. You have undergone rebirth within the dust transformation realm. While I wield the mundane sword to sever your past. How terrifying indeed. It was no wonder that the dust transformation expert was struck with disbelief. Despite his formidable cultivation and the divine powers he wielded, he could not restrain Lu Chun, and instead, his defenses were shattered by a single strike. Emerging from the boundless void, Lu Chun transcended chaos, illuminating his path with mastery, and advanced with his sword drawn. Astonishingly, this strike severed all traces of the elder's history. How utterly horrifying. Is that your heart manifesting as Bodhi? He suddenly realized. Yet, at that moment, Lu Chun was already upon him with great swiftness. The annihilation of time and space. The elder immediately invoked his divine techniques, summoning the boundless rules of the surrounding space into a profound vortex. Like a tornado, it engulfed Lu Chun in an instant, pulling both his true form and the mundane sword into its depths, causing them to vanish from sight. How could the Emperor's Peak possibly compare to dust transformation? The so-called master of the abyss was merely a frog in a well, utterly insignificant before the might of our upper realm. At that moment, the cultivators from the upper realm mocked, dismissing Lu Chun entirely. Even the Emperor's Peak was of no consequence. In the upper realm, individuals of such cultivation were not uncommon, and many were even more formidable than those of dust transformation. Only in the lower realm does a great emperor emerge once every billion years. How naive to think oneself significant, daring to defy commands from the upper realm. Next time, it shall spell doom. Wait. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look. That S." With a flurry of eyes drawn to the spectacle, a beam of light surged from the depths of the time-space vortex. It was the sword. Hadn't it been swallowed whole? How could it possibly escape? Even the dust transformation expert who had made the initial move was left bewildered. To be consumed by the power of spatial rules should have left no room for escape, yet the sword had indeed broken free. With a fierce rush, the mundane sword burst forth from the vortex, and in the elder's incredulous gaze, it descended with ferocity. "Save me," he cried out immediately, but it was too late. The mundane sword was far too swift, having already shattered his past, inflicting heavy damage upon his psyche. When this sword came crashing down, resistance was futile. With a resounding explosion, the mundane sword utterly crushed him. The dust transformation realm was but a triviality. In the next moment, Lu Chun's unmatched silhouette emerged from the vortex. As he reappeared, all those from the upper realm trembled in fear. A frog in a well? Insignificant? No, that was merely a reflection of yourselves. Chapter 59. The Burial of Heaven, Earth, and the Great Power of Dust. At this moment, all beings from the upper realms were struck with profound astonishment. A formidable being of the dust realm had been slain by an individual from the lower realms. Regardless of his identity, he remained a cultivator from the lower realms. It was one thing to eliminate a peer among the imperial realm, but to vanquish an existence beyond the imperial realm with a single sword stroke shattered their delusions of grandeur. What of the upper realm beings? It was precisely you from the upper realms who were being hunted. This exemplifies Lu Chun's might. Lu Chun, do you believe that by eliminating a single practitioner of the dust realm, you can claim invincibility? Such a whimsical notion. Before you stands more than one being of the dust realm. At that moment, an elder emerged, exuding an aura of terror, unmistakably another great power of dust. Boom, boom. Following him, 3 more figures appeared, all venerable elders, their hair as white as snow, bearing the marks of ancient years. The aura they radiated confirmed their status as beings of dust. For in total, Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. His heart of Bodhi had attracted 5 great powers of dust, along with numerous practitioners of the imperial and celestial realms. This was undoubtedly no simple matter. It surely related to the otherworldly tribes. What you rely upon is merely that mundane sword. It cannot contend with us 4. Be wise and kneel in submission. A great power of dust spoke, his voice imbued with supreme authority. Forcing the Lord of the Abyss to kneel, the arrogance of these upper realm beings was beyond measure. Apologies, but you are not the only one with a practitioner of the dust realm. I possess more than just one sword. Lu Chen's thoughts stirred. Swish, swish, swish. 8 strands of sword energy erupted from his being, transforming into 8 formidable swords, slaying the celestial and demonic. Invincible slaughter. The thunder of heaven and earth. The cycle of reincarnation unending. 8 swords represented 8 ultimate sword paths. In addition to the already summoned mundane sword, 9 supreme swords were arrayed, emanating an aura of destruction that could rend the heavens. 9 swords. The 4 great powers of dust were utterly astonished. Originally, a single mundane sword had slain 1 great power of dust. Now, with the appearance of 8 additional swords, their aura was no less formidable than that of the mundane sword. This was truly terrifying. They had witnessed the passage of time, from ancient to present, and the number of those who had transcended through the sword path could be counted on one hand. Those who succeeded were all unparalleled sword deities, traversing the world with their blades, extinguishing all life with a single stroke. Yet even such beings mastered but one sword path. Lu Chen, however, commanded 9 distinct sword paths. Inconceivable. Kill. Lu Chen had no time for idle chatter. He unleashed a piercing cry, and the 9 supreme swords surged forth to execute their lethal strike, accompanied by the raging powers of 9 sword paths across the heavens and earth. So powerful, the 4 great powers of dust felt their hearts chill, a wave of dread washing over them before the onslaught of the 9 blades. Could we possibly fear him? Impossible. It is merely the realm of emperors. Even mastering 100 different sword techniques would not allow one to slay those 4 formidable beings of transformation dust. In an instant, all 4 unleashed their unparalleled divine abilities, employing incomparably formidable offensive techniques. As 9 sharp swords descended, they collided violently with these mystical arts. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, akin to the annihilation of stars, igniting the entire void. With the 9 supreme swords, they suppressed all living beings, rendering those offensive techniques utterly impotent. After countless eons, Lu Chen had cultivated for such an extensive duration, culminating in the manifestation of 9 supreme swords, whose power surpassed imagination. Even without stepping into transformation dust, Lu Chen was not weaker than those who had. The moment those offensive techniques were shattered, the 9 swords unleashed a relentless slaughter. Stab, stab, stab. The 3 mighty beings of transformation dust were instantly obliterated, their physical forms shattered, and their souls could not escape. My heavens! 3 mighty beings of transformation dust were slain simultaneously. All were filled with horror, their faces etched with fear. Not 1 or 2, but a full 3. Moreover, they were killed in a single strike. With the pinnacle of imperial might, they extinguished transformation dust. Is this the true power of the Lord of the Abyss? Only 1 transformation dust elder remained, drenched in blood, with a wound piercing his right chest, glowing with golden light. The body of transformation dust was no ordinary vessel. Even its blood bore supreme divinity, shimmering with brilliance. Transformation dust's second nirvana. Lu Chen gazed at him, noting that the others slain were in their first nirvana, while this individual had achieved the second, enduring the initial wave of annihilation. Curse be it. The elder of transformation dust's second nirvana wore a frigid expression. As a mighty entity of the divine race from the upper realms, possessing unparalleled cultivation, he had been severely wounded by his opponent. Lu Chen, you failed to kill me the first time. You shall not have another chance. He suddenly roared, unleashing a peerless technique, his wounds healing instantaneously, and his aura returned to its zenith. Did you think I possessed only these 9 supreme swords? Lu Chen suddenly smiled, and in that fleeting moment, boom, the void trembled violently as a bronze coffin emerged, exuding an ancient and profound aura. It was the god burial coffin. If the 9 supreme swords could not defeat him, one attempt was insufficient, so Lu Chen chose to summon the god burial coffin directly, aiming to swiftly conclude the battle. As the god burial coffin appeared, the very heavens and earth trembled, and the spatial domains of foreign races could not withstand its might, shattering instantly. What kind of treasure is this? The elder of transformation dust second nirvana gasped in astonishment. It was even more shocking than the appearance of the 9 supreme swords. From this coffin, he sensed an ominous presence, causing his soul to quiver. God burial coffin. Burying heaven, burying earth, burying all beings. With a furious shout, the God burial coffin surged forth to suppress. The God burial coffin? This elder of transformation, Dust's second nirvana, had never heard of it. Yet, the destructive aura emanating from the approaching coffin indicated that it was an existence far beyond the realm of supreme imperial weapons. Could it be a Dominion-level artifact? A sudden realization struck him, his face betraying sheer horror. There was no time for contemplation. He immediately swung his palm, attempting to block the divine burial coffin. Bang! The moment contact was made, the force emanating from the ancient bronze coffin obliterated his hand in an instant. Soon after, his entire arm disintegrated into a crimson mist. The elder of the second transformation of Dust let out a harrowing scream and hastily activated forbidden techniques, hoping to regenerate his flesh and bones. It was futile. After being annihilated by the divine burial coffin, no method could restore him. The great Tao protected his body. The elder reacted swiftly. Upon realizing his arm could not be regenerated, he promptly summoned the power of the great Tao to shield his corporeal form. Yet, it was still ineffective. The burial coffin crushed him directly, and the power of the Tao rapidly spread. This was no ordinary Dominion-level artifact. It was far more formidable. The elder exclaimed in terror. In mere moments, his entire corporeal body was suppressed by the divine burial coffin. Crack, crack, crack. Every bone and meridian shattered in that fleeting instant. Ultimately, only a bloodied remnant remained, devoid of any strength to resist. With but a thought from Lu Chen, he would be reduced to ashes. Do not kill me. The elder rasped, fear evident in his gaze as he looked upon Lu Chen. If you wish to live, then speak honestly. What is the true purpose of your kind from the higher realms in protecting the alien races? Lu Chen demanded with authority. This is forbidden knowledge. You have no right to know. The elder flatly refused. But I possess the right to end your life, Lu Chen declared, and in that instant, he activated the divine burial coffin, forcefully descending upon him. Dare to kill me? Our time-space divine clan will ensure your body is torn to shreds. The entire lower realm will suffer, the elder threatened vehemently. In a heartbeat, the divine burial coffin descended, and the elder was instantaneously transformed into a mere blood mist. For countless eons, the alien races had eyed them covetously, yet the higher realms had never made a move. Now, they arrived to protect the alien races, threatening Lu Chen in return. If not you, then who? Whether he guarded the heavenly abyss or not, the survival of humanity was not for the higher realms to meddle in. As for threatening him personally, it was a path to destruction. No matter the time-space divine clan, Lu Chen held no concern. Should they dare to provoke trouble in the lower realm, he would show no mercy. He had slain the supreme elder of the time-space divine clan. The cultivators from the higher realms, once aloof and composed, were now filled with shock and dread. That was a formidable elder of the second transformation of Dust. Yet he could not withstand the might of the divine burial coffin and was utterly crushed. Time and again, one individual had annihilated 4 powerful beings of the Dust transformation. It was nothing short of terrifying. Every gaze directed at Lu Chen was rife with astonishment and fear. Now it is your turn, Lu Chen stated coldly. If you wish to kill, then let it be thorough. Leave none alive. With a thought, the divine burial coffin activated instantaneously, hurtling towards the remaining hundreds. The individuals from the higher realms were instantly engulfed in horror. Lu Chen, we are beings of the upper realm. Your actions in slaying us will yield dire consequences. A youth clad in feathered attire cried out, his previous arrogance evaporated, leaving only a visage of panic. With a dull thud, this feathered youth was instantaneously subdued. Blood mist swirling in the air. Lu Chen paid him no heed. If threats held any weight, the elder of the second nirvana stage would not have perished. The others were plunged into utter despair. Threats were futile, for the Lord of the Abyss was resolute in his intent to annihilate them. In a fleeting moment, some tore through the fabric of space, while others utilized magical artifacts, employing every conceivable means not to confront Lu Chen, but to flee in a frenzy. None would escape. I am a man of my word. Lu Chen's gaze was frigid. The god burial coffin rampaged through the air, shattering the void itself. One by one, the beings of the upper realm were crushed, offering no resistance. The air filled with anguished cries that echoed through the heavens. The 4 great experts of the second nirvana stage had fallen, leaving only a handful of imperial powerhouses and celestial realm cultivators, who were no match at all. There was no escape. No method could prove effective. The god burial coffin delivered them directly to their demise. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of the void was left with but a solitary imperial cultivator. With a thud, he knelt down. Lord of the Abyss, I was mistaken. I beg you, Do not take my life. A dignified being from the upper realm, an imperial powerhouse, now wept in fear. The situation was utterly terrifying. So many formidable beings had been slain, leaving him utterly alone, with no hope of escape. The only recourse was to kneel and plead for mercy. Perhaps there remained a sliver of chance for survival. Boom. The god burial coffin surged forth with unmatched might, halting abruptly above him as he knelt in repentance. Resembling a great mountain looming overhead, its immense weight causing him to tremble uncontrollably. When this bronze coffin descended, it would signify his descent into the depths of hell. Speak. Lu Chen uttered a single word. There was no need for further inquiry. The other party comprehended the implication. We descended to the lower realm indeed due to your transformation into a Bodhi, but there was another consideration. Should a formidable individual emerge in the lower realm, would it pose a threat to the alien races? Yet, we had not anticipated that this formidable individual would be you, Lord of the Abyss. Indeed, there is a problem. Everything transpired just as Lu Chen had surmised. The arrival of so many beings from the upper realm could not possibly be a simple matter. Why do you aid the alien races? What dealings do you have? Lu Chen pressed for answers. I do not know. The individual shook his head. You do not know? Lu Chen's voice suddenly turned grave. The upper realm's imperial powerhouse trembled in fear. I report to you, Lord of the Abyss, I truly do not possess that knowledge. These are forbidden secrets, and only our God clan's leader, along with the domain's divine sovereigns, would be privy to them. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. This person was an imperial powerhouse, equivalent to a second-tier imperial being in a lower realm. How could such a strong individual be ignorant of the secrets at play? What dealings exist between the upper realm and the alien races? Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Chen with astonishing clarity. Could it be that the alien races had been invading humanity for eons with the support of the higher realms? The very notion left him astounded. How incredible! Yet, judging by the reactions of those from the upper realms today, it was not entirely implausible, regardless of the underlying motives. The annihilation of the alien races today was imperative. If it indeed had ties to the higher realms, he would reckon with them later. You may perish, Lu Chen declared abruptly, choosing not to wield the god-burying coffin, but instead unleashing a surge of mental energy that enveloped his adversary in an instant. The individual let out a horrific scream, contorted in agony. Lu Chen delved into his memories, confirming that he was not deceiving him. He truly knew nothing of these matters. Ultimately, the god-burying coffin descended. With a muffled thud, it obliterated the individual, absorbing all essence and energy within. Who could have imagined the vastness of the higher realms? Lu Chen assimilated the memories he had gleaned. Within the cosmic expanse, numerous star domains lay sprawled, protected by the might of ancestral deities, ensuring their eternal existence. There existed also supreme divine clans, having endured countless epochs, wielding divine arts, and persisting through the ages. Moreover, formidable giants held dominion over deathly zones, their eyes ever watchful. These territories and forces surpassed the lower realms by unfathomable margins, akin to the disparity between a firefly and the bright moon. Merely one star domain eclipsed the vastness of all 108 spiritual domains of humanity by countless multiples, not to mention the prowess of those divine clans. One among them seemed to outmatch the aliens effortlessly. It was no wonder they held such lofty airs, disdainful of the lower worlds. Yet, should they provoke me, regardless of their status or origin, they would face relentless annihilation. However, I still have a long journey ahead, Lu Chen mused, his gaze flickering with ambition. From the memories, he gleaned further insights into cultivation, the ancient realms, and supreme secret arts that captivated his imagination. Curiously, though the higher realms were vastly superior, infinitely stronger than the alien races, why did they intertwine with them? Old man, you must be concealing something. Once I subjugate the alien races, I shall return to the abyss of heaven and demand clarity. With that thought, Lu Chen grasped the god-burying coffin firmly. Having slain so many, the essence they provided had yet to be fully harnessed. Thus, today I shall allow you to feast to your heart's content. With a thought, an unmatched figure descended in an instant. The aliens must be enjoying the spectacle. Now I shall collect the entrance fees. Chapter 61. Unveiling the ancient altar, sacrificing the flesh. Protecting my alien kin. As Lu Chen's voice resonated, the god-burying coffin loomed in the air, exerting its dominion. The countless alien cultivators failed to withstand the full descent of the coffin, their bodies annihilated by the ferocious aura. All essence and energy were consumed by the coffin. In that moment, it transformed into an unparalleled weapon of destruction, mercilessly reaping lives. Despair engulfed the alien cultivators, with all those from the higher realms slain by Lu Chen. Who could possibly withstand him? At this moment, in the heart of a vast territory inhabited by a foreign race, an ancient mountain range radiated with ethereal light, its divine brilliance soaring into the heavens. This sacred ground was the ancestral homeland of the foreign race, where the 10 ancient emperors had once cultivated their powers. It served as the supreme center of governance, akin to a revered sanctuary of a sect. In times past, countless cultivators would flock here daily to pay homage. For in the eyes of the myriad practitioners of this race, it was an exalted land of divinity, the final resting place of their forebears, and evoked profound reverence. However, the atmosphere here now is one of palpable despair. Report: I must inform the clan leader that Lu Qin has slain the upper realm cultivators and has entered our territory, initiating a massacre. Already, tens of thousands have perished, and if we do not devise a strategy to counter this, our race is doomed. The anguished cries echoed throughout the ancestral grounds, deepening the gravity of the situation. For the first time in history, Lu Qin had descended from the Tianyuan, personally waging war upon this land, and none could withstand him. The 10 ancient emperors had fallen, and even the denizens of the upper realm had been ruthlessly exterminated by his hand. Even the legendary figures of the dust transformation, those transcendent beings who had stepped beyond the realm of emperors, had met their demise at Lu Qin's hands. Who, then, could stand against him? As the clan leader, his cultivation was inferior to that of the 10 ancient emperors. He was merely a great completion emperor, utterly inadequate in the face of Lu Qin's might. One strike from him would result in death. Report: the latest news indicates that Lu Qin is approaching the ancestral grounds. I beseech the clan leader and esteemed ancestors to devise a plan, or it will truly be too late. The messenger knelt, tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed by the terror that Lu Qin instilled, he appeared as a formidable demon, wielding the coffin of the god of death, unstoppable in his rampage, even from countless miles away. Merely glimpsing his silhouette nearly shattered their spirits. There is but one final recourse: activate the ancient sacrificial altar. The elder clan leader declared suddenly. The mere mention of the altar sent a tremor through the hundreds of high-ranking members present. The foreign race had never before activated the altar, for such an opportunity was singular and came at a tremendous cost. Once initiated, it would demand the sacrifice of over 1 million lives from their kin. Regardless of the reasoning, the price would be unimaginably steep. Now, their race stood at the precipice of life and death. This was their sole chance. If they did not activate the altar, everyone, including themselves, would perish. Sacrificing 1 million lives to ensure the eternal survival of their race was a price worth paying. This was the very purpose of the altar, and the time had come to utilize it. The clan leader spoke resolutely. The assembly fell silent, acknowledging the truth of their dire situation. Indeed, they were ensnared in a desperate plight. This was their only recourse. Was the purpose of cultivating the altar not for this day? Moreover, it would not be their lives that were lost. The sacrifice of 1 million ordinary cultivators would suffice. But it would save the remaining populace and the entire foreign race. Let us heed the clan leader's guidance. In that fleeting moment, the powerful figures of the ancestral grounds voiced their unanimous agreement. No one dared to dissent. Was it not folly to face Lu Qin in battle without this measure? Hark! All practitioners of the foreign tribes, heed my summons. Assemble 1 million cultivators to our ancestral ground. The remainder shall devote their utmost efforts to intercept Lu Qin, employing whatever means necessary to prevent his approach to our sacred land. The old patriarch issued his fierce command. In the blink of an eye, at the deepest recesses of the ancestral ground, the patriarch chanted incantations, and a divine mountain suddenly crumbled, revealing a yawning abyss. Within this abyss lay an ancient edifice, constructed entirely of colossal stones, adorned with a myriad of intricate runes that emanated an aura of enigma. It has been unveiled. At this moment, on the edge of the abyss, the patriarch of the foreign tribes, accompanied by a multitude of ancestral beings, gazed intently at this structure, their eyes ablaze with fervor. This was the altar erected by our clan eons ago. It had required the efforts of thousands, alongside countless powerful beings, to cleave the 10,000-mile celestial mountain range and excavate 8,000 zhang from the earth. They transported heavenly fallen stones from beyond realms, and after a grueling 30,000 years, they succeeded in constructing this altar. In that epoch, those present were separated from their birth by countless generations, unable to witness that grand spectacle. According to historical records, at the moment of the altar's completion, its sheer defiance of the heavens summoned a calamity. Countless powerful beings intervened to withstand the heavenly tribulation, subsequently using colossal mountains to suppress the altar, sealing it for eternity. It could only be activated in times of life and death for the foreign tribes. And today is that day. At this very moment, Luchin has infiltrated our clan, and the altar has resurfaced. The terrifying aura emanating from the abyss instilled profound dread in all present. This is a deity, forged through the sacrifice of innumerable cultivators eons ago. Boom. Thunder rumbled through the sky. The altar stirred, and a cacophony of thunder resonated, causing celestial phenomena to manifest, reminiscent of events chronicled in ancient texts. When it was originally constructed, countless powerful beings had to intervene to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Now, within the foreign tribes, there are not so many formidable warriors. And when the true heavenly tribulation descends, chaos shall ensue. In this critical moment, the old patriarch, in unison with the remaining members, swiftly activated the altar according to ancestral secret methods. In an instant, countless runes shimmered upon the altar, awakening powers that had lain dormant for eons. Akin to a myriad of stars in the sky, innumerable and resplendent, as the altar erupted in radiant divine light, illuminating the entire abyss. It even coalesced into a beam of light that soared toward the heavens, a spectacle of immense grandeur that instilled fear. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the old patriarch and his companions were sent reeling backward, blood spewing forth. Merely activating the altar had drained them of their entire strength, nearly pushing them to the brink of death. Yet, there was no time for concern. Their gazes were fervently fixed upon the abyss. Success. At this instant, Luchin, who was still engaged in a frenzied slaughter 10,000 miles away, abruptly turned his gaze toward the distance. A colossal beam of light shot toward the heavens, as if some seal had been broken, emanating a terrifying aura. In an instant, he unleashed his mental prowess, extending it across the vast distance of 10,000 miles. Grasping the entirety of the situation, "Is this the altar?" A subtle sense of danger enveloped Lu Chun as he murmured. However, today, the Creator had arrived, and nothing could impede me. A thunderous roar resonated in all directions. The old patriarch and others were instantly filled with dread. Every situation here was under Lu Chen's control. It was utterly terrifying. Time was of the essence. There could be no further delays. Quickly, 1,000,000 cultivators, heed my command and hasten to this place. The old patriarch swiftly issued his orders. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000,000 cultivators, already on standby, charged fearlessly towards the abyss with frenzied determination. The foreign races operated under a strict hierarchy, where everyone was compelled to obey the patriarch's orders, just as in countless previous assaults on the heavenly abyss. Recklessly attempting to encroach upon the human realm, disregarding right or wrong, acting merely on command, like soulless automatons. It was profoundly tragic. Sacrifice your flesh to preserve our kin. The old patriarch cried to the heavens. Sacrifice your flesh to preserve our kin. 1,000,000 cultivators raised their arms in unison, swiftly soaring into the depths of the abyss. Chapter 62. Watch how I perish. Dream on. As they approached the altar, all were annihilated by a terrifying force. Their blood and energy were swiftly consumed by the altar. Ah, ah, ah. The abyss echoed with cries of despair. Groups of cultivators disintegrated in midair, akin to moths drawn to a flame, perishing in an instant. The once mystical altar was now shrouded in blood, a vivid crimson. Resembling a purgatory, cultivators at the rear felt a surge of fear, hesitant to step into the abyss. It was too horrifying. Such a manner of death was chilling. What are you hesitating for? Descend at once. The altar of sacrifice awaits. Saving countless lives of our kin is your honor. The old patriarch bellowed, his face contorted like that of a malevolent spirit. Yet, some cultivators remained timid. You worthless fools. The old patriarch, alongside other ancestors, took matters into their own hands, employing their divine abilities to forcefully suppress these cultivators into the abyss, all becoming offerings to the altar. The altar, having absorbed the lives of countless cultivators, was fervently opening a mysterious gateway, as if evolving chaos itself. Blood-red light swirled violently, gradually transforming into a deep crimson, its connection unknown, exuding an unmatched, oppressive aura. Not enough. We are still lacking. The life force of these individuals is far too feeble. The old patriarch fixed his gaze upon the nearby esteemed ancestors. Old patriarch. I will gather more cultivators immediately, someone exclaimed, foreseeing the impending doom and swallowing hard. Time is too slow. Let us sacrifice the esteemed ones. The old patriarch spoke in a deep tone, and at once began to act. No, patriarch, they cried in terror, their previous indifference to the sacrifice of ordinary cultivators evaporating into frantic panic. Contribute your strength for our kin. History will remember your deeds. The old patriarch's expression darkened, his tone chillingly cold. As the most powerful among them, he forcefully acted, and these ancestral powers, unable to resist, were suppressed one by one and cast into the abyss. As if feeding ferocious beasts. A series of anguished screams echoed, swiftly silenced, devoured by the altar, with the infusion of such formidable blood essence. The void portal opened by the altar expanded further. It had successfully forged a connection to an unknown realm. I sensed a certain terrifying entity awakening from its slumber. The ancestral figure's eyes gleamed with fervor as he recalled the records of the summoned being, his heart surged with excitement. Once the other party traversed time and space to descend upon our realm, Lu Chun was doomed. Lord of the Abyss, what are you but a mere insect? When I summon true power, you shall be but an ant awaiting extermination, along with all your kindred. I shall refine them alive as offerings to my kin. Oh, and weren't you supposed to leave the abyss for your beloved? I shall claim your woman as my own. The thought alone brings me delight. The old patriarch shouted with brazen arrogance, as if Lu Chen's demise was inevitable. What of discovering his intentions? Once our clan's cultivators held on a little longer, that incomprehensible existence would arrive. At that moment, Lu Chen would be finished. Boom. In an instant, the void was shattered by a tremendous force. And then a bronze coffin emerged, upon which stood a figure clad in green, his hair billowing like wisps of white. Guess who will perish first, you or I? Good heavens. The old patriarch trembled in fear. This coffin, this figure, and the words spoken caught him entirely off guard. Lu Chen, how could you arrive here so swiftly? What of my clan's cultivators? What are they doing? Stop him at once. He called out urgently. Yet, not a single soul appeared. No need to shout. They are all within the coffin beneath my feet. Lu Chen spoke coldly. The old patriarch gasped in shock. Millions of our clan's cultivators had rushed to the front lines to obstruct Lu Chen, and they had all been slain? The thought sent chills coursing through his body. How terrifying. This was no mere lord of the abyss, but a veritable abyssal demon. So you, old Biden, dare to insult my beloved? Lu Chen roared with fierce dominance, commanding the god burial coffin to charge forth with ferocity. Stop him quickly, the old patriarch bellowed. The remaining powerful ancestors acted decisively, but death was imminent as Lu Chen's foot struck down. Buzz. The god burial coffin erupted in a golden radiance, an aura of destruction consuming all directions. Puff, puff, puff. All who dared to strike were obliterated. What celestial beings could stand before me? As the multitude transformed into a sky of blood mist, Lu Chen commanded the god burial coffin, unrivaled and invincible. And you lot, attack? The old patriarch's face turned pale with fear as he directed the few remaining individuals. Yet, they remained motionless. Only a fool would engage. This was a great demon. To approach meant certain death. Moreover, the old patriarch had sacrificed their companions to ensure the altar's successful activation. Were it not for Lu Chen's arrival, they would likely be next. At this juncture, why not allow the old patriarch to draw more fire? Perhaps the supreme existence the altar summoned would soon arrive. The elder patriarch was filled with astonishment and fury. How dare you defy my orders? Apologies, esteemed elder. We act for the sake of our clan. After all, does it matter who survives? We are prepared to sacrifice you. Someone spoke up. This is an act of utmost betrayal. The elder patriarch cried out in despair. As our human race faces calamity, I am willing to exchange my life for my escape. Yet you, from the other races, in the face of death, seek only your own gain. This delineates the difference between humans and beasts. Lu Chen spoke coldly, almost instantly approaching the elder patriarch. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the god burial coffin collided with him. Splatter. The flesh erupted in an instant, bones shattered, blood gushing forth. Do you still wish to refine the human race? Lu Chen demanded. No, I beg you, Grandfather Tia Yuan. Spare me. The elder from the other race wept bitterly, cowering like a coward. Do you still wish to defile my wife? Lu Chen inquired, nearly causing the opponent's remaining body to shatter entirely. No. It was my foolish mouth that spoke nonsense. I am utterly unclean. I implore you, Grandfather Tia Yuan. Forgive my minor transgressions. The elder patriarch pleaded wildly. What Lu Chen sought was his submission. As the patriarch, revered by millions, he represented the other race and had assaulted Tian Yuan countless times. This time, with meticulous planning, he had exploited Nan Ling Shuang to disrupt the heavenly phoenix, nearly marking the beginning of the human race's demise. Now, repenting like a dog before him was merely a form of atonement. Otherwise, the god burial coffin would have already crushed him. There was no need to waste time. Boom. Just then, The altar erupted with a resounding blast, crimson light swirling violently. The portal was fully opened. Lu Chun immediately turned around, sensing that behind the portal, from an unfathomable distance, a pair of eyes were coldly fixated upon him. The altar has successfully summoned a forbidden entity. Lu Chun, your end is nigh. I shall repent for nothing. Let us see how you meet your demise. The elder patriarch suddenly shouted with arrogance. Boom. Lu Chun swiftly struck out a palm, directly killing the elder patriarch. How will I die? In your dreams. Chapter 63. A divine gaze sweeps the heavens. The forbidden cannot touch me. It is likely that the elder patriarch never anticipated such a pitiful end. So what if the summoning was successful? It was no longer of any concern to him. To witness Lu Chen's death was but a fleeting wish. Go to hell first. The remaining powerful beings of the ancestral land were left in shock at that moment. The ancient altar had indeed successfully summoned something. Yet the elder patriarch was slain by Lu Chen's palm without a hint of hesitation, in a fit of fury. Before they could react, boom. From the blood-red portal of the ancient altar, a tremor suddenly emanated, as if some formidable beast was awakening from an endless distance. The mere act of shifting caused the heavens and earth to tremble. That terrifying aura erupted from the altar, shaking all present. How terrifying! Even the pulsating aura threatened to obliterate this world. The ancient ancestors of the alien races wore expressions of sheer horror, bearing the weight of immense pressure. With resolute determination, they knelt, clasping their hands in supplication, beseeching the forbidden entity to obliterate the Lord of the Abyss. Their fervent cries reverberated throughout the vast expanse, echoing across the realms. Suddenly, the terrifying aura emanating from the blood-red portal surged exponentially, transforming the very void above the altar into a chaotic maelstrom, where two divine lights faintly materialized. Emerging were a pair of eyes, reminiscent of stars suspended in the depths of the cosmos, fixated intently upon this place. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. It was this very pair of eyes that had previously instilled within him a profound sense of peril, now intensified to its zenith. It felt as though every vein, every secret within him was being scrutinized. For the first time in countless eons, Lu Chen experienced such a sensation, and astonishingly. It was merely a gaze, without the entity's true form fully manifesting. Was it a human cultivator or some otherworldly beast? The distinction eluded him. You shall not disturb the alien races. In that fleeting moment, a deep voice resonated from the void, and the chilling eyes, seemingly harnessing the radiance of the sun and moon, swept across the emptiness. Wherever their gaze fell, countless dimensions crumbled, and stars exploded in a cataclysmic display. The eyes, akin to celestial swords, surged forth with unparalleled brilliance from beyond the ages, emerging from the blood-red portal. Instantly, a blood-red tempest swept across the alien lands, suffusing the atmosphere with an aura of death. The remaining elders of the ancestral grounds trembled, collapsing to the ground in fear, their bodies rendered weak. This marked the first time in millions of years that the ancient altar was activated to summon this forbidden existence. The terror was unimaginable. Just a single glance had nearly obliterated their kin, and now, it seemed certain that Lu Chun would meet his demise. Even the entity's true form dared not reveal itself, relying solely on its gaze to attempt to annihilate him. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Lu Chen's blood surged within him, his physique radiating golden light, enveloped in divine brilliance. Even his white hair glimmered, dazzling in its luminosity. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Lu Chun swung his fist, channeling his power as if a volcano were erupting, with lava raging uncontrollably, threatening to rend the heavens asunder while divine thunder roared. Boom! He struck the 2 divine lights with a punch, akin to a cosmic explosion, causing the very heavens to tremble and the void to shatter. The 2 divine lights that had traversed countless star realms were crushed by Lu Chen's fist, obliterated in the emptiness. He blocked it. The powerful beings of the ancestral grounds were left in shock, having presumed Lu Chen's demise was inevitable. Yet, he had not only survived but had shattered those 2 divine lights, leading to a moment of despair that enveloped them, as if they had lost their very progenitor. Could it be that the forbidden entity could not contend with Lu Chun? Indeed, you possess the qualification to provoke my intervention. A profound and resonant voice echoed once more from the far reaches of infinite realms. Enough of this idle chatter. If your true form dares not emerge, then stay hidden. Lu Chun roared, stepping forward, raising his fist to strike the altar. He had no desire to squander time, since the true body did not manifest. He would utterly annihilate the altar. Boom! Just as Lu Chen's fist descended, beams of light erupted from the blood-red portal. Each one condensed with the murderous intent of heaven and earth, exuding an unparalleled aura of destruction. Thunderous roars echoed as they collided with Lu Qin's fist, causing another explosion within the abyss. Remarkably, Lu Qin's fist was halted. His corporeal form was forced back a step by the onslaught of beams. This single step back seemed to ignite hope among the powerful beings of the ancestral land, who erupted in cheers. The forbidden existence was indeed formidable. Its power surpassed that of Lu Qin. This retreat was not merely a step, but a testament to Lu Qin's impending demise. The aura of annihilation. Lu Qin's voice trembled with astonishment as the great Tao was refined into beams of lethal light, indicating a mastery that transcended the Tao itself. Such cultivation surpassed even the strongest of the dust transformation. What realm of existence had this reached? It was unfathomable. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Lu Qin remained in shock, those beams of annihilation surged forth from the blood-red portal once more, numbering in the thousands. Akin to a barrage of arrows piercing the void, coming forth with a tidal wave of ferocity, intent on obliterating Lu Qin completely. Should I falter? Behind me lies the 108th domain, with billions of human souls, leaving no path for retreat. Thus, this step back was the ultimate limit. Lu Qin's voice rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 supreme swords materialized, meeting the skyward onslaught of the Tao's murderous intent, as if 2 armies were exchanging arrows. Bang, bang, bang. Resounding explosions reverberated through heaven and earth, as if countless stars were shattering, and infinite energy sweeping forth, causing the earth to crumble. Only the altar remained, while everything else ceased to exist. The powerful beings of the ancestral land hovered in the air, their faces etched with disbelief. What level of battle was this? It was utterly terrifying. Any casual attack landing upon them would likely be insurmountable. For countless ages, Lu Qin had only 2 pursuits. Aside from guarding the abyss, to forge the sword bones and to master the god burial coffin. Through the relentless passage of time, as the world turned and the sun and moon cycled, one thing remained unchanged, his unwavering heart for sword forging. Thus, the 9 supreme swords represented not only 9 ultimate sword paths, but also Lu Qin's very essence. With my immortal god burial sword body, I shall entomb all celestial beings and demons. Lu Qin roared, his white hair billowing, his form nearly transmuted into light, radiating unmatched sanctity. The power exhibited at this moment transcended the peak of emperors. It was the zenith of imperial might throughout history. Even those who had undergone the 3rd and 4th rebirths of dust transformation would be compelled to kneel. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 unparalleled swords wreaked havoc across the realms, nearly erasing all beams of the Tao in the blink of an eye. The true body does not manifest, and yet seeks to annihilate me with such attacks. This is a delusion that shall be brought to an end. With a decisive cry, Lu Qin merged the 9 swords and launched a fierce assault on the altar. Bang, bang, bang. The altar shattered in an instant, severing communication with the other world. And the blood-red portal abruptly vanished. It was over. The forbidden existence could not slay the powerful beings of the ancestral land, their faces ashen with despair. This outcome was beyond their imagination. The altar, erected billions of years ago, was meant to ensure the survival of the alien race on this fateful day. Yet, when the ancient altar was opened, that forbidden presence was unable to eliminate Lu Qin. All attacks were effortlessly obliterated by him. And even the altar itself could not be preserved. No, the altar had not been completely destroyed. A mighty figure from the ancestral land shouted. For amidst the ruins of the altar, a flicker of crimson light blossomed. The void portal opened once more at that moment. Your cultivation has surprised me. But do you truly believe this is the end? A chilling voice echoed suddenly. Chapter 64. An explosion. The Lord of the Abyss is wounded. For the sake of the living, for my beloved. At the far end of the void portal, a figure emerged, towering like the heavens, unmatched like a deity or demon, crossing the endless star domains. The details of its appearance were obscured by a shroud of chaotic energy, yet as it approached, one could see realms collapsing and countless stars falling. The immense power was unbearable to the heavens and earth, leading to their automatic destruction. How formidable must this being be? Lu Qin could scarcely fathom it. This was undoubtedly the mightiest warrior he had ever encountered, far surpassing the realm of dust transformation. Could it be a titan from the upper realms or an ancient being of the supreme divine race? It seemed unlikely. It appeared as though this being did not originate from the upper realms at all. Lu Qin had no time to ponder further. For as this figure stepped forth from a distant time and space, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, threatening to utterly crush his corporeal form. Boom. The void beneath him trembled violently, fissures spreading in all directions. The aura of danger surged once more intense than before. Without hesitation, Lu Chen summoned the god burial coffin. There was no time for doubt. The oppressive force was far too great. A moment's delay would lead to the shattering of his physical body. Not even the 9 supreme swords could withstand this. Only the god burial coffin would suffice. Buzz once summoned, the god burial coffin emanated an ancient and profound aura. Lu Chen urged it towards the void where the altar resided, intent on obliterating that space entirely. Yet, as he drew near, the coffin found itself unable to advance. Ensnared as if in a quagmire, beset by tremendous pressure, even the god burial coffin could not break through. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This was unprecedented in history. How shocking. This ancestral divine weapon. The invincible figure emitted a sound of astonishment, more surprised than when witnessing Lu Chen wield the 9 supreme swords. Frankly, Lu Chen was unaware of what level of treasure the god burial coffin belonged to. He only knew it exceeded everything he had previously comprehended. The dust transformation's second nirvana expert had once claimed it was a dominion-level treasure. Now another ancestral divine weapon had emerged. In this lower realm, to behold a divine artifact of ancestral lineage is truly astonishing. That invincible figure, after a moment of contemplation, once again regained composure, seemingly unfazed by the occurrence. Boom. As he drew ever closer, the heavens trembled, and even the god burial coffin could not withstand the pressure, retreating while radiating brilliant divine light, its entire power forcibly unleashed. In this moment, Lu Chen's physical form nearly reached its breaking point, with every pore erupting in resplendent radiance. Such strength, it surpassed the imperial realm by an unimaginable magnitude. For the first time in history, he felt the essence of death looming. He opened his mouth, unable to suppress the flow of blood, his insides churning like a volcano. The Lord of the Abyss was injured, for the first time in millions of years. Having traversed countless battles, treading upon the corpses of myriad foes, he was now compelled to cough up blood under such suppression. Another resounding blast echoed as his arm's meridians ruptured, blood splattering forth, illuminating the surroundings with celestial brilliance. More blood vessels shattered in succession, and Lu Chen was engulfed in a torrent of blood. It was not that the god burial coffin was weak, but rather that his cultivation could no longer endure this strain. It is no exaggeration to state that had the elder he previously vanquished, the one who had reached the second stage of dust transformation, been present, he would scarcely have lasted 3 breaths before exploding into oblivion, his soul extinguished. Such power was beyond the ordinary. A mere silhouette had crossed into his realm, leaving him unable to discern its true form. He, the illustrious Lord of the Abyss, a being of formidable might, who had annihilated 10 emperors in a single day and slain 4 formidable dust transformation experts from the upper realms, was now utterly suppressed. Blood erupting from his body. If those who had perished at Lu Chen's hands were to witness this, they would be utterly astonished. The once invincible Lord of the Abyss had sustained injuries. At this moment, within the heavenly Phoenix Empire, Luo Xian had returned to the Peach Blossom Land with her child, Chu Jian, in safety. Mother, when will father return? Chu Jian inquired, gnawing on a candied hawthorn, his little mouth smeared with syrup. Soon, Luo Xian replied, but before she could finish, her heart suddenly trembled violently. Simultaneously, an ominous feeling coursed through her being. Why is my heart trembling? Could it be that Lu Chen is in danger? Thump, thump, thump. Her heart quaked even more fiercely, racing as if a beloved one were facing a mortal threat. With Chu Jian nearby, who else could invoke such worry? Only Lu Chen. This is bad. Something must have happened, she exclaimed anxiously. Old Zhu, I must go to the other realm. Lu Chen may be in peril. Please look after the child. Miss Xian, do not act rashly. Yu Jinhong hurriedly interjected. Senior Lu Chen is the Lord of the Abyss, an unparalleled figure who has withstood the threats of the other races for eons. Now that his cultivation has ascended further, how could the other races pose a threat to him? Furthermore, he has eradicated the 10 ancient emperors of the other races in a single day. They surely lack formidable experts to challenge him now. No, my instincts are infallible. There is no mistake. Lu Chen is undoubtedly in trouble. Luo Xian vehemently shook her head. Her thoughts consumed solely by Lu Chen. After enduring countless tribulations and recently facing the dire crisis of annihilation, she could not bear the thought of Lu Chen encountering even the slightest danger. Young Miss Xian, the journey to the land of the other tribes is perilously distant. Given your current cultivation, it would be challenging to reach there. Perhaps we should wait a while longer. I can promptly contact my superiors to inquire about the situation. What do you think? Zhu Jinhong promptly suggested. Please be swift. Luo Xian replied urgently, her heart restless. Very well, I shall take care of it at once. Do not wander off. Should anything happen, I would be unable to bear the consequences. Zhu Jinhong expressed his concerns as he began to reach out to his higher-ups. At this moment, Lu Chen, too, was flooded with thoughts of the mother and daughter. Xian, during our first encounter, you were still waiting for me. I cannot perish here. The other tribes have not been entirely eradicated. I must survive. Absolutely not. A thunderous roar erupted from him as he propelled his cultivation to its zenith, his blood surging with fervent intensity. In this instant, he could not afford to ponder further, even if it meant igniting his very essence. He must withstand the onslaught of his adversaries and eradicate the other tribes, all for the sake of eternal peace for humanity and the safety of the world. Most importantly, for the two individuals he cherished above all. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered in all directions, and the ancient elders of the ancestral land spewed blood, nearly shattering their bodies. Their astonished gazes were fixed upon Lu Chen, who, despite being on the brink of suppression, unleashed such formidable might. It was unfathomable. If he survived this day, the future would behold an even more terrifying Lu Chen. With a resounding crash, as Lu Chen disregarded the burning of his bloodline, the heavens trembled, and he grasped the god burial coffin, finally breaking free from the shackles of oppression, and hurled it into the void. It was akin to the creation of the universe. Boom. The void exploded, cascading through the time-space passage until it reached the feet of that terrifying entity. Its figure wavered at this moment, becoming somewhat indistinct. Not an ancestral divine weapon. Could it be an indestructible artifact from the primordial era? The imposing figure's voice turned chillingly alarmed. Chapter 65. I shall subdue him. The elder of Tianyuan materialized, his combat prowess at its peak. Indestructible from the primordial era. Just these few words resonated like a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the very core of existence. Artifacts of this caliber have been exceedingly rare throughout history. Even the mere appearance of one could incite upheaval across realms, unleashing torrents of bloodshed. Their might surpassed that of the cultivation world, compelling even the most formidable beings of ages past to yield. Even with his esteemed status, the awe he expressed reveals just how fearsome these primordial artifacts truly are. Yet, relying solely on this artifact will not be enough to vanquish me, the figure suddenly proclaimed, extending a colossal hand that obscured the sun and pressed forcefully into the void. Rumble. A tempestuous force surged forth, sending the god burial coffin hurtling away. Lu Chen again coughed up blood, retreating several hundred feet. Suppression. That unparalleled figure spared no opportunity and advanced once more, with an even more ferocious aura than before. Was today truly the day he was to perish here? Lu Chen's pupils constricted. No. Ji Jian and Zi Yin were awaiting his return. He absolutely could not die. With a fierce grip, he seized the divine burial coffin, merging his essence with it in an instant. This fusion, known as the merging of paths, involved intertwining his profound understanding of the Great Way with the intricate runes inscribed upon the divine burial coffin. By doing so, he would not only harness the full extent of the coffin's might but also, and perhaps more critically, forcibly unseal the final vestige of primal power contained within. This primal force had eluded his grasp, rendering the coffin's absolute prowess unrealized. He vividly recalled the words of that old coot from Tianyuan, who had stated that mastering the divine burial coffin equated to grasping eternity. If that were the case, then surely he could withstand that terrifying figure. Yet, the price to be paid was nothing less than all of Lu Chen's cultivation. Unlike the previous occasion where he relinquished his power to suppress the coffin, this time, he would allow the divine burial coffin to consume all of his strength, returning him to a state of nothingness. The consequences of such an act would transform him from the Lord of Tianyuan into an utterly powerless mortal, a stark contrast to his earlier return to the Tianwang Empire. But now, this was the sole path available. There was no other choice. Divine burial coffin, consume all my power. Lu Chen cried defiantly, radiant with light. There was no need for sacrifice. He would quell it himself. Just then, from beyond the void, a resonant voice echoed. Boom. Lu Chen shuddered upon hearing that voice. He instantly recognized its source. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the void was torn asunder, revealing an ethereal figure. It was an elderly man, enveloped in a shimmering aura. Though slender, he exuded an overwhelming presence. Old man, you've finally chosen to reveal yourself, Lu Chen exclaimed with excitement. The newcomer was none other than the elder of Tianyuan. Since his entry into Tianyuan, he had not witnessed the elder's true form for countless eons, having only communicated through voice. In truth, he didn't even know the elder's name, origin, or past. All he understood was that with Tianyuan, the elder existed, intertwined in their shared fate. This was the first time the elder had departed from Tianyuan to manifest his true self. In my lifetime, you are my sole disciple. How could I bear to see you perish? Upon uttering these words, the elder of Tianyuan stepped into the residual power of the altar, vanishing into the portal in an instant, traversing the temporal passage. You have overstepped your bounds. The elder of Tianyuan unleashed a formidable punch, a force of nature surging forth to confront the invincible figure. You dare to impede me, even as a mere apparition? The invincible figure scoffed, retaliating with an open palm directed at the elder's fist. In that moment, a breathtaking clash unfolded within the temporal tunnel, akin to two celestial bodies colliding with tremendous force. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that obliterated countless star realms, ultimately shattering the temporal passage. Only a gasp of astonishment could be heard. In this inferior world, how could there exist a being of your caliber? No, it is simply unfathomable. The forbidden entity summoned here has lost half of its form under this strike, growing increasingly dim, on the verge of vanishing. Do you believe the human race is without its champions? The Elder of the Abyss spoke coldly, once again wielding overwhelming power as he struck a fist towards the remnants of his opponent. A thunderous roar erupted, shattering the space-time tunnel and utterly destroying the altar. All runic energies and crimson light dissipated into nothingness. Lu Qin, relying on the god burial coffin, managed to withstand the force of the shockwave. However, the powerful beings from the ancestral lands were far less fortunate. Their physical forms could not withstand the onslaught and were crushed in an instant, leaving no cries of agony behind. The might displayed was truly formidable, infinitely more potent than the previous strike delivered through the god burial coffin. This old man has concealed his strength well, Lu Chun marveled internally, though his visage bore no trace of joy. The terrifying entity discerned that the Elder of the Abyss was not a true corporeal form, but rather an ephemeral shadow, indicating that something was amiss. Yet at this moment, the chaos of battle was obscured. The space-time passage lay in ruins, leaving only the cacophony of explosive sounds in its wake, signifying that the monumental clash was ongoing. Various celestial glows and chaotic remnants of combat radiated from several star domains away, shattering the heavens, even fracturing the lands of foreign races in this instant. This realm is on the brink of destruction. Lu Qin's heart surged with tumult. What cultivation level do these ancient beings possess? It is truly terrifying. You, such entities, should not meddle with the human race, nor should you personally intervene. Retreat at once. Before long, the voice of the Elder of the Abyss echoed forth. Instantly, all sounds faded into silence. Lu Qin understood that victory must belong to the Elder. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure stepped forth from the chaotic void. It was none other than the Elder of the Abyss. Yet he appeared exceedingly dim, his white hair billowing, visage aged and weathered, eyes etched with the passage of time, his form lacking the earlier grandeur. He seemed somewhat stooped, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish. Clearly, even in withstanding his opponent, it had come at a great cost. Master! Lu Qin rushed forward, concern etched upon his face. The Elder raised a hand to halt Lu Qin. Do not fret, I am not yet dead. However, this manifestation of my soul will not endure for long. There are matters I need to impart to you. Listen attentively. You have successfully condensed the ninth sword bone, far exceeding my expectations. Today, you have also succeeded in annihilating the foreign race, and for that, I am gratified. A task millennia in the making has finally reached completion. Yet, this is not the end. The foreign race is merely a pawn. A far more powerful presence lurks behind, now roused. I can only temporarily hold them at bay. I cannot deter them for long. When they return, it will spell catastrophe for the entire human race. If by then I have not yet recovered, I shall still need to rely on you. The burial coffin of the gods is no ordinary object. Not only must you master it completely, but you must also locate the 12 epic imprints to restore it fully, transforming it into a flawless treasure. Having conveyed this, the figure began to fade away. Wait. Could the existence behind the alien races be a force from the upper realm? Why would individuals from the upper realm protect the alien races? Lu Qin swiftly inquired, his face a mask of urgency. He was beset with numerous doubts and could only focus on the key questions. Chapter 66, The Fall of the Alien Races. A terrifying ancient secret. Does the upper realm still dare to come? Seeking death? No, they are even more formidable than the upper realm. The reason they protect the alien races is that the human race has long been betrayed by the upper realm. Betrayed by the upper realm? Lu Chun was astounded. Why would the upper realm do such a thing? What could their true intentions be? For their own interests. Lu Chun, remember, You must absolutely avoid the upper realm at all costs. Just as the elder of Tianyuan finished his instructions, he suddenly sensed something. Return to the Tianhuang Empire at once. With that final command, he vanished completely. Lu Qin could hardly ponder further. The last sentence left him in stunned silence. Return to the Tianhuang Empire? Why? Almost in an instant, he sensed something ominous. Individuals from the upper realm were descending upon the dreaming spirit domain. It must be those slain divine beings. How utterly despicable. As entities of the upper realm, they have disregarded the lives of the human race for countless millennia, and now they seek to strike at us. Ignoring his injuries, Lu Qin soared into the sky. Before departing, he brought down the burial coffin of the gods with a mighty crash. Boom. The entire domain of the alien races, already riddled with countless fissures due to the battle between the elder of Tianyuan and the enemy, was utterly shattered under the weight of the coffin, causing an explosion across millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, the alien races were completely obliterated. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qin, bearing the burial coffin, hastily returned to the Tianhuang Empire. At that very moment, beyond the lower realms, a throng of cultivators was descending with great fervor. The time and space divine race, the primordial divine race, the floating pagoda realm, the Xiantian realm, a total of 5 upper realms, 10 divine races. All had dispatched their emissaries. The upper realm cultivators slain by Lu Qin among the alien races hailed from these very factions. Upon receiving the news, they were incensed. How could the illustrious upper realm, which stands above all beings, be slain by those from the lower realms? It was akin to a thunderous explosion, igniting fury across the great powers. This must be related to that person who embodies the Bodhi. Thus, they gathered thousands of formidable experts, forcefully descending upon the Tianhuang Empire. A mere human domain dared to slay so many powerful beings from the upper realm? There was no need to spare it. It must be eradicated. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qin was racing back from the alien realms, tearing through space after space, utterly disregarding his own injuries. You treacherous scoundrels of the upper realm. Should harm befall my wife and daughter, no matter how formidable you may be, I shall surely upend you and trample you beneath my feet. Yet, even in my haste, I am no match for the speed of those from the upper realm. They arrived at the heavenly Phoenix Empire in the blink of an eye. As thousands of powerful cultivators descended upon this idyllic paradise, Luo Zian, upon their first encounter, was rendered utterly astonished alongside Zhu Jinhong. The aura these individuals emanated was overwhelmingly terrifying, nearly compelling them to kneel. Even the well-traveled Zhu Jinhong had never witnessed such a formidable presence, akin to that of a celestial sovereign. Their feathered garments radiated an ethereal brilliance, dazzling to behold. Are you beings of an alien race? Upon seeing them, a wave of despair washed over Luo Zian. The only reason for their presence here could only be an alien threat, for Lu Qin was indeed on a mission to eradicate such beings. Did this not imply that his endeavor had faltered? The thought of Lu Qin sent a chill through her, leaving her pallid. What alien race? We hail from the noble upper realm. A venerable elder of the temporal divine clan proclaimed, his aura chillingly fierce. They had suffered devastating losses. A mighty being of the second nirvana had perished, igniting a tempest within their clan, compelling him to lead an expedition to ascertain the cause, regardless of the consequences. As for the perpetrator, they had scarcely given it a moment's thought. Who, pray tell, within a lower realm possesses the strength to annihilate a being of such caliber? Let alone a superlative powerhouse undergoing their second nirvana. Thus, there must be another explanation. The upper realm? Not an alien race? Luo Zian was taken aback. If that were the case, did it not imply that Lu Qin was unharmed? A flicker of relief washed over her. Yet what was this upper realm? A place she had never even heard of. What brings you here? We have come in pursuit of the essence of enlightenment. Once, someone cultivated here, transforming their heart into Bodhi, extending beyond the heavens. Who was that individual? Where might they be? The elder of the temporal clan interrogated. Still seeking Lu Qin? Luo Zian's heart, which had just settled, was once again suspended in turmoil. Regardless of any ties to the alien race, these individuals bore ill intent and must not be divulged a single detail. I know not of the person you speak of. You must have mistaken your location. Do not lie. In an instant, the elder of the temporal divine clan unleashed a violent aura. Thud. Luo Zian was instantaneously suppressed to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. This individual was of the second nirvana. Even a mere flicker of their power could bring about her demise, leaving her utterly unable to resist. Miss Zian, Zhu Jinhong hastily approached. Do not overstep your bounds, beings of the upper realm. Stand back. The elder of the temporal clan bellowed. sending Zhu Jinhong hurtling through the air to crash violently to the ground. His already battered body sustained further grievous injury, nearly claiming his life. "I am backed by the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. I implore you to show some consideration," he struggled to articulate. The Star Sea Merchant Alliance is of no consequence. The elder of the Temporal Divine Clan dismissed him entirely. The Star Sea Merchant Alliance was indeed the largest commercial organization within the Star Domain. Yet they hail from the Upper Realms Divine Clan. Sparing Zhu Jinhong was already a gesture of clemency. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Speak. Who is that person? Where are they?" The elder of the Temporal Divine Clan pressed. "I do not know." Luo Xian adamantly refused to divulge. "These individuals are overwhelmingly formidable, instilling a sense of dread far superior to that of the 10 sovereigns of alien races. Let them perish." The elder of the Temporal Divine Clan unleashed a surge of energy, directing a beam towards Luo Xian. "Do not harm my mother." Chu Jian rushed forward, fiercely shielding Luo Xian. In the blink of an eye, the lethal beam surged forth. "Chu Jian!" Luo Xian exclaimed in alarm, promptly activating the Eternal Green Lotus technique. With a whoosh, the essence of the sun and moon manifested around her, weaving a chaotic space. Within this chaos, a green lotus emerged, stretching towards the heavens and casting a hazy radiance. As the beam approached, it was instantaneously thwarted by this chaotic realm. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, the void imploding as the chaotic world was obliterated. And the green lotus vanished without a trace. Luo Xian spat blood, her body hurtling away, barely clinging to life. Thankfully, the Eternal Green Lotus technique had provided some measure of protection, otherwise, she would have perished. An Imperial-level technique. The elder of the Temporal Divine Clan expressed astonishment. The other celestial cultivators present also displayed expressions of surprise. An Imperial-level technique is an exceptionally powerful method, one that is not easily possessed by any cultivator in the higher realms. Some cultivators who had yet to reach the dust transformation realm revealed a fervent gleam in their eyes. This is no ordinary Imperial-level technique. The chaotic green lotus appears to be immensely powerful. Dare you claim ignorance? Otherwise, from whence did you acquire such an Imperial-level technique? I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you fail to comply, I will eliminate all of you." The elder of the Temporal Divine Clan threatened with ruthless intent. "You wicked beings shall not harm my mother." Chu Jian gritted her teeth, her eyes suddenly ablaze with a crimson hue, an aura of destruction emanating from her. The seal laid by Lu Qin was being forcefully unraveled by her overwhelming fury. The heavenly phoenix Divine Eye is on the verge of awakening once more. Chapter 67. An Ancient Celestial Spectre. What is happening with this child? How can she exude such a terrifying aura? The celestial cultivators present were all taken aback. What is there to fear? A mere child from the lower realms cannot possibly defy the heavens. The elder of the Temporal Divine Clan scoffed. With a roar, he raised his massive hand, crashing down towards Chu Jian like a mountain, his aura overwhelming. "Do not harm my daughter," Luo Xian cried out, summoning every ounce of strength to rush forward, her body drenched in blood and grievously wounded. In her desperate maternal instinct, she could think of nothing but Chu Jian. Boom! Yet before she could draw near, the elder of the Temporal Divine Clan sent her flying with a mere wave of his imposing aura. Akin to a thunderous strike from the heavens, Luo Xian crashed to the ground, her bones shattering, nearly losing consciousness. Despite the dire circumstances, she persisted, relying solely on her will, struggling to crawl with her hands pressed against the earth. The inhabitants of the higher realms observed with indifference in their eyes. The lives of those from the lower realms were no more than insects, utterly inconsequential. Moreover, they have suffered the loss of numerous formidable beings. Even if they were to annihilate the entire lower realm, it would be an insurmountable loss. I implored, "Do not harm my mother." At that moment, Chu Jian suddenly let out a piercing scream. Boom! Within her, a thunderous roar erupted, as the absorbed power of the divine phoenix, combined with the sealed might of the divine eye, surged forth like a torrential flood, tearing apart the seals laid by Lu Qin, and burst forth from her eyes. With a whoosh, two beams of crimson light erupted, akin to unparalleled swords, soaring towards the heavens. The elder of the Time and Space Divine Clan was utterly astonished by this force. He was still reeling from the shock when, with a piercing sound, the hand that was suppressing in the void was suddenly pierced by the crimson light. "Ah!" He screamed in agony, hastily retracting his hand, revealing a gory wound in his palm, as if pierced by a sharp weapon, blood dripping profusely. "I can't believe I was pierced through the palm by a mere girl from the lower realm." His tone was filled with horror, disbelief etched across his face. The others gasped in shock. She was a formidable being of the dust transformation stage. In the entire lower realm of humanity, she was an invincible presence. Yet she had managed to pierce his palm. And she was merely a child. No one could harm my mother. At that moment, Chujin gritted her teeth. An infinite power erupting from her eyes as two beams of crimson light shot skyward, shattering the vast expanse of the heavens. In an instant, thunder roared, dark clouds billowed. And the wind howled. The entire realm seemed on the brink of destruction. What is happening? Across the entire Tianhuang continent, countless people looked up in horror, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Hadn't the invasion of foreign tribes already been quelled? Why was there such a tremendous disturbance? Outside the realm of humanity, Lu Chun was furiously tearing apart the fabric of space to return. At that moment, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Tianhuang Empire, his face was etched with shock. It's the power of the Divine Eye. Chujian has awakened the Tianhuang Divine Eye once again. When I was in the Imperial City, I had resealed it. Under normal circumstances, with Chujin's abilities, she would be unable to awaken it. This must be the doing of those beings from the upper realms. Those scoundrels. Lu Chun was filled with rage. Chujin was entirely unable to control the Tianhuang Divine Eye, and if left unchecked, the consequences would be dire. Whether in the Imperial City or at the Tianlang sect, during her first awakening, he had been present and managed to control it immediately. Now, he was not by her side. If anything were to happen to her, I will ascend to the heavens and annihilate your stronghold. Boom. Lu Chun propelled himself to his utmost speed, racing towards the Tianhuang Empire. In a realm beyond the ordinary, all the cultivators from the upper realms were left astounded by the phenomenon caused by Chujin. It seems to be the Tianhuang Divine Eye. The elder of the Time and Space Divine Clan exclaimed. What? The Tianhuang Divine Eye? Upon hearing these four words, everyone present was filled with awe. The Tianhuang Divine Eye, throughout history, is one of the most extraordinary constitutions. The Divine Eye body, without need for further inquiry, is unparalleled, unmatched by any other. It is rumored that the Divine Pupil, a manifestation of an ancient divine phoenix born at the dawn of chaos, possesses the extraordinary ability to penetrate the void and perceive the very essence of the cosmos. From the primordial era to the present day, such a constitution has not emerged again. How astonishing it is to encounter it in the mortal realm. As the heavenly phoenix's divine pupil opens, the heavens themselves may be annihilated. Beware, the ancestral elder of the Time and Space Divine Clan exclaimed. Yet, it was too late. The initial gaze shifted, and crimson beams swept towards the beings of the upper realm, as if the power of the celestial path were descending. In that instant, a multitude of cultivators were struck, suffering grievous injuries, while those of lesser cultivation found themselves severed in twain, exploding into fragments upon the ground. Quickly, kill her, someone shouted in fury. Instantly, they all surged forward, charging towards the initial gaze. However, at that moment, their bodies abruptly halted. What was it that drew their eyes? All gazes fixated intently upon Lu Chujin. Behind her, a hazy silhouette materialized, exuding an aura of immeasurable antiquity, instilling within them an overwhelming urge to bow in reverence. How could such a phantasm manifest? What could it possibly be? The ancestral elder of the Time and Space Divine Clan suddenly spoke. An ancient immortal? The utterance of those three words caused the onlookers to gasp in shock, their scalps tingling. An ancient immortal. This not only represented a realm, but also indicated a unique existence. Beneath the imperial realm, there exists the immortal realm. Yet this form of immortality is leagues apart from the true ancient immortals. The so-called ancient immortals were a group of individuals from the distant primordial age who, having endured countless eons without succumbing, broke all shackles and forged their own extraordinary paths amidst dire adversity. Within the flourishing cultivation system, they explored a realm shrouded in mystery. It was only during that epoch that a select few attained such heights. Due to their extraordinary and enigmatic nature, no ancient immortal has appeared in subsequent generations. At this moment, the silhouette of an ancient immortal astonishingly manifested upon this young girl. It was almost beyond belief. Could it be a mistake? How could a mere girl from the lower realm be connected to an ancient immortal? Some pondered, for it was too inconceivable. I once had the fortune to glimpse the remnant of an ancient immortal. The sensation it evoked and the aura it emanated were strikingly similar to this phantasm. The elder of the Time and Space Divine Clan spoke, his tone grave, though it was not the true body of an ancient immortal. Any connection to such an existence was terrifying enough, for the means wielded by ancient immortals are unfathomably formidable. They inherently belong to the primordial era. Having explored the limits of their power and cultivation, and even a trace of their presence could obliterate several sovereign powers. Truly terrifying. Impossible. She, a being of the lower realm, has no connection to an ancient immortal. Some remain skeptical. A powerful figure from the primordial divine clan, also possessing the cultivation of transformation, suddenly summoned a sharp sword, an imperial weapon of the highest order, and launched it towards Lu Chujin from the sky. Though he professed disbelief, he remained cautious, unwilling to approach directly, instead opting to strike from a distance with the imperial sword. Chapter 68. You old dogs, not a single one shall escape. Perish here. No. Luo Zian cried out in alarm, terrified that Chujin would be slain. She was so young, merely a 4-year-old child. How could she possibly withstand the might of these beings from the upper realm, even with the heavenly phoenix divine eyes? Yet, at that moment, as the imperial sword approached Chujin with unstoppable force, Chujin swept her gaze across, unleashing 2 beams of blood light that collided with the imperial sword in an instant. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, causing the imperial sword to tremble. Such was the power of the heavenly phoenix divine eyes. It was astonishing. The elder of the primordial divine clan was utterly astonished. This was merely a child. What terror would she unleash once she matured and fully harnessed the heavenly phoenix divine eyes? The thought was beyond comprehension. Though the imperial sword quaked violently, it remained under the oppressive force, causing the 2 beams of bloodlight to shatter. Immediately, the sword lunged towards Chujin. In the blink of an eye, that mysterious shadow suddenly turned, as if a pair of eyes merged with the heavenly phoenix divine eyes. Under its illumination, it felt as though the power of the heavenly Tao was crushing down. Crack! The imperial sword shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into powder, scattering with the wind. Heavens! The supreme imperial weapon has been destroyed. People gasped in astonishment. In the upper realm, while not the strongest existence, a supreme imperial weapon was a treasure forged only by those of the imperial realm. Even the most formidable beings required it, and its destructive power was greater than that wielded by an imperial-level expert. Yet, it had been reduced to dust. All of this was due to that shadow. It truly was an ancient immortal. Now, everyone believed, their faces pale and bodies trembling. The term ancient immortal held immense power. None could remain unafraid. Could it be that this was the reincarnation of an ancient immortal? Is that why the heavenly phoenix divine eyes emerged in the lower realm? The thought sent chills down their spines. Were they truly attempting to kill a reincarnated ancient immortal? Good heavens, they had lost their minds. At that moment, the beings from the upper realm suddenly received a simultaneous transmission. The alien race has been obliterated, the domain shattered, and all perished, never to exist again. Boom. Upon receiving this news, they trembled even further. The alien race held significant meaning for the upper realm, and the fact that even they had been annihilated was unfathomable. Could all of this be connected to that little girl? Was even the heart transformation Bodhi connected to her? Hiss! At this thought, a chill enveloped them. There would be no vengeance. If they did not flee quickly, they would meet their demise. Whoosh! In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the outer domain. Luo Zian and Zhu Jinhong were momentarily stunned. Were these beings from the upper realm simply departing? No one shall escape. Perish here. But just then, a furious roar surged from the heavens, like thunder erupting. It was Lu Chen. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Zian's face lit up with excitement. Lu Chen is alive. What a joyous revelation. In a heartbeat, an unparalleled figure tore through the fabric of space, appearing before all, clad in a flowing azure robe. With hair as white as snow, he resembled an otherworldly deity. Yet, the aura he exuded was sharp and menacing, brimming with lethal intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen unleashed a powerful punch, plunging directly into the fray. The denizens of the upper realms quickly mobilized to defend themselves. A cacophony of thunderous clashes erupted in the sky. With a single blow, he repelled thousands of upper realm cultivators, many of whom perished instantly, their souls obliterated. The remaining survivors were left in sheer terror. What manner of prodigy is this? A figure who could rend space and force them all back, including the mighty transformation dust cultivators. Over 100 fell before him, mercilessly crushed in the chaos. Who are you? Barked an elder from the Time and Space Divine Clan. I am the one you seek for vengeance. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. I am the one who slaughtered your kin from the upper realm. The one who annihilated your enemies. You dare to come after my wife and daughter? You deserve to perish. Lu Chen roared, his injuries notwithstanding, his fighting spirit unwavering. Had they struck a nerve? You were the one who killed our kin? The one who vanquished our foes? The crowd was thrown into disarray, realizing they had pursued the wrong target. Not that girl, the one of heart transformation Bodhi, but me, their father. Lu Chun had already surveyed the battlefield with his divine sense, his gaze falling upon the injured Zi Yin and the tear-streaked visage of Chu Jian, pushing him to the brink of fury. Great desolate devouring sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 supreme swords soared into the air, hurtling towards the assembly of upper realm beings with ferocity. Lu Chun knew them well, though thousands had come. Only 15 had attained the transformation dust realm. Curiously, all 15 were at the first stage of transformation dust, none having reached the second stage of nirvana. As if some unseen force was at play. However, Lu Chun was beyond such considerations. His singular aim was to eradicate them all. Heavens! 9 sword paths. The upper realm cultivators gasped in horror. They had witnessed mastery of a single sword path, but to command 9? Such a being was unprecedented. Before they could even react, many were pierced through their flesh by the onslaught of the 9 supreme swords. Yet this was merely the beginning. Lu Chun unleashed all the sword energy he had absorbed over the years. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An endless torrent of sword energy cascaded down like a celestial river, weaving through the skies. Just this sight alone was enough to astound the world. The thousands of upper realm beings were paralyzed with fear. Who is this person? To be so terrifying? Only those at the transformation dust level could withstand the assault. The rest were utterly defenseless. Even the Emperor-level cultivators found themselves unable to contend. Though Lu Chun too was at the Emperor level, he had transcended the limits of power, and in terms of combat prowess, he stood unrivaled. Relying solely on the Ta Huang devouring sword technique is insufficient. Thus, Lu Chun summoned the god-burying coffin, striking fiercely into the void. With a resounding crash, a powerful figure of the dust transformation realm was instantly obliterated, their essence and corporeal form devoured by the coffin. Cease this slaughter. We all hail from the upper realm. If you continue, you shall invite calamity upon your human race. The human race has been threatened for countless millennia. With my presence, who dares to extinguish us? Lu Chun replied with unwavering resolve. You dare to wield the annihilation of the human race as a threat? You wretched beings. Do you not comprehend how your comrades fell before? For they were equally foolish. Lu Chun plunged into the fray. The 6 paths reincarnation fist. He seized a dust transformation adept and delivered a devastating blow. Boom. The adversary's body shattered, meeting instant demise. The massacre persisted. He declared that on this day, they would be slain in droves. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, among the great divine clans and independent domains, the atmosphere was charged. Boom, boom, boom. The life imprints exploded, each representing those who ventured to the lower realm. The shattering of these life marks signified death, while the demise of others was inconsequential. Even the life imprints of the dust transformation experts shattered one after another. How could this be? From the time and space divine clan to the primordial divine clan and beyond, all major domains erupted in turmoil. In that desolate lower realm, someone was engaged in the frenzied slaughter of dust transformation experts. Chapter 69. Remember this. I am Lu Chun. I will eventually cleanse your kind. No, this cannot be real. From any perspective, it is impossible to demonstrate that someone from the lower realm could slay an adept from the upper realm, especially one of the dust transformation practitioners, beings transcending the Emperor realm, who undergo multiple rebirths to forge their true selves, existing above the heavens in invincibility. Since the era of the fallen emperor, the lower realm has not produced a single emperor. How could anyone possibly slay a dust transformation expert? Yet the grim reality unfolded. All the elites dispatched from the upper realm were being relentlessly slaughtered. No, there remains one life imprint. The dust transformation expert from the floating pagoda realm still exists. There may yet be hope. However, at that moment in the Tianhuang Empire, Lu Chun was employing the god-burying coffin to subdue this dust transformation expert from the floating pagoda realm. You have already slain many. If you kill me as well, enough of your prattle. Lu Chun activated the god-burying coffin, unleashing unmatched power. The individual S-bones shattered, their meridians torn asunder, and blood gushed forth. Quickly, tell me why higher-level beings were not dispatched. The upper realm undeniably possesses many powerful adepts. Given the slaughter of those in the second stage of dust transformation, it is illogical that no stronger cultivators were sent. I will speak. I will speak. The dust transformation expert, thoroughly intimidated, chose to submit and divulge everything. In the ancient era, the upper realm surprisingly entered into a treaty with the powerful beings of the human race, prohibiting any interference in the affairs of the lower realm. Lu Chun was utterly astonished, as he had never anticipated such a historical fact. The human race once enjoyed a magnificent epoch. birthing several peak powerhouses capable of conversing with the upper realm. Thus, the recent dispatch of emissaries from the upper realm constituted a clear violation of this covenant. How dare you? Following the ancient times, the fall of human powerhouses rendered the emergence of even a single emperor-level figure exceedingly rare, marking the era of decline. To this day, no formidable beings have arisen, which explains the upper realm's decision to send emissaries, ostensibly to test the waters. However, it was unexpected that the first wave of arrivals met with complete annihilation, leaving the various factions in a state of uncertainty, only daring to send us to investigate the cause without resorting to open conflict. The elder from the floating pagoda realm, a being of transformation, candidly shared everything he knew with Lu Chun. It became clear to Lu Chun that, from his previous explorations of memories, he had learned of the decline of the emperor era, where the emperors of the human race perished en masse, leading to an absence of breakthroughs into the emperor realm. He was the only one in billions of years to have forcefully ascended to the emperor realm from the current age of decline, thus earning the title of the foremost emperor of the human race. As for the reasons behind the fall of those emperors during the decline era, no one knows the cause. It seemed as if they had been afflicted by a curse, leading to their simultaneous extinction, severing the path of cultivation for the human race as if a chasm had suddenly appeared. The secrets surrounding these matters remained elusive, as the memories gleaned from the fallen transformation elder did not offer any answers. The current powerful being from the floating pagoda realm was equally unable to elucidate the situation. It was a chapter of history shrouded in dust, fraught with uncertainties, the truth forever beyond reach. At present, Lu Chun had no time for contemplation. Seizing this information, he unleashed the god burial coffin in an instant. No! The floating pagoda elder exclaimed in alarm. With a swift motion, Lu Chun crushed the flesh, devouring the boundless essence of blood and flesh with the god burial coffin. Simultaneously, a life mark from the floating pagoda realm shattered. The last of the transformation powerhouses met his demise. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, faces etched with shock. Initially, there had been hope that as long as someone survived, it would signify the resolution of their adversaries. Yet now, all 15 transformation powerhouses from various factions lay dead. Who could have perpetrated such an act? Fury erupted among the crowd. The various factions unleashed their murderous intent. Activate the time-space mirror. A voice from the time-space divine clan cried out. In an instant, an ancient, weathered copper mirror was brought forth to the magnificent temple of the time-space divine clan. This was a sovereign-level artifact, a secret weapon kept under wraps for countless years, rarely employed. Yet today, it was to confront a being from the lower realm. Nevertheless, it was the only recourse left. After 2 successive waves of personnel had faced near annihilation, a total of 19 transformation powerhouses had fallen. From the ancient times to the present, this marks the most devastating loss in history, shattering the tranquility of the upper realm. Bound by the ancient contracts, they could conceive of no alternatives, leaving no one daring to send emissaries, all filled with trepidation. The time-space divine clan, forced by circumstances, had no choice but to employ the time-space mirror. Regardless of the reasons, the mirror would reveal the truth. Numerous unparalleled powerhouses present simultaneously activated the time-space mirror, its ancient surface erupting with brilliant divine light, akin to a blazing sun, illuminating the heavens. This exemplifies the might of a sovereign-level artifact, once invoked. The very heavens and earth tremble, with a radius of 100,000 miles succumbing to its intimidation. The time-space divine clan has resorted to utilizing the time-space mirror. All the great divine clans and forces took heed, their excitement palpable. Who could have committed such an act, and what connection might it have to the ancient contracts? The time-space mirror would soon unveil the answers. Within the time-space divine hall, under the control of several mighty beings, the radiance of the time-space mirror grew ever more resplendent. Aiming towards the lower realm, it swiftly penetrated countless dimensions, revealing a scene. It was Lu Chun, ruthlessly annihilating the remaining inhabitants of the upper realm. To everyone's astonishment, it was a youth, not an ancient figure, but rather someone so young, yet with snow-white hair, as if he had endured endless ages. Could he truly be an immortal entity from the ancient times? A chill ran down everyone's spine. They must not be killed. With no time for contemplation, they needed to speak up immediately, as some still lived. Confronted by the ethereal voice, Lu Chun knew instinctively that it was the upper realm's people employing some means. Those who dared to come to the lower realm to besiege my wife and daughter shall face merciless retribution. With a powerful declaration, Lu Chun unleashed his might. In an instant, he slaughtered everyone. Who are you? The time-space divine clan's members were enraged. They had issued warnings, yet the other party paid them no heed. showing them no respect. Under their watch, he exterminated thousands. This was akin to wiping the floor with their dignity. What nobility of the upper realm! In Luchen's eyes was nothing but a farce. Those who provoke me shall be annihilated without exception. At that moment, Luchen suddenly lifted his gaze towards the firmament, his cold, piercing eyes resembling a sharp sword, penetrating the void, locking onto the time-space divine clan. At this instant, the members of the time-space divine clan, upon witnessing the figure on the ancient mirror and those penetrating eyes, could not help but shudder. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent pierced through their very souls. Just then, Luchen took a step forward, wielding the god burial coffin, and forcefully struck it towards the sky. It seemed he had detected our presence. The time-space divine clan was utterly astonished, although the voice had already revealed their upper realm identity. Discovering the position of the time-space mirror was an entirely different matter. In almost an instant, the god burial coffin, bearing a devastating momentum, descended upon the heavens. Thunderous roars resonated. Like a meteorite crashing down with formidable force, it surged through the temporal passage, sweeping into the realm of the temporal divine clan, and then struck the temporal mirror with tremendous impact. It was as if a colossal hammer had been raised and then fell, with a resounding crack. The temporal divine realm suddenly erupted with a deafening explosion, sending everyone present flying. Blood spurted forth in an instant, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Remember this. I am Luchen. Today, this grudge shall not go unavenged. Sooner or later, I shall ascend to the upper realm and eradicate every last one of you. Chapter 70. Life extinguished, soul scattered. The initial encounter has perished. Before they could even react, a voice filled with overwhelming dominance reverberated throughout the entire temporal divine clan. Clear to all the watching factions. There was no need to peer through the temporal mirror. The adversary directly proclaimed his name, declaring that one day he would come to the upper realm and cleanse them all. How astonishingly audacious. For the first time since ancient times, a being from the lower realm dared to threaten them, an act of unparalleled defiance. That voice of slaughter, like a sharp sword, caused the hearts of all who heard it to tremble. Within the temporal divine clan, all the powerful beings felt their auras in disarray, their faces reflecting terror. Attempting to peer through the temporal mirror, they found it shattered by a single strike, directly impacting their own realm. It was utterly astonishing, beyond imagination. With a swift motion, a powerful being of the temporal divine clan approached, seizing the temporal mirror. It was evident that this Dominion-level artifact had lost all its brilliance, with several cracks appearing on its surface, nearly shattering completely. The members of the temporal divine clan could not suppress their gasps of disbelief. This was a Dominion-level artifact, a treasure of their clan, renowned for its formidable power, yet it had been shattered from afar while merely being used for observation of the lower realm. Images flashed through their minds. Could that coffin possibly be an ancestral divine weapon? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines, for it signified a weapon far surpassing Dominion level, with the prefix ancestral indicating a level of invincibility and immense influence. If Dominion-level artifacts were revered in the upper realm, then ancestral divine weapons were symbols of annihilation, described only with the word terrifying. How could one wield such a weapon unless they were a formidable being from the ancient era? It had to be true. In the end, whether from the temporal divine clan or other factions, all began to murmur that name. Perhaps the annihilation of the was also related to this individual, otherwise it could not be explained. Caution was the prevailing sentiment among all factions. The covenant forged in ancient times still loomed like a celestial calamity overhead. Those attempting to reach out to that faction understood that the true authority lay behind them. At this moment, Luchen cared not for the chaos he had sown in the upper realm. Since he dared to declare his name, he feared no retaliation. The inhabitants of the upper realm were but mere mortals. He would slay them all, regardless of their numbers. Were it not for the memory of our first encounter, Xian, he would have been tempted to ascend to the heavens and eradicate them without mercy. In an instant, Luchen arrived in the realm beyond realms. Zhu Jihong had already succumbed to death. As for Xian, she was drenched in blood, on the brink of death. Luchen, please save Chujian, she uttered with her last vestiges of strength. At that moment, her thoughts were solely with her daughter. After her words fell, her eyes could no longer open, and she lay lifeless on the ground. Xian. Luchen's heart raced with urgency as he hurried to examine her. The injuries were far too grave. Her body was in chaos, her spirit veins nearly obliterated. Those scoundrels. Luchen's resolve to ascend to the higher realms intensified. Were it not for the eternal green lotus art and the moonlit sacred body, she would have long ceased to exist. Thankfully, there remained a flicker of life. Lu Chen swiftly unleashed a torrent of life energy, channeling it into Xian's body. He then employed forbidden techniques, gathering the essence of the sun and moon into two beams of light, which continuously flowed into Xian. The abundant radiance enveloped her form, gradually nourishing her, providing a semblance of stability. Yet, Lu Chen's heart remained heavy with worry as he rushed to Chu Jian's side. Under the ravages of the Phoenix Divine Eye, Chu Jian lay unconscious on the ground, with two streams of blood tears trickling from the corners of her eyes, a sight that was heart-wrenching. How could her fragile body withstand the violent eruption of the Phoenix Divine Eye? It was akin to a child attempting to divert a flood with their frail form. Although it could unleash terrifying destruction, the pressure on her body was almost unimaginable. Lu Chen could scarcely fathom how Chu Jian had endured. Was it all to protect her mother from harm? At this thought, his heart ached, a sharp pain coursing through him. It was all his fault for failing to protect them. But now, everything would be all right. I have returned, Lu Chen muttered to himself as he acted swiftly, infusing Chu Jian with immense life energy. Boom! In that moment, a sudden tremor coursed through him, his expression freezing in shock. Chu Jian had no life force remaining within her. How could this be? It was impossible. Lu Chen's mind went blank. He sensed again, indeed, within her organs, all her meridians and flesh, not a trace of life energy remained. Even with an abundance of life energy poured into her, it could not be absorbed, swiftly dispersing within her. This cannot be. My daughter is the child of the Divine Eye. How could she perish so easily? Lu Chen, in a frenzy, desperately infused her with life energy. Until her body was enveloped, the surrounding flora flourished, basking in the radiant glow as the fish in the brook absorbed the spiritual essence, transforming into spirit companions. Until, in the 1,000-mile radius, every blade of grass, every creature, all life forms experienced a rebirth, a transformation of day and night. Yet, Chu Jian still showed no sign of response. Her body simply could not accept even a modicum of life energy. What further shattered Lu Chen was the complete dissolution of his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Life had ceased, and the essence of his existence was extinguished. His beloved daughter, Lu Chu Jian, was truly gone. No, Lu Chen bellowed to the heavens. I am the Lord of the Abyss, capable of flattening alien races. Those from the upper realms are as mere dogs before me. The lives of countless subjects are but a thought away from resurrection under my command. No one can take your life from you, not a single soul. Disregarding the injuries he sustained from the alien races, Lu Chen unleashed every means at his disposal. Employing various forbidden arts, regardless of the cost, he exerted all his strength. In the end, even Zhu Jinhong was affected, his wounds rapidly mending, and he slowly awakened. Upon seeing Lu Chen, his face lit up with fervor as he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Senior, it is all my fault for lacking the cultivation. I am powerless against those from the upper realms, who are far too oppressive." Lu Chen remained silent, tirelessly employing every method until he was utterly exhausted. His body hunched over. The flora and fauna around him thrived with vitality, yet Chu Jian's body remained lifeless. His dearest daughter would not return. At this moment, Lu Chen appeared to have aged decades, kneeling on the ground, cradling Chu Jian's body, his face etched with sorrow. He had obliterated the alien threat, eradicating a peril that had loomed over humanity for millennia, ensuring eternal peace for humankind. Yet what awaited him was the death of his daughter. Separated by the chasm of life and death, in that instant, the heart of a mortal that Lu Chen had comprehended was gradually shattering. Chapter 71. No. There is still hope. The great Tao tribulation has sealed off humanity. For the sake of my wife and daughter, I relinquish the pursuit of higher realms in the abyss. Yet now, with my wife in a deep slumber and my daughter lost, the heart of the mortal path that Lu Chen had grasped was crumbling within the mundane world. With his daughter gone, what is left to pursue? His spirit began to wither in that moment. Ultimately, a dark cloud began to envelop Lu Chen. Not only was his heart shattered, but he was also on the brink of losing his sanity. "Senior, please remain calm. There must be a way," Zhu Jinhong cried out, frantic and helpless. "A way?" Lu Chen replied with a bitter smile. "The 3 souls and 7 spirits, the very essence of life, are all gone. What remedy remains?" "Lu Chen, stay composed." Just then, Luo Xian, who had been in a coma for 3 days, finally awakened, enveloped in the essence of the sun and moon. Upon seeing Lu Chen surrounded by dark energy, on the verge of madness, her heart filled with concern. "Xian, I am so sorry. I returned too late. Our daughter is gone." Lu Chen choked, his voice trembling. One of the 2 most important people in his life had departed from his side. This was a pain beyond words. "No, it is not your fault. It is those from the upper realms who are truly wicked. Luo Xian consoled, her heart bleeding. Struggling to remain conscious. Their precious daughter, who had been by her side through the trials of the past 4 years, had endured so much together. Otherwise, she would have long since succumbed. But now, the belief that sustained her was lost. What a devastating blow. However, it is precisely because of this that she strives to be strong, unwilling to witness any misfortune befalling Lu Chen. Ah, Lu Chen. Perhaps there is still hope upon our first encounter. Luo Xian suddenly had a revelation, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. When she first awakened her divine pupil, a vague silhouette manifested behind her. The practitioners from the upper realms spoke of it as an ethereal shadow of the ancient immortals, which they regarded with great trepidation. She quickly recounted the details, including an instance where someone insisted on taking action, resulting in the shattering of a legendary imperial weapon. The term ancient immortal resonated in Lu Chen's ears, instantly calming his chaotic aura, while a flicker of trepidation emerged in his darkened gaze. Within the memories gleaned from the formidable being of the upper realm, references to the ancient immortal were scant. This entity was a legendary and immensely powerful existence. Only during the ancient era could those who transcended the flourishing cultivation systems and explored novel paths attain the status of ancient immortal. Why not simply refer to them as ancient immortals? It is because, during the ancient era, only a select few managed to grasp the essence of this tier. Their might was not solely reflected in their cultivation but also in their profound understanding of the universe's fundamental principles, domains incomprehensible to ordinary cultivators. Even the memories extracted from the formidable being contained little information regarding the ancient immortal. The initial manifestation of the ethereal shadow of the ancient immortal upon the activation of the Tian Wang divine pupil was something Lu Chun had never known. Since the bloodline summoning began, it was the first time the Tian Wang divine pupil stirred with potential. Then, during the Tianlang sect incident, he aided in fully awakening the divine pupil for the initial encounter. However, she was still too young to wield it completely, leading to its sealing. The third occurrence was in the imperial city, where Nangong Hanyan forcibly summoned the power of the divine phoenix, causing the divine pupil to shatter its seal. Fortunately, Lu Chen arrived in time to reseal it, preventing calamity. In those 3 instances, none resulted in complete activation. Yet now, for the 4th time, the Tian Wang divine pupil was fully unleashed. Moreover, this occurred amidst the fury of the initial encounter, causing the power of the divine pupil to surge uncontrollably. Perhaps this was why the ethereal shadow of the ancient immortal appeared. Could it be that the divine pupil's essence is linked to the ancient immortal? As those from the upper realms suggested, is she a reincarnation of the ancient immortal? Consequently, the ebbing life force and the 3 souls and 7 spirits may also be intertwined with this phenomenon? If this is indeed the case, then there is still hope for the initial encounter. It is not a true death, but rather a descent into a state of desolation. As these thoughts cascaded through Lu Chen's mind, his eyes sparkled with divine light. My precious daughter still has a chance. How could she fall into darkness? In that fleeting moment, his heart was reforged. His cultivation began to surge rapidly, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Having already comprehended the path of the mundane to the pinnacle of the emperor, he was on the verge of transcending into the transformation realm. With his heart mended, he was effectively treading the path of transformation ahead of time, making his breakthrough inevitable. In an instant, a divine radiance enveloped Lu Chen as a Bodhi tree burgeoned forth, symbolizing his transcendental intent, heralding his return to the pinnacle of power. He wielded dominion over the very laws of the Tian Wang continent, meticulously searching as he had once done in the imperial tomb, striving to coalesce the soul of the late Emperor Huang Yuan. Yet, this time he met with failure. Across the vast expanse of the heavens and the earth, he found no trace of the dissipated soul. Rather than succumbing to disappointment, Lu Chun was instead filled with exhilaration. At last, he comprehended the reason behind the elusive nature of the initial soul's power. It was not due to its swift disappearance, but rather its connection to the emergent figure of the primordial immortal. If this being were indeed a reincarnation of the primordial immortal, forcibly awakened under extraordinary circumstances, the fledgling soul was too diminutive, its corporeal form incapable of enduring the strain. The essence of life, along with the 3 souls and 7 spirits, had been wholly absorbed by the spectral figure of the primordial immortal. Thus, it had succumbed to a state of desolation, not death, but merely a temporary loss of these vital elements. If Lu Chen could summon the spectral figure of the primordial immortal once more, perhaps he could reclaim the 3 souls and 7 spirits, restoring the essence of life, and thereby awaken the initial soul. This was precisely what Lu Chen set out to accomplish. An endless cascade of radiant light emanated from him, enveloping the initial soul, transforming it into a celestial form. With clouds swirling in resplendent hues, each strand of hair radiating a soft luminescence, dazzling and brilliant, Luo Xian and Zhu Jinhong watched in wide-eyed astonishment, their faces etched with urgency. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen employed his arcane arts to evoke the spectral figure of the primordial immortal, the upper echelons of existence were in turmoil. The 5 great upper realms and the 10 divine clans had received feedback from mysterious entities lurking behind the alien races. The human race possessed formidable superiors, and it was imperative to dispatch individuals to the lower realms, ensuring that no one transcended the imperial domain. This singular command was met with silence. No further communication was forthcoming, leaving the 5 great upper realms and 10 divine clans in a state of disarray, as if they had suffered a grievous blow. The existence of superiors among the human race? It must be that individual named Lu Chun. Based on the information at hand, this Lu Chun was the Lord of Tianyuan, the only current emperor of the human race, having safeguarded Tianyuan for eons, preventing the alien races from encroaching. Who would have thought that an imperial figure could wield such might, leveling the alien races and instilling such trepidation in those behind them? He must harbor some profound secret, possibly connected to the ancient powers of the human race. How infuriating it was that they could not eliminate him for the time being. They would heed the directive and devise a means to seal off the human race in the lower realms. On that day, the 5 great upper realms and 10 divine clans, a total of 15 formidable factions, dispatched their most potent entities, alongside all the dust transformation cultivators. Together, over 100 practitioners gathered, united for a singular purpose, to invoke the laws of heaven and earth, sealing off the human race in the lower realms. This was the Great Tao Calamity. Under the weight of the Great Tao, all cultivators found their progress stifled, unable to advance any further. Whether the most nascent Qi refinement practitioners or the Soul Emperor, Lu Chen, none could make any headway. Such was the ruthless nature of the Great Tao Calamity. A complete lockdown on the cultivation of the human race. As 100 mighty beings unleashed their powers in unison, the Great Tao Calamity descended. At a certain moment, Qi Tian let out a furious roar, and the infinite principles of the Great Tao descended from the void to suppress the lower realms. Chapter 72. Breaking through against the odds, entering the dust transformation realm. In this moment, Lu Chen was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. His mind consumed with the fervent activation of the ancient immortal's phantom. Time slipped away, and after expending immense effort, a surge of ancient vitality began to emanate from his being. Success was imminent. The ancient immortal's phantom was on the verge of materializing. Yet, at that very instant, the forces of the Great Tao descended, comprehensively suppressing the laws of the lower realm. Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen's cultivation erupted, shattering through to the dust transformation realm. Reconstructing the path of the mundane was akin to retracing the journey through the mortal realm, thus completing the path to dust transformation ahead of schedule. There was no need for a particular push. It was a natural progression into the dust transformation realm at that moment. His strength and capabilities surged across all aspects. From the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he finally took the final step into the dust transformation realm, becoming the sole individual since the ancient times to attain the Emperor realm and then transition into dust transformation, a remarkable miracle heralding the dawn of a new era. He had broken through. Elder Lu had achieved his breakthrough. Zhu Jinhong was exuberant. Luo Xian was equally thrilled, realizing that with Lu Chen's breakthrough, the possibility of saving Chu Jin was greatly enhanced. However, Lu Chen felt no excitement. Instead, he suddenly sensed something amiss and immediately released his spiritual consciousness. Something was wrong. A force of the Great Tao was sealing the laws of heaven and earth. Was it the upper realm, or a forbidden existence behind the alien races? Lu Chen could not ascertain. But as this force of the Great Tao descended, he clearly observed that the ancient immortal's phantom, which had nearly manifested, appeared to be suppressed and dimmed. All efforts had come to naught. Even though Lu Chen had broken through, he could no longer reignite his efforts. For the laws of heaven and earth were sealed. The ancient immortal's phantom was inherently defiant and had been utterly crushed. Damn it! Lu Chen roared in fury. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it had failed so miserably. Whether it was a presence behind the alien races or the upper realm, everything stemmed from you. Causing Chu Jian to fall into a state of depletion, equivalent to death, and right at his moment of desperation, the force of the Great Tao descended. Sealing the entirety of humanity, it was sheer folly. Lu Chen rose to his feet, unleashing a tempestuous aura characteristic of a dust transformation cultivator that swept across the heavens and the earth. Yet, before he could truly strike, He suddenly sensed something amidst the clash of his momentum against the suppressive force of the great Tao. Within the 108 domains, countless beings were spewing blood, on the verge of exploding. Even Luo Zian and Zhu Jihong were similarly affected. In an instant, Lu Qin retracted his aura, his gaze turning icy. These scoundrels were ruthless, unleashing the force of the great Tao to seal humanity. With my current power, if I were to forcibly strike, the ripples generated by the force of the great Tao would obliterate all beings across the 108 domains. Lu Chun expanded his spiritual consciousness to survey the situation. Not merely the power of the great Tao can obliterate all, but at this moment, the Heavenly Phoenix Empire and the entire Dream Spirit realm are witnessing a complete failure in all attempts to break through. Under the blockade of the great Tao's power, no one can advance in their cultivation. This move is exceedingly ruthless. Lu Qin's gaze was frigid. He had become the sole individual to transcend under the calamity of the great Tao. Yet, even with such an achievement, his current cultivation level is insufficient to shatter this seal of the great Tao. It seems that one must at least reach the 3rd level of dust transformation or even higher. Even the use of the god burial coffin proves futile. While the coffin itself is formidable, Lu Qin's cultivation is too meager for its utilization. This cannot be resolved through brute force alone. One must transcend the rules of the great Tao entirely to dismantle it. Initially believing that vanquishing the alien races would usher in an era of eternal peace for humanity, Lu Qin now realizes that the human race remains ensnared by the power of the great Tao. It appears that unless these scoundrels are utterly annihilated, peace will remain elusive for humankind. Lu Qin's tone icy. Lu Qin, what has transpired? Luo Zian inquired, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth. Her expression one of bewilderment. The upper realm has unleashed the power of the great Tao, sealing the rules of our realm and causing all cultivators to remain stagnant, unable to advance. Even the initial glimpse of the ancient immortal's silhouette has been suppressed, rendering it inert. Lu Qin spoke solemnly. Luo Zian's expression shifted to one of calm understanding before she vehemently declared, "Those from the upper realm are truly despicable. If given the opportunity, I will undoubtedly slay them." Her pure nature, now radiating a murderous intent, underscored the extent of the upper realm's transgressions. The immediate priority remains to address the condition of the initial glimpse. Fortunately, it is not a matter of death, merely a state of dormancy. I shall now break her seal. With that, Lu Qin swiftly acted, enveloping the body of the initial glimpse with his divine powers, placing her into a slumber, shielded from any adverse effects. Even if a solution remains elusive, she shall remain in this state for centuries without decay. Is there truly no way to save the initial glimpse? Luo Zian lamented, gently caressing the tranquil visage of the initial glimpse, her heart heavy with sorrow. There is a way, once my cultivation ascends to a higher realm, but it requires a significant amount of time. Additionally, there exists the elixir of immortality. Lu Qin interjected abruptly. The elixir of immortality? Luo Zian exclaimed in astonishment. For it is a legendary treasure, exceedingly rare, said to have the power to resurrect the dead and defy the heavens. But we lack such resources in our realm. Indeed, we are devoid of it here, so I must make a journey to the Star Sea Merchant Alliance to seek their assistance. Lu Qin had already formulated a plan. The Star Sea Merchant Alliance, the most powerful commercial organization spanning the celestial realms, may harbor some discoveries. Senior Lu, I can contact the next level immediately. If the headquarters possesses the elixir of immortality, I will urge them to expedite its arrival. Zhu Jihong promptly offered. Too slow. I cannot afford to wait. I shall go personally. Lu Qin resolved. Zian, I entrust the initial glimpse to you. Rest assured, I will find the elixir of immortality and bring her back. Lu Qin vowed. Promise me, take good care of yourself. I await your return. Urge Luo Zian. Fear not. I have reached the dust transformation realm. Few can slay me now. Lu Qin nodded affirmatively. Old Zhu, I am here. Zhu Jinhong immediately responded. Bring your men and keep a close watch here. Though this fellow often faltered in his tasks, it was not due to lack of diligence, but rather his inadequate strength. Nonetheless, he was reliable. Zian had yet to fully recover from her injuries, and Chu Jin lay unconscious. He would undoubtedly be of use. I will not disappoint you, senior. Even if it costs my life, I shall protect this place. Zhu Jinhong vowed earnestly. Lu Chun had already perceived this determination. He had nearly perished on several occasions. Hence, before departing, he bestowed upon Zhu a tome of cultivation methods and some magical artifacts. Zhu Jinhong was instantly taken aback, inhaling sharply in astonishment at the celestial grade teachings. Feeling both honored and overwhelmed, Given the sealing of the Great Tao's power, it was likely that the forces from the upper realm and the lurking alien entities would refrain from descending here for the time being. Nevertheless, Lu Chen arranged a formation as a precaution. Once everything was set, he departed. Chu Jin, await my return. I shall seek the immortal elixir without delay. After planting a kiss on her small face, Lu Chen hastened toward the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. In the upper realm, after successfully establishing the Great Tao's tribulations, the various factions finally exhaled in relief. They had managed to seal off the human realm, preventing any cultivators from breaking through. Lu Chen's cultivation would henceforth remain stagnant at the Imperial realm, merely an inhabitant of the lower realm, unable to stir up any considerable waves, thus posing no threat to us. Little did they know that at the moment the Great Tao's tribulation descended, Lu Chen had already stepped into the dust transformation realm, an unexpected occurrence beyond the seal. On that very day, a certain faction convened a clandestine meeting. With the alien race annihilated, it seemed their hidden backing had encountered troubles as well. Now was not the time to concern themselves with such a desolate place as the lower realm. After the destruction of the vast realm, they had yet to uncover the ancient scriptures. Immediate action was imperative. Perhaps the Star Sea Merchant Alliance could be of assistance. Chapter 73. Do not covet this emperor's appearance. I have no interest. At this moment, Lu Chen was wholly unconcerned with anything else. His mind was singularly focused on one objective, seeking the immortal elixir. This was Chu Jin's fate. It must be said that after reaching the dust transformation realm, his speed was significantly swifter than during his peak in the Imperial realm. The headquarters of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance resided in a distant and vast starry domain, an unfathomable distance from the heavenly Phoenix Empire. Individuals like Zhu Jinhong, the branch leaders, would require passage through the secondary sectors of the Dreaming Spirit domain, utilizing spirit vessels and other special artifacts to traverse the infinite expanse of stars. Merely traveling would consume over a month. This was also why Lu Chen could not afford to wait. Even if the founder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance were to make a personal visit, it would be slower than his own journey. He had initially considered bringing Xian along for peace of mind, but her cultivation was too low, and Chu Jin was still in a state of unconsciousness. The forces from the upper realm, along with the lurking alien entities, were ever watchful. Not only was it inconvenient, but it also posed a risk. The lower realm has been sealed off by the power of the Great Tao, rendering it the safest place at present. Contemplating this, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Upon returning from the abyss, he was willing to forsake everything just to reunite with his family. In this lifetime, all he desired was a simple, warm, and happy existence. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Whether it was Nangong Hongin or the invading army of Beisang, there were always those courting death. Even if the alien races were exterminated, eliminating the sole threat that had lingered for eons. It was naive to believe that humanity would then enjoy peace. Alas, things did not unfold as hoped. Humanity remained ensnared. What difference did it make to annihilate the alien races? As long as the upper realm persisted and the forces behind the aliens remained, humanity was but a mere insect, subject to slaughter. With these thoughts, Lu Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. Regardless of his comprehension of the mortal world, mastery of the mundane path, successful condensation of the 9 sword bones, or entry into the realm of transformation, he was undeniably making breakthroughs. Yet, the adversaries that confronted him grew ever more formidable. His current cultivation was far from sufficient. Just wait, it won't be long before I cleanse this realm of all you despicable upper realm cultivators. Lu Chen swore silently. Although the Elder of the Abyss had advised him against ascending to the upper realm, the sight of Ziyin, injured this time, made it impossible for him to refrain from going. Furthermore, there was another pressing matter weighing upon Lu Chen's mind, his mysterious heritage. The former Emperor Huang Yuan had once mentioned that when he discovered Lu Chen in the icy wilderness, he left behind 3 words, vast realm, which also originated from the upper realm. This was another reason he had to go. What connection did he have with the vast realm? And why had he been abandoned in the diminutive Tianhuang Empire? He must uncover the truth. As he pondered these matters, Lu Chen had already traversed endless distances and arrived effortlessly at the headquarters of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. They found themselves on a swirling island, surrounded by a belt of meteorites. Crossing through was no simple task. Those of lower cultivation risked being struck dead by the meteorites or shredded by the temporal vortex. Beyond the meteorite whirlpools lay an island of time and space, significantly larger than the floating island of the Treasure Pavilion, spanning tens of thousands of zhang, with unique scenery. Lu Chen directly descended upon the headquarters of the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. To his surprise, there were so many people. His gaze swept across the area and noticed numerous cultivators arriving from all directions. Some wielded various magical artifacts, while others rode monstrous beasts, elegantly dressed and exuding grace. They clearly held significant status. This was Lu Qin's first visit, and he had not anticipated such a throng of cultivators at the Star Sea Chamber of Commerce. Truly, it was the most powerful commercial organization within the Star Domain. Compared to those adorned in finery, Lu Qin appeared rather inconspicuous, having just returned from exterminating the alien races. His injuries had yet to heal, and he bore traces of blood. Even with his white hair accentuating his appearance, he resembled a beggar. Nevertheless, even in such a state, he attracted the attention of countless onlookers. This young man is remarkably handsome, especially the aura she emanated, which carried an air of solitude, drew the attention of numerous young women. What is there to admire? With a mere consumption of some beauty elixirs or mastering certain unique techniques, one could easily alter their appearance, remarked a young man clad in black. Beside him, a strikingly beautiful woman was likewise observing Lu Qin. Dressed in a flowing white dress with raven locks, her features were vibrant, exuding a refreshing and ethereal charm reminiscent of a noble lady untouched by the mundane world. Her graceful demeanor naturally attracted the gaze of onlookers. This very allure incited displeasure among the accompanying youths, even without her uttering a word. I sensed this must be his original appearance, the woman in white stated calmly, countering the young man's opinion. Ruashi, you have spent too long within the confines of your family, your thoughts are too innocent. You know not how intricate the world of cultivation is outside, filled with individuals capable of heinous acts, who seldom reveal their true selves, often adopting false identities. One need only look at his head of silvery hair. He could very well be an elderly man. Especially on such an important day as today, one must be even more cautious in their disguise. The young man spoke at length, flaunting his experiences before the woman. These words reached Lu Qin's ears, yet he paid them no mind. He had come seeking the immortal elixir, and had no desire to engage in trivial exchanges with mere passers-by. As long as they did not provoke him, they would be spared, otherwise he would show no mercy. However, the young man's remarks piqued his curiosity. What was so significant about today? Just as Lu Qin pondered this, a captivating woman a short distance away was engaged in a wager with her companions. This individual possesses an impressive vitality and is rather attractive. Do you believe I can win him over? She boasted. Not likely. His demeanor is rather frigid. Perhaps he practices some formidable technique, and his resolve is unyielding. One companion speculated. No matter how steadfast a man's heart may be, he cannot escape my grasp. The enchanting woman declared, striding confidently toward Lu Qin. Her figure was undeniably alluring, with a waist as slender as a willow's and limbs delicate and supple, yet prominently adorned with ample curves. She wore a gossamer garment that clung closely to her form, swaying enticingly as she walked. Her visage was equally captivating, though it bore a hint of vulgarity when compared to the woman in white. Esteemed young sir, you are truly handsome. Your demeanor is extraordinary. Would you grant me the pleasure of an introduction? Exclaimed the woman, as one of the cultivators recognized her lineage. She appears to be from the Ice Glass Demon sect. The revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. The Ice Glass Demon sect is a renowned faction within the Starry Realms, specializing in the cultivation of demonic techniques. It was unexpected for them to make an appearance here. Lu Qin was not taken aback. The Starsea Trading Alliance conducted substantial business, even auctioning imperial corpses. So the presence of formidable powers here was indeed commonplace, beyond the realms of the human race and the lower domains. The vast and boundless starry expanse housed numerous other realms and factions. The realm is predominantly inhabited by demons who shun contact with humanity, existing beneath the dominion of the upper realms, which are undeniably the most formidable. Not interested, Lu Qin declared, shaking his head resolutely. Chapter 74. What? The vast realm has been annihilated? The matter of acquaintance is merely a wager among companions. He, the illustrious Lord of the Abyss, would never allow himself to become a pawn in others' bets. As for the allure of his appearance, only a fool would believe such a notion. There must be ulterior motives at play. After countless eons in the Abyss, he has contended with not only alien races but has also subdued innumerable other factions, all of whom harbored ill intentions. He has slain countless demons, monsters, celestial beings, and practitioners from various paths. Moreover, he has quelled many formidable entities, all of whom sought redemption, clinging to a desperate hope of survival. The founder of the Starsea Merchant Alliance is one among them. When publicly rebuffed, the woman from the Ice Glass Demon sect displayed a flicker of surprise upon her countenance. With her beauty, figure, and the seductive arts honed over years. How could she have failed to captivate him? It is worth noting that her presence here was not solely for other purposes. It was also due to a wager with her companions. Yet, she had met with failure. I refuse to believe this, she suddenly exclaimed, feigning weakness. As she dramatically fell towards Lu Chen's embrace. My cultivation has faltered. Dear sir, please lend me your support. Her voice was intoxicating, reminiscent of the lascivious delights that arise from the clouds. Any normal man, upon hearing such a sound, would likely surrender. Simultaneously, she employed her enchanting arts, convinced that she could ensnare him. What base tricks are these? Begone! Lu Chen retorted, his unmatched aura erupting forth, sending the woman flying away with tremendous force. Ah! She gasped, landing several dozen paces away, tumbling like a dog. Attempting to seduce Lu Chen? She hadn't even brushed against him. After countless eons of slaughter, how could mere enchantment serve as a lure? Such notions are utterly absurd. My heavens! The assembled practitioners were left astounded. The female cultivator from the ice-glass demon sect was renowned for her beauty, and countless men had willingly engaged in dual cultivation with her, even to the point of death in her embrace. Yet, she could not approach this youth, having been repelled instead. The seductive techniques that left others envious were utterly futile against him. The other cultivators from the ice-glass demon sect were equally astonished. Although it was a bet, they had never anticipated failure. They simply wondered how long it would take to subdue him, only to witness this outcome. Wai Yuli, are you all right? Her companions rushed forward. Do not come near me. Wai Yuli's voice turned icy as she soared into the air. I, Wai Yuli, have cultivated for so long without ever facing rejection, nor have I endured such humiliation. I will slay you. In an instant, her fangs bared, she wore a fierce expression, and an ethereal fox figure emerged, for her true form was that of a fox spirit. She lunged at Lu Chen with unparalleled ferocity. Initially, she had been drawn to his handsome visage, contemplating the use of dual cultivation to refine his life force. Now, there was no need for such subtleties. She would devour him on the spot. Consider this a warning. If you seek death, then come. Lu Chen's gaze turned icy. Just as he was about to strike, a figure suddenly emerged from within the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. Boom. In an instant, a palm forcefully repelled the phantom fox, sending it hurtling backward through the air, its erupting aura suppressed. In our Star Sea Merchant Alliance, fighting is strictly prohibited. This is the rule. This is your first warning. Should you disobey again, there will be no mercy. A chilling voice resonated, revealing a dignified middle-aged woman suspended in midair, exuding an air of grace and nobility. At that moment, she radiated an unparalleled authority, her expression icy, embodying the weight of a superior. It was the leader, Su Yun. Those present were struck with astonishment upon recognizing her identity, the current leader of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, a woman of great cunning, known for her decisive actions. When she decrees death, it is certain to follow. The phantom fox, initially brimming with fury, suppressed its murderous intent upon hearing the name Su Yun. In the territory of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, who would dare to act recklessly before Su Yun? Such defiance would bring severe consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. If you wish to acquire treasures from the vast realm, please take your seats promptly, Su Yun commanded, imposing her presence. Treasures from the vast realm? Lu Chen, who had initially contemplated eliminating the Ice Leary Demon Clan, disregarding the rules of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, after all. The founders were among his subordinates, was now ignited by Su Yun's words. The vast realm, the land of his ancestry. Indeed, the treasures of the vast realm are paramount. Let's hurry inside, for there may even be the elixir of immortality. That is a superior domain, even if one cannot win a bid. Merely witnessing it would be a tale worth boasting about for a lifetime. In an instant, countless guests surged towards the interior of the Alliance. Kid, your life is in my hands. We shall settle this later. The phantom fox whispered menacingly as a few cultivators from the Ice Leary Demon Clan passed by Lu Chen. The woman in the white dress also glanced at him as she walked past, but said nothing, hastened along by a young man beside her. Yet, she did not forget to cast a fierce glare at Lu Chen, warning him, you may hide your identity, but it's futile. If you wish to live, best leave obediently. Lu Chen paid her no heed, his mind consumed by thoughts of the vast realm and the whispers of the elixir of immortality. It is crucial to note that his visit to the Star Sea Merchant Alliance was solely to seek the elixir of immortality, which concerned his very existence. He had no time to seek out the founders. He swiftly joined the throng entering the venue. Inside, the grand circular hall was immense, its dome adorned with rare stones radiating brilliance. illuminating the space as if it were midday. Upon entering, Lu Chun discovered that over 10,000 people were already seated, many having arrived prior to him. As they settled in, the auction commenced, with none other than Su Yun as the host. Grateful for your presence at the Star Sea Merchant Alliance's auction, we have unexpectedly accepted a commission to auction a treasure from the upper realm. The specifics shall be revealed shortly, but first, let us present some delightful items to warm up the atmosphere, intentionally keeping the details vague. Yet Lu Chun overheard several mentions of the elixir of immortality from the conversations around him. Pray tell, how could treasures from the Kangmang realm find their way to this auction? Lu Chun inquired of a nearby individual, a stout man with a shrewd expression. I only learned prior to my arrival that the Kangmang realm has been obliterated, leaving behind numerous valuable items. What is to be sold today is likely a treasure acquired by a cultivator, now entrusted to the Star Sea Merchant Alliance for auctioning, the stout man replied candidly. What? The Kangmang realm has been destroyed? Lu Chen's face reflected profound shock. Why was it destroyed? By whom? He pressed urgently. The Kangmang realm was the only place linked to his origins, and before he could even set foot there, he was struck with the news of its destruction. The turmoil within him was palpable. Such matters pertain to the upper realm, and I am not privy to the details, the stout man replied with a wry smile. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude, his thoughts swirling. The soul clue to his lineage resided in the Kangmang realm, now in ruins. Could this be the reason he was sent to the Tianhuang Empire? But who sent him? The questions remained unanswered. It seemed imperative to journey to the upper realm swiftly to uncover the truth. As the auction commenced, an elder took the place of Su Yun to preside over the proceedings. While many were captivated by the treasures of the Kangmang realm, the appetizers prepared by the Star Sea Merchant Alliance were nonetheless astonishing, showcasing a selection of exquisite items. Numerous individuals began to bid. Lu Chun, however, remained disinterested, his thoughts solely occupied by the treasures of the Kangmang realm. Just as he contemplated seeking out the founder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, the elder finally announced, Next, we present the highlight of this auction, the treasure from the upper domain, the Kangmang realm. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, eyes ablaze with fervor. Although bids had been placed for the preceding items, the primary reason for everyone's presence was indeed the treasures of the Kangmang realm. Is it the elixir of immortality? Many speculated eagerly. The mere mention of such a legendary substance could leave one parched with anticipation. The opportunity to bid on it was exhilarating. The rewards for obtaining it were unimaginable. Lu Chen's spirit soared. With the elixir of immortality in his grasp, salvation was within reach. Apologies, esteemed guests. But it is not the elixir of immortality. Rather, it is a scroll of ancient scriptures. The elder interjected abruptly, extinguishing the fervor that had ignited the room. Is it not the elixir of immortality? Then what is the point of the auction? This is an ancient scripture, a relic left behind by the ancient immortal. Boom. As the elder's next words echoed, the atmosphere once again erupted with fervor. Those who had previously shown anger now suppressed their fury, becoming even more agitated. By the heavens, it is indeed an ancient scripture? Text from the primordial era. It is the legacy of the ancient immortal, a revelation of monumental significance. The ancient immortal, a transcendent being towering above the heavens, has inspired countless myths and legends. Achieving such a realm, the entirety of the cosmos lies beneath one's feet. What imperial realm or transformation into dust is worth mentioning? Upon hearing it was not the elixir of immortality, Lu Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, upon learning it was an ancient scripture, a glimmer of brilliance returned to his eyes. In the memories of the powerful beings he had refined, the ancient immortal was regarded as the strongest known cultivator. Who could possibly auction such a supreme treasure? It is inconceivable that the scriptures left by the ancient immortal would be auctioned. Surely they would be kept for oneself. Some remain skeptical. It is understandable. For an ancient scripture is indeed astonishing. Ignorant fools, this scripture was left behind by the Lu family, which was annihilated. Do you know the lineage of the Lu family? The rulers of the vast realm, a preeminent force in the higher planes. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Before anyone could react, Lu Chen felt as though his mind might explode. The Lu family of the vast realm was annihilated? This information struck him like thunder, causing his entire being to tremble. Swiftly, he focused on the speaker, a companion of the woman in white, a young man adorned in opulent garments. What did you say? The Lu family of the vast realm was annihilated? He had not even set foot in the upper realm, nor had he had the chance to investigate the mysteries of his lineage, yet here he was, learning suddenly of the destruction of the vast realm and the history of the Lu family. In that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from Lu Chun, sending a shiver through the hearts of the thousands present. Was this not the same young man who had previously dismissed and sent the ice crystal demon sect flying? With his striking white hair, he was easily recognizable. No one understood why he suddenly inquired with such urgency, as if something pressing was at hand. The opulent young man replied with a cold smile, "In our upper realm, it is common knowledge that over 20 years ago, the Lu family of the vast realm was annihilated, leaving behind many treasures, among which is this ancient scripture." The crowd was not overly shocked by Lu Chen's agitation, as they did not know who he was. However, the young man's words fell like a meteor, shaking the entire assembly. "Our upper realm? Is he a cultivator from the upper realm?" Hiss. In an instant, everyone inhaled sharply, chilled to the bone. The term upper realm itself signifies a status, representing the higher planes. Even an ordinary cultivator from there surpasses all others. Though the Star Sea Commerce Alliance conducts business throughout the world, those from the upper realm are rare visitors. The multitude present immediately cast their eyes upon the young man with a reverential gaze. The practitioners of the Ice Glass Demon sect exhibited a gleaming intensity in their gazes. To their astonishment, the individual before them was of noble lineage from the upper realm. Regret coursed through Yu Li as she lamented her earlier attempts to entice him, her eyes fixated on the youth, radiating a desperate yearning for his favor. His striking appearance paled in significance before his esteemed status. With a representative from the upper realm vouching for the authenticity of the ancient scripture, all doubts were swiftly dispelled, prompting an eager clamor for the auction to commence. The allure of acquiring an ancient scripture far surpassed that of the eternal life elixir. Mastering such a scripture could pave the way to becoming an ancient immortal. Yet, amidst the fervent anticipation, only Lu Chen's countenance was marred by an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The Kangmang realm had been obliterated. The Lu family had met the same fate. Initially, he might have dismissed it as mere coincidence. But the revelation of the perpetrator's actions occurring over 2 decades ago, precisely when he was born, compelled him to seek clarity amidst the turmoil in his heart. However, there was no time for contemplation at that moment, as the starting bid was about to be announced by an elder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. With a swift motion, Lu Chun ascended the stage, declaring with an imperious tone, "There is no need for bidding. I shall take this." His audacious proclamation ignited a wave of outrage across the assembly. How dare he attempt to seize the item without engaging in the auction? Such arrogance was intolerable. They urged him to vacate the stage. The ancient scripture was a treasure of immense significance, worth sacrificing one's life for. Yet, as the crowd awaited the proceedings, someone audaciously claimed the item, positioning themselves against all present, a display of sheer folly. Such arrogance is beyond belief. The upper realm's elite are present, and yet he dares to covet the ancient scripture without regard for his own insignificance. He will not know how he meets his end, Yuli remarked with venomous disdain. The humiliation suffered at his hands ignited a desire for retribution within her. As for Ruashi, witnessing such foolishness unfolded before her, she couldn't help but feel disdain. The audacity to rush onto the stage merely upon hearing that she had verified the scripture reflected a lack of patience. It seemed likely that he would meet his demise here today. After all, mere appearances held no weight. True strength was the path to supremacy. The young man wore a smile, feigning composure, while by Ruashi she recognized that his remarks were directed at her. His petty need for mockery only deepened her aversion. Had she not heard that items from the Kangmang realm were to be auctioned here, she would not have accompanied him. The thought of the Kangmang realm brought a pang of sorrow. All she could do now was to gather its remnants with every ounce of her ability. For preserving them was far better than allowing them to fall into the hands of outsiders. Meanwhile, on the stage, even the auction elder could not suppress a frown. Issuing a stern warning, "Dear friend, if you wish to acquire the ancient scripture, please adhere to the proper procedures and participate in the auction. This belongs to the Kangmang realm, and no one has the right to bid. Step aside." With a thunderous roar, Lu Chun retorted, as a denizen of the Kangmang realm, "How can I stand idly by while our realm is annihilated and its treasures are auctioned off?" Chapter 76. Are you certain you dare to kill me? Behold what this is. Your Excellency, should you disregard my counsel, do not blame me for being impolite. The elder abruptly unleashed his formidable aura, revealing his cultivation at the saint level. As a senior elder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, such prowess is hardly surprising. However, in the presence of Lu Chun, this level of power is utterly insufficient. Do you deem yourself worthy to contend with me? Even your founder lacks the qualification, Lu Chen roared, his overwhelming aura condensing as if 100,000 mountains bore down upon him. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the auction elder was instantaneously sent flying. Unable to withstand a single blow, the fact that he was not killed is already a courtesy extended to the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. Gasp. He actually sent the elder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance flying with a single palm? To brazenly seize the auction treasure, he must be weary of life. Countless individuals present were astounded. Just then, Lu Chen had already grasped the wooden box. He cannot be allowed to seize it. Without the intervention of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, the cultivators present could hardly contain themselves. That was the ancient scripture, an opportunity everyone had hoped to obtain. Yet it was snatched away by this individual. Moreover, at this moment, many were ready to act, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Since this fellow was the one who first snatched the ancient scripture, why not take advantage of the chaos? Whoever seizes it shall claim it. There was no regard for the regulations of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. If it truly came to an inquiry, all blame could easily be shifted onto this man. In an instant, the majority of those present surged toward Lu Chen like a horde. A few who did not act were either of lower cultivation. Having witnessed Lu Chen's strength and realizing they were no match, or were sufficiently capable but chose to exercise caution. Do you also wish to seize it? Lu Chen's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, a chill emanating from him. He acted because he hailed from the vast realm. What right do these individuals have to contend with him? 3 seconds. All of you, get lost, or face merciless slaughter, Lu Chen warned, his icy voice resonating in every ear. No one heeded his words. These people charged forward in a frenzy, seeking death, the Taiwan devouring sword technique. Lu Chen bellowed, unleashing an unending torrent of sword energy. There was no need to employ the supreme sword. The sheer force of the oppressive sword energy was sufficient. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds erupted as all those who had attacked were annihilated by the sword energy. It was not merely a matter of piercing through flesh. Entire beings were obliterated by the sword energy. In the blink of an eye, these individuals lay dead, their blood staining the ground. Opportunities had been granted, yet these individuals insisted on seeking their own demise, leaving no room for further discussion. To kill was the only recourse. Countless lives had been taken in his lifetime. He was indifferent to this additional toll. Gasped. Those who had not attacked, or had not had the chance to do so, were all wide-eyed in horror, their faces etched with disbelief as they witnessed this scene, feeling a chill run through them. My heavens, this is utterly terrifying. Thousands of sword energies clashed, mercilessly slaying thousands of cultivators, regardless of their origins or genders. Any who dared to strike were met with a singular fate, death. Yl, rooted in place, felt an icy dread envelop her. She initially intended to strike, seizing the opportunity to slay that individual while the others subdued him, thus alleviating her pent-up fury. However, the moment this thought crossed her mind, those people met their demise. A devil, truly a devil. The short, stout man who had previously sought information from Lu Chen slapped himself fiercely. Indeed, this individual had killed thousands, even including mighty beings from the immortal realm. And they too had perished. Good heavens, what level of cultivation is this? The pinnacle of the immortal realm? The level of an undying immortal emperor? Even so, could one be this formidable? Could it possibly be a powerhouse of the emperor realm? Merely contemplating this left him astounded and speechless. In the entirety of the lower realms, a being of the emperor realm is not merely a peak existence among the human race, but also among the countless scattered forces in the star domains. No, it's impossible. After the era of the fallen emperor, aside from the higher planes, no one could attain the emperor realm. Even that noble youth had not anticipated Lu Chen's strength, a flicker of doubt appearing in his eyes. He attempted to sense the situation and found himself utterly unable to discern the true level of the opponent's cultivation, as if gazing into an unfathomable abyss. How could his expression change so drastically? Coming from a higher plane, he was unable to fathom the power of a lower realm cultivator. At this moment, he could no longer hesitate and immediately barked, "Put down the ancient scripture." What nonsense! The Lord of Tianyuan would never heed his words. With a swift motion, Lu Chen grasped the box, only to discover a power of sealing within, obstructing exploration. Bang! With a surge of force, the rune-encased wooden box shattered instantaneously, and the sealing power within was similarly reduced to dust. What lay before him was merely a blank scroll. Scanning it with his spiritual sense revealed nothing, just a rolled-up piece of white paper. It bore no relation whatsoever to the ancient scripture. Was this truly the so-called treasure of the vast realms? Lu Chen's pupils constricted. To dare cause trouble within the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, by their rules, one would be executed on the spot. Just then, Su Yun too rushed in. Humph, the leader of Su Yun has arrived. This fellow cannot escape death. The shadowy fox thought grimly. Yet, in a moment of peril, Lu Chen raised his hand, and a black token materialized before him. Are you certain you dare to kill me? This is the black gold token. Su Yun trembled all over, gasping in shock. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, she fell to the ground, kneeling in reverence. I greet you, esteemed senior from the heavens. I was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive me. As she uttered these words, Su Yun's voluptuous form quivered with fear. In fact, without Lu Chen's permission, she did not even dare to reveal his identity. The individual before her was an unparalleled powerhouse suppressing Tianyuan, the foremost emperor of the human race. The entire alien race trembled under his intimidation, not daring to make a move. In the past, the founder of their Star Sea Merchant Alliance had been suppressed for countless years before finally being released. In gratitude, they surrendered the only black gold token in the history of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. Not long ago, the Black Gold Order was invoked for the first time, sending shockwaves from the Heavenly Phoenix Empire to the headquarters, creating an uproar. Even the founder emerged from the Forbidden Realm. Had it not been for a command from the opposing party, he would have rushed to the Heavenly Phoenix Empire to pay homage to the master of Tianyuan in person. Who could have imagined that the other party would come here personally? With her credentials, Su Yun had never encountered Lu Chun and did not recognize him, engulfed instead in a shroud of fear. To her astonishment, the leader of the Su Yun alliance did not slay him. Rather, she knelt in supplication. My goodness, what is happening? Am I seeing things? The renowned and ruthless Lord Su Yun, known for her decisiveness across the vast starry realms, actually kneeling before a young man. She even addressed him as senior. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction venue. Particularly, Yuli's expression was a spectacle. She had hoped Su Yun would eliminate this person. Yet here she was, kneeling instead. Her mind was blank. With their limited experience, they could not fathom the significance of the Black Gold Order. Nor could they comprehend the stature of the one who wielded it. Enough with the trivialities, quickly explain what the ancient scripture is about? Lu Chen inquired coldly. He had produced the Black Gold Order solely for clarity regarding this matter, and now wished to unravel the entire situation swiftly. His intuition warned him of an underlying scheme. Chapter 77. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Ethereal Realm. You are truly damned. I beg your pardon, senior. We were unexpectedly commissioned. The other party merely provided the item information without permitting us to open and inspect it, stating that there was a sealing force upon it, and any inadvertent damage could lead to the destruction of the ancient scripture. Additionally, they paid a hefty guarantee fee, Su Yun stammered. The Star Sea Merchant Alliances. After all, the largest commercial organization within the myriad star realms. Yet you believe such flimsy excuses. Lu Chen exclaimed in anger. Su Yun was instantly filled with trepidation. Please forgive us. It is entirely our fault. Such words are futile now. What is the identity of the consignor? Where are they located? Lu Chen pressed. Only by locating the other party could everything be elucidated. For privacy protection, we did not retain any information about them, only that they were a silver-haired elder. Currently, I do not know their whereabouts. They only mentioned that they would come to find us once the matter was resolved, Su Yun replied, feeling the intense murderous aura emanating from Lu Chen, which intimidated her to the point where she could not raise her head. Not knowing who they are or where they might be, you Star Sea Merchant Alliance have truly outdone yourselves. Lu Chen frowned. He left a fragment of his consciousness. Su Yun suddenly exclaimed, panic-stricken, only now recalling the detail. She quickly produced a talisman to establish contact, yet even as her spiritual energy dwindled, there was no response whatsoever. They could not make contact. Everything here must be under their control. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he immediately employed a divine technique to deduce the energy of the thought. Found it. It was within the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. He raised his hand and struck the void below. The noble youth from the upper realm's complexion darkened instantly. Disrupting the auction, the Shanghai Alliance cannot suppress you. I shall do it. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a formidable aura, radiating a brilliant light from his body, and then struck a powerful fist towards Lu Chen. The cultivator from the upper realm has made his move. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This noble youth hailed from the upper realm. His status was extraordinary, and his strength was unparalleled, far surpassing Su Yun. What will you do now that a cultivator from the upper realm has intervened? The previously disheartened Yuli suddenly revealed a cold smile. Regardless of your identity or prowess. Before a cultivator from the upper realm, You are but an ant. The brilliance of a firefly pales before the moon. The others shared this sentiment. Clashing with a cultivator from the upper realm? A certain defeat was inevitable. Surviving would be a miracle. You dare to obstruct me with your Imperial Realm cultivation? What audacity! Begone! Luchin retorted coldly, advancing fearlessly, utterly undeterred. Yet the crowd erupted in chaos. An Imperial Realm cultivator, indeed, a testament to the prowess of the upper realm. To achieve such a level at such a young age is truly terrifying. This white-haired individual, aware of his opponent's cultivation, still dared to strike. Was this not courting death? A young emperor, this is the partner I seek for my journey. Yuli's eyes shimmered with desire, as if enamored. Just when everyone believed Luchin was destined for demise, boom. The two attacks collided instantaneously, and the anticipated scene failed to materialize. Not only was Luchin unscathed, but he also crushed his opponent's fist with a single palm. With a resounding crack, blood sprayed forth as if a divine mountain had descended, utterly unstoppable. In an instant, the entire arm was shattered, followed by an overwhelming force that surged forth. Boom! The feathered youth was sent flying backward. What? The onlookers exclaimed, their faces etched with disbelief. This was a being from the upper realm, a young emperor. Throughout history, in this lower world, not a single emperor had emerged. No. Only the master of Tianyuan possessed such imperial strength, the sole known entity to reach this realm. Yet, even if the master of Tianyuan were present, could he truly inflict such a grievous blow upon this upper realm prince in one strike? It was utterly terrifying. Yuli, once again slapped in the face by reality, found herself shaken. The upper realm individual she had worshipped was utterly powerless. When did the lower realm produce a figure more formidable than the emperor of Tianyuan? However, little did they know that this white-haired youth was, in fact, the true body of the master of Tianyuan. How dare an ordinary emperor, newly ascended to this realm, obstruct my affairs? I shall spare your wretched life for now, but we will settle this later. Luchin's domineering voice resonated, his hand rising like a spear towards the void. Bang! An explosive sound erupted, instantly shattering the void, nearly tearing the entire auction apart. The attendees felt their blood boil. Their gazes fixated upon the spot where Luchin's palm descended. A spray of blood erupted, followed by a shadow darting forth, revealing an elderly man clad in black. Astonishingly, a presence had been concealed here, leaving everyone in a state of shock. It's him, Suyin exclaimed, realizing the individual had been hiding in plain sight without detection. Once his identity was unveiled, the man wasted no time. He turned and tore through the fabric of space, vanishing in an instant. Trying to escape? Come back. Luchin stepped forward. With a thunderous roar, the auction house's ceiling shattered, and he emerged into the open. Reaching out into the void, the space around him fractured explosively, extending hundreds of feet as if a fierce blaze was consuming it, revealing a chasm that seemed to cleave the very heavens. At the far end, the figure in black was unmistakably revealed. The old man gasped in shock. He possessed the cultivation of a perfected emperor, surpassing even the noble youth, yet he had been injured by Luchin and was now fleeing without hesitation. But his attempts were in vain. Divine Flame Spear. He bellowed as a long spear materialized, radiating divine brilliance and piercing fiercely toward Luchin's hand. It resembled an imperial weapon, instilling terror in the onlookers. An imperial weapon, in this lower realm, was a divine artifact, a supreme treasure. Wielding such a weapon, one was invincible across the realms. This proclamation was not mere rhetoric. It underscored the formidable nature of imperial weapons. There was no doubt that he was a powerful being of the Emperor realm. How could one contend against an imperial weapon with mere flesh and blood? As these thoughts crossed their minds, Luchin's hand had already collided with the imperial weapon. Instead of being pierced, he exerted a tremendous force that overwhelmed the spear. With a resounding crack, the divine flame spear shattered. Even an ultimate imperial weapon crumbled before him, as if it were mere tofu, let alone an ordinary imperial weapon. Luchin scoffed, imparting yet another lesson to all present. What emperors and imperial weapons there were, before him, were nothing but refuse. The black-clad elder, clearly unprepared for this outcome, felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly a cultivator from the lower realms? How had a desolate place in their eyes transformed into this? Suddenly, Luchin's hand descended, akin to 3,000 divine mountains bearing down, his very body sinking as the space beneath him shattered inch by inch. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his internal structure crumbled. Luchin spared his life, capturing him with a single hand and gripping his neck tightly. Speak. Who are you? Why did you attempt to auction the counterfeit ancient scriptures? What is your true objective? Before the elder could utter a word, the noble youth charged forward. Witnessing this spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded. Even a perfected emperor, mightier than he, was unable to escape and had been apprehended effortlessly. "You insolent brat, I, as the heir of the mysterious realm, warn you to release this man immediately, or you shall bear the consequences." The mysterious realm? Upon hearing this name, Lu Qin's expression turned icy, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. It is indeed a coincidence that one of the upper realm forces that previously invaded the heavenly Phoenix Empire hails from the mysterious realm. Fate has intertwined our paths. Chapter 78. The truth behind the destruction of the vast realm and the Dark Knight plan. You might have withheld your identity, but now that it has been revealed, I shall not let you go. Within 3 breaths, confess everything, or face utter annihilation. As Lu Qin spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping the elder, whose complexion turned pallid. "Try to kill me if you dare." Before he could finish his threat, Lu Qin crushed him without hesitation. "You were ordered to confess, not to issue threats." A powerful being at the peak of the Emperor realm fell lifeless before them. "Dare not to kill? Just watch if I will." Witnessing this scene, the assembled cultivators felt their hearts lurch, nearly succumbing to fear. A being of the Emperor realm, revered by all, a supreme existence capable of navigating the lower realms with ease, was obliterated in an instant. To speak or not to speak mattered not at all. What sheer tyranny! Fearless of the upper realm, unyielding to any coercion. A mad Anne, he is nothing short of a lunatic. Yuli felt a chill run through her body, her disdain replaced by a palpable sense of impending doom that drew ever closer. "You dare to kill him, seeking your own demise." The prince from the mysterious realm's eyes blazed with rage. What is a prince? Not only does he possess the cultivation of an emperor, but he is also a direct descendant of an upper realm lineage, akin to a crown prince of a secular empire, holding an extraordinary status. Yet, even this did not deter Lu Qin, who brazenly executed the elder before their very eyes. "It is you who seek death. Every individual from the mysterious realm deserves to perish." Lu Qin's gaze locked onto him, his words icy and piercing, like a sword slicing through the void. The heavens trembled. Why did he seek the immortal elixir? Because the 5 upper realms and 10 divine clans descended upon the heavenly Phoenix Empire, forcing it into a state of annihilation, akin to death itself. Now, the people of the mysterious realm stood before him, igniting Lu Qin's wrath. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lu Qin, the noble youth felt a twinge of fear. He was merely an ordinary emperor-level cultivator, with one arm rendered useless, utterly outmatched. Swallowing hard, he quickly asserted, "Even if what was auctioned was counterfeit, it is the Starsea Merchant Alliance's failure to inspect. What does that have to do with you?" "Because my surname is Lu, and I hail from the vast realm," Lu Qin declared with conviction, his words striking like thunder. "What? He is also from the upper realm?" The crowd erupted in astonishment, particularly Yuli, whose complexion drained of color. The person she had offended was indeed from the upper realm. How foolish she was to harbor ambitions of subduing him and even fawning over this prince from the mysterious realm. Impossible. Everyone from the vast realm perished completely. The woman in the white dress murmured in shock. Even witnessing Lu Qin slay that elder of the imperial realm did not evoke such intense emotional turmoil as at this moment. Nonsense. As the noble youth of the Miao realm spoke, his gaze flickered towards the woman in white, abruptly halting his words. Regardless of the fact that everyone was dead, do you still wish to impersonate a descendant of the vast realm, believing you could remain unscathed? Such delusions. What transpired in your Miao realm? Lu Qin, upon hearing these words, immediately exclaimed in a frenzied tone, "You are unworthy to know." Nevertheless, with a thunderous sound, Lu Qin, disinterested in his ramblings, advanced with a demonic might, his overwhelming presence nearly stifling his breath. "Dare you attempt to harm me? Even now, you persist in your arrogance?" Lu Qin showed no mercy, unleashing boundless power. In an instant, the noble youth's physical form shattered, his knees crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, his kneecaps fracturing. The agony elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him. "Speak quickly. What happened between your Miao realm and the vast realm? Otherwise, you shall perish." Lu Qin commanded with authority. "I will tell you." The noble youth, utterly terrified, complied. Though hailing from a higher realm, he had always lived in a sheltered environment, never having encountered such terror. "We of the Miao realm participated in the obliteration of the vast realm, which is why I know no one survived." Upon hearing this revelation, Lu Qin's eyes turned a blood-red hue. "You Miao realm truly deserve to die. It was your actions that harmed the initial encounter, and you were also responsible for the destruction of the vast realm." "Yu Jifeng, what do you mean by that?" The woman in white stood frozen in shock. While she had merely held disdain for Yu Jifeng, she never anticipated his involvement in the annihilation of the vast realm. Forgive me, Ruashi, for I deceived you. Our Miao realm indeed played a role in the downfall of the vast realm, knowing of your family's ties to them, which is why I remained silent. Yu Jifeng, out of fear, divulged everything in one breath. Bai Ruashi appeared dazed. You Miao realm are also culprits? All these years, I was oblivious to this fact. Lu Chen glanced at her, realizing that this woman was not aligned with Yu Jifeng and, astonishingly, had connections to the vast realm. There was no time to delve deeper. He would have to inquire later. Why was the vast realm destroyed? What other forces were involved? Tell me everything you know. Lu Chen's gaze fell once more upon Yu Jifeng, his aura radiating sheer fury. They favored the human race, unwilling to participate in the Night Project, and likewise refused to relinquish the core secrets they possessed, leading to their annihilation by the various factions. Merely hearing this left Lu Chen profoundly shaken. Favoring the human race? Could it be related to the betrayal of the human race that the old man from Tianyuan spoke of? Yet, Yu Jifeng was completely unaware of these core documents. He lacked the privilege to understand even what the Night Project entailed. Such matters were of the utmost confidentiality, known only to the leaders of the involved factions. Even so, apart from them, what other forces exist to extinguish the vast realm remains a mystery. It is only known that they are all members of the Night Plan. Aside from this, he also disclosed the purpose of their visit to the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. With the annihilation of the alien races, their hidden existence experienced certain repercussions. Thus, the mysterious realm seized this opportunity to diligently search for the ancient scriptures. They have acquired certain clues suggesting that the ancient scriptures left by the Lu family in the vast realm might have been lost in a lower-tier plane. Consequently, they dispatched an elderly figure in black to auction a counterfeit ancient scripture, hoping to elicit some leads. Unexpectedly, the plan failed and was thwarted by Lu Chen. The attendees, upon hearing this, were left in utter shock. This was confidential information from the upper realm, comparable to explosive news. As for this auction, it was a complete sham. This is all I know. I beg you, please do not kill me. Yu Jifeng pleaded frantically. With this information alone, I could take your life. Not to mention, my wife and daughter have been gravely injured by you. If you do not die, who will? Lu Chen declared with a resonant voice. Wife and daughter. The surname Lu caused him to realize something, his expression changing dramatically. Who exactly are you? Lu Chen. Chapter 79. I am not here to assist you. I have come to pay my respects to the Emperor Tianyuan. Boom. Upon hearing this name, Yu Jifeng trembled all over. On that day, the temporal divine clan utilized the sovereign-level artifact, the temporal mirror, to peer into the lower realms and discern who had the audacity to slaughter beings from the upper realm. The result was that the temporal mirror was shattered. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated through boundless plains, echoing across the upper realms. He, Lu Chen, would one day cleanse the upper realm of all its inhabitants. According to information later revealed by the temporal divine clan, they glimpsed the silhouette of a young man, his hair as white as snow. Undoubtedly, it was the person before him. Hiss. He gasped in shock, unable to fathom that it would be this individual. If he dared to slay even the powerful transformation dust, what chance did he stand? No wonder. Upon revealing the identity of the mysterious realm, the other party's killing intent surged, for there was already a vendetta. Now that you understand, prepare to meet your demise. Lu Chen raised his hand, unleashing a tempestuous aura. Do not kill me. You Merchant Alliance, quickly restrain him. If I perish here, you shall also invite calamity upon yourselves. Yu Jifeng shouted in terror. Suyun and others remained indifferent. This was the master of Tianyuan, bearer of the Black Gold Order, who would dare to intervene. Boom. At that moment, deep within the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, in a forbidden ground, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, as if a deity or demon had emerged, devouring the heavens. What has happened? The gathered cultivators were filled with uncertainty, gazing intently into the depths of the forbidden ground. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously, an ancient figure surged toward this location at an incredible speed. The weathered face was etched with the marks of time, and the tattered robe appeared as though it had been suppressed for thousands of years. Yet in his gaze, there flickered a fervent light. Trembling with excitement, he realized the ancestral figure had arrived. Su Yun was profoundly shaken. The ancestor had been in seclusion for 100,000 years, emerging from the abyss without having ventured a single step away from the Star Sea's forbidden grounds, and now he appeared at this very moment. Thus, he quickly urged his companions to kneel and collectively exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Their voices converged, resonating through the heavens. In the Star Sea Commerce Alliance, whether the ordinary maidservants or the elders, all bore expressions of reverence. For many, it was their first encounter with the visage of the ancestor. This legendary figure, not only the founder of the Starsea Commerce Alliance, had vanquished countless powers and audaciously stepped into the abyss, a life woven with legend. It was none other than the revered ancestor Lai Wangu, and the crowd was astounded. This was a paragon of power from 100,000 years past, who traversed the lower realms and single-handedly established the Starsea Commerce Alliance, transforming it into the foremost commercial organization across the star domain. Not only did the upper realm cultivators come today, but over the past several millennia, others had also appeared. This attests to the magnitude of his influence. The appearance of Lai Wangu at this juncture must be linked to Yi Feng. After all, the Starsea Commerce Alliance would not dare offend the cultivators of the upper realm. Many minds raced with similar thoughts. Ancestor of the Starsea Commerce Alliance, your arrival is most timely. Please protect me, lest the mysterious realm hold us accountable, a burden we cannot bear. Yi Feng cried out, finally feeling a slight alleviation. Unbeknownst to him, Suyun and the others revealed expressions of profound sorrow upon hearing these words. The ancestor had not come for him at all. Thud. Yet, as if he had not heard, Lai Wangu cast not a glance at Yi Feng and directly knelt before Lu Qin. I, Lai Wangu, have met the Lord of the Abyss. Boom. The entire assembly was instantly engulfed in shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The ancestor of the Starsea Commerce Alliance was not here to rescue Yi Feng, but to pay homage to this individual? Moreover, what had he just said? The Lord of the Abyss. This thunderous proclamation reverberated within the hearts of all present. My heavens, he was indeed the Lord of the Abyss. The formidable presence that had dominated the human race as chasm, instilling fear in countless alien races for years. Furthermore, just recently, it was rumored that the alien forces had been utterly annihilated, their existence erased. Most likely, it was the doing of the Lord of the Abyss. In that moment, the gazes directed at Lu Qin were infused with astonishment, admiration, and an overwhelming sense of dread. He presided over the Abyss, instilling terror not only in the alien races but also suppressing numerous powerful beings who dared to trespass into the Abyss, his infamous name echoing across the realms. He was the Lord of the Abyss? Yuli trembled, an aura of fear permeating the air, causing a frightful accident. For the leader of the ice-glass demon sect had once been obliterated in the Abyss. The truth was, Lu Qin had vanquished so many that even he could not recall them all. Were you not here to assist me? Yi Feng was left speechless. The revelation of Lu Qin being the Lord of the Abyss was no longer shocking, as the upper realm had already investigated this matter. However, the sight of the ancestor of the Starsea Commerce Alliance kneeling publicly was an unexpected turn of events. This was the last thread of hope. Had it not been for the leniency shown to me by the great Emperor Tian Yuan all those years ago, I would have long since met my demise. It is solely due to his mercy that I have been able to endure a decade of seclusion, thus avoiding the fate of immolation. It is already generous of me not to take your life, yet you dare to request my assistance? The venerable ancestor of the Starsea Merchant Alliance declared with a resonant voice, his eyes igniting with a fierce, murderous intent. To show disrespect to Lu Qin, even a visitor from the celestial realm would receive no courtesy from him. Yi Feng found himself momentarily dazed, suddenly realizing how trivial his identity as an imperial scion from the upper realm truly was. Not only did Lu Qin disregard him, but even the ancestor of the Starsea Merchant Alliance was clamoring for his death. Damn it! He seethed with unrestrained fury, proclaiming that the human race had been sealed by the great Tao-S tribulation, and that all beings from the lower realms, including you, Lu Qin, would never aspire to transcendence, remaining forever stagnant at the imperial realm. Should you dare to kill me, prepare to be hunted down by the mysterious realm in the future. Stagnation at the imperial realm? Huh. Lu Qin laughed maniacally, amused by Yi Feng's ignorance. Truly, the denizens of the upper realm possess the intellect of swine. You might wish to observe what level I presently embody. In an instant, his aura erupted, revealing the full extent of his cultivation. A primordial essence radiated from him, as if he had achieved a harmonious union with the heavens, comprehending the very origins of all things. Yi Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Transformation into dust. Lu Qin spoke indifferently. The proclamation struck as powerfully as thunder, stunning all present. Transformation into dust. My heavens! Since the fall of the imperial era, it had become nearly impossible for anyone from the lower realms to reach the imperial level. Lu Qin was an anomaly, for Tian Yuan was indeed extraordinary. Yet now, the imperial realm was not the terminus. under the blockade of the great Taoist tribulation imposed by the upper realm. He had audaciously broken through to the realm of transformation into dust. Preposterous. No, it cannot be. The great Taoist tribulation has successfully suppressed the human race. And you are not exempt. How could you possibly break through? Yi Jinfeng shook his head frantically, unable to fathom the reality. My path is unimpeded by the heavens. My spirit cannot be extinguished by the Tao. A mere great Taoist tribulation cannot confine my true self. I will shatter it to pieces in due time. With that declaration, Lu Chen's formidable hand descended with unyielding force. Let us commence by ending your life. Swiftly, Yi Jinfeng summoned a talisman, hastily alerting the mysterious realm. Futile. Lu Chen's speed surpassed all, his hand descending like a celestial dome, causing the very space around Yi Jinfeng to explode. The talisman was crushed before it could send a message. No. Yi Jinfeng held in madness. Ruashi, save me. When your mysterious realm annihilated the vast realm, who came to save its inhabitants? Bai Ruashi shook her head. With a thunderous crash, Lu Chen's hand came crashing down, obliterating Yi Jinfeng's corporeal form. All sound ceased, leaving only a haze of blood, which was swiftly eradicated. An imperial scion from the upper realm had been slain just like that. Every cultivator present trembled in fear. You all wished to kill me as well, did you not? Lu Chen's gaze swept over the ice crystal demon sect and others. A total of 7 or 8 young cultivators stood, their faces drained of color. Chapter 80. Facing death, fear arises, the divine clan by family, once old friends. Especially Yoli, who trembled uncontrollably. Apologies, it was my fault. A blade of energy manifested, instantly slaying him. Only when death loomed did he realize his error. Why did he not act sooner? The remaining members of the Ice Spirit Demon sect trembled in fear, rendered utterly paralyzed by the swift execution. There was no mercy granted. A life extinguished at a whim. It was terrifying. Lord Tian Yuan, it was entirely the result of Yoli's malfeasance, not our doing. Can we not? Before they could complete their plea, Lu Chen unleashed another wave of sword energy, ruthlessly dispatching them all. Did they think him a mere child? It was not only Yoli who harbored murderous intent. These individuals had also sought to take his life. Therefore, it was only fitting that they be dealt with collectively. At this moment, Lu Chen required no further words. Those who had previously harbored ill intentions fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Lord Tian Yuan, we truly did not recognize you before. We apologize for our offenses. Please grant us clemency. Is ignorance an excuse to act with impunity? Lu Chen retorted. Their expressions faltered. In that instant, a flurry of sword energy descended upon them, resulting in their simultaneous demise. The remaining individuals were paralyzed with dread, their hearts pounding with icy terror. How horrifying. Fortunately, they had refrained from acting. Whether out of fear or some other reason, they had managed to escape with their lives intact. Just as Tian Yuan's Lord Guijun was about to speak, Lu Chen interrupted. I have no time for idle chatter. If you wish to know what transpired, inquire with your subordinates. Siyun, what is the situation? Guijun's tone was grave. Given Tian Yuan's Emperor's statement, there must be some underlying circumstances. Su Yun's heart shuddered, and a bitter smile crept upon her lips. After so many years of astuteness, she had found herself bested today. Reluctantly, she began to recount the events in detail. This matter was not related to Lu Chen. Her gaze shifted to Bai Ruashi. Earlier, you mentioned the Bai family had ties to the vast realm. Could you elaborate? Certainly. I have numerous inquiries of my own, Bai Ruashi readily agreed. They moved to the esteemed guest chamber of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. Bai Ruashi began by imparting all pertinent information to Lu Chen. The Bai family, an ancient divine lineage, had fallen into decline. Her father had shared a bond of life and death with the head of the Lu family, the rulers of the vast realm. Years ago, the vast realm had been obliterated overnight, and the Bai family had been investigating the incident without any progress, entirely unaware that the ethereal realm was one of the culprits. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. Your Bai family has a strong connection with the ethereal realm? No. Bai Ruashi shook her head. You need not doubt my words. I have no reason to deceive you. Otherwise, I would be implicated in Yi Jinfeng's death as well. He sought me out because my father has been in a coma for centuries due to a cultivation issue. And it was said that a solution might be found here at the Star Sea Merchant Alliance. I had no inkling that it was merely a ruse. Bai Ruashi wore a serious and sincere expression, devoid of any signs of deceit. Clad in white, her skin was as delicate as fine jade, seemingly fragile. However, upon mentioning Yi Jinfeng, her elegant brows furrowed deeply. What once was disdain had now transformed into loathing. You have been used as bait, Luchin suddenly exclaimed. What? Bai Ruashi gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Why do you say that? According to Yi Jinfeng's instructions, they had uncovered some clues, leading them to employ the Star Sea Merchant Alliance to orchestrate this elaborate scheme aimed at drawing out the true ancient scriptures. Given the Bai family's significant ties with the Kangming realm, your involvement was merely to enhance their allure. But even if someone possesses the genuine ancient scriptures, what does it have to do with me? They wouldn't reveal themselves simply because I am present, would they? The mysterious realm must be aware that descendants of the Kangming realm still exist, which is precisely why they have acted thus, Luchin stated firmly. It was only then that Bai Ruashi finally comprehended Luchin's meaning. They had drawn her in as bait precisely because they recognized the connection between the Bai family and the Kangming realm. As she pieced together this revelation, an icy chill coursed through her. The mysterious realm was indeed cunning. Had it not been for Lu Chun, she would have been sold out without even realizing it. So your identity is that of a descendant of the Kangming realm? Lu Chun began. Years ago, someone sent me to the Tianwang Empire. There is nothing to conceal. I am determined to unravel the truth. So you are the sole descendant of the Kangming realm. No, wait. The one who rescued you. Could they also be a survivor from the Kangming realm? Bai Ruashi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lu Chun shook his head. I am uncertain. Aside from our dealings with the Bai family, are there any other forces or cultivators from the Kangming realm? Bai Ruashi appeared awkward. I was very young back then and do not possess much knowledge about these matters. If my husband were to awaken, he could surely unveil many mysteries. She sighed, alas. He has been afflicted with a malady, remaining in a coma for hundreds of years without any sign of recovery. What exactly happened? Lu Chun inquired. His Dao heart shattered, plunging him into a deep slumber. The Dao heart shattered? Lu Chun's gaze sharpened with concern. He cultivates the path of the mundane and wields the god burial coffin, possessing the ability to mend the great Dao. However, he refrained from elaborating further. If you are willing to wait, I can accompany you to the Bai family afterwards. Do you have a way? Bai Ruashi inquired perceptively. Not necessarily, Lu Chun replied, withholding too much information. He could not fully trust Bai Ruashi's words. Everything would need to be investigated once they reached the upper realm. As the meeting concluded, Lu Chun willed the door to open. Lai Guiyun had been waiting for quite some time, even hesitating to knock. Upon seeing Lu Chun emerge, he immediately clasped his fists and said, Senior, I have inquired thoroughly. It is entirely my subordinate's fault for mishandling matters and being exploited without their knowledge. I shall personally bring her to apologize. Beside him, Siyun knelt on the ground, swiftly adding, It is my greed that has clouded my judgment. Please, Senior, impose your punishment. As the leader of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, her reputation preceded her. Not only for her cultivation, skills, and intellect, but also for her breathtaking beauty, which captivated countless admirers across the myriad star realms. It was a rare opportunity to even catch a glimpse of her. At this moment, she knelt before Lu Chun, her dignified figure enveloped in a shroud of fear. After all, standing before her was the master of the abyss, who had dispatched all those harboring murderous intent. The thought of her own blunder nearly leading to catastrophic consequences weighed heavily on her. The internal matters of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance are of no concern to me. Handle them as you see fit, Lu Chun remarked coldly, hardly sparing her a glance, his heart occupied solely by Ziyin, rendering all other women insignificant in his eyes. In terms of beauty, Bai Ruashi surpassed Su Yun by several folds, embodying the caliber of a celestial being, yet he remained unmoved. Shouldn't you express your gratitude promptly? Lai Guiyun interjected, for Lu Chun's words effectively granted her a reprieve. Thank you for your mercy, esteemed senior. Su Yun is willing to serve you wholeheartedly from now on. She quickly replied, rising from the ground, a soft fragrance wafting as a subtle curve graced her chest. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, Lu Chun bestowed not even a single glance upon her. He merely addressed Lai Guiyun. I have come in search of the immortal elixir. Does the Star Sea Merchant Alliance possess it? The immortal elixir? Lai Guiyun exclaimed in astonishment. That is a supreme treasure, rumored to resurrect the dead, defying the heavens. I must inform you, esteemed senior, that such an extraordinary rarity is not within our possession. Not a single specimen has been witnessed since our establishment, he continued. Lu Chun had anticipated this and displayed no surprise, acknowledging its extreme rarity. Thus, he instructed Su Yun to escort Bai Ruashi to a temporary residence before issuing commands to Lai Guiyun. You have 3 days to locate the whereabouts of the immortal elixir and to investigate all information regarding the vast realm. Understood. Lai Guiyun nodded immediately, recognizing the daunting nature of the task, yet knowing it was a command from Lu Chun that could not be disregarded. Lu Chun held no trust in Bai Ruoxi, which was why he had sent her away, allowing Lai Guiyun to conduct a thorough investigation. This was also the reason for Bai Ruoxi's temporary stay. Should the findings diverge from what she had conveyed, her fate would be sealed. At this moment, Bai Ruoxi remained blissfully unaware that she was treading the line between life and death. It was not that Lu Chun was cruel, but rather that through myriad experiences, he had grown adept at discerning the human heart. While Lu Chun awaited the results of the investigation, within the transcendent realm at the heart of the ethereal world, a resounding roar erupted from a grand palace. The life imprint shattered. Jin Feng was dead. This earth-shattering revelation reverberated throughout the divine hall, leaving countless individuals in shock. After all, he was the imperial son, who possessed the audacity to slay him. Moreover, it seemed Jin Feng had descended to the lower realm on a mission in recent days, implying that he had met his demise there. As this realization dawned, terror gripped everyone within the ethereal divine hall. How could there be anyone in the lower realm capable of killing the imperial son? It was utterly ludicrous. Yet the news could not be false, for even the ethereal divine lord was stirred. Yi Jinfeng was his most cherished youngest son, specifically dispatched to oversee the extraction of the ancient scriptures. The outcome was not only a failure, but it also resulted in the demise of an individual in the lower realm. What an absurd situation. How could this be? Is there not only one emperor, Lu Chun, in the lower realm? Moreover, the entire human race has been sealed off by the great Tao tribulations. It is inconceivable that anyone could have broken through. Who could be responsible for this? Even an elder at the imperial realm has met the same fate. An act of sheer recklessness. The mysterious god lord was furious, causing the entire domain to tremble. Countless cultivators were shaken, bewildered by the unfolding events. Calm your wrath. My lord, we shall immediately investigate the Star Sea Merchant Alliance to uncover the truth, proposed one elder, only to be met with the god lord's scorn. Foolishness. In the wake of the losses suffered by various factions in the Tianhuang Empire, not a single force dares to seek vengeance. Do you not comprehend why? It is likely connected to the ancient powers of the human race, and perhaps it was because of them that Jin Feng met his end. To act now would not only be tantamount to courting death, but would also bring trouble to our mysterious realm. The Supreme Elder trembled profoundly, recalling that the scheme conducted through the Star Sea Merchant Alliance was intended to be a covert operation, unbeknownst to other factions. If they were to send more individuals, it would not only pose significant risks but would also reveal their objectives to other forces. The ancient scriptures in their possession must not be disclosed. The god lord's admonishment was indeed valid. I had been negligent. The elder, drenched in cold sweat, promptly acknowledged the oversight. However, refraining from sending individuals does not imply that my son, Jin Feng, is lost. We must investigate. The perpetrator must be found. If it indeed relates to those ancient powers of the human race, then so be it. Otherwise, they shall face death, commanded the mysterious god lord sternly. Yes, acknowledged the elder, bowing and retreating. Outside the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, Lu Chun remained indifferent to the mysterious realm's fury. His intentions extended far beyond merely targeting Jin Feng. He sought the annihilation of the entire mysterious realm. Any faction that had stained their hands with the blood of the vast realm would face no escape. Once, I was an emperor, suppressing the dark extraterrestrial beings. Now, as a great being of transformation, I shall eradicate all the old dogs of the upper realm. In the ensuing 2 days, while awaiting investigative results, throngs of cultivators arrived. They were the factions behind the slain individuals. And upon hearing the name of the Lord of the Abyss, they were paralyzed with fear and rushed forth to offer their apologies. Outside the Star Sea Merchant Alliance, a gathering of tens of thousands had assembled, all kneeling in submission. Masters, elders, and prodigies alike wore expressions of terror. After all, it was the Lord of the Abyss who had decimated even the extraterrestrial beings. Annihilating them would be a mere trifle. Without Lu Chun's forgiveness, any one of them could be killed at any moment. Lu Chun, disinterested in their plight, allowed them to remain prostrate for a while longer, as they had committed numerous misdeeds in the past. It was on the 3rd day that Lai Guiyun finally brought news. Reporting to you, esteemed elder, the investigation is complete. It appears that the immortal elixir can only be found in the upper realms. Our lower-tier planes are incapable of producing such treasures. I have also done my utmost to gather information regarding the vast realm and will recount it in detail. After listening, Lu Chun nodded, understanding that the Bai family indeed held a connection with the Kangming realm. The destruction of the Kangmang realm was a significant secret of the higher realms, akin to a taboo, with few privy to the details. Senior, this is the utmost capability of our Star Sea Merchant Alliance. If given a little more time, I would undoubtedly investigate further. Lai Guoyun hastily explained, fearing Lu Qin's ire. No need for that. I shall personally venture to the higher realm. Lu Qin resolved. Whether it be the immortal elixir or the annihilation of the Kangmang realm, the higher realm was a destination he could not forsake. Lai Guoyun's expression shifted with concern. But that is a place teeming with powerful beings, where might abounds. Do you think I will perish there? Lu Qin inquired. And no. Lai Guoyun quickly shook his head. Senior, you are the Lord of Tianyuan. Even the alien races cannot stand against you. Surely, no one in the higher realm can pose a threat. However, he added, yet, since the fall of the Emperor era, it has been immensely arduous for cultivators from the lower realms to transcend to the Emperor realm, let alone ascend to the higher realms. Our consciousness has long been entrenched, as if that place were not meant for those of the lower realms. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. If even the founder of the Star Sea Merchant Alliance harbored such thoughts, what of other cultivators? Just as he had said, their minds had become rigid. The higher realms were deemed to exist above the heavens, whilst those from the lower planes were destined to remain here. The distinctions of lower realms and higher realms were merely human constructs to him. All adversaries were the same. Elimination was the only solution. Lu Qin spoke coldly, having never regarded the higher realms with reverence, especially now, after having interacted with them. He felt a burgeoning disdain. The arrogance of the higher realm cultivators reminded him of Nanling Shuang, short-sighted individuals who amounted to nothing in his eyes. Cultivators were meant to defy fate. If they cowered in fear, how could they ever cultivate? Hearing Lu Qin's words, Lai Guoyun appeared enlightened, as if a veil had been lifted. This is the very truth of celestial cultivation. He immediately clasped his fist in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I now feel a newfound clarity. Indeed, the higher realm is of little consequence. Should you require the Star Sea Merchant Alliance's assistance, merely speak a word, and I would willingly brave fire and water. He reflected on how, had it not been for Lu Qin's benevolence in allowing him to return, he would have perished long ago. It was during his time in Tianyuan that he was inspired by Lu Qin's cultivation, spending 100,000 years in seclusion, achieving a consummate level of immortal cultivation without succumbing to stagnation. Work diligently, Lu Qin remarked, intending to return briefly to the Tianwang Empire before ascending to the higher realm. Just then, Bai Ruoshi hurriedly approached. Young Master Lu, I fear I cannot accompany you any longer. I must return to the higher realm at once. What has happened? Lu Qin immediately inquired, concerned it might be related to the Piao Miao realm. After all, she had come with Yi Jifeng, who had been slain, leading to suspicions about Bai Ruoshi. My father's condition is rapidly deteriorating. He may not withstand much longer. I must rush back. If you venture to the higher realm in the future, you may seek me at the Bai family. No need. I shall accompany you, Lu Qin suddenly declared. Accompany me? Bai Ruoshi was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had slain the prince of the mysterious realm, and this venture felt perilous. Before she could process her thoughts, Lu Qin had already torn open the fabric of space, revealing a portal of ethereal void. Do not tarry. Let us depart quickly. I have urgent matters to attend to. With no time for further contemplation, Bai Ruoshi stepped into the void portal. Before they left, Lu Qin instructed Lai Guoyun. Look after my family and monitor the situation in the Tianwang Empire. If anything unusual occurs, contact me immediately. Understood, Lai Guoyun promptly replied. That appears to be the great emperor of Tianyuan. At that moment, the multitude of cultivators kneeling outside the Star Sea Merchant Alliance gazed upwards, fixated on a figure with flowing white hair, towering and unparalleled, akin to an unparalleled divine king, exuding an overwhelming aura. We pay our respects to the great emperor of Tianyuan. Countless voices cried out in astonishment. The figure who had been absent for 3 days finally made an appearance, igniting waves of excitement among the crowd. As cultivators of the lower realms, we must safeguard our homeland. If I hear of anyone daring to threaten this land, I shall show no mercy. Lu Qin's words lingered in the air as he stepped into the void portal, his majestic figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Yet, his proclamation resonated deeply within the hearts of the onlookers, filling them with fervor. Undoubtedly, he has liberated us. Thank you, great emperor of Tianyuan. We shall diligently protect the lower realms and refrain from chaos. The great emperor of Tianyuan? He has already transcended to the dust transformation realm. You ignorant fools. Lai Guoyun coldly interjected. What? Transcended to dust transformation? The entire assembly was left astounded. He had once been the foremost emperor of humanity, the only one since the fall of the imperial era. Now, having ascended to dust transformation, he was the first since the ancient times. How terrifying. In that instant, their admiration for Lu Chun grew immensely. Su Yun organized personnel to monitor the Tianhuang Empire comprehensively and ensure the safety of Lu Chen's family. Should there be the slightest negligence, I shall hold you accountable. Lai Guiyun ordered without delay. Yes, Su Yun swiftly affirmed. Moreover, regarding Emperor Lu Chun, refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. He has guarded Tianyuan for countless years, honing an impeccable resolve that will not waver for any reason, Lai Guiyun cautioned. Su Yun's expression trembled at this revelation. At this moment, Lu Chun, having taken by Ruashi, traversed the void space with unparalleled speed. Initially intending to greet Xian, he ultimately altered his course. His purpose for this journey was to seek the immortal divine medicine. If he failed to locate it, he would return, leaving Xian disheartened and feeling guilty for their first meeting. Thinking of his beloved daughter, trapped in a state of oblivion, as if lifeless, Lu Chen's heart ached profoundly. Whether it was the obliteration of the vast realm, the injury to Xian, or the calamities of the great Tao that ensnared all of humanity, even the collusion with alien forces, everything was intertwined with the powers of the upper realms. Since I am venturing to the upper realms, I must eradicate these scoundrels without exception. Lu Chen's heart roared fiercely. Forgive me, old man. This time, I shall not heed your counsel. In the upper realm, your father, Lu Chun, has arrived. At this moment, far away in the endless distance of the abyss, it seems a pair of eyes are observing all that transpires in the outside world. My child, you have ultimately succumbed to the allure of the upper realm. It is well. Venture forth with vigor, wreak havoc, and let those self-righteous individuals witness the prowess of the disciple I have nurtured. Moreover, you foolish child, the reason I entrusted you with the guardianship of this place for countless eons was not solely for the sake of the alien races, but rather to prepare you for this day of ascension. Once you set foot in that realm, you will comprehend the true purpose behind this. As the murmuring voice faded, the abyss was engulfed in profound solitude. In this moment, Lu Chen's mind was consumed by an overwhelming desire for slaughter and an urgent quest for the elixir of immortality, leaving him little room for contemplation. From the memories gleaned from the powerful figures he had encountered, he had acquired a general understanding of the dominant forces in the upper realm. Only the most elite domain lords or the eternal deities of the divine race possessed the mastery to surpass the realm of transformation. For the majority of powerful factions, the realm of transformation was already the pinnacle of strength. Thus, with his current nascent transformation, he was indeed formidable, even when facing those with sovereign powers. Lu Chen felt undaunted. With the god burial coffin at his side, no matter their cultivation, they would meet their demise. Boom. In an instant, Lu Chen shattered the spatial barrier crafted by the laws of power and forcefully stepped into the upper realm. Mortal cultivators from the lower realm cannot easily enter the upper realm, not due to any other reason, but simply because their cultivation is insufficient. Those below the imperial realm cannot even breach the spatial barriers. Almost the moment Lu Chun entered the upper realm, an incredibly dense and vast aura surged towards him. It was as if the very rules of this world, the boundless fortune, had awaited millions of years for this moment, for his arrival. What is happening? Lu Chun was taken aback. Upon entering the upper realm, before he could even take in his surroundings, his corporeal form was enveloped by these forces, merging into him with fervor, his body radiating brilliance, as if bathed in the glow of dawn, resplendent and dazzling. My child, this is a gift I have prepared especially for you. When you step into the upper realm, the myriad fortunes left behind by countless predecessors will automatically be absorbed by you. The power of the rules in the upper realm will likewise be devoured by you. For you are the child of fortune I have meticulously cultivated. This is the reason you have endured countless trials in the abyss for millions of years. Absorb it well. When you possess all this power, it will be sufficient for you to traverse the 3,000 states of the upper realm, slay those who must be slain, extinguish those who must be extinguished. This hypocritical domain is merely a stepping stone for you. Go forth with grace. A voice, vast and profound, transcended endless time and space, resonating explosively within Lu Chen's mind. I am the child of fortune. These gifts were all intended for me. In just a brief utterance, a plethora of explosive revelations unfolded. The upper realm, feared by countless in the lower planes, was so trivial in the eyes of the old man from the abyss, merely a stepping stone beneath his feet. Allowing him to slay as he deemed fit, This place is but a realm of pretense. The contemptuous tone exuded an air of disdain, akin to how the celestial realm perceives the mortal world. Who exactly is this old fellow, and how many secrets has he concealed from me? Yet, when he attempted to communicate, all sound ceased. At that moment, the abyss seemed to tremble, collapsing and vanishing incessantly. The Elder of the Abyss, exhausting his final vestiges of strength, illuminated the path for Lu Qin, guiding him through the initial stretch of his journey in the celestial realm. Chapter 83, Destruction. Depart at once for the Bai family. A foreboding sensation stirred within Lu Qin. Previously, to thwart the terrifying presence behind the alien races, the Elder of the Abyss had crossed into the temporal tunnel as a mere projection, engaging in a breathtaking confrontation and ultimately vanquishing that unparalleled powerhouse, driving them back to their lair. However, this came at a harrowing cost. He barely had the chance to impart vital information before his figure dissipated. Lu Qin was anxious to return to the Tianwang Empire, but circumstances had prevented him from visiting the Abyss to pay his respects. Now, the Elder had directly transmitted his thoughts to Lu Qin's mind, only to fall silent thereafter, filling Lu Qin with genuine concern. Although he jestingly referred to him as an old fool, the depth of his gratitude remained hidden from outsiders. Had it not been for the Elder, he would have long since met his demise, leaving Xian to face life alone, enduring the torment of wicked individuals. The alien races would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a massive assault on humanity. All of this was inescapable. Old fellow, please remain unharmed, Lu Qin silently implored. He never considered that the Elder might perish, for he had successfully repelled the presence behind the alien races. In fact, for countless years, he had orchestrated schemes in the celestial realm, ensuring that all fortunes and rules would automatically flow to him upon his arrival. Such tactics were utterly outrageous. Lu Qin merely sensed that something was amiss. Moreover, the Elder harbored numerous secrets. Lu Qin resolved that once he discovered the elixir of immortality and unveiled the truth behind the obliteration of the vast realm, he would journey to the Abyss, determined to uncover every last detail. As for the present, since it was a gift prepared for him, he would simply consume it. Boom. Countless forces of rules surged forth like thunder, sweeping in from all directions, rushing violently into Lu Qin's being. Fortunately, he had cultivated the undying burial sword body, adept at absorbing the sword energies of the heavens and thus accustomed to such rampant chaos. For an ordinary cultivator, this would not be an opportunity but a calamity. A single strand of rule power could obliterate the flesh, rendering them utterly incapable of enduring it. Ruashi, terrified, had already fled to a distance, staring in shock at the scene unfolding before her. The area surrounding Lu Qin had transformed into a realm of chaos, various forces of rules intermingling to weave countless rays of brilliance. What on earth is happening? She murmured, completely bewildered. In addition to the myriad theories of rules, ancient pathways of fortune descended from the heavens, all of which were consumed by Lu Qin. These pathways were remnants left behind by countless great beings since time immemorial, now culminating in Lu Qin's ascendance. In this moment of transcendence, within the realms of various powerful factions, ancient beings, without exception, opened their eyes. The force of rules within the Dao province began to converge towards a specific point. Even streaks of ancient fortune, akin to divine dragons slicing through the heavens, descended upon that location. How could this occur? Could it be that a cultivator is absorbing these rules and fortunes? Upon this realization, a wave of horror swept through everyone, prompting them to hastily set forth towards that destination. Yet it was too late. At this juncture, Lu Qin had already devoured all the fortunes and forces of rules. Boom. His cultivation underwent an automatic breakthrough, stepping into the second stage of dust transformation. But that was not the end. Boom. Another resounding echo followed, as his cultivation ascended to the third stage of dust transformation. Boom. Boom. The progression continued, with successive echoes resonating, as thunder erupted within him and radiant light surged around him. It was not until he broke through to the fifth stage of dust transformation that he finally came to a halt. It is crucial to note that Lu Qin had yet to fully digest this power, merely having consumed these fortunes and forces of rules. His cultivation surged to the fifth stage of dust transformation in an instant. One can only imagine the terror of this feat. If he were to refine all these fortunes and rules, attaining the realm of dominion would be just around the corner. However, this was not the time. Ever since grasping these rules, Lu Qin felt as though the entirety of the upper realm was under his command. The fortunes and forces of rules enveloping each faction and domain were within his perception. Let us go swiftly to the Bai family, he exclaimed, not waiting for Ruashi to respond. As he grasped her hand, and hurried away. It was because, within the upper realm, he sensed the fortunes of all factions, including the divine clan of the Bai family, revealing that their familial fortune was waning. This signified that her father was nearing death. Just as they departed, a group of powerful beings arrived at that location, yet they found nothing. In the blink of an eye, Luchin reached the Bai family. At that moment, the Bai family was engulfed in anxiety, as the patriarch's condition deteriorated rapidly, having already notified the young lady, yet they had no knowledge of when she would return. What were they to do? The members of the Bai family were in a flurry of distress. With a swift motion, as Lu Chun and Bai Ruashi descended together, the individuals of the Bai family were filled with astonishment. The young lady has returned. A cry reverberated throughout the entire clan. Bai Ruashi, being the only legitimate daughter, carried the weight of her lineage, having taken charge of various matters during her father's critical condition over the past few years, serving as a pillar of strength. How is my father? Bai Ruashi immediately inquired. Report, young lady. The patriarch's situation is exceedingly dire. The great elder is currently guarding him. Yet even so, he may pass away at any moment. A clan member stammered through tears. It had been relatively stable. How could it deteriorate so swiftly? Bai Ruashi's countenance froze in shock. Without a moment's delay, she soared towards the clan's inner sanctum, swiftly arriving at the rear courtyard. The tranquil scene is adorned with small bridges and flowing waters, pavilions and towers, even featuring suspended rock formations and cascading waterfalls, enveloped in a mystical aura. Yet, amidst this ethereal landscape lingers a palpable sense of mortality, a consequence of the impending dissipation of the Tao's fortune. The powerful factions and ancient sects remain steadfast throughout the ages, flourishing and producing remarkable talents, all under the protection of this Tao's fortune. It is not merely a matter of esoteric techniques or mystical arts, it stems from the prowess of their ancestors who, upon transcending, transform their enlightenment into a fortuitous essence that safeguards their lineage for eternity. Bai Ruashi approached an antiquated and elegant gate, where several cultivators stood guard. Upon her arrival, they displayed expressions of astonishment. We have seen the young lady. Step aside. Bai Ruashi had no time for pleasantries. Her sole intent was to reach her father swiftly. Miss, the clan leader is in a precarious state. The Grand Elder has summoned the esteemed Gu Xian to tend to him. Entering now would only impede their efforts. The guards remained steadfast in their position. Gu Xian has come as well. Bai Ruashi expressed her surprise. This renowned alchemist from the upper realms was capable of concocting even sovereign-grade elixirs. Many cultivators sought his assistance. Yet he was known for his eccentric nature, rarely offering aid to others, straddling the line between righteousness and malevolence. She had once sought his help without success. So his unexpected arrival was indeed astonishing. But he is my father. I must enter. You shall make way. Bai Ruashi commanded. Given that her kin had indicated her father's dire condition, it seemed that even the esteemed Gu Xian might be of little help. Thus, she felt compelled to see him, not wishing to harbor any regrets. The guards appeared conflicted. This is an order. Do you not regard even me, the direct descendant of the sacred lineage? Bai Ruashi spoke coldly. Yet, uninterested in their objections, she advanced forcefully, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a series of resounding impacts, the gatekeepers were thrust aside. In that moment, Luchin also discerned the depths of her cultivation. Although she had yet to attain the imperial realm, her youthful prowess at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, merely a step away from imperial status, was already formidable. The Bai family, a once mighty divine clan now in decline, achieving such heights in this environment was truly remarkable. However, before Bai Ruashi could step into the room, a figure swiftly obstructed her path. Chapter 84. Delay any longer, and within a mere incense stick's time, death shall ensue. Only I can save. Ruashi, do not act impulsively. It was I who ordered them to guard this place. The clan leader's condition is critical. Gu Xian is still attending to him. Do not disrupt their efforts. The speaker was a young man, appearing to be in his late 20s, slightly older than Bai Ruashi. Distinguished in appearance, yet his thin lips and elongated eyes betrayed a nature devoid of compassion, skilled in manipulation. Bai Chen. Bai Ruashi fixed her gaze upon the individual before her, her brows knitting in discontent. This man was the son of the Grand Elder, a paragon among the current generation of the Bai family, often assuming an elder brother's demeanor and previously expressing an intense desire to mentor her. His depths of cunning were considerable. Bai Ruashi held no fondness for him and replied coolly, My father's condition is dire. I must remain by his side to ensure his safety. By Ruashi, I empathize with your feelings, yet it is not a matter of denying you entry, but rather that the patriarch's health has suddenly deteriorated. We are at a critical juncture between life and death. Any disturbance could prove catastrophic. We have finally secured the presence of the esteemed ancient Xian, and I trust you do not wish to disrupt his treatment out of a moment's impulsiveness, Bai Yichen implored, his eyes glinting with intensity. Bai Ruashi found herself ensnared in hesitation. The thought that her actions could jeopardize the ancient Xian's treatment filled her with an overwhelming guilt that could haunt her for a lifetime. If you do not enter soon, you may never see your father again. A voice interjected suddenly. What? Bai Ruashi's body trembled as she turned to see the speaker, Lu Chun. After a mere incense stick's time, he is certain to perish, Lu Chun asserted with unwavering conviction. Nonsense. The ancient Xian is currently treating him. How could he possibly die within such a brief period? It is you who seems desperate for death. Bai Yichen's eyes blazed with menace. Do not be disrespectful. This is a distinguished guest I have brought back, a descendant of the Kangmang realm. What? A descendant of the Kangmang realm? Bai Yichen was taken aback. Have you found the ancient primordial scripture? He inquired immediately, his eyes igniting with fervor. That is none of your concern. Step aside. I must enter. Bai Ruashi declared, her resolve firm. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself inclined to trust Lu Chen's words. You cannot enter. For the safety of the patriarch's life. Do not blame me for being impolite. Bai Yichen blocked her path. Begone. Lu Chen bellowed, unleashing a terrifying force that surged forth like a million ferocious beasts charging simultaneously. My heavens! Bai Yichen was left in shock, unable to even retaliate. Bang! In an instant, he was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground, coughing up blood. His complexion turned ashen, he narrowly escaped death. Bai Ruashi stood in astonishment. She had yet to make a move, and Lu Chen had already acted decisively. Bai Yichen, a prodigy of the younger generation, had been launched away by a mere shout. How could he appear even more formidable than when he was with the Star Sea Commerce Alliance? Little did she know. At the very moment he stepped into the upper realm, Lu Chen had broken through 4 levels of cultivation, reaching the 5th stage of dust transformation. Had he not sensed the impending disintegration of the Bai family's fortune, he would have continued to ascend to even loftier heights. What has transpired? An elder with silver hair stepped forth. It was Bai Xiaolin, the grand elder of the Bai family. Seeing Bai Yichen bloodied and collapsed on the ground, his face contorted with rage, he could hardly fathom that someone had so grievously harmed his son. This was utterly unforgivable. Father, it is the scoundrel. You must kill him. Bai Yichen howled, his fury palpable. As a paragon among the younger generation of the Bai family, he was accustomed to flattery and had often been touted as more formidable than Bai Ruashi, with the potential to become the next clan leader. Unexpectedly, I was thrown away by this fellow's thunderous shout, utterly humiliated. Such a disgrace. How dare he come to the Bai family to cause trouble? I shall kill you. Bai Xiaolin roared, a terrifying aura erupting from him. Wachaninya. Lu Chen replied dismissively. With such cultivation, you wish to kill me? A delusion. If you dare to make a move, I shall send you straight to the afterlife. What nonsense are you spouting? Kill me? Bai Xiaolin was furious. Within the declining Bai family, he was the most powerful, yet he was belittled by a mere youth. Let us see how you intend to kill me. In an instant. He waved his hand, a murderous intent surging forth. He is a descendant of the Kangmang realm. Dare you lay a finger on him? Bai Ruaxi immediately interjected. From what she understood, Lu Chen also possessed the Hua Chun Yinya level of cultivation, and it was uncertain whether he could defeat Bai Xiaolin. She had to protect him. Little did she know, in standing up, she was safeguarding Bai Xiaolin. He is a descendant of the Kangmang realm? Bai Xiaolin was taken aback. The Kangmang realm had once forged a friendly bond with the Bai family. It was not the time to kill him. He could only grit his teeth and relent. Given your lineage, I shall spare your life. However, Ruaxi, how dare you bring an outsider in? Your father's situation is perilous. The revered Gu Xian is currently treating him. And if disturbed, he might very well perish. Bai Xiaolin said, pained. Bai Ruaxi contemplated how to respond, but Lu Chun had already spoken. With your actions, you are not saving him, but endangering him. Nonsense. That is the revered Gu Xian, a renowned alchemist throughout the upper realm. It was no small feat to invite him. And you dare claim he is harmful? This is sheer disrespect. Bai Xiaolin rebuked angrily. Enough. Bai Ruaxi interjected. I must go in and see. With that, she strode toward the room. Ruaxi, you truly cannot enter. The revered one is treating him. Your intrusion would disrupt the process. Bai Xiaolin desperately tried to stop her. You may enter, yet I, as the daughter of the Bai family, cannot. Bai Ruoxi asked coldly, sensing something amiss. If you insist on entering, your father's life or death is of no concern to me. At the entrance, a barrier parted, and an elderly man with white hair emerged. Hunched and with a grim expression, none other than the revered Gu Xian. Ruoxi, look, you have already provoked the revered one. Apologize immediately and leave this place, Bai Xiaolin urged. He then ingratiated himself with the revered Gu Xian, saying, Esteemed one, it is the young one's anxiety for her father that has led to this unintended offense. Please do not take it to heart. Who else, apart from you, can save our patriarch? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoxi hesitated, casting a glance at Lu Chun. Yet, she saw that Lu Chun remained indifferent, calmly stating, I can save him. Boom. At these words, everyone present was left in astonishment. You young man, are you out of your mind? Out of respect for your lineage, I spare your life, yet you dare claim you can save our patriarch? It seems you are deliberately causing chaos. How audacious to boast before the esteemed Gu Xian. You are utterly oblivious to your own limitations. Bai Chen mocked with a voice laced with anger. However, when Lu Chen cast a glance in his direction, Bai Chen was instantly gripped by fear. The harrowing imagery of being thrown aside vividly replaying in his mind. Are you certain? Bai Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, equally stunned by Lu Chen's words. She merely trusted Lu Chen's judgment regarding her father's precarious condition, but never expected him to assert that he could save him. Chapter 85. You know nothing. The god burial coffin can entomb the living, yet it can also resurrect the dead. Indeed, Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. There were still numerous uncertainties awaiting clarification, and there was no way he would allow himself to perish so easily. Previously, while at the Starsea Merchant Alliance, he had gleaned insights into Bai Ruoxi's father's plight. But he refrained from divulging anything at that time due to his skepticism. I have devoted my life to the study of alchemy, and even I cannot guarantee a resurrection. How dare you, a mere boy, speak so boldly? If you succeed, I, Gu Xian, shall kneel before you and acknowledge you as my master. Gu Xian snorted derisively. Yet, you have disrespected my honor, should you fail to heal him. I will demand your head as recompense. Bai Xiaolin suddenly interjected, his eyes glinting with a chilling murderous intent. Having witnessed his son being so brutally harmed, he would have ended this boy's life already were it not for Bai Ruoxi's intervention. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. Elder Bai, do not forget his identity. Bai Ruoxi could not help but speak up. No matter, let them witness the spectacle unfold. Lu Chen, unfazed, strode confidently toward the chamber. Bang! The barrier shattered in an instant. Gu Xian's expression darkened. This was a barrier he had meticulously crafted to prevent any probing within, yet this boy had breached it effortlessly. Truly outrageous. Nevertheless, he suppressed his murderous intent, eager to see how this boy would embarrass himself. After all, Bai Xiaolin had stated that if he could not heal, Lu Chen's life would be forfeit. Inside the elegant chamber, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged on a mat, his strong brow and square jaw exuding an air of righteousness. Yet he remained utterly motionless, resembling a figure in meditation. There was not a hint of vitality emanating from him. Instead, he was shrouded in a pall of desolation. This man was Bai Lingxiu, the patriarch of the Bai clan, once a legendary figure renowned throughout the lands. Father, Bai Ruoxi rushed forward, and upon seeing her father's condition, her tears flowed freely. Let me take a look, Lu Chen said, releasing his spiritual energy, which enveloped Bai Lingxiu in an instant. Gu Xian, Bai Xiaolin, and Bai Chen stood behind, their gazes cold, skeptical that this boy could discern anything at all. As Lu Chen conducted his examination, his brow furrowed in confusion. This is strange. Do not be baffled. If you truly cannot discern anything, then end it yourself to spare me the trouble. Bai Xiaolin spoke coldly. The essence of the Tao, the will, and even the entirety of the physical form have all been tainted by a miasma of death, thus adversely affecting the entire Bai family's fortune. When Lu Chen uttered these words, Bai Ruoxi, along with the revered Gu Xian and Bai Xiaolin, were all taken aback, astonished that he had truly discerned the issue. Young Master Lu, what is this deathly aura? Bai Ruoxi inquired immediately. I am currently uncertain. However, it is precisely due to this deathly aura that your father extinguished his Tao heart, sealed his physical form, and severed his connection with the Bai family's Tao fortune to ensure its preservation from destruction. Yet now, Gu Xian has manipulated the sealing power within him, causing the deathly aura to spread, which has led to the deterioration of your father's physical state and has adversely affected the Bai family's Tao fortune. Lu Chen spoke coldly. Do not slander me. I am here to save lives, not to harm. Gu Xian replied solemnly. Ruashi, the individual you have brought is clearly spouting nonsense. If this continues, I fear the clan leader's life will be in jeopardy. He must be stopped immediately. Bai Xiaolin exclaimed angrily, feigning concern for Bai Lingxiu. I trust young Master Lu. Bai Ruashi asserted with determination. Very well, then I shall observe how he intends to treat him, Bai Xiaolin scoffed. What does it matter if a problem is identified? The crux lies in the remedy. I cannot fathom how he could possibly treat a clan leader who has been in a coma for centuries. What a joke. Only Gu Xian regarded the situation with a sense of uncertainty. This young man had merely inspected Bai Lingxiu and discerned the condition of his body, which was far beyond his expectations, leaving him with an inexplicable feeling. Nevertheless, he believed that with his own capabilities, he could not resolve the deathly aura. And it was evident that this youth would also be unable to do so. Otherwise, he would have wasted his time. While everyone harbored their own suspicions, Lu Qin remained silent. Suddenly, he summoned the god burial coffin, which erupted with a tumultuous aura, as if it sought to engulf the entire universe, leaving all present in a state of trepidation. This coffin emanates an overwhelming presence. I can sense the essence of death. Bai Xiaolin gasped in shock. Even the seasoned Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was no ordinary coffin. It resembled a unique magical artifact. Yet even his extensive experience could not discern its true grade. You must be mad. You claim you can heal our clan leader, yet you produce a coffin. What does this mean? Bai Yichen demanded angrily. You understand nothing. Lu Qin retorted coldly. The god burial coffin can bury the dead, but it can also save lives. You fool. Bai Yichen's fury ignited. Fine. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. After all, it will ultimately lead to death. I do not mind waiting a bit longer. Even Bai Ruashi, who had faith in Lu Qin, felt bewildered at this moment. Wasn't he supposed to be treating her father? Why was he summoning a coffin? As everyone remained perplexed, Lu Qin had already activated the god burial coffin. The instant the lid opened, it was as if an ancient seal had been torn asunder, unleashing an awe-inspiring force that could shake heaven and earth. The entire Bai family was enveloped in an aura of intimidation. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed, even drawing the attention of the heavens. With divine lightning crackling and streaking across the sky as if an apocalyptic disaster were imminent, causing all present to turn pale, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. An elder from the Bai family attempted to approach the backyard, yet found himself utterly unable to advance, as if suppressed by a divine mountain, every step a struggle. Cold sweat pouring down his brow. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, these elders were sent flying. Inside the room, Gu Xian and Bai Xiaolin displayed expressions of astonishment. This coffin was indeed extraordinary. It must be some kind of treasure of heaven and earth, imbued with unparalleled divine might. Their gazes ignited with fervor, especially Bai Xiaolin, who, upon discovering that Lu Qin was a descendant of the vast realm, had long harbored malicious intentions. Upon seeing the coffin, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This fellow had managed to survive, undoubtedly possessing numerous treasures from the vast realm. Perhaps even the ancient scriptures were in his possession. When the time came to deal with him, he would ensure to extract every valuable item. Humph, little brat. I initially hesitated to kill you openly. But you have brought this upon yourself, thus providing me with ample justification. Lu Qin had long seen through their thoughts, but was utterly indifferent. With his cultivation, had Bai Ruashi not intervened, Bai Xiaolin would have already met his demise. As for this so-called Gu Xian, he was merely a fellow of the same ilk. His cultivation on par with Bai Xiaolin's, perhaps only slightly deeper, not exceeding the 5th level of dust transformation. Killing him would be a trivial matter. Boom. The god burial coffin suddenly enveloped Bai Lingxiu. Ruashi, this is all your choice. Once the patriarch falls, it will have nothing to do with us, Bai Xiaolin remarked coldly. His tone devoid of any concern, replaced instead by a sense of glee. My father will be fine. Bai Ruashi retorted coldly, though internally she was filled with anxiety. Lu Qin's healing methods were, to say the least, somewhat extraordinary. Chapter 86. Wasn't it to watch the spectacle? Why could they not contain themselves? Bai Lingxiu has returned. However, little did they know, this was the god burial coffin, surpassing any known level of treasure. The terrifying beings summoned by the ancient altar from other races, upon witnessing the might of the god burial coffin, erupted in exclamations, declaring it a divine ancestral weapon. Lu Qin was unaware of the true power of the ancestral weapon. Yet he firmly believed that the god burial coffin's rank was undoubtedly above that of the ancestral weapon. Moreover, it possessed a significant origin. Otherwise, the old man from Tianyuan would not have shown such concern. At this very moment, The immense power contained within the god-burial coffin was enveloping Bai Lingxiu, eroding the deathly aura within him. Simultaneously, Lu Chun was aiding Bai Lingxiu in reconstructing his Dao heart, abandoning his own path to safeguard the Bai family's fortunes. Bai Lingxiu was indeed a remarkable individual. Not everyone possessed such audacity. In a mere moment, Gu Xian suddenly sensed a powerful life force emanating from within the god-burial coffin. Could it be that the peculiar deathly aura had truly been resolved, allowing Bai Lingxiu to be revived? Even Bai Xiaolin sensed something amiss. It was not merely a surge of potent life force, but he also detected the Bai family's fortunes rapidly revitalizing. From a state of fury, it transformed into an unmatched robustness, as if the Bai family, having accumulated for countless years, was on the verge of a remarkable rebirth. This was dire. A significant problem was at hand. One must intervene. Otherwise, once Bai Lingxiu awakens, all will be lost. Young man, it has been a long time. And as the elder of the Bai family, I cannot allow you to harm the clan leader. Cease your actions immediately. He charged forward. However, before his hand could even approach the god-burial coffin, he found himself unable to advance an inch, not due to the coffin's intimidation, but because Lu Chun wielded the newly mastered power of the rules to suppress him directly. Were you not eager to witness the spectacle? Why the sudden urgency? Lu Chun taunted. Ancient Xian, eliminate him. Bai Xiaolin shouted urgently. This is the Bai family. I am in charge here. Bai Ruoxi warned. I am aiding you. In an instant, Ancient Xian made his move. Yet, before he could near Lu Chun, he too faced the ferocious force of the rules, as if pressing against the heavens. Unable to move an inch, his body radiating divine light, yet still frozen in place. This is the power of the rules, he exclaimed in astonishment. And such a formidable power at that. Could it be that you were the one who caused the upheaval in the Tao state, stirring the very essence of the laws and fortunes? The previous anomalies in the world had already been sensed by all the great powers, and as a practitioner of alchemy, Ancient Xian was acutely aware of the surrounding forces, recognizing this fact. Or did you think otherwise? Lu Chun bellowed, the unmatched power of the rules crashing down. Bang! Bang! Ancient Xian and Bai Xiaolin were sent flying, both spitting blood, their faces pale as death. My heavens! Bai Yichen was dumbfounded. His father, in his first nirvana of dust transformation, was utterly outmatched by this fellow, and Ancient Xian, a renowned alchemist throughout the Yulua Dao state, had reached the third nirvana of dust transformation, a being of immense prowess, yet he too was no match and was violently hurled away. This is utterly insane. Recalling the earlier insistence on having his father eliminate Lu Chun, he felt a chill in his heart. Had it not been for Bai Ruoxi's intervention, his father would have perished. Is he truly that formidable? Bai Ruoxi gasped in astonishment. During her time at the Star Sea Merchants Alliance, though she had witnessed Lu Chun slay the elders of the mysterious realm and Yi Jin Feng, both were at the Imperial realm and had yet to enter dust transformation. Even knowing that Lu Chun had broken through to this realm, he was ultimately a being from the lower realms, yet he possessed the strength to suppress Ancient Xian. Unimaginable. Young man, cease your actions immediately, or you shall face certain death. Bai Xiaolin shouted fiercely. Do you presume to command the entire Bai family? Just then, a cold voice pierced the air. Bai Xiaolin's gaze snapped to the bronze coffin. Boom. In an instant, the god-burial coffin was taken by Lu Chun, and a towering figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura that soared towards the heavens. Clan leader. Bai Xiaolin looked at this person, his heart racing with trepidation. It was none other than the Bai family leader, Bai Lingxiu. He had successfully awakened. Ancient Xian and Bai Yichen were both astounded. How long had it been? Not even half a tea's time had passed, and the clan leader, who had been in a coma for hundreds of years, had awakened, brimming with vitality, showing no signs of weakness whatsoever. Father, Bai Ruoxi exclaimed with delight, undoubtedly the happiest among them, as her anxious heart finally found solace. Everyone had believed her father to be lost, including this instance where they had even summoned the ancient Xian elder, yet there was no certainty. However, with a single strike, Lu Chun brought her father back from the brink of death, as if conjured from a dream, utterly unbelievable. Ruoxi, my dear daughter, I have caused you much worry. Bai Lingxiu said affectionately, ruffling Ruoxi's hair as if she were still a child. Father, I am not troubled at all, as long as you awaken. It is all worth it. I owe it all to young Master Lu. Bai Ruoxi responded promptly, her gratitude towards Lu Chun evident. I am aware of everything, Bai Lingxiu declared. Though he had extinguished his Dao heart and severed his physical form, his six senses remained intact, and all that transpired outside was within his grasp. Young Master Lu, thank you. The honor is mine, Senior. You and my father share a long-standing friendship. Assisting you is but my duty. And I have much to learn from you, Lu Qin replied with a respectful gesture. Very well, we shall converse further later. For now, I must deal with the traitor. Bai Lingxiu's gaze locked onto Bai Xiaolin. A jolt ran through Bai Xiaolin's heart, and he immediately knelt. Congratulations, clan leader, on your awakening. You must be quite disappointed. Having sought to obtain all my sealed memories over the years, yet your strength was insufficient to breach the annihilation seal. Who would have thought that you even called upon the ancient Xian elder, employing secret arts to seize my memories? Had it not been for Lu Qin's timely intervention, you would have succeeded, leading to a suffocating death that would engulf the entire Bai clan. Bai Xiaolin, you were truly audacious. A resonant shout reverberated throughout the Bai estate. It is the voice of the clan leader. The clan leader has returned to life. But he was not revived by the ancient Xian elder. Rather, it was Bai Xiaolin who summoned him for selfish purposes, nearly bringing ruin upon our clan. In that moment, all the clan members were filled with shock and fury. Within the room, Bai Xiaolin trembled, realizing that Bai Lingxiu was aware of all his actions. Had he not awakened, it would have been fine. But now he had been resurrected. All of this was due to Lu Qin, this descendant of the vast realm, who had thwarted all his plans. Bai Xiaolin, as the Grand Elder, how could you be so ruthless in plotting against my father? Bai Ruoshi exclaimed, taken aback by the truth. No wonder Lu Qin had said that within half a stick of incense, her father would perish. Summoning the ancient Xian elder was not to save him, but to steal her father's memories. Once successful, it would mean death. Only Lu Qin remained composed, as everything unfolded according to his expectations. The only uncertainty was what secrets were concealed within Bai Lingxiu's memories that warranted such intricate scheming. Chapter 87. Since you are no longer a member of the Bai clan, let us settle our accounts. Clan leader, I was in the wrong, but I was merely afraid that you would suddenly pass away, ending the transmission of your vast array of divine arts. Ultimately, it was for the future of our Bai clan. Bai Xiaolin explained earnestly. The excuse you provided is utterly laughable. Do you believe I am unaware of your intentions? Is it not merely to covet that place I once visited? I nearly met my demise there, resorting to the technique of obliteration, sealing my corporeal form, plunging my memories and soul into an abyss of silence. Yet you dare to entertain such thoughts. According to our clan's laws, your cultivation shall be nullified, and you will be expelled from the Bai family. Bai Lingxiu proclaimed coldly. That place. Lu Qin pondered inwardly. No, please, clan leader. Bai Xiaolin desperately pleaded. Bai Lingxiu remained unmoved, instantly raising his hand. A formidable aura surging forth. The third rebirth of Huaqin, at the same realm as the ancient Xian elder, a level beyond Bai Xiaolin's capacity to withstand. Nevertheless, at this moment, he could only retaliate fiercely. Boom. The two collided with explosive force, shattering the house and eliciting gasps from countless clansmen. The clan leader has indeed resurrected and is battling the Grand Elder. With a splatter, Bai Xiaolin spewed blood, previously wounded by Lu Qin. He was no match for Bai Lingxiu now. Ancient Xian elder, assist me. Bai Xiaolin cried out. This is a matter of your clan. It does not concern me. The ancient Xian elder replied coldly, remaining aloof and detached. Bai Lingxiu had returned. He must be foolish to act otherwise. Boom. In an instant, Bai Lingxiu's hand descended upon Bai Xiaolin's head, not to annihilate him, but to unleash a torrent of profound power, instantly shattering his cultivation, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. And you, Bai Yiqin, along with your father, colluding in this treachery, shall have your powers stripped and be cast out from the Bai family. No, clan leader. Bai Yiqin fell to his knees, trembling in fear. For a cultivator, losing one's powers is more agonizing than death, even if life remains. In this world ruled by the strong, once bereft of the Bai family as protection, death could come at any moment. It is all this old fool's doing, coveting the place you once visited, wishing to claim all that you possess as his own. I am innocent. Bai Yiqin publicly accused his father. For the sake of survival, what is a father-son relationship? To hell with it. With a burst of rage, Bai Xiaolin spat blood. This ungrateful son was indeed treacherous, casting the blame onto him to preserve his own powers. Bai Ruoshi displayed a look of sorrow. Grateful to have unveiled their true natures, had such a person remained, they would only bring calamity upon the Bai family. Everything you have done is within my grasp. There is no need to absolve yourself of responsibility. Bai Lingxiu remained unfazed, his hand falling. Boom. In an instant, Bai Yiqin's powers were obliterated. From this moment forth, You are no longer associated with the Bai family. Begone. Yes, thank you, clan leader, for sparing our lives. Bai Xiaolin and his son expressed their gratitude. Though stripped of their powers, it was better than perishing here. As long as they lived, there was still hope. Wait. Lu Chen suddenly interjected. In an instant, all eyes turned toward him. What do you intend to do? Bai Xiaolin and his son suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. Since these two have been expelled from the Bai family, it is now my turn to settle the score with them, Lu Chen declared. Bai Xiaolin paused momentarily, then replied, I will not intervene. Indeed, these two were no longer members of the Bai family. Their fate was of no concern to him. Observing Bai Ling Su's demeanor, the expressions of Bai Xiaolin and his son turned pale. Thank you. Lu Chen nodded. Bai Xiaolin, in a moment of mercy, refrained from executing the two. Yet he would not let them off the hook. After all, they had previously vowed to kill him. For his enemies, Lu Chen adhered to a singular, ironclad principle, to kill. Moreover, there was another reason. Before you meet your end, I shall grant you an opportunity to confess. Have you colluded with the mysterious realm? Lu Chen inquired coldly. Their connection with the mysterious realm? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruo Shi, Bai Ling Su, and the remaining members of the Bai family were utterly astounded. As if struck by a bombshell. How did he know? Bai Xiaolin felt a tremor in his heart, gazing incredulously at Lu Chen. This was a paramount secret. Even his son was unaware of it. It pertained to the future of their current plans and the control over the Bai family. A failure would mean the obliteration of all their efforts. How could we possibly collude? Stop spouting nonsense. Even if there were collusion, it would be by Ruo Shi. She recently descended to the lower realm with the imperial son of the mysterious realm, Yi Jinfeng. Bai Yichen immediately refuted. Lu Chen paid him no heed. Instead addressing Bai Xiaolin coldly, since you choose silence, you shall take your secrets to hell. As the words fell, a terrifying aura enveloped the two. A manifestation of the power of rules. Even at the pinnacle of his cultivation, he could not withstand it, let alone now, a mere cripple. With a series of sickening cracks, their bodies began to disintegrate. I'll speak. Please don't kill me. Bai Xiaolin begged fervently. Old man, you truly have colluded with the mysterious realm. Hurry and confess. I do not wish to die. Bai Yichen urged frantically, wishing he could pry the truth from his father's lips with a knife. I have indeed colluded with the mysterious realm. After the destruction of the Tsangmang realm, the Bai family received news that a descendant of the Tsangmang realm survived and might have been sent to the lower realm to escape disaster. The ancient scripture might also be in their possession. I dared not explore the lower realm myself. So I sold this information to the mysterious realm in exchange for their assistance in controlling the Bai family. Bai Xiaolin confessed in one breath. Not daring to conceal anything, fearing Lu Chen would execute him. You truly have colluded with the mysterious realm. Bai Ling Su fumed with rage. Bai Ruo Shi was equally astonished, realizing that Lu Chen had spoken the truth. So, Yi Jinfeng's invitation for me to the lower realm was also prearranged to send you there, allowing me to scheme against your father. Once successful, I could control the Bai family. Yet, I never anticipated your return would be so swift, and that you would actually find the descendants of the Tsangmang realm. Bai Xiaolin's tone was laced with bitterness. Everything had spiraled beyond his expectations. He had assumed all was proceeding according to plan. Even when someone informed Bai Ruo Shi to return, he estimated that it would take at least a day to return from the lower realm. Unexpectedly, the speed was astonishingly swift. Nearly within half a day of notification, they had returned to their clan. Had it been solely her, it might have sufficed to offer some vague remarks, which would not alter the overarching situation. Moreover, Bai Ruo Shi's cultivation was not particularly high. Time was of the essence, and she needed to subdue them swiftly. Yet, fate had conspired to accompany them with Lu Chen. This young man astonishingly healed the clan leader in a matter of moments, exhibiting an extraordinary prowess that even the combined efforts of Gu Xian and the clan leader could not thwart. However, at that moment, he dared not express an ounce of fury, for his life was entirely at Lu Chen's mercy. Chapter 88. It is I who has slain them, and I intend to eradicate every being of the Misty Realm. So it was you, in collusion with the Misty Realm, who orchestrated this. Bai Ruo Shi finally comprehended the entirety of the scheme. No wonder Lu Chen had intervened in a timely manner, avoiding the interrogation that would have led to the unwarranted release of two individuals. Who knows how many would remain oblivious to these machinations. Bai Xiaolin, you have truly disappointed me. As the esteemed elder of the Bai family, I had high hopes for you. Yet, not only have you coveted the memories within my mind, but you have also conspired with the Misty Realm in a futile attempt to seize control of the Bai family. Most unforgivable of all, You have betrayed our realm by divulging secrets to the enemy. This is nothing short of treachery. Bai Lingshu's rage surged forth. I retract my earlier intentions. I shall eliminate you now. Bai Xiaolin and his son felt their hearts race. Even if Lu Chen spared them, Bai Lingshu would demand their lives. Report. A clan member rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor. Esteemed leader, we have just observed a massive influx of cultivators approaching from the Misty Realm. There are thousands of them, nearly upon our ancestral grounds. We implore you to devise a strategy at once. Boom. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Bai family. Bai Lingshu's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze upon Bai Xiaolin.